as liberalism argues? Key points. 4 concepts from post-structuralist philosophy have been used to produce new knowledge about world politics: discourse, deconstruction, genealogy, and intertextuality. To look at world politics as discourse is to study the linguistic structures through which materiality is given meaning. Deconstruction argues that language is a system of unstable dichotomies where one term is valued as superior. Genealogy asks which political practices have formed the present and which alternative understandings and discourses have been marginalized and forgotten. Intertextuality holds that we can see world politics as made up of texts and that all texts refer to other texts, yet each is unique. 12.4.1 The inside-outside distinction. Post-structuralists agree with realists that the state is absolutely central to world politics. Yet, in contrast to realists, who take the state for granted, post-structuralists deconstruct the role the state plays in world politics as well as in the academic field of IR, arguing that the state is not a unit that has the same essence across time and space. R.B. J. Walker, 1990, holds that the state is a particular way to organize political community. The question of political community is of utmost importance to national as well as international politics because it tells us why the forms of governance that are in place are legitimate, who we can trust, who we have something in common with, and who we should help if they are under attack, suffering, or hungry. CCH 31. The significance of political community is perhaps most striking when states fall apart and separate into new states, such as happened with the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia in the 1990s, and more recently with Sudan. Such processes involve reconstruction of who we are and an idea of how new collectives differ from those who were part of the old state. The sovereign, territorial state's unrivaled position as the unit of political community in contemporary world politics resulted from a series of events and processes that began with the Treaties of Westphalia, CCH 3. Walker tells us that this transition from the medieval to the modern state system is important because it shows us 2 different ways of organizing political community. In the medieval world, there were so-called overlapping authorities. This means that religious and political authorities, the Pope and the emperors and those below them, were interwoven, and there was no single institution that could make sovereign decisions. This changed with the Treaties of Westphalia as states became the sovereign authorities in their own territories and in relations with each other. In terms of relations among people, the medieval world worked according to what Walker calls a principle of hierarchical subordination. Hierarchical subordination assigns each individual to a particular position in society. At the top were the emperor and the pope, next came the bishops and the kings, then the priests and local nobility, and at the bottom were those who owned nothing and who had no rights. The Treaties of Westphalia began a process whereby people became more closely linked to states, and after the French Revolution each citizen had the same status. This did not mean that all individuals were citizens or that all citizens had the same amount of wealth, education, or property, but there was no longer anything in a person's nature, as with the principle of hierarchical subordination, that made him or her inherently superior or inferior. State sovereignty implies, in Walker's words, a division of the world into an inside the state where there is order, trust, loyalty, and progress, and an outside where there is conflict, suspicion, self-help, and anarchy. Walker then uses the principle of deconstruction to show that the national-international distinction is not simply an objective account of how the real world works. The distinction is not maintained by something that is externally given, but rather by the way in which the 2 sides of the dichotomy reinforce each other. We know the international only by what it is not national, and likewise the national only by what it is not the international. The world inside states not only differs from the international realm outside, the 2 are constituted as each other's opposition. The inside-outside dichotomy is stabilized by a long series of other dichotomies, including those of peace and war, reason and power, and order and anarchy, see Figure 12.1. Post-structuralists have shown how the inside-outside dichotomy, which like all dichotomies is inherently unstable, is held in place by being reproduced again and again. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic illustrates how state sovereignty is reinforced and also challenged, see Case Study 12.2. States reproduce state sovereignty, and so do academic texts. For example, Richard K. Ashley points to Realism's double move, Ashley 1987, 413-18. The first move is to assume that Figure 12.1 the inside-outside dichotomy and its stabilizing oppositions. Case Study 12.2 COVID-19 State Sovereignty and Vaccines. The COVID-19 virus, which was first detected in Wuhan, China, became a global pandemic in 2020. Many countries closed their borders and adopted large-scale societal lockdowns. The terminology of the pandemic as coming in waves was used to identify the rises and falls in the numbers of infections and deaths. The introduction of the first vaccines at the end of 2020 was constituted as a landmark event in combating the virus. The discovery of new mutations of the virus then constituted other landmark events raising concerns about the effectiveness of vaccines. A central question from a post-structuralist perspective is whether COVID-19 reinforces or challenges state sovereignty. Was the pandemic constituted as calling for national communities to be protected, or were there articulations of global responsibility too? Travel restrictions can be seen as states returning to a classical conception of state sovereignty. The calls for citizens abroad to return home and foreign ministries assisting such returns can also be interpreted as based on a traditional understanding of who belongs to the national community. As the vaccines were introduced, countries who had access to vaccines prioritized their own populations. But it is also possible to see aspects of the COVID-19 pandemic that challenge state sovereignty. The way in which the virus spread is a strong indication of how many people actually move across borders every day. In late November 2021, for example, many countries stopped flights from southern Africa in response to the Omicron mutation. In spite of this action, Omicron was discovered within days in countries across Europe, North America, South America, Asia, and Australia. The distribution of vaccines has also taken place within international frameworks that show that states might not just be concerned with their own populations. The main such framework is COVAX, which was set up to create global equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines. As stated on the World Health Organization (WHO) website, with a fast-moving pandemic, no one is safe unless everyone is safe. WHO 2021a. By November 29, 2021, as the world's concern centered on Omicron, a joint statement by COVAX, the African Vaccine Acquisition Trust (AVAT), and the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reported that COVAX and AVAT had distributed over 90 million doses to African countries, WHO 2021b. The statement held that more donations were needed for Africa to reach the recognized global goal of immunizing 70% of the African population, and that both the quality and the shelf life of the donated vaccines had to improve. This, in short, gave the impression that even though wealthier countries were providing vaccines to those in need, they were doing so when they had doses to spare, not on a continuous basis. Question 1. Does the statement "no one is safe unless everyone is safe" challenge state sovereignty? Is there a way to respond to COVID-19 that emphasizes global ethical responsibility? Question 2. Is the representation of COVID-19 as a pandemic the same today as in 2020-1? Has there been a strengthening of state sovereignty or not? COVID-19 vaccination campaign in South Sudan. Andrea Campinu/Stringer/Getty Images. We can only understand community in one way, the one we know from domestic politics. When we think of international community, our understanding of this concept is built on what we know from the state. The second move consists of arguing that such a community is possible only within the territorial state. The harmony, reason, and justice that are possible within states cannot be extended to the international sphere, as this is fraught with anarchy, recurring warfare, and power politics. 2.4.2 The strength of state sovereignty. When post-structuralists write about the inside-outside dichotomy, however, they are not claiming that the world works neatly in that way. There are plenty of states where domestic politics does not follow the description of the inside as one of progress, reason, and justice, yet the national-international dichotomy still manages to govern much of world politics. More critically, we might say that the success of the inside-outside dichotomy is shown by how well it silences numerous facts and events that should undermine it. For example, we can see the national-international dichotomy at work when states choose not to intervene in other states that are persecuting their own citizens, despite increased invocation of the right to protect principle in recent years. One of post-structuralism's strengths is that it points to how state sovereignty is often both questioned and supported. For instance, the 9/11 attacks and the war on terror undermined state sovereignty at the same time that Western states saw them through the lens of state-based territoriality. American soil was attacked and the Taliban regime in Afghanistan was held responsible for what happened on its territory. Before we declare the inside-outside distinction dead and gone, we should therefore take its flexibility and resilience into account. 2.4.3 Universal alternatives. Post-structuralists warn that although our deconstruction of state sovereignty makes it look less like an objective fact, it is not easy to transcend, nor can it be replaced by a global community. As our B.J. Walker puts it, The state is a political category in a way that the world or the globe or the planet or humanity is not. Walker 1997-72. To engage a dichotomy is not simply to reverse the hierarchy between its terms, that is, replace the state with the global, but rather to rethink all the complex dichotomies around which it revolves. If we leave the state in favor of the global, a crucial question becomes how to prevent a return to the model we know from the medieval world, that is, one of a global community where individuals are ranked and given different value. Post-structuralists hold that claims to global, universal solutions always imply that something else is different and particular, and that which is different is almost always in danger of being forced to change to become like the universal. Post-structuralists are therefore skeptical of idealists or liberals who advocate universal principles, but who overlook the power involved in defining what is the universally good and right, CCH 32. The dangers and power of universal discourse are demonstrated by the discourse of Western governments with troops in Iraq and Afghanistan in the mid and late 2000s, CCH 7. In this discourse, fighting terrorism sought to defend freedom, liberty, security, and democracy, CCH 29. Although this might at first sound unproblematic, even appealing, the problem is that this set of universally good categories is spoken and defined not by a truly global voice, but by a particular set of states. The good universal categories were aimed at those who were not yet or ever part of that universal project, and this universalist discourse reinforced the West as the only entity that could define real universalism. To many, and not only post-structuralists, CCH 11, this echoes the time when the colonial West had the power, right, and obligation to define what was good for the rest of the world. Post-structuralism's critique of universalism shows that although post-structuralists are critical of realism, they agree with realists that we should take power and the state seriously. Many post-structuralists see much of value in classical realism because it is historically sensitive and concerned with the big political and normative questions of world politics. On the other hand, they criticize neorealism for its ahistorical view of the state, its reification of the international structure, and its positivist epistemology. 12.5 Identity and Foreign Policy. Post-structuralists have also moved from the general study of state sovereignty to ask how we should understand foreign policy. In traditional foreign policy analysis, foreign policies are designed to defend the state, security policies, help it financially, economic policies, or make it do good in the world, development policies. By contrast, post-structuralists hold that there is no stable object, the state, from which foreign policies are drawn, but that foreign policies rely on and produce particular understandings of the state. Policies are drawn, but that foreign policies rely on and produce particular understandings of the state. Foreign policies constitute the identity of the self through the construction of threats, dangers, and challenges, that is, its others. As Michael J. Shapiro puts it, this means that the politics of representation is absolutely crucial. How we represent others affects the representation of ourselves, and this representation is decisive for which key points. State sovereignty is a practice that constitutes identity and authority in a particular manner. Post-structuralists deconstruct the distinction between the national and the international by showing that the two terms stabilize each other and depend on a long series of other dichotomies. The global is not a political category like the state and therefore cannot replace it. Post-structuralists warn against the danger of universalist discourse because it is always defined from a particular position of power. Foreign policies we choose, Shapiro 1988. For example, debates in the EU over whether Turkey should be accepted as a new member center on judgments about whether Turkey is a European country and whether it is possible to be European and Muslim at the same time. The way in which EU countries answer these questions has implications not only for the construction of Turkey's identity but for that of Europe's. Foreign policies are thus not protecting a given and fixed identity, but rather are discourses through which identities are reproduced. 12.5.1 Identity as performative. Theoretically, post-structuralism conceptualizes identity as relational and performative. The concept of performativity comes from Judith Butler. It holds that identities have no objective existence, but rather that they depend on discursive practices. D. Campbell 1992. Identities are socially real, but they cannot maintain their realness if we do not reproduce them. Because identities have no existence independently of the foreign policies that produce and reproduce them, we cannot say that identities cause foreign policy. To take the example of the EU and Turkey, there is no objective European identity that can be used to arbitrate a decision on Turkish membership. Rather, it is through debates over Turkey's membership application that European identity is being defined. Does this mean, then, that foreign policies cause identities? No, because foreign policies are at the same time made with reference to understandings of identity that are to some extent already in place. In the case of the EU, the discourse on Turkey does not start from scratch, but with historically powerful constructions of Europe as white, Christian, civilized, and modern. In short, identities are simultaneously a product of and the justification for foreign policies. If we go back to the discussion of epistemology at the beginning of this chapter, we see that we cannot theorize the relationship between identity and foreign policy in causal terms. Instead, this is a constitutive relationship, see Figure 12.2. This also means that post-structuralism theorizes identity differently from liberalism. As you may recall from Chapter 7, liberalists incorporate identity but hold that it might determine a state's outward orientation. According to this account, identity has a causal impact on foreign policy. Probably the most important development of a performative theory of identity and foreign policy is David Campbell's writing Security, United States Foreign Policy and the Politics of Identity, first published in 1992. Campbell takes a broad view of what foreign policy is and distinguishes between foreign policy, the policies undertaken by states in the international arena, and foreign policy, all those discursive practices that constitute something as foreign, in relation to the self. Foreign policy might just as well take place within states as between them. It might, for instance, involve gender and sexual relations, as when women are deemed unfit to participate in the military because they lack the proper mindset and thus would be dangerous for male soldiers to fight alongside. Or when homosexual or queer people are described as alien to the national sense of self. By looking not only at foreign policy but also at foreign policy, post-structuralism casts light on the symbolic boundaries that are constituted within and across states. Much of post-structuralist scholars' concern has focused on what Campbell calls the discourses of danger. Because such discourses work with very clear dichotomies, it is easy to see how the other defines the self. Yet post-structuralism also investigates those identities that are not so radically different from the self. Beyond the simple construction of self, radical other, more complex identity constellations exist that can involve several others. Such others might threaten each other rather than the self and be constituted by different kinds of otherness. One case that highlights such more complex constellations is the war in Bosnia in the 1990s, where one other, Bosnian Muslims, was threatened by another other, Bosnian Serbs. This challenged the international community to undertake a humanitarian intervention, see ch. 33. Post-structuralists have. Figure 12.2 The constitutive relationship between identity and foreign policy. Shown that this was legitimized in a discourse that split the other into innocent civilians and Balkan governments, D. Campbell 1998. As Western responsibility was extended only to the innocent civilians, a full and more political understanding of Western involvement was avoided. Another example of how foreign policy discourses try to establish the identity of the other is the ongoing debate in the EU over whether the UK is becoming a different country after Brexit. 1.2.5.2 Subject positions. When post-structuralists write about identities as constituted in discourse, they usually use the terms subjectivities or subject positions to underscore the fact that identity is not something that someone has, but rather that it is a position that one is constructed as having. Individuals and institutions navigate among different subject positions and might identify with the positions they are given by others to a greater or lesser extent. Think, for example, about the way the subject position of the Muslim has come to be used in Western Europe. Some Muslims embrace this subject position and seek to give it a positive status by showing, for example, that Muslim organizations are as democratic as, say, normal French, Danish, or Austrian ones. Other Muslims protest that they do not see themselves as Muslim at all, but rather as women, Swedes, or athletes. As you can see, it is crucial which subject positions are defined as important because they create the identity landscape that we have to operate within. We need to ask not only what constructions of the Muslim are available, but why the Muslim has become such an important identity to construct. Obviously, some subject positions are more desirable than others because they provide a superior position compared to other identities. Again, take the Muslim in Western discourses. Here the starting point is that the Muslim is inferior to the European, Western, or Danish subject. Thus, when institutions and individuals try to present a more positive view of Muslims, this happens in critical response to a reigning discourse of the Muslims as not quite as good as the real Europeans. A superior subject position also usually provides the subject with more room for agency. If you recall post-structuralism's view of power as productive, it becomes apparent that power is very much involved in the construction of subject positions. Post-structuralism's critical take on subjectivity makes it ask, who can speak within this discourse, and how can the subject speak? These questions also draw attention to those who cannot speak or who can speak only with limited authority and agency. One example of how discourses exclude and marginalize is that of statism in the UN system. Consider the United Nations General Assembly, which has 193 members, all of them states. Because Palestine is not recognized as a state, it is allowed access only as an observer. To the extent that a state-centric discourse rules world politics, non-state actors and stateless individuals have severe difficulty gaining a voice. Another example of the who can speak and how issue is development discourse, where those who receive aid are constituted as less knowledgeable than Western donors. As a consequence, the development subject is unqualified to say what kind of aid it wants and can only listen and learn. As explained in the presentation of the concept of discourse in section 1.2.3.1, discourses are also material. The constitution of subjectivity happens not only as a linguistic process, but as we engage our physical surroundings. Post-structuralists such as Charlotte Epstein, 2007, and Mark Salter, 2006, have studied how biometric passports, visa restrictions, and the way entry is regulated at airports govern who gains access, and how one should look and act. Material technologies, the incorporation of chips into passports, online applications for entry into a country, large data systems containing huge amounts of information work together with discourses and policies to affect everyday life. Key points. In keeping with post-structuralism's non-foundationalist ontology, there are no natural or objective identities, only those that are produced in discourse. The terms subjectivities or subject positions underscore the fact that identity is The terms subjectivities or subject positions underscore the fact that identity is not something that someone objectively has, but rather a position that one is constructed as having. The relationship between identity and foreign policy is performative and mutually constitutive. A post-structuralism asks, who are the subjects and how can they speak? And, what subjects are prevented from speaking? 12.6 Conclusion. This chapter has introduced the main ideas and concepts of post-structuralism. Post-structuralism is particularly good at drawing your attention to the fact that actors, entities, and things that we assume are given actually depend on how we construct them. Academic perspectives play an important role in the reproduction of particular visions of world politics. If we are told over and over again that the state is concerned only with its national interest, power politics, and survival, then we act according to that picture of the state. Post-structuralists also warn that there are no easy solutions to state sovereignty, and that liberal calls for universal human rights, freedom, liberty, and democracy inevitably involve constructions of power and exclusions. While sympathetic to much in critical theory's account of the structures that produce global inequalities, post-structuralists are also skeptical that emancipation can tackle power and avoid the pitfalls of universalist discourse. CCH 8. Post-structuralism might not offer grand solutions, but it has a critical impact on world politics. Deconstructions of policy discourses and the dominant. Realist and liberal positions force us to reconsider what basic ontological assumptions guide our way of thinking. Moreover, post-structuralists have always been keen to point to the ways in which responsibility is constructed. Like all other theories of international relations, post-structuralism has also been the subject of criticism. Critics have held that post-structuralists use such dense philosophical vocabulary that it borders on the incomprehensible, or that once one cuts through the fancy language there is not much substance. Others argue that post-structuralism fails to account adequately for material processes, and hence for much of what actually happens outside of discourse. Another line of critique centers on epistemological and methodological differences. Those IR scholars who hold that theories should make causal claims, like most of the U.S. mainstream, simply do not accept post-structuralists' embrace of constitutive epistemologies. As in the case of the other theoretical perspectives in this book, we advise you to think critically about post-structuralism too. Questions. 1. Do you believe all theories should make causal claims? 2. How do you think that material technology influences discourses, for example in discussions of border control? 3. How would a genealogy of contemporary migration from the global south to the global north differ from a liberal or realist study of the same issue? 4. Do you agree that it is a good idea to incorporate popular culture in the study of world politics? 5. How do you see identity constituted in policies on the transnational trafficking of illegal drugs? 6. What identities are significant in debates over how to prevent climate change? 7. What alternative forms of political community could replace the state? Discuss how realism, liberalism, Marxism, constructivism, and post-structuralism would analyze the war in Ukraine. What are the differences and similarities among them? 9. Is terrorism still an important way to describe others in world politics? If so, what are the implications of this? 10. Which subject positions are central in the discourses on hunger? Who can speak and how? What are the consequences for international policymaking? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Campbell, D. 1992, 2nd ed. 1998. Writing Security. United States Foreign Policy and the Politics of Identity, Manchester. Manchester University Press. Theorizes the importance of otherness for states' foreign policy and provides a thorough analysis of the U.S. case. Derderian, J. 1992, Anti-Diplomacy. Spies, Terror, Speed, and War. Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Oxford, Blackwell. Uses multiple forms of text to explore how diplomatic interactions take place in many settings, including computer simulations and real-time media coverage. Derderian, J., and Shapiro, M. J. 1989, International/Intertextual Relations. Postmodern Readings of World Politics, Lexington, Massachusetts, Lexington Books. Early Application of the Theory of Intertextuality to World Politics, with contributions by R. K. Ashley, W. E. Connolly, B. S. Klein, R. B. J. Walker, and others. Hansen, L. 2006, Security as Practice. Discourse Analysis and the Bosnian War, London, Routledge. Presents a Theory of Non-Radical Otherness and a Post-Structuralist Methodology. Hansen, L. and Waver, O. eds. 2002. European Integration and National Identity. The Challenge of the Nordic States, London, Routledge. Offers a post-structuralist framework for analyzing discourses on European integration and applies it to the Nordic states. Lyle, D. 2006. The Global Politics of Contemporary Travel Writing, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Demonstrates how post-structuralism can be used in an analysis of travel writing. Shapiro, M. J. 1988. The Politics of Representation. Writing Practices in Biography, Photography, and Policy Analysis. Madison, Wisconsin. University of Wisconsin Press. Shows that foreign policy relies on representations of identity and takes place across multiple genres. Walker, R. B. J. 1993. Inside/Outside. International Relations as Political Theory, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Explains how state sovereignty builds on particular understandings of identity, community, authority, order, and power. Weber, C. 2006. Imagining America at War, Morality, Politics, and Film, London, Routledge. A study of the way films engaged national identity and foreign policy after September 11th. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Reader's Guide. This chapter provides an overview of constructivist approaches to international relations, IR theory. Constructivism explores how the world is made and remade through action, how the structures of world politics do not merely constrain but also constitute the identities, interests, and practices of the actors of world politics, how these actors unwittingly or purposely reproduce these structures, and how human action is responsible for both stability and change in world affairs. Constructivism generates many distinctive insights, including alternative ways of thinking about power, how norms shape world orders, and the importance of transnational movements and other non-state actors in the internationalization of global politics. Visit the online resources to access an interactive timeline of how the discipline of international relations has evolved. Framing questions. Are states motivated by power or by ideas? What are the underlying factors that condition patterns of conflict and cooperation? Do the norms and rules underlying international order reflect enduring inequality or the possibility of moral progress? Chapter 13. Social Constructivism. Michael Barnett T. 13.1 Introduction. Constructivism rose from rather humble beginnings to become one of the leading schools in IR. Just 30 years ago, constructivism in IR did not exist. Today, it is widely recognized for its ability to capture important features of global politics, Today it is widely recognized for its ability to capture important features of global politics. It is viewed as an important theory in IR and is the most followed theory among IR scholars in the United States. Teaching, Research and International Policy 2018. This chapter explores constructivism's origins, its core commitments, and features of its research agenda as it relates to global change. Realist and many liberal theories, as covered in chapters 7 and 9, assume that states have enduring interests such as power and wealth and are constrained in their ability to further those interests because of material forces such as geography, technology, and the distribution of power. Critics counter that social forces such as ideas, knowledge, norms, and rules also influence states' identities and interests and the very organization of world politics. Constructivism is not the only IR theory to recognize the importance of international norms and to conceptualize international politics as a society rather than a system. Various theories that predated constructivism made similar claims, including Marxism, the English school, and feminist approaches, see CHS 8 and 10. But constructivists spoke more directly to the issues that mattered to neorealists and neoliberal institutionalists, how identity, norms, and culture shape patterns of war and peace. Eventually, constructivism developed different branches, with some emphasizing structure and others agency, some stability and others transformation. The concern with the making and remaking of world politics underscores constructivism's strong interest in global change. Although constructivism has investigated various features of global change, this chapter focuses on 3: the convergence by states towards similar ways of organizing domestic and international life, how norms become internationalized and institutionalized, influencing what states and non-state actors do and their conceptualizations of legitimate behavior, and whether these underlying norms and changes maintain relations of inequality or reflect new possibilities of progress. 13.2 The rise of constructivism. Once upon a time, neorealism and neoliberal institutionalism dominated American IR theory. Neorealism assumed that states are the primary actors in the world, that they exist in a condition of anarchy, the absence of supranational authority, that this condition implies that states must be consumed by security, power, and survival, that states do not and should not have patience for ethics or norms, and that the distribution and balance of power tell us just about everything we need to know about patterns in world politics, see CH 9. Neoliberalism lightened neorealism's dark view of international politics by demonstrating that states cooperate extensively in order to further their interests, which extend beyond security, see CH 7. Because a primary obstacle to cooperation is the absence of trust among states, states construct international institutions that can perform various trust-enhancing functions, including monitoring and publicizing cheating. As recounted in chapters 7 and 9, despite disagreements, these camps shared a commitment to individualism and materialism. Individualism is the view that actors have fixed interests and that the structure constrains their behavior, although neorealists believe that the pursuit of security is primary, while neoliberals can envision other goals such as wealth. For empirical and theoretical reasons, they both assume that state interests are hardwired and not malleable. Materialism is the view that the structure that constrains behavior is defined by the distribution of material power, technology, and geography. While neorealism holds that interests trump ideas and norms, neoliberal institutionalism recognizes that states might willingly construct norms and institutions to regulate their behavior if doing so will enhance their long-term interests. Although both approaches allow for the possibility that ideas and norms can constrain how states pursue their interests, neither contemplates the possibility that ideas and norms might define their interests. This commitment to materialism and individualism was challenged by the scholars who eventually became associated with constructivism. Constructivism enjoyed a meteoric rise in the 1990s because of 2 principal factors. First, drawing from sociological and critical theories, during the 1980s some IR scholars began to make visible and significant certain key elements: norms, ideas, identity, and rules. Whereas neorealist and neoliberal IR had made the social elements of human activity invisible and trivial, these dissidents argued that their inclusion was central for the self-understandings of states and non-state actors, their understanding of how the world works, and how they made sense of their behavior. What was more counterintuitive, rationalism's belief that the world was asocial and without norms, or sociological theory's view that the world was highly social and congested with norms? The proposition that ideas did not matter, or that ideas played a role in shaping who actors think they are and what counts as appropriate practice in the world. Because neorealism had stripped everything social from world politics, Waltz and others had little to say about the first principle of modern IR, sovereignty. Did sovereignty truly not matter, as neorealists suggested? Or was it a social capacity, a license with rights and responsibilities, as constructivists argued? Claims about sovereignty as a social capacity meant that norms and institutions did more than constrain and regulate actors, which was the limit of neoliberal institutionalist thinking. Instead, they observed how norms and institutions could constitute the actors themselves. Early constructivist claims that neorealism and neoliberalism were missing the big picture were supported by a second factor: the end of the Cold War. Most observers had predicted that the Cold War would end with a bang, not a whimper. What made the end of the Cold War particularly challenging for neorealists and neoliberals was that they had explicitly jettisoned the intellectual tools required to explain this outcome. The revolutionary impact of ideas to transform the organization of world politics. Nor did these mainstream approaches provide insight into what might come next. The US was enjoying a unipolar moment, but the distribution of power could not determine whether it would aspire to become a global hegemon or work through multilateral institutions. Moreover, the end of the Cold War caused states to debate what the national interest is and how it relates to national identity. Who are we and where do we belong? Neorealism treated this question as irrelevant. The end of the Cold War also clipped the prominence of traditional security themes and raised the importance of human security, transnationalism, human rights, and other subjects that were outside its wheelhouse. Neorealism and neoliberal institutionalism were not just unable to explain what happened, but had voluntarily disarmed themselves of all the intellectual tools they might need for just this occasion. If neorealists and neoliberal institutionalists were the immediate losers from the end of the Cold War, the dissidents of the 1980s were the immediate winners. And soon some of the dissidents became a tribe called constructivists, others continued with their Marxist, feminist, and other approaches to international theory. The end of the Cold War gave constructivists the opportunity to speed past critique to offer genuinely novel, compelling understandings of the world in areas that neorealists considered their bread and butter, including alliance patterns, military intervention, arms races, and great power transformation, and demonstrate how identity and norms shape state interests and must be incorporated to generate superior explanations. Constructivism was already working with concepts, such as legitimacy and world order, that were part of policy conversations. It was pointing to the importance of transnationalism, which many claimed had played a role in the downfall of the Soviet Union and was a transformative force in world politics. A scholarly agenda that seemed constipated because of the overbearing study of the security and economic needs of great powers now had space to expand. Constructivism offered a fresh take on the world at a time when the world needed new ways of thinking. Constructivists of the period were borrowing from various sociological insights that suggested international society was moving in a more orderly and progressive direction. The very idea of society emerged in the 18th century because of various challenges to domestic order. There were liberal views that suggested society was something of a contract, reminiscent of contemporary institutionalist arguments. There were Marxist views that argued society was organized around classes that were in constant and preordained conflict because of property relations, not entirely unlike how realists viewed the world as organized around states that were in constant conflict because of anarchy. And then there were late 19th century sociological arguments that imagined how a society going through stress and transformation, in this case because of modernization, might nevertheless remain orderly and possibly even progressive because of the development of underlying norms and rules. The first generation of constructivists tended to draw from these latter sorts of arguments as they imagined a post-Cold War world that had or might develop a sense of community and unity of purpose because of shared norms, interests, and outlooks. A consequence was that constructivists did not give power and domination the attention they deserved and inadvertently obscured the inequalities that continued with what appeared to be progressive change. 13.3 Constructivism. Before detailing constructivism's tenets, a caveat is in order. Constructivism is a social theory and not a substantive theory of international politics. Social theory concerns how to conceptualize the relationship between agents and structures. For instance, how should we think about the relationship between states and the structure of international politics? Substantive theory offers specific claims and hypotheses about patterns in world politics. For instance, how do we explain why democratic states tend not to wage war on one another? In this way, constructivism is best compared with rational choice. Rational choice is a social theory that offers a framework for understanding how actors attempt to maximize fixed preferences under a set of constraints. It makes no claims about the content of those preferences. They could be wealth or religious salvation. Nor does it assume anything about the content of the constraints. They could be guns or ideas. Rational choice offers no claims about the actual patterns of world politics. Although neorealism and neoliberalism subscribe to rational choice, They arrive at rival claims about patterns of conflict and cooperation in world politics because they make different assumptions about the effects of anarchy and the efficacy of human-built international institutions. Like rational choice, constructivism is a social theory that concerns the relationship between agents and structures, but it is not a substantive theory. For instance, constructivists have different arguments regarding the rise of sovereignty and the impact of human rights norms on states. To generate substantive claims, scholars must delineate the principal actors, their interests and capacities, and the content of normative structures. Although there are many kinds of constructivism, there is unity within diversity. Constructivism is about human consciousness and its role in international life. Ruggie 1998. 856. This focus on human consciousness suggests a commitment to idealism and holism, which, according to Wendt, 1999, represent the core of constructivism. See box 13.1. Idealism demands that we take seriously the role of ideas in world politics. The world is defined by material and ideational forces. But these ideas are not akin to beliefs or psychological states that reside inside our heads. Instead, these ideas are social. Our mental maps are shaped by collectively held ideas such as knowledge, symbols, language, and rules. Idealism does not reject material reality but instead observes that the meaning and construction of that material reality is dependent on ideas and interpretation. The balance of power does not objectively exist out there, waiting to be discovered. Instead, states debate the meaning of the balance of power and how they should respond. Constructivism also accepts some form of holism or structuralism. The world is irreducibly social and cannot be decomposed into the properties of already existing actors. Nevertheless, holism allows for agency, recognizing that agents have some autonomy and their interactions help to construct, reproduce, and transform those structures. Although the structure of the Cold War seemingly locked the United States and the Soviet Union into a fight to the death, leaders on both sides creatively transformed their relations and, with them, the very structure of global politics. This commitment to idealism and holism has important implications for how we think about and study world politics. To appreciate these insights, we must learn more about constructivism's conceptual vocabulary and demonstrate the value of learning this second language. This chapter contrasts constructivism's vocabulary with that of rational choice. The core key points. And neorealism and neoliberal institutionalism dominated American IR theory in the 1980s. Both theories subscribed to materialism and individualism. The various scholars critical of neorealism and neoliberalism drew from critical and sociological theory to demonstrate the effects of ideas and norms on world politics. The end of the Cold War created an intellectual space for scholars to challenge existing theories of international politics. The first wave of constructivist thought tended to emphasize how international society could develop shared identities, norms, and outlooks to create a stable order that even permitted some possibility of progress. Thoughts of an international community and an international order integrated by egalitarian values often hid the continued existence of power and domination. Box 13.1. Key concepts of constructivism. Agent-structure problem. How to think about the relationship between agents and structures. One view is that agents are born with already formed identities and interests and then treat other actors and the broad structure that their interactions produce as a constraint on their interests. But this suggests that actors are presocial, to the extent that there is little concern with their identities or the possibility that they might change their interests through their interactions with others. Another view treats the structure as constituting the actors themselves, rather than as a constraint. Yet this might treat agents as cultural dupes because they are nothing more than artifacts of that structure. The proposed solution to the agent-structure problem is to find a way to understand how agents and structures constitute each other. Constructivism. An approach to international politics that focuses on the centrality of ideas and human consciousness. It stresses a holistic and idealist view of structures, and considers how structures construct actors' identities and interests, how their interaction is organized and constrained by structures, and how this interaction serves to either reproduce or transform those structures. Holism. The view that structures cannot be decomposed into the individual units and their interactions because structures are more than the sum of their parts and are irreducibly social. The effects of structures do not merely constrain the actors but also construct them. Idealism. Although often associated with the claim that it is possible to create a world of peace, idealism as a social theory argues that the most fundamental feature of society is social consciousness. Ideas shape how we see ourselves and our interests, the knowledge that we use to categorize and understand the world, the beliefs we have of others, and the possible and impossible solutions to challenges and threats. Idealism does not disregard material forces such as technology, but instead claims that the meanings and consequences of these material forces are driven by human interpretations, not given by nature. Identity, the social understanding of the self in relationship to an other. Constructivists generally hold that identities shape interests. We cannot know what we want unless we know who we are. Because identities are social and are produced through interactions, they can change. Individualism, the view that structures can be reduced to the aggregation of individuals and their interactions. IR theories that subscribe to individualism assume the nature of the units and their interests, usually states and the pursuit of power or wealth, and then examine how the broad structure, usually the distribution of power, constrains how states can act and generate certain patterns in international politics. Individualism contrasts with holism. Materialism, the view that material forces, including technology, are the bedrock of society. For IR scholars, this leads to technological determinism or emphasis on the distribution of military power for understanding a state's foreign policy and patterns of international politics. Normative structure. IR theory traditionally defines structure in material terms, such as the distribution of power, and then treats structure as a constraint on actors. In contrast to a materialist structure, a normative structure includes collectively held ideas such as knowledge, rules, beliefs, and norms that not only constrain actors, they also construct categories of meaning, constitute actors' identities and interests, and define standards of appropriate conduct. Critical here is the concept of a norm, a standard of appropriate behavior for actors with a given identity. Finnemore and Sekink, 1998. 891. Actors adhere to norms not only because of benefits and costs, but also because they are related to a sense of self. Practices, socially meaningful patterns of action which, in being performed more or less competently, produce and reproduce practices, socially meaningful patterns of action which, in being performed more or less competently, produce and reproduce background knowledge and discourse. Action is not simply a product of individual rational thought, but also an enactment of how things are done according to a given community. Rational choice. An approach that emphasizes how actors attempt to maximize their interests and select the most efficient means to achieve them, and endeavors to explain collective outcomes by virtue of individual actors' attempts to maximize their preferences under a set of constraints. Deriving largely from economic theorizing, the rational choice approach to international politics has been immensely influential and has been applied to a range of issues. Observation is the social construction of reality. This has a number of related elements. One is an emphasis on the socially constructed nature of actors and their identities and interests. Actors are not born outside of and prior to society, as individualism claims. Instead, actors are produced and created by their cultural environment. Nurture, not nature. This points to the importance of identity and the social construction of interests. The American identity shapes national interests and even what are considered to be acceptable and unacceptable means to achieve them. Another element is how knowledge symbols, rules, concepts, and categories shapes how individuals construct and interpret their worlds. Reality is not just out there waiting to be discovered. Instead, historically produced and culturally bound knowledge enables individuals to construct and give meaning to reality. Existing categories help us to understand, define, and make sense of the world. For instance, there are many ways to classify collective violence, from civil war to ethnic cleansing, to crimes against humanity to genocide. This constructed reality frequently appears to us as an objective reality, which relates to the concept of social facts. There are things whose existence depends on human agreement, and things whose existence does not. Brute facts such as rocks, flowers, gravity, and oceans exist independently of human agreement, and will continue to exist even if humans disappear or deny their existence. But social facts depend on human agreement, although they are taken for granted. Money, refugees, terrorism, human rights, and sovereignty are social facts. They will only exist so long as human agreement endures, and their existence shapes how we categorize the world and what we do. Human agreement does not depend on the existence of a contract made between two voluntary actors, but rather comes from underlying structures that give us the language, categories, and meanings to make sense of the world. Accordingly, constructivists often refer to background knowledge, scripts, and the taken-for-granted nature of many aspects of our world. Constructivists differ in how they describe human activity. In contrast to rationalists, who often speak of behavior, constructivists frequently use the language of practices. Practices are an attempt to capture how things are done, to situate these doings within a social context. Adler and Pouliot, 2011a, 4-5, define practices as socially meaningful patterns of action which, in being performed more or less competently, produce and reproduce background knowledge and discourse. Practices suggest that there is a proper way of doing something, that it exhibits an enduring and routinized pattern, which often comes from knowledge contained within a smaller community such as a profession, and actors invest meaning in it. For instance, humanitarian organizations that provide life-saving relief to victims of conflict and natural disasters have a set of clear practices. There are right and wrong ways to deliver relief, ideally through principles of impartiality, independence, and neutrality. These practices are learned by doing, through networks of professionals and training. Following these standards demonstrates not just competence but also membership in the community. And these practices often connote ethical commitments to humanity. Constructivists are also concerned with norms and rules. Rules come in two basic varieties. Regulative rules regulate already existing activities. Rules for the road instruct how to drive. The World Trade Organization's rules regulate trade. Constitutive rules create the very possibility for these activities. The rules of rugby not only prohibit blocking but also help to define the very game and distinguish it from American football. After all, if forwards began to block for backs, not only would this be a penalty, but it would change the game itself. The rules of sovereignty not only regulate state practices but also make possible the very idea of a sovereign state. Rules also vary in terms of their institutionalization. Not all is fair in love, war, or any other social endeavor. But we also know that what counts as playing the games of love or war can vary over time, which means that we should be concerned with their origins, evolution, and corresponding effects. Furthermore, rules are not static. They are revised through practice, reflection, and arguments by knowledgeable actors regarding how they should be applied to new situations. Indeed, actors can engage in strategic social construction. Finnemore and Sekink, 1998. Actors attempt to change the norms that subsequently guide and constitute state identities and interests. Human rights activists, for instance, try to encourage compliance with human rights norms not only by naming and shaming those who violate these norms, but also by encouraging states to identify with the norms because it is the right thing to do. Constructivists claim that the world is not just material but also normative, leads them to contrast different kinds of world order. Realists begin with a world of anarchy, defined by the absence of a supranational authority, from which they identify a logic of state action, almost always bound up with suspicion, rivalry, and conflict. But would a world of Mahatma Gandhi's be the same as a world of Osama bin Laden's? Alexander Wentz, 1992, claimed that anarchy is what states make of it, calls attention to how different beliefs and practices will generate divergent patterns and organization of world politics. See box 13.2. The existence of different normative environments points to a concept central to constructivism but neglected in rationalism: legitimacy. World orders need to have legitimacy if they are to survive. Their continuation depends not only on coercion but also on consent. All actors crave legitimacy, the belief that they are acting according to and pursuing the values of the broader international community, for reasons of identity and interest. Do states always choose what is most efficient? Do the ends always justify the means? Many states want to be seen as acting with the established conventions and norms, and feel the need to explain or justify their actions when they are seen otherwise. There is a direct relationship between their legitimacy and the costs of a course of action. The greater the legitimacy, the easier it is to convince others to cooperate with their policies. The less the legitimacy, the more costly the action. This means, then, that even great powers will frequently feel the need to alter their policies in order to be viewed as legitimate or bear the consequences. Such considerations help explain why materially challenged human rights activists are able to use naming and shaming tactics. Many law-breaking governments change their behavior to be seen as law-abiding citizens. The earlier distinction between constitutive and regulative rules parallels the conceptual distinction between the logic of consequences and the logic of appropriateness. The logic of consequences attributes action to the anticipated costs and benefits, mindful that other actors are doing the same. The logic of appropriateness, however, highlights how actors are rule-following, worrying about whether their actions are legitimate. The two logics are not necessarily distinct or competing. What is viewed as appropriate and legitimate can affect the possible costs of different actions. The more illegitimate a possible course of action appears to be, the higher the potential cost for those who proceed on their own. The U.S. decision to invade Iraq in 2003 without the blessing of the UN Security Council meant that other states viewed the U.S. actions as illegitimate and were less willing to support them. This raised the costs to the U.S. when it proceeded. By emphasizing the social construction of reality and questioning how the world is put together, constructivists become archaeologists of the existing world, wanting to understand the origins of things that now appear to us as natural and are part of our vocabulary. Understanding the origins of concepts usually requires attention to the interplay between existing ideas and institutions, political calculations by leaders with ulterior motives, morally minded actors who attempted to improve humanity, and contingency. Constructivism's concern with origins and recognition of historical contingencies means that it is attentive to counterfactuals and the roads not taken. But it is mainly concerned with unearthing the origins of what is now taken for granted. For instance, sovereignty did not always exist. It was produced by historical forces that challenged the power of religious actors, state interests, and human interactions, which generated new distinctions regarding where political authority should reside. Although individuals have been forced to flee their homes ever since the exile from Eden, the political and legal category of refugees is only a century old. See case study 13.1. Constructivists also examine how actors make their activities meaningful. Following Max Weber's 1949, 81, insight that we are cultural beings with the capacity and the will to take a deliberate attitude towards the world and to lend it significance, constructivists attempt to identify the meanings actors give to their practices and the objects they construct. These derive not from private beliefs but rather from culture. In contrast to the rationalist presumption that culture, at most, constrains action, constructivists argue that culture informs the meanings people give to their actions. Sometimes constructivists presume that such meanings derive from a hardened culture. But because culture is fractured and society comprises different interpretations of what is meaningful activity, scholars must consider. Box 13.2 Alexander went on the three cultures of anarchy. The deep structure of anarchy is cultural or ideational rather than material. ONC understood this way, we can see that the logic of anarchy can vary. The different cultures of anarchy are based on different kinds of roles in terms of which states represent self and other. Here are three roles, enemy, rival, and friend, that are constituted by and constitute three distinct macro-level cultures of international politics, Hobbesian, Lockean, and Kantian, respectively. These cultures have different rules of engagement, interaction logics, and systemic tendencies. The logic of the Hobbesian anarchy is well known, the war of all against all. This is the true self-help system, where actors cannot count on each other for help or even to observe basic self-restraint. Survival depends solely on military power. Security is deeply competitive, a zero-sum affair. Even if what states really want is security rather than power, their collective beliefs force them to act as if they are power-seeking. The Lockean culture has a different logic, because it is based on a different role structure, rivalry rather than enmity. Like enemies, rivals are constituted by representations about self and other with respect to violence, but these representations are less threatening. Unlike enemies, rivals expect each other to act as if they recognize their sovereignty, their life and liberty, as a right and therefore not to try to conquer or dominate them. Unlike friends, however, the recognition among rivals does not extend to the right to be free from violence in disputes. The Kantian culture is based on a role structure of friendship, within which states expect each other to observe two simple rules. 1. Disputes will be settled without war or the threat of war, the rule of nonviolence. And 2. They will fight as a team if the security of anyone is threatened by a third party. Went 1999, 43, 279, 251, 298-9. Social construction of refugees and the contemporary migration crisis. Who is a refugee? Why does this category matter, and how has it changed? There are many ways to categorize people who leave their homes, including migrants, temporary workers, displaced people, and refugees. Before the 20th century, refugee as a legal category did not exist, and it was not until the First World War that states recognized people as refugees and gave them rights. Although the First World War displaced many, Western states limited their compassion to Russians fleeing the Bolsheviks. It was easier to accuse a rival state of persecuting its people. Only they were entitled to assistance from states and the new refugee agency, the High Commission for Refugees. However, the High Commissioner began to apply his mandate and the category to others in Europe who had also fled their countries and needed assistance. Although states generally acceded in the immediate aftermath of the war, as new urgencies emerged, they backtracked on their pledges and refused to assist many in need, most notably Jews seeking to escape Nazi Germany. After the Second World War, and because of mass displacement, states re-examined who could be called a refugee and what assistance they could receive. Because Western states worried about having obligations to millions around the world, they defined a refugee in the 1951 Refugee Convention as an individual who, owing to well-founded fear of being persecuted, is outside the country of his nationality, as a consequence of events that occurred in Europe before 1951, Article I.A.2. This definition excluded all those outside Europe who were displaced by war or natural disasters, or by events after 1951. Objecting to this arbitrary definition that excluded so many, the new Refugee Agency, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, working with aid agencies and permissive states, seized on events outside Europe and argued that there was no principled reason to deny to them what was given to Europeans. Over time, the political meaning of refugee came to include anyone who was forced to flee and cross an international border. Eventually, states changed the international legal meaning to reflect new political realities. Today, we are likely to call people refugees if they are forced to flee their homes because of human-created circumstances. Crossing an international border is of less concern. To describe people forced to flee but who do not cross an international border, we now have the term internally displaced people. One reason why states wanted to differentiate statutory refugees from internally displaced people is because they have little interest in extending their international legal obligations to millions more people, or in becoming overly involved in the domestic affairs of other states. As states refined the category of refugee, they also created other categories of people on the move, such as migrants, who would not be entitled to the same protections. The power and politics of the category of refugee became increasingly evident as the Syrian civil war triggered a migration crisis in Europe in 2015. The United States began to develop a zero-tolerance policy towards migrants crossing its southern border, and states were not able to develop a compact on global migration or refugees. The Syrian conflict prompted one of the world's greatest forced migrations in this century. Although the majority of Syrian refugees settled in neighboring countries, upwards of 1 million have sought refuge in Europe. Attempting to limit their exposure and duties, many European countries began arbitrarily denying these people the protection of refugee status, with the implication that these countries had no moral or legal obligations towards them. The European Union continues a policy of deterrence and denial of fundamental refugee rights. Similarly, from 2017 the U.S. government began treating all displaced people as if they were illegal migrants. Doing so allowed the U.S. to obscure how it is obligated under international law to recognize the rights of refugees and asylum seekers. One of the major obstacles to creating a global migration regime is the difficulty of distinguishing between those categories of people that states feel they are obligated to protect and those that deserve no protection whatsoever. Classifications such as refugee are political and moral categories that have expanded and contracted over time, and can mean the difference between life and death for millions of displaced people around the world. Question 1. Why would states accept a distinction between refugees and other kinds of displaced peoples that cross a border? Question 2. There are many different kinds of people who are forced to leave their homes. Is there a reason why refugees should be accorded more rights than, say, economic migrants? Nets and barbed wire erected at the Greece/Macedonia border 2016 Agenzia Syntisi/Alami stock photo. These cultural fault lines entreat the fixing of meanings as an accomplishment that is the essence of politics. Some of the most important debates in world politics are about how to define particular activities. Development, human rights, security, humanitarian intervention, and sovereignty are all important orienting concepts that can have any number of meanings. States and non-state actors have rival interpretations of the meanings of these concepts and will fight for collective acceptance of their preferred meaning. The very fact that these meanings are fixed through politics with consequences for people's ability to determine their fate suggests an alternative way of thinking about power. Most IR theorists treat power as the ability of one state to compel another state to do what it otherwise would not, and tend to focus on material technologies such as military firepower and economic statecraft which have this persuasive effect. Constructivists have offered two important additions to this view of power. First, the forces of power go beyond the material, they also can be ideational. Barnett and Duval 2005. Consider, for instance, the earlier discussion of legitimacy. Moreover, second, the effects of power go beyond the ability to change behavior. Power also includes how knowledge, the fixing of meanings, and the construction of identities allocate differential rewards and capacities. If development is defined as per capita income, then some actors, namely states, and some activities, such as industrialization, are privileged. However, if development is defined as basic needs met, then other actors, namely peasants and women, gain voice, and other activities, such as small-scale agricultural initiatives and cottage industries, become visible. International humanitarian law tends to assume that combatants are men and civilians are women, children, and the elderly. Consequently, men and women might be differentially protected by the laws of war. See Opposing Opinions 13.1. Opposing Opinions 13.1. The laws of war have made war less horrific. 4. The laws of war prove that not all is fair in love and war. Notwithstanding war's incredible destructiveness, it could be even worse. Chemical weapons and landmines are banned not because they are ineffective but because they are perceived as inhumane. It is acceptable to kill but not to maim. Military forces are expected to distinguish between civilians and soldiers. There are more laws governing the conduct of war than ever before, making a difference for lives at risk. The laws of war have reduced the reasons states can give when going to war. 100 years ago, states waged war for various reasons, including territorial acquisition and debt collection. But since the Second World War, self-defense is the only justification for going to war. By narrowing the range of acceptable reasons to go to war, the laws of war reduce its frequency. The laws of war provide civilians with greater protection during armed conflict. Since the Second World War, states have increasingly altered their military operations to avoid civilian casualties and to demonstrate that any civilian suffering was unavoidable. Despite the huge civilian death toll in Afghanistan and Iraq because of American military operations, U.S. civilian and defense officials went to extraordinary lengths to avoid unnecessary civilian harm. Activists and NGOs are able to use the laws of war to persuade state and non-state actors to demonstrate that they are good members of the international community. By creating new categories to shape what kind of behavior is considered civilized, organizations such as the International Committee of the Red Cross pressed states to follow the laws of war. These categories are not just soft norms but rather laws that demand adherence and obligation. Grounds for optimism exist despite the realities of war. The laws of war should be judged not by a perfect compliance rate or by whether war is outlawed, but rather by whether there are more limits on how and when war can be waged. The laws of war provide a framework that is useful for identifying what kinds of future technologies are potentially lawful and which ones are unlawful. States increasingly employ new kinds of technology including drones, robots, lasers, and artificial intelligence that are changing the character of war. If it were not for the existing laws regulating what kinds of weapons are legal and illegal, there would be no brake on the kinds of weapons states would be willing to use. Against. The laws of war do not tackle the real issue, war itself. The laws of war are conservative. They are intended not to outlaw war but rather to make it less brutal. Accordingly, they give the illusion that war can be humane and civilized, thus making it more acceptable to wage war. We should work to eliminate war and violence, not just to control its excesses. States respect the laws of war only when it is in their self-interest to do so. Reciprocity and self-interest, not any sense of humanity, account for the creation of and compliance with these laws. And when states decide they can gain a military advantage by violating the laws of war, they do. Lack of punishment for violators means that compliance will be minimal. States, like all actors, obey laws and norms because of a cost-benefit calculus. But there is no mechanism at the global level for punishment. The International Criminal Court is the closest approximation, but few would-be violators are scared. Non-state actors are not expected to obey the laws of war. The laws of war apply to states, but non-state actors such as the so-called Islamic State cause much of today's mayhem. Moreover, forcing states to comply with laws while allowing non-state combatants to run wild gives the latter a battlefield advantage. Everything is different after September 11th. The laws of war are inappropriate for today's asymmetrical wars. Terrorists do not play by the rules of war and therefore should not benefit from them. For instance, when these combatants are captured, they do not deserve the rights of prisoners of war, but rather should be treated as terrorists. States and non-state actors are using international humanitarian law as a weapon of war. States are supposed to distinguish between civilians and combatants, and many states that violate this principle face international condemnation. There are some combatants, though, who are willing to exploit this norm to advance their goals. How? They place their forces in densely populated civilian areas, which enables them to use civilians as human shields. And if the opposing state proceeds to fire on these forces and harms civilians, then they will gain sympathy and the opposing state will suffer negative publicity. To what extent are those who focus on the growing web of the laws of war too energized about what is on the books rather than what actually exists in the theater of war? 2. If the laws of war disappeared, would states still regulate their conduct? Would the world be better or worse off without the laws of war? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. 13.4 Constructivism and Global Change. Constructivism's focus on how the world hangs together. Ruggie 1998, how normative structures construct the identities and interests of actors, and how actors or rule following might seem ideal for explaining why things stay the same but useless for explaining why things change. This is hardly true. Constructivism claims that what exists might not have existed and need not exist, inviting us to consider alternative worlds and the conditions that make them more or less possible. Some of the most important constructivist statements are about global transformation. Constructivism got its big break by besting neorealism and neoliberalism regarding how to explain the end of the Cold War. Constructivists have delved into the origins of sovereignty and the principle of non-interference, and more recent developments that have shaken the principle and made sovereignty conditional on how states treat their populations, best known as a responsibility to protect. World orders are created and sustained not only by great power preferences but also by changing understandings of what constitutes a. Key points. Constructivists are concerned with human consciousness and knowledge. They treat ideas as structural factors that influence how actors interpret the world, consider the dynamic relationship between ideas and material forces as a consequence of how actors interpret their material reality, are interested in how agents produce structures and how structures produce agents, and focus on the practices that are situated between agents and structures. Regulative and constitutive norms shape what actors do, but only constitutive norms shape states as actors, the identity of states, and what counts as legitimate behavior. Normative structures imprint how state and non-state actors understand themselves and the world, their beliefs, their practices, their sense of right and wrong, and their notions of legitimacy. Although the underlying culture shapes the meanings that actors bring to their activities, meanings are not always fixed. The fixing of meaning is a central feature of politics. Social construction denaturalizes and excavates what is taken for granted and considers the alternative. Social construction denaturalizes and excavates what is taken for granted and considers the alternative pathways that might have produced and can produce alternative worlds. Power is not only the ability of one actor to get another actor to do what they would not do otherwise, but also the production of identities, interests, and meanings that shape the ability of actors to control their fate. Legitimate international order. Until the Second World War, the idea of a world organized around empires was hardly illegitimate. Now it is. Constructivism has a reputation for tracking not just normative change but also change that fuels global integration and represents moral progress. The internationalization and institutionalization of norms is associated with reduced diversity and greater homogeneity. Many of the norms under study are associated with liberalism, equality, human rights, liberty, private property. In this spirit, this section begins by surveying global convergence around norms and norm diffusion. Yet all international orders, even those that orient around seemingly universal ethics that preach equality and justice, produce inequality and domination. I conclude this section by revealing the presence of power in a moral concept such as humanity. Diffusion is a central theme in any discussion of global change. It is implicit in almost all theories of globalization and internationalization. Accounts of diffusion concern how particular models, practices, norms, strategies, or beliefs spread within a population. Constructivists have highlighted two important issues. One is institutional isomorphism, which observes that organizations that share the same environment will, over time, resemble each other. In other words, diversity of models within a population yields to convergence around a single model. There used to be various ways to organize state structures, economic activity, and free trade agreements. But now the world is organized around the nation-state. Many states favor democratic forms of governance and market economies, and most international organizations are multilateral. It is possible that the reason for this convergence is that states now realize that some institutions are just superior to others in terms of effectiveness. An additional possibility is that states look alike because they want acceptance, legitimacy, and status. How to explain the post-Cold War wave of democratization? Perhaps states accepted that democratic elections are a more efficient and superior way to organize politics. Another possibility is that many states wanted to be identified as modern and civilized and receive the benefits associated with being a legitimate state. How do things diffuse? Why are they accepted in new places? One factor is coercion. Colonialism and great power imposition figured centrally in the spread of capitalism. Another is strategic competition. Heated rivals are likely to adopt similar weapons systems to try to stay even on the military battlefield. States will also adopt similar ideas and organizations for at least 4 other reasons. First, states want resources, and to attract these resources they will adopt and reform their institutions to signal to various communities that they are part of the club and are utilizing modern techniques. In other words, they value these new institutions not necessarily because they believe they are superior, but because of their symbolic value. And often these symbols have material benefits. Eastern European countries seeking entry into the European Union have adopted various reforms not only because they believed in their effectiveness, but also because these reforms were symbols that were the price of admission into the European club. Second, during periods of uncertainty, states are unsure of how to address existing challenges and in response often adopt those models that are perceived as successful or legitimate. For instance, at the end of the Cold War, the Western model appeared to be particularly attractive precisely because it was viewed as the gold standard. Third, frequently states adopt particular models because of their symbolic standing. For example, many governments in the Third World have acquired very expensive weapons systems although they have very little military value because they convey to others that they are sophisticates and are part of the club. Iran's nuclear ambitions might reflect its desire for regional dominance, but it might also covet the status symbol. Finally, professional associations and expert communities also diffuse organizational models. Most associations have established techniques, codes of conduct, and methodologies for determining how to confront challenges in their areas of expertise, and they learn them through informal interactions and informal settings such as universities. Economists have a standard way of analyzing and responding to an economic crisis, international lawyers of defining and accusing a state of human rights violations, and humanitarians of organizing and running a refugee camp. In addition to using accepted practices to address ongoing challenges, experts also communicate these standards to others, making them agents of diffusion. In general, institutional isomorphism highlights how a world once characterized by diversity is increasingly uniform. Case Study 13.2 Victims. The category of victim demonstrates the various kinds of effects a social construction may have. The world now attends to more kinds of suffering of more kinds of people than ever before. But how do we decide whose suffering matters? Humanity demands that we decide based on need. But often we discriminate among suffering others, distinguishing between deserving and undeserving. The world has a label for the truly deserving victims. But the victim does not naturally exist, it is a social construction. It began to circulate widely starting in the 17th century when it came to mean a living creature sacrificed to a deity and thus had a religious meaning. A. Cole 2007, 16. A century later, a victim became someone who suffered acute loss. Schklard 1990. 35. Since the 20th century, the category of victim has concerned not just those who have suffered gravely but also those who meet 4 other criteria. First, they must be viewed as part of humanity. Enslaved persons rarely registered. Second, the suffering must be grave. Yet what counts as serious is itself culturally determined. For centuries, domestic violence against women was ordinary, and in many contexts it still is. But now those who experience this form of violence are often labeled victims. Third, victims are understood to be weak, vulnerable, and passive. Gender and race shape such judgments. Many women are assumed to meet these qualities, but not men, because some constructions of masculinity do not allow space for vulnerability and passivity. Fourth, they must have done nothing to have brought the suffering on themselves. They are innocent. The more of these qualities possessed by the sufferer, the more likely they will be seen as an ideal victim. Women who have suffered during war from gender-based violence, GBV, violence against individuals based on their gender identity, are now often considered ideal victims and deserving of assistance. But this is a recent development. Historically, for example, the rape of women in war was either neglected or treated as a tragic but inevitable effect of war. But GBV gained attention after the Cold War because of the rise of human security and expansion of women's rights, compelling evidence of rape as an instrument of war, more media coverage, and the dogged campaigns by many women's movements. Those who suffered from GBV became defined as victims because they were assumed to meet all the necessary criteria. The Democratic Republic of the Congo (DRC) has become so closely associated with GBV that it was crowned the rape capital of the world. Christoph 2010, and the most dangerous place on earth to be a woman. Langa 2010. See Case Study 21.2. In October 2004, the human rights group Amnesty International said that 40,000 cases of rape had been reported over the previous 6 years in the DRC, the majority occurring in South Kivu. This is an incomplete count, as the humanitarian and international organizations compiling the figures do not have access to much of the conflict area. Only women who have reported for treatment are included. It is estimated that there are as many as 200,000 surviving rape victims living in the DRC. Amnesty International 2004, 12-13. Another report claimed that at the peak of the conflict 48 women were raped every hour. Peterman, Palermo, and Bredenkamp 2011. As ideal victims, these women received more international care and attention than ever before. Yet labeling them ideal victims had various effects. Some of these women were far from ideal but rather were complex victims because they too had been perpetrators and even perpetrators of sexual violence. And because men were considered the natural perpetrators, they were overlooked as possible victims themselves. Numbers alone did not focus the West on GBV. The reporting, images, and discourses surrounding sexual violence tapped into racist narratives of Africa and the Congo. The colonizing West viewed Africa as a dark continent and the Congo as the heart of darkness. In this narrative, Africans were viewed as less than human, defined by barbarianism and savagery. See ch 18. African men were placed in a category unto themselves viewed. As violent, menacing, oversexed, and predatory. These images lingered long after colonialism ended and became a dominant frame in the West for making sense of the sexual violence in the DRC. The use of highly persuasive but not entirely reliable statistics about astronomical rates of sexual violence in the DRC further perpetuated a colonial view of the DRC in the minds of international policymakers, activists, and journalists. See ch 11. Even when these accounts attempted to. Discussions of diffusion draw attention to a related constructivist concern, the internationalization and institutionalization of norms. A norm is a standard of appropriate behavior for actors with a given identity. Finnemore and Sekink 1998, 891. Norms of humanitarianism, citizenship, military intervention, human rights, trade, arms control, and the environment not only regulate what states do, they can also be connected to their identities and thus express how they define themselves and their interests. Norms constrain behavior because actors are worried about costs and because of their sense of self. Civilized states are expected to avoid settling their differences through violence, not because war might not pay but rather because it violates how civilized states are expected to act. We often use the label of victims to distinguish those whose suffering is prioritized over the suffering of others. See case study 13.2. Similar to diffusion, expectations of what constitutes proper behavior can globalize and become taken for granted. What is now called the life cycle of norms. Introduced by Finnemore and Sekink, 1998, 894-905, the life cycle has 3 stages. First is norm emergence, which can often be traced to a norm entrepreneur who is able to call attention to issues or even create issues by using language that names, interprets, and dramatizes them, and in ways that capture the attention and concern of the broader public. Because they are interested in introducing change, many norm entrepreneurs work from non-governmental organizations and international organizations. Their success, though, depends on persuading states to join with them to help create new rules. For instance, several decades ago, scholars, jurists, and policymakers objected to the very idea of humanitarian intervention because it violated sovereignty's principle of non-interference and allowed great powers to try to mask their true intentions. Over the last 20 years, however, there has been a growing acceptance of humanitarian intervention and a responsibility to protect when states are unable or unwilling to protect their citizens. Then the international community inherits that responsibility. This revolutionary concept emerged through fits and starts, in response to tragedies such as the genocide in Rwanda and propelled by various states and humanitarian organizations. Once accomplished, norm emergence reaches a tipping point, leading to the second stage, norm cascade, when the norm spreads through the rest of the population. Although there are many reasons for this diffusion, often it is because of a combination of pressure for conformity, desire to enhance international legitimation, and the desire of state leaders to enhance their self-esteem. The final stage is norm internalization, when norms acquire a taken-for-granted quality and are no longer a matter of debate and thus are automatically honored. For example, few people today discuss whether women should be allowed to vote, whether slavery is useful, or whether medical personnel should be granted immunity during war. Adapted from Finnemore and Sekink 1998, 894-905. If handled without care, diffusion and life cycle models can be misinterpreted as suggesting a world that is moving towards uniformity and harmony. But bear in mind the following. First, there's no inevitability either to the life cycle or diffusion. There is a relatively high rate of mortality because lots of norms never make it past infancy. To understand why some norms succeed where others fail, patterns of receptivity and resistance, constructivists have used concepts such as a cultural match, Liberal human rights norms, for instance, have been embraced in some contexts but have met fierce resistance in others. Acceptance is largely predicated on these norms being understood as consistent with a local culture. Second, the same norms can become transmuted and take on different meanings as they are adopted in different contexts. The United States and European countries prohibit cruel and unusual punishment, but many in the United States do not see capital punishment as either cruel or unusual, which many Europeans find incredible. Third, just because states look alike does not mean that they act alike. After all, recall that many states gravitate towards particular models to improve their legitimacy, not because they think the model is better. If so, we can expect a disjuncture between the formal adoption of the model and the observed behavior. For instance, if governments adopt democratic forms of governance and elections solely for symbolic reasons, then we should expect the presence of democratic institutions to exist alongside authoritarian and illiberal practices. Fourth, even those norms that seem quite established can become contested, resisted, and replaced. World orders rise and fall. Fifth, power is always present in any normative order. Sometimes constructivists are accused of being utopian because of the impression that they believe norms are inherently good and that global life cycles invariably lead to moral progress. Section 13.2 argued that constructivists have not always been as attentive to power as they should have been, but constructivists avoid stereotypes of Africa. Western viewers often drew from these very stereotypes to make sense of these otherworldly, primitive evils. The combination of women as ideal victims and Africa as an uncivilized land reinforced the modern-day version of the civilizing mission a white savior-esque complex that demanded Western intervention. Question 1. What distinguishes between deserving and undeserving victims? Question 2. Women and children are more often described as innocent victims than are men. Why? What happens if women are no longer assumed to be ideal victims? Have the analytic tools to cast light on the hidden forms of power and domination that exist even in seemingly hopeful discourses? Consider the concept of humanity, the belief that all humans are equal, deserving of equal respect and compassion, and should be protected from unnecessary harm. But humanity always has been and always will be uneven. Humanity has not always been out there, but rather emerged in the 18th century from Christian and secular thought. Humanity was not automatically extended to all humans because some people were seen as inhuman, often because of race, or less than human because of race, gender, religion, and other markers of difference. See ch. 18. Humanity became attached to civilizing processes during colonialism and attempts to transform the uncivilized into the civilized. In other words, humanity generated inequalities and notions of superiority and inferiority. Since the Second World War, it is no longer acceptable to have such thoughts, but these inequalities remain. If Black Lives Matter has reminded us of anything, it is that surface notions of equality mask deep inequalities. Also consider the very idea of compassion for suffering others, the hallmark of humanitarianism. Humanity and cosmopolitanism. Do we feel compassion when we give? Or pity? What do we know of the recipient besides their suffering? Can acts of giving across long distances generate anything more than a stick-figure humanity? Acts of charity, in short, help to reproduce feelings of superiority and inferiority. 13.5 Conclusion. This chapter has surveyed the global historical, intellectual, and disciplinary forces that make constructivism a particularly attractive way of thinking about international politics, as it considers the different factors that shape the durable forms of world politics, those rare moments of transformation and alternative worlds. It is not a substantive theory like other theories in this volume, but rather a social theory that reshapes our way of understanding how the world hangs together. In doing so, it challenges received wisdoms and opens new lines of inquiry. It insists that the vision of international politics as driven only by materialist forces is strange, not the idea that it is fundamentally social. It demonstrates the social alternative in areas that are central to the research agenda of the discipline's mainstream. It helps uncover the world being made and unmade. This chapter emphasized how constructivists have tended to be interested in the relationship between the underlying normative structure and patterns of international order. In part because of the post-Cold War context in which constructivism originated, there was an emphasis on order as produced not through domination but rather through consensus around fundamental values and norms. The obvious danger was that constructivism might neglect how power ripples throughout the normative order and how states and non-state actors will compete, sometimes violently, to redefine international society's fundamental norms and the boundaries of communities. Alternative schools of constructivism emphasized power and conflict and insisted that an international society that appeared to be bound by agreement was in fact. Alternative schools of constructivism emphasized power and conflict and insisted that an international society that appeared to be bound by agreement was in fact in constant combat. If our favored models of international society are those that fit the times, then arguably the models that were adopted after the end of the Cold War to understand the possibility of a denser and more legitimate normative world order will lose ground to those versions of constructivism that emphasize how international society is unmade and disordered. Social construction is an ongoing and sometimes quite bloody process. Key points. The recognition that the world is socially constructed means that constructivists can investigate global change and transformation. Diffusion is a key issue in any study of global change captured by the concern with institutional isomorphism and the life cycle of norms. Although diffusion sometimes occurs because of the view that a given model is superior, frequently actors adopt a model either because of external pressures or because of its symbolic legitimacy. Institutional isomorphism and the internationalization of norms raise issues of growing homogeneity in world politics, but homogeneity does not mean calm or a world without conflict. Power is always embedded in norms and is always present in normative orders. Questions. 1. What were the silences of neorealism and neoliberal institutionalism? 2. What is the core of constructivism? 3. Do you find constructivism a useful approach for thinking about world politics? 4. Do you agree that we should try to understand how actors make their behavior meaningful in world politics? Or is it enough to examine behavior? 5. How are meanings fixed in world politics? 6. What sort of relationship can exist between rational choice and constructivism? 7. What do you think are the core issues for the study of global change, and how does constructivism help you to address those issues? Alternatively, how does a constructivist framework help you to identify new issues that you had not previously considered? 8. How does the concept of diffusion help you to understand why and how the world has changed? Is constructivism better for thinking about conformity or diversity? 9. Does the internationalization and institutionalization of norms imply some notion of progress? 10. Where does the power lurk in concepts such as humanity and international community? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Adler, E. 2003, Constructivism in W. Carlsnaes, T. Riss and B. A. Simmons, eds. Handbook of International Relations, Thousand Oaks, California, Sage. Reviews the origins and fundamentals of constructivism and its relationship to existing theories of international politics. Adler, E. and Pouliot, V. eds. 2011, International Practices, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. A wide-ranging collection of essays on the value of focusing on what actors do in international affairs. Barnett, M. 1998, Dialogues in Arab Politics, Negotiations in Regional Order, New York, Columbia University Press. Examines how Arab leaders played the game of Arab politics and, in doing so, transformed the very nature of Arab politics. An example of how constructivists might think about how strategic action is shaped by a normative structure. Farron, J. and Wendt, A. 2003, Rationalism versus Constructivism in W. Carlsnaes, T. Riss and B. A. Simmons, eds. Handbook of International Relations, Thousand Oaks, California, Sage. Surveys how rational choice and constructivism overlap. Finnemore, M. and Sekink, K. 1999, International Norms and Political Change, in P. Katzenstein et al., eds. Explorations and Controversies in World Politics, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press. A pathbreaking article that helped to frame thinking about the emergence and evolution of international norms. Finnemore, M. and Sekink, K. 2001, Taking Stock, the Constructivist Research Program in International Relations and Comparative Politics, Annual Review of Political Science, 4. 1391-416. An insightful account of constructivism's insights. Katzenstein, P. edition, 1996, The Culture of National Security, New York, Columbia University Press. Explores how identities and norms shape state interests in a range of security areas. Price, R. edition, 2008, Moral Limit and Possibility in World Politics, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Constructivist scholars gather to consider the relationship between ethics and various outcomes in world affairs. Sturman, S. 2017, The Invention of Humanity, Equality and Cultural Difference in World History, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press. A major statement on the precarity of humanity. Wendt, A. 1999, Social Theory of International Politics, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. The Bible of Modern Constructivism. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Drag and drop your files or type, paste. Drag and drop your files or type, paste, and edit text here. Drag and drop your files, or type, paste, and edit text here. Drag and drop your files, or type, paste, and edit text here. Drag and drop your files, or type, paste, and edit text here. Drag and drop your files, or type, paste, and edit text here. Drag and drop your files, or type, paste, and edit text here. Drag and drop your files, or type, paste, and edit text here. Drag and drop your files, or type, paste, and edit text here. Drag and drop your files, or type, paste, and edit text here. Drag and drop your files, or type, paste, and edit text here. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any written. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any written. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any written. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any written. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any written. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any written. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any written. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any written. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any written. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any written. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any. Natural Reader is a professional text-to-speech program that converts any. Part 4. Structures and Processes. Chapter 14. War and World Politics. Tare K. Barkawi. Framing questions. In this part of the book, we want to introduce you to the main underlying structures and processes in contemporary world politics. There will obviously be some overlap between this part and the next, since the division between structures and processes and international issues is largely one of perspective. For us, the difference is that by structures and processes we mean relatively stable features of world politics that are more enduring and constant than the issues addressed in Part 5. We have two aims in this part. Our first aim is to provide a good overview of some of the most important structures and processes in world politics at the beginning of the 21st century. We have therefore chosen a series of ways of thinking about world politics that draw attention to these underlying features. Again, we realize that what is a structure and what is a process is largely a matter of debate, but it may help to say that, together, these provide the setting in which the issues dealt with in the next part of the book will be played out. All the features examined in this part will be important for the resolution of the issues we deal with in Part 5, since they comprise both the main structures of world politics that these issues surround and the main processes that will determine their fate. Our second aim is that these structures and processes will help you to think about globalization by forcing you to ask again whether or not it is a qualitatively different form of world politics than hitherto. Does globalization require or represent an overthrow of the structures and processes that have been central in world politics to date? Part 4. Structures and Processes. Chapter 14. War and World Politics. Tare K. Barkawi. Framing questions. What is war? What is the relationship between war and politics? How should we study war? Reader's Guide. Along with trade and diplomacy, war is one of the oldest and most common elements of international relations. Like trade and diplomacy, war has evolved over time and changes with social context. War elicits strong reactions. Many believe it is necessary to prepare for and to fight wars against potential and actual enemies. Others believe war itself is the problem and that it should be eliminated as a means to settle differences and disputes between states and groups of people. This chapter discusses what war is, how it fits into the study of international relations, and how it affects societies and politics in the global North and South. The chapter begins by examining the work of the leading philosopher of war, Karl von Clausewitz, in order to outline the nature of war, the main types of war, and the idea of strategy. It then turns to important developments in the history of warfare, both in the West and elsewhere. It highlights the close connections between the modern state, armed force, and war. 14.1 Introduction. Questions of war and peace are central to the study of international relations. Scholars debate whether war is declining or transforming. See Opposing Opinions 14.1. Constructivists look at how friends and enemies define one another and at the social construction of threats. Scholars of civil and ethnic wars, particularly those fought in developing countries, study ways to resolve conflicts and build a durable peace. Gender scholars draw attention to the centrality of war for masculinity and to how changing constructions of masculinity shape war and violence against women, as for example in the prevalence of rape in war, see CHS 10 and 17. International lawyers study the legal dimensions of declaring and waging war, see CH 19. Moral philosophers also study war. Yet other scholars advise governments on how to wage war more effectively. They study what kinds of weapons to acquire, consider strategies to pursue, and investigate the character and goals of potential adversaries. A paradox of war is that it is both a violent conflict between groups and a way in which groups become connected with one another. That is, war is a social relation among the parties to the conflict. Understanding what kind of social relation war is helps to situate it in the study of world politics. Doing so reveals that different parts of the world have experienced war very differently. Opposing Opinions 14.1 War has declined over time and world politics are becoming more peaceful. 4. Long-term civilizing processes have progressively pacified human societies. Violence was brought under state control and subjected to cultural, social, and legal regulation. Elias 2000. Today, humans are much less likely to die by violent means than in the past. Pinker 2012. The Second World War was the last major war. Mueller 2004. Some statistical findings support the thesis that war has declined historically. Depending on the definitions and data used, some types of war have declined over time. Interstate war has declined since 1945 and there are fewer violent deaths in conflicts as a percentage of population. J. Goldstein 2011, Human Security Report Project 2012. Nuclear weapons have made war between nuclear-armed states unthinkable. For fear of nuclear escalation, nuclear-armed powers avoid fighting one another directly. However, a nuclear-armed state on the verge of defeat might risk nuclear escalation. The liberal international order has effectively outlawed war while democratic states do not go to war with one another. While intrastate or civil wars still occur and states may engage in hybrid or liminal uses of force, a norm against interstate war has been progressively entrenched in the international system since the Kellogg-Briand Pact of 1928. Hathaway and Shapiro 2017. Moreover, depending on definitions, none or very few liberal democratic states have waged interstate war on one another since 1816, Russett et al. 1993, Rummel 1997. Against. The statistical finding that fewer humans die violently over time is dependent on relative not absolute numbers. 4. Steven Pinker, the Mongol invasions were more deadly than the Second World War because they killed a greater percentage of people living at the time, even though the Second World War killed many more people in absolute terms. Pinker 2012, 62, 235-6. War has not so much declined as transformed, particularly with respect to regional variation. Since 1945, one has been much more likely to die in war in the global south than in the global north. Since 1945, one has been much more likely to die in war in the global south than in the global north. Mann 2018. Nuclear deterrence led the superpowers to conduct the Cold War through proxies in the Third World. Westad 2007. International involvement in war often takes place through intervention in internal conflicts, as in UN peacekeeping or the provision of military advice and assistance. That said, as the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022 demonstrates, large-scale warfare remains possible even in Europe and entails the risk of nuclear escalation. Statistical findings mean little in the absence of compelling theoretical and historical explanations. Correlation is not explanation. In the absence of a convincing account of why it matters, a statistical finding is an artifact of databases, definitions, and procedures. Statistical variation in warfare may be accounted for by changes in technology, international orders, Brahmoweller 2019, or other historical developments, such as modern medicine. Moreover, in human affairs, there is no necessary reason for present trends to continue. The future of the liberal, rules-based world order is in question while liberal democracy is under renewed challenge around the world. The global war on terror, with its defeats in Afghanistan and Iraq, threatens an end to the era of U.S. and liberal dominance that followed the Cold War. Authoritarian, racial, and ethno-nationalist politics are on the rise. 14.2 Defining war. What is war? How should one think about it in the study of world politics? Wars have happened in all known recorded histories. War predates the world of sovereign states as well as that of globalization. It will likely be with us long into the future. If war is a historical constant in one sense, in another it varies endlessly. War takes many different forms, from violent feuds between local clans to the world wars of the 20th century. In essence, war happens when two or more groups conduct their relations with one another through violence. They organize themselves to fight each other. Many different kinds of groups have done this: tribal peoples, nation-states, street gangs, guerrilla and terrorist groups. They have used diverse weapons, from swords to rifles, slings to drones, wooden ships to nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. War is organized violence between political entities. A political entity is any kind of group capable of waging war. Such a group has a leadership and it has resources, the human and material means to organize violence. To organize violence means to assemble an armed group, one capable of fighting other armed groups. War happens when such groups actually fight each other. War varies greatly because fighting takes so many different forms. War is shaped by the kinds of societies that fight it, by the prevailing level of technology, by culture, by economic circumstances, and by many other factors. War always has an underlying similarity: violence between groups, but this shifts and changes depending on when and where it is fought and between whom. This changing character of war can be captured through the idea of war and society. Society shapes war and war shapes society. This yields a definition of war: organized violence between political entities, and a broad approach to studying it: war and society. However, one last element of war remains missing. When a political entity fights a war, its leadership has in mind a purpose for the violence. They have some idea of what they might gain or protect by going to war. This determines how a political entity plans and prepares for war and the moves it makes once it goes to war. Thinking about the purposes pursued in war and the planning and preparation involved is the subject of strategy. Political and military leaders try to make war serve as an instrument, a means to an end they are trying to achieve. They think strategically, trying to connect the means war, violence, to some purpose, such as defending their homeland, seizing a piece of territory, gaining independence, or pursuing an ideological goal such as spreading communism or Islam, or making the world safe for democracy or from terror. In contrast to strategy, tactics are the techniques employed by armed forces to fight other armed forces to win the combats or battles that make up a war. Classically speaking, strategy is the art of arranging battles to serve the purposes of the war, while tactics are the art of winning battles. See box 14.1. In sum, war is organized violence among groups. It changes with historical and social context, and, in the minds of those who wage it, it is fought for some purpose, according to some strategy or plan. Geopolitics, the climate emergency, and new technologies signal the advent of new forms of warfare and political violence. Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022 brings together many of these developments, among them perceptions of Western weakness as well as novel combinations of new and old ways of making war. Watch the video on the online resources to see the author discussing the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war and what it means for world politics. 1. Can statistical trends about war in the past predict what will happen in the future? 2. How do new technologies change war and ideas about it? 3. Are liberalism and democracy forces for peace in world politics? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. 14.3 War, International and Global. How does war fit into the study of world politics? A first cut at this question begins with the sovereign state. Today's world can be described as national-international. National refers to nation-states, the main units of the international system. International refers to relations among sovereign nation-states. From this national-international perspective, there are two types of war: civil war within a state and international war between two or more states. A civil war happens when internal groups battle over control of a sovereign state, or when a group or groups within a state want to secede and form their own state. In the Spanish Civil War, 1936-9, Republicans and fascists fought over who was to govern Spain. The American Civil War, 1861-5, started when Southern states organized a confederacy and tried to secede from the United States. An international war occurs when two or more sovereign states fight each other. An example is the Iran-Iraq War, 1980-8, which began when Iraq invaded Iran. International and civil wars comprise an important tradition in the study of war. However, war is both older than the sovereign state and likely to endure into any globalized future. This suggests that we should think also about war outside of the sovereign state system. Until the 1960s, much of the world was made up of empires and colonies. The way in which these empires broke up set the stage for many of the conflicts that followed. See Case Study 14.1 and Case Study 14.2. Many wars fought to build and defend empires do not fit into the model of a world made up of sovereign nation-states. Wars today, and in the past, involve complex combinations of state and non-state actors fighting in a single territory or across many territories. Civil wars often involve an array of international actors and dimensions, see box 14.2. War has evolved both within and beyond the nation-state. The Global War on Terror (GWT) has brought together police, intelligence, and military forces within and across countries to share information and conduct operations. A bewildering array of actors, separately and in combination, engage in contemporary conflict. The imperial past and the transnational present point to a second, global approach to the study of war in world politics. Globalization involves the circulation of people, goods, and ideas around the planet, and war is one form that this circulation takes. Barkawi 2005. War connects the groups waging it. During the U.S. invasion and occupation of Iraq 2003-11, Iraqi and American histories became entangled, see case study 14.2. What happened in Iraq affected the United States, and what happened in the United States affected Iraq. War reorganizes the political entities and societies that wage it, and in doing so, war can have global effects. The Second World War was composed of many different but connected conflicts in Europe and the Asia-Pacific and is conventionally dated between 1939 and 1945. As the war developed, it conjoined conflicts across vast. Box 14.1 Clausewitz on strategy and tactics. The conduct of war consists in the planning and conduct of fighting. Fighting consists of a greater or lesser number of single acts, each complete in itself, which are called engagements or battles. This gives rise to the completely different activity of planning and executing these engagements themselves and of coordinating each of them with the others in order to further the object of the war. One has been called tactics and the other strategy. According to our classification, then, tactics teaches the use of armed forces in the engagement, strategy, the use of the engagement for the object of the war. According to our classification, then, tactics teaches the use of armed forces in the engagement, strategy, the use of the engagement for the object of the war. Clausewitz 1976. 128. Emphasis in original. Key points. A war is organized violence among political entities, including both states and non-state actors. A war has occurred frequently in history, but changes with context. Many kinds of groups can wage war, but in order to do so they have to organize violence or create an armed force. A war and society approach to the study of war looks at how war has shaped society and at how society has shaped war. A strategy is a plan to make war serve a political purpose, while tactics are the techniques that armed forces use to win battles. Case study 14.1 What's global about the Global War on Terror? The Global War on Terror (GWT) arose out of the interaction of many peoples and places. In turn, in different ways, the events of the GWT shaped politics and societies around the world. Militant Islam is one of modernity's many sectarian trajectories, like Hindutva and white supremacy. With roots in the era of formal empire, it gave rise to social and political forces which won decisive victories in the latter part of the Cold War, most notably in Iran and Afghanistan. The U.S. and its allies helped assemble the combination of local and transnational jihadis, among them Osama bin Laden, that forced the Soviets to withdraw from Afghanistan in 1989. Bin Laden was the leader of al-Qaeda, which attacked the U.S. on September 11, 2001. Having participated in the defeat of one superpower, bin Laden set his sights on the U.S. and its allies. Bin Laden distinguished between the far enemy and the near enemy. With the fall of the Ottoman Caliphate after the First World War, the Middle East came under the rule of Western powers and their clients, among which bin Laden counted the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the keeper of Islam's holiest sites. The far enemy was the West, principally the U.S., while the near enemy was what bin Laden saw as apostate governments in Muslim lands. For the far enemy, al-Qaeda favored complex plots carried out by carefully vetted cadres, exemplified by September 11th. To target the near enemy, it affiliated with local Islamist resistance movements, channeling funds, weapons, and expertise to Islamic insurgencies on a substantial scale. Bin Laden originally conceived 9/11 as a knockout blow that would cause the U.S. to withdraw from Muslim countries. But when the U.S. and its allies responded by invading Afghanistan and Iraq, and by shoring up counter-terror programs in countries around the world, al-Qaeda and other jihadi organizations turned to a protracted war strategy on a global scale. The idea was to bleed and bankrupt the U.S. by overextending its resources. As bin Laden put it, all that we have to do is to send 2 mujahideen to the furthest point east to raise a piece of cloth on which is written al-Qaeda, in order to make the generals race there to cause America to suffer human, economic, and political losses without their achieving for it anything of note other than some benefits for their private companies. Bin Laden 2004. The jihadi insurgencies and other terror operations became increasingly sectarian and astonishingly violent, compromising al-Qaeda's brand and Bin Laden's vision, even as they ultimately led to the U.S. withdrawal from Iraq and Afghanistan. The so-called Islamic State, ISIS, began as an al-Qaeda affiliate in Iraq, but came to embody an alternate model of global mobilization via social media. People anywhere could imagine themselves into this caliphate and its jihad. Al-Qaeda's pious and disciplined operators, who brought down jet airliners on national landmarks with box cutters and their wits, were overshadowed by ordinary, angry young fighters let loose with AK-47s. Why bother with complex plots like 9/11 when murderous raids on tourist sites and downtown districts had local and global effect? Badly battered by the U.S. and its allies, Al-Qaeda has sought survival through adaptation. ISIS' territorial caliphate in Syria and Iraq has been defeated, but its model for mobilizing jihadis remains. The Taliban's victory in Afghanistan will likely energize future jihadi efforts. The GWOT linked peoples and places across the globe in its origins, course, and outcomes, and instead of simple defeat or victory, it led to change. The conflict has transformed everything from travel and tourism worldwide to the domestic politics of powerful states like the U.S. Question 1. How did the 9/11 attacks on New York and Washington, D.C. become a global conflict? Question 2. How would you distinguish between the local and global effects of the GWOT? Newspapers with a headline reading "Osama is still alive," to be distributed during a protest outside the presidential palace in Jakarta. Indonesia Dita Alankara/AP/Shutterstock. Spaces killing over 60 million people. It was a global experience, even if remembered and dated differently by different countries. Some consequences of the Second World War were the formation of the United Nations, the fatal weakening of the European empires, and new technologies, such as jet aircraft and nuclear weapons, which fundamentally altered the world that followed. The Second World War demonstrates how the war and society approach described in Section 14.2 applies not only to the societies directly engaged in war, but to the shape of world politics as a whole. War, then, connects peoples and places and has global dimensions. See Case Study 14.1. At the same time, the contemporary world remains organized around sovereign nation-states. Both the international and the global are important in the study of war and world politics. To think more deeply about what war is, Section 14.4 turns to the principal philosopher of war, Karl von Clausewitz. Case Study 14.2 War and Society, Afghanistan, Iraq, and the United States. During the GWOT, see Case Study 14.1, the United States invaded, occupied, and withdrew from Afghanistan, 2001-21, and Iraq, 2003-11. These wars violently entwined the histories of the three countries in ways which continue to play out. For superpowers, defeats in small wars can lead to crisis and rupture at home, in part because these defeats are perceived as humiliating. For the countries in which these wars are fought, these conflicts often entail large numbers of dead and long-term social, cultural, and material devastation. Notably, these wars were only the latest episodes in histories of violent relations. The United States had a tense relationship with Iraq during the Cold War until the Iran-Iraq War, 1980-8, when it supported Saddam Hussein's Iraq. In 1990, following disputes over debts, territory, and organization of the petroleum exporting countries, OPEC, quotas, Iraq invaded and occupied Kuwait. The United States assembled a coalition and liberated Kuwait in a short war, 1990-1, but did not invade Iraq or remove Saddam. For the next 12 years, Iraq suffered from sanctions, no-fly zones, and occasional Western military action. In 1979, the Soviet Union sent troops to Afghanistan to support a communist government that had come to power the previous year. The U.S. helped arm and finance the Mujahideen opposing it. In 1996, the Taliban won the civil war that followed the Soviet withdrawal in 1989. When the Taliban's Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan refused to hand over or expel al-Qaeda after the attacks on New York and Washington in 2001, the United States invaded. The Taliban began an insurgency against U.S. and NATO forces. The occupying powers established an Afghan government and armed forces, but the Taliban were victorious 19 years later. Iraq was not involved in 9/11 and was led by the nominally secular and nationalist Ba'ath Party of Saddam Hussein. But the United States used the GWT to seek his removal amid claims that Iraq had developed weapons of mass destruction. Following the US-led invasion in 2003, the Iraqi government and military were disbanded, Iraqi society splintered, and a many-sided insurgency developed. No weapons of mass destruction were found. Both Iraq and Afghanistan were multi-ethnic polities with borders drawn through imperial competition. War, like imperial divide and rule, sharpened sectarian divisions and created new ones, often across borders. The Taliban are a predominantly Pashtun movement from the south and east of Afghanistan. Pashtun are spread across Afghanistan and the federally administered tribal areas of Pakistan, divided by an old imperial line that has become a sovereign border. In Iraq, the invasion displaced the ruling Sunni minority and left behind a struggling democracy dominated by parties from the Shia majority, some connected with Iran, as well as relatively autonomous Kurdish areas which extend beyond Iraq. During the Arab Spring of 2010-12, the Iraqi insurgency spilled over into Syria and helped initiate the still ongoing Syrian civil war, see Box 14.2. The rise of the so-called Islamic State in Iraq and Syria followed the U.S. withdrawal from Iraq in 2011. As can be seen, wars set the stage for further war as they transform combatant societies. The defeat in Iraq and the seemingly endless war in Afghanistan helped fuel the rise of Donald Trump to the U.S. presidency in 2016. For many Americans, losing wars to Muslim insurgents is an indication that something is deeply wrong with the United States. One response, as after their defeat in Vietnam, was a surge in membership of white nationalist militias below 2018. Another response was to focus on nation-building at home. These wars continue to shape society and politics in all three countries. Question 1. Why do wars have such potent consequences for society and politics? Question 2. What do the outcomes of these wars have to tell us about the nature of military power in world politics? U.S. soldiers in Iraq. U.S. Department of Defense. Box 14.2. The international dimensions of civil war. Many contemporary wars are civil wars in that they are fought on the territory of a sovereign state. They ultimately concern how and by whom that territory is to be governed. But civil wars typically involve an array of international actors such as the United Nations, UN, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, humanitarian organizations and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, foreign fighters, and the covert or overt involvement of foreign states. NATO intervention was decisive in civil conflicts in Kosovo in 1999 and Libya in 2011. In the Syrian civil war that began in 2011, several foreign states have been directly and indirectly involved, including Russia, Iran, Turkey, Saudi Arabia. 14.4 Clausewitz's Philosophy of War. Karl von Clausewitz, 1780–1831, was a Prussian officer in the French Revolutionary Wars 1792–1802 and the Napoleonic Wars 1803–15. He served on the staffs of generals and directed Prussia's War College. He died unexpectedly in a cholera epidemic, leaving behind unfinished papers which his wife, Marie, drew together and published as On War, Clausewitz 1976. This text is read in nearly every military academy and staff college in the world. Clausewitz was still working out his ideas when he died, and his lengthy papers are subject to multiple, even contradictory interpretations. 14.4.1 Clausewitz's Trinities. Clausewitz tried to capture the nature of war through the idea of trinities. A trinity is made up of three different factors or tendencies, each of which can vary, creating many different possible combinations. According to Clausewitz, war has three dominating tendencies: passion, chance, and reason, which come together in varying combinations in any given historical instance of war. War always involves passion, in the motives for fighting and in the enmities that inspire and sustain killing in war. War is also a sphere of radical contingency, of sheer chance. Anything can happen. All the different elements involved in military operations, from human error to the weather, create infinite, unpredictable combinations that shape the outcomes of wars and the fates of peoples. Finally, as in the notion of strategy, war involves reason. Political leaders and military staff seek to achieve objectives through war. In doing so, they subject the use of violence to rationality. They try to contain and direct the violence to particular military and political purposes. The United States, France, and Britain. Also involved in Syria is Hezbollah, a political party and armed group in Lebanon. Important populations and groups in the Syrian civil war stretch across different states, for instance the Kurds, who are also in Iraq, Turkey, and Iran. Religion and politics bond together actors across borders, as with Hezbollah, Shia Iraqi militias, and Iran. The so-called Islamic State, another party involved in the Syrian civil war, at one point controlled territory across Iraq and Syria and had links to affiliates based in Libya, Afghanistan, Somalia, and Nigeria, among other states. These international dimensions of civil war show how the political groups and forces that wage war are in tension with and spread across the sovereign territories of the national, international world. Key points. International war is a war fought between two or more sovereign states. A civil war is a war fought inside a sovereign state, but which in practice may involve many different international actors. Wars connect the combatant societies. Through war, the parties to the conflict shape one another. Wars lead to the global circulation of people, goods, and ideas. Wars can shape world politics and have long-lasting consequences. Karl von Clausewitz, 1780–1831, The Picture Art Collection / a Lamy stock photo. Clausewitz went on to connect this primary trinity to a second one, associating each of the three tendencies with a component of a political entity. The realm of passion he connected to the people, their feelings and beliefs about a war, and their will or lack thereof to wage it. Chance he gave to the armed forces, who have to test their abilities against the trials and fortunes of war. Reason he attributed to leadership, to the political authorities who decide on the war and set its ultimate aims, and to the generals and other military leaders who have to translate these aims into reality. Like the primary trinity of passion, chance, and reason, the elements of this second trinity come together in variable configurations in any actual instance of war. The characters of the combatant peoples, the qualities of their armed forces, and the abilities of their leaders determine the course of wars. 14.4.2 Limited and Total War. From the basic framework of the two trinities, Clausewitz developed several additional points about the nature of war. One is that there are broadly two types of war, limited and total. A limited war is fought for a lesser goal than political existence, for example a war over a disputed territory or access to markets. The Falklands/Malvinas War, 1982, was a limited war for both Argentina and the United Kingdom. Whatever happened to the islands they fought over, both states would survive the war. A total war occurs when a state or other political entity is fighting for its existence. In the Second World War, the Allies demanded unconditional surrender from Nazi Germany. The war ended Adolf Hitler's regime, the Third Reich. Note that a war can be limited for one participant and total for another. During the First Indochina War, 1946–54, Vietnamese forces fought for liberation from the French Empire. The war was total for the Vietnamese about the possibility of independence, while France would continue as a state with or without its empire in Indochina. The war was a limited one for France. The distinction between limited and total wars is connected to another distinction between real or actual war on the one hand and the true or absolute nature of war on the other. Real wars, wars that historically happened, were always limited by certain factors. Human beings could only do so much violence to one another. Clausewitz was writing before nuclear and biological weapons. Things conspired to limit, to some degree, the amount of violence that might occur in war. One limiting force Clausewitz called friction. Friction was like a Murphy's Law of war. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong. Clausewitz thought that another limiting force was policy, the strategy a political entity was following. Leaders would try to keep the war on track, to achieve its purpose, but when that was accomplished, or when it was no longer possible, the war would be drawn to a close. In contrast to these limiting factors of real war, the true or absolute nature of war was escalatory. Clausewitz thought that war has an inherent tendency to extremes, to ever more violence. Each side is tempted to increase the amount of force it is using to try to defeat the enemy, to compel surrender. War draws into its cauldron ever more human and material resources. Left to its own devices, in the absence of policy and friction, war escalates in scale, becomes more violent, goes on longer, and extends over more space. For Clausewitz, 1976–77, war is an active force and there is no logical limit to an active force. Each move is checked by a stronger countermove until one of the combatants is exhausted. 4.4.3 War and Politics. For Clausewitz, limits to the use of force potentially arose from reason, in the form of strategic policy, the goal or purpose leaders were pursuing in going to war. His most famous aphorism was that war is a continuation of politics, with the use of other means. See box 14.3. By this he meant that war does not put a stop to politics, to relations with the other side. What happens is that violence is added to those relations. A state can threaten or use force as a negotiating move to get another state or political entity to do what it wants. For example, in order to get the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, DRV, or North Vietnam, to sign the Paris Peace Accords in January 1973, the United States heavily bombed Hanoi and Haiphong in December 1972. The political purpose behind the use of force both enables and limits the use of force. In a war, force becomes part but not all, of the ongoing political intercourse between states and other combatants. In making war an instrument to achieve purposes, politics could limit or contain its violence. But Clausewitz was well aware of a problem with this thesis. A different kind of politics, such as nationalism for example, could have the opposite effect on violence. Especially when it comes to war, passions can overcome reason. Some political ideologies have irrational aims that can only be achieved through extreme violence, such as Hitler's vision of eradicating European Jews. In Clausewitz's own time, the French Revolution had mobilized the people for war, creating large armies of revolutionary citizens. Politics fueled rather than limited the violence of war. War, untrammeled by any conventional restraints, had broken loose in all its elemental fury. Clausewitz 1976. 593. Revolutionary and Napoleonic France pursued ultimate aims. In seeking to establish French allied republics in states and principalities across Europe, France posed an existential challenge to the monarchical regimes of the continent. Consequently, the French Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars were total in character. They provided the historical models for Clausewitz's theories. The 20th century, with its two world wars and the Cold War, opened up new and horrifying possibilities for the totalization of war. The capacities of modern states to organize unprecedented levels of violence seem unlimited. Clausewitz's aphorism about war being the continuation of politics draws our attention to how politics can both limit and fuel the violence of war. It also highlights that war connects the politics of combatant societies. What happens at the war front affects what happens back home. For example, the wars in Vietnam and Iraq shaped presidential politics in the United States. President Lyndon B. Johnson ended his campaign for re-election in the wake of the Vietnamese Communist Tet Offensive of 1968. Conversely, what happens at home, like the election of a new president, can shape the war. In the 2008 U.S. presidential campaign, American voters chose candidate Barack Obama, who promised to end the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and bring the troops home. So war is a continuation of politics in a more fundamental sense. The political entities at war impact one another and make one another different in myriad ways because war connects them together. They continue their relations together by other means, their histories and societies commingling in the violence of war. 14.5 War, State, and Society in the West. The modern nation-state, the basis of the national-international world, developed in Western Europe from the 16th century onwards. Changes in the organization of armed force were central to this process. The state became a war-making machine which monopolized violence in its sovereign territory. Western states went on to dominate world politics through the 20th century. Box 14.3 Clausewitz on the primacy of politics in war. Policy or political purpose is the guiding intelligence and war only the instrument, not vice versa. No other possibility exists, then to subordinate the military point of view to the political. In short, at the highest level, the art of war turns into policy, but a policy conducted by fighting battles rather than by sending diplomatic notes. We can now see that the assertion that a major military development or the plan for one should be a matter for purely military opinion is unacceptable and can be damaging. Nor indeed is it sensible to summon soldiers, as many governments do when they are planning a war, and ask them for purely military advice. No major proposal for war can be worked in ignorance of political factors, and when people talk, as they often do, about harmful political influence on the management of war, they are not really saying what they mean. Their quarrel should be with the policy itself, not with its influence. If the policy is right, that is, successful, any intentional effect it has on the conduct of the war can only be to the good. If it has the opposite effect, the policy itself is wrong. Once again, war is the instrument of policy. It must necessarily bear the character of policy and be measured by its standards. Clausewitz 1976, 607-8, 610. Emphasis in original. Key points. A Clausewitz developed two trinities to describe the nature of war. A primary one consisting of passion, chance, and reason, and the other of political leadership, armed forces, and the people. A Clausewitz divided war into two types: limited war fought for a purpose less than political existence, and total war in which existence was at stake. Clausewitz made a distinction between real war, or war as it actually happens, and true war, the inherent tendency of war to escalate. A war for Clausewitz is a continuation of politics between combatant societies with the addition of other violent means. Political purposes both limit and fuel the violence of war. 4.5.1 From Feudalism to the Nation-State. Particular kinds of armed forces, military technologies, and weapon systems make possible particular kinds of politics. The control of force provides a basis for political power, so it matters what kind of armed forces are available. Consider the armored knight of medieval Europe. Historically, when knightly cavalry dominated the battlefield, political power fragmented. Small groups of knights, under a lord and with a fortified place such as a castle, could both hold off central authorities, the king, and dominate their local area. They extracted taxes and rents from the peasantry and from commerce. Territorial rule was parceled out, and the king was dependent on the fealty of his lords to assemble an army or otherwise exercise power. Two military developments changed this. The emergence of infantry armies and advances in military technology, McNeill 1982. During the Renaissance, European soldiers and scholars recovered ancient Greek and Roman texts on the training of disciplined, regular infantry. Armed with pikes and willing to stand against cavalry, infantry could defeat knights. But soldiers took time to train and cost money to equip, pay, and supply. Central authorities had to have sufficient funds on a regular basis, as did the Roman Empire at its height. The second development was the invention of the state in Europe became a kind of bordered power container, Giddens 1985, 120. Inside its territory, it subjected society and economy to rule by a central authority. The state had hard borders, imposing tariffs and controlling what came in and out of its territory, and it defended these borders with its armed forces. For the leading states of Western Europe, webs and networks of trade and of colonies outside Europe spoked out from these borders. The home population developed new, larger-scale national identities. They came to speak a common language, read about their country and its politics in the newspapers, and were administered under a common set of customs and laws. They imagined themselves part of the same nation. B. Anderson, 1983. The nation-state emerged as a form of political organization in which a national people live on the sovereign territory of their national state. CCH 31. The composition of the new infantry armies shifted to male citizens enlisted through mass conscription. Until the French Revolution, the new infantry armies were often described as mercenary. They were paid troops, many recruited abroad. But in 1793, at war with most of Europe, the French revolutionary government turned to mass conscription, a levy en masse. The idea was that male citizens had an obligation to serve the nation in exchange for their increased say in public. Citizenship seems natural. But the nation-state is a particular historical development and a relatively recent one. Only in the second half of the 19th century were Germany and Italy unified as nation-states through a succession of wars. Western European nation-states became extraordinarily dynamic political, economic, and military entities. The territorial and popular nature of the nation-state made it a particularly effective basis for mobilizing military power, as the world wars of the 20th century proved. But even in Europe, the nation-state was not everywhere. In the Balkans, in southeastern and eastern Europe, and in Russia, large multinational empires, the Ottomans, Austria-Hungary, and the Russian Empire held sway until the First World War. Moreover, all the great nation-states of Western Europe were also empires, their colonies mostly outside of Europe. Spain, Portugal, Holland, Britain, France, and Belgium had large overseas empires, important elements of which survived into the 1960s and 1970s. Angola, for example, won its independence war from Portugal only in 1974. By the time the Angolans started fighting for independence, the nation-state had already come to be seen as the principal vehicle for self-determination. The problem was that, both in and beyond Europe, populations and identities were not sorted into neat territorial packages. Ethnic identities did not always match national identity. Population movements from wars, famines, and other causes left people under foreign rule. How could the patchwork of populations and identities be made to fit a map of nation-states? Attempts to answer this question bedeviled politics and often led to war in and beyond Europe during the 20th century and after. 14.5.2 From the World Wars to the Cold War. Observing Napoleonic France, Clausewitz wrote that war had become the business of the whole people, not just a matter for governments and their mercenary armies. But the state could not actually conscript every young male. For one thing, it could not afford to feed, house, and clothe such a big army. The economy could not produce enough weapons or supply enough ammunition. At the height of the Napoleonic Wars, armies numbered in the hundreds of thousands. But over the course of the 19th century, industrialization, fossil fuels, and modern methods of mass production made possible the raising and equipping of armies of millions. With steam-powered ships and railways, states could mobilize, move, and sustain these armies in the field. Truly total wars became possible. For instance, Germany mobilized over 10 million to serve in its armed forces in the First World War and nearly 20 million in the Second World War, Bonn 1998. During the World Wars, the nation-state was a vehicle for the mobilization of military power and the pursuit of war. State bureaucracies provided the administrative backbone necessary to run wartime militaries and economies. Nationalism and nationalist ideologies, such as National Socialism or Fascism in Germany, legitimated the war effort and inspired people to participate. The experiences and sacrifices of war could bond together people, state, and armed forces if properly managed by political leadership. However, the world wars also proved bigger than the nation-state. War was waged at such scale over such vast spaces that multinational alliances, the Axis and the Allies, formed to fight it. Wartime planning, both for military operations and for the economy, accustomed the Western allies to working together, laying the basis for NATO during the Cold War. Imperial powers such as Britain and France drew heavily on their colonies for recruits and resources. The British Indian Army numbered over 1.5 million during the First World War and over 2 million during the Second World War, while hundreds of thousands of West and North Africans fought for France. Imperial Japan ruled Manchuria and much of China as well as Korea. Hundreds of thousands of Koreans served in the Japanese army during the Second World War. There was another, more deadly sense in which war seemed to outgrow the nation-state: nuclear weapons. The United States ended the war against Japan by dropping nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The Japanese had little choice but to capitulate. To avoid being put in such a position during the Cold War, both the United States and the Soviet Union built large nuclear arsenals. But the problem with nuclear weapons from a strategic point of view was that they were too destructive. They threatened to destroy whatever it was one might be fighting over. Had nuclear strikes on the scale imagined by Cold War planners ever been carried out, they would have caused a nuclear winter, the collapse of life on the planet. In such a situation, total war, or anything that might lead to it, had to be avoided. This created a paradoxical situation known as nuclear deterrence, a Cold War between ideologically hostile blocs. Each side had to have nuclear weapons to keep the other side from using them or threatening to use them. They prepared to wage nuclear war in order to stop each other from waging nuclear war. But just how the Soviet Union and the United States could deter each other was far from obvious. What mix of nuclear and conventional forces was necessary? How was each side to know what the other was capable of? Concerns like these led to enormous military budgets and huge, redundant nuclear forces composed of thousands of warheads. Jet bombers and intercontinental and submarine-launched missiles were developed to deliver them. Both the Soviet Union and the United States devoted enormous resources to each new generation of weaponry while each spied on its adversary. Across the Western world during the Cold War, transnational peace movements and a campaign for nuclear disarmament got underway. People in many different places protested against the apparent insanity of preparing for nuclear war. In the Cold War, as in earlier periods in history, the nature of warfare and the kinds of weapons available shaped political developments inside countries as well as across and between them. The two sides in the Cold War formed blocs, or alliances, of states, each led by one of the superpowers. Both blocs maintained large conventional armed forces in Europe along the border between East and West Germany. Any actual use of these forces against one another threatened to escalate into nuclear war. Another meaning of Cold War was this continual preparedness to wage old-style, conventional war, but never actually doing so. The actual fighting in the Cold War occurred outside Europe, across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. These parts of the world were known then as the Third World, the areas from which European empire had retreated. In the Third World, the Cold War was often conducted by proxy. The superpowers advised and supported their allies or covertly intervened in civil wars. As a global experience, the Cold War was mostly cold in Europe and North America and hot nearly everywhere else. Wested 2007. When the Cold War ended, large conventional armed forces were scaled back and conscription was finally stopped in many European states. Nuclear weapons were retained by most of the powers that had them. But without the ideological contest between Soviet communism and Western democracy, the fear of a nuclear war receded. Instead, the concern soon became that unstable states or a terrorist or other militant group might be able to acquire a nuclear weapon. See ch. 30. 14.6 War, State, and Society in the Global South. War and society in the global North and South are connected both historically and in the present. The wars of decolonization and other violence that accompanied the retreat of empire shaped much of today's world, and the fraught outcomes of these wars lie behind many contemporary conflicts. In much of the global South, armed forces came to be directed primarily at their own populations on In much of the global South, armed forces came to be directed primarily at their own populations on missions of internal security. They regularly fought ethnic and civil conflicts within their sovereign territories, but these conflicts were rife with foreign intervention of various kinds. While in the West, conflict often took the form of international war, in the global South, conflict ran in and through sovereign states and involved many non-state actors. What made the GWT so different from previous eras of armed conflict involving the global North and South was that non-state actors from the non-European world directly attacked Western societies. 4.6.1 Wars of Empire. If war and society in Europe from the 16th century was about state building, in the non-European world it was about empire building. European powers penetrated and defeated political entities in the non-European world, beginning with the Spanish conquest of. Key points. Armed force is an important basis for political power, and the types of military technology available shape politics. Modern states claimed a monopoly of legitimate violence within their territories. Nationalism and war had a symbiotic relationship. Nationalism motivated many people to go to war, while war increased national feeling. Since Western states were both sovereign states and empires, their wars had both international and global dimensions. The Americas. As Section 14.5 showed, imperial expansion was an important dimension of state building in the West. Conflicts among European sovereigns had imperial dimensions as they fought over colonies and trade routes. The War of the Spanish Succession, 1701–14, was fought partly in North America, where it involved Spain, France, England, and Native Americans, and was known as Queen Anne's War, 1702–13. The 7 Years' War, 1755–64, involved interconnected campaigns fought in North America, Europe, South Asia, and the Philippines. Along with the War of Austrian Succession, 1740–8, which involved fighting in Europe, North America, and South Asia, these wars are good candidates for the title of World War, see box 14.4. But because wars are usually studied and named from a Western perspective, only the 20th century wars which devastated Europe to an unprecedented degree are known as world wars. Most of the time, for the states of Europe, the primary threat came from other states and their armed forces. Near-continual warfare among European states helped improve European war-making abilities, eventually giving the West the world's most impressive armed forces. But in an empire, the primary security threat is often from rebellion. The Europeans raised armed forces from the populations they colonized, often recruiting minorities. They used these troops to put down challenges to imperial rule. They also used them in wars of imperial expansion and as reserves for wars in Europe. The British Indian Army was used in the Opium Wars in China 1839–42, 1856–60, in Afghanistan in several wars, and in Southeast Asia and the Middle East. It also fought in the First and Second World Wars in Europe and the Mediterranean. During the era of European empire, armed forces in much of the non-European world were extensions of Western military power. 4.6.2 The Imperial Legacy in the Global South. The imperial legacy meant that armed forces had a very different relationship to state and society in the global South than in the West. In countries that obtained independence without much struggle, the old colonial militaries became the armed forces of the new, independent states. Yet these armed forces retained close links with the former colonial powers. Nigerian and Kenyan officers trained at Sandhurst in Britain, while those from former French colonies in Africa went to St. Cyr. In other cases, the United States or the Soviet Union took over the role of imperial patron, training officers and soldiers and supplying arms and equipment. For example, in 1946 the United States established a School of the Americas in Panama where it trained Latin and Central American officers. When civil wars and insurgencies broke out in the Third World during the Cold War, the Western and Soviet bloc countries used their links to armed forces to intervene. In other cases, they supported the insurgents. Security assistance became a primary way to influence the outcomes of wars and to protect favored clients in the non-European world. Much of the fighting and other uses of force was directed against local populations in revolt rather than against foreign invaders. In the global South, broadly speaking, war and society was a matter of internal security, civil war, and foreign intervention. To be sure, many formerly colonized countries developed robust armed forces on the nation-state model. In the Middle East and South Asia, states fought a number of international wars. But the use of armed forces for internal security in a context of civil war and foreign intervention remained a pattern in much of the global South. Foreign powers, sometimes under United Nations auspices, would try and train enough local troops to establish a Box 14.4 What is a world war? What makes a war a world war? The wars listed below consisted of linked campaigns fought across different continents and oceans. In the 7 Years' War, for example, Britain sought to defeat France by attacking its colonies in South Asia and North America as well as by fighting in Europe. A higher standard for considering a world war is whether or not a war has led to a new world order. The Second World War, for example, brought an end to the era of formal European empire. Wars that arguably changed world order are marked with an asterisk. Possible world wars. War of the Spanish Succession, 1701–14, *, War of the Austrian Succession, 1740–8, 7 Years' War, 1755–64. French Revolutionary Wars, 1792–1802, *, Napoleonic Wars, 1803–15, * First World War, 1914–18, * Second World War, 1939–45. Cold War, 1947–91, * Global War on Terror, 2001, ongoing, *. Monopoly on violence over the sovereign territory. Other foreign powers might assist the insurgents or rebels. This pattern has reasserted itself in the global war on terror initiated by the United States after the 9/11 terrorist attacks. For example, after invading Afghanistan in 2001 and Iraq in 2003. The United States and its allies devoted considerable resources to building up the armed forces of these two countries so that they could fight insurgents and militant Islamic terrorists. 14.6.3 War and Society Today in the Global South and North. A striking feature of contemporary world politics is the way in which the national, international, and global dimensions of war have become bound together. Barkawi and Laffey, 2006. Attacked by a non-state actor on September 11, the United States and its allies responded by invading two sovereign states, Afghanistan and Iraq. In response, Al-Qaeda, the so-called Islamic State, and other terrorist groups took advantage of Islam's global presence, expanding their recruiting and cells to new countries. Even though these groups were often small and more concerned with local than global conflicts, they were connected by shared beliefs and common enemies. The U.S.-led coalition expanded its use of tried and tested tools of security assistance and military training for states in the Global South. At the same time, it adopted new modalities of waging war. Some of these involved blurring the line between war, policing, and terror, with the United States and some of its allies abducting and torturing suspects while holding them in special prisons and intelligence black sites. Another departure was the increasing use of air and drone strikes to assassinate suspected terrorists in the territory of other countries such as Pakistan and Yemen. As the West reached for new ways to wage war in the non-European world, it was forced to police its own societies to combat the threat of terrorist attacks. Civil liberties were curtailed as democratic governments acquired new rights to surveil the internet, social media, and electronic communications. Religious, racial, and class tensions with Muslim minority populations in the West were stoked. Some Muslims left to join the global jihad, others plotted terrorist attacks in their home countries in the West, while the vast majority sought to live their lives peacefully amid increasingly hostile host societies. Racial prejudice and fears of immigration among Westerners became bound up with the GWT, see CHS 18 and 29. Western military action in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and elsewhere killed more civilians as so-called collateral damage than jihadi terrorists managed to do on purpose. As in earlier periods in history, but in new ways, war and society in the global North and South were bound up together. Violent events and actions in one part of the world impacted people in another part of the world through a global chain of cause and effect. 14.7 Conclusion. Armed forces and war have been central to world politics. Military power shaped the kind of politics that were possible, while war decided which powers and ideologies dominated. War and armed force have had affinities and tensions with the nation-state and the national, international world. They have also had global dimensions. War-fighting required multinational alliances. Western nation-states were also global empires. What was happening in Europe or between the Soviet Union and the United States had consequences for the global South and vice versa. War remains an unpredictable, creative, and very violent force in world politics. New ways of organizing violence and of making war are evolving. Neither the national, international, nor the global dimensions of war and society look set to disappear anytime soon. Much will depend on how and in what ways these dimensions continue to intersect with one another in the future. Key points. State building in Europe meant imperial wars in the non-European world. Empires were concerned with internal security and used armies and security forces raised from colonized populations. Great powers used military assistance to intervene in the Global South after decolonization. War and society in the Global South and North have become interconnected in new ways in the War on Terror. Questions. 1. Explain and evaluate Clausewitz's two trinities. 2. What is the difference between a limited war and a total war? 3. In what ways is war the continuation of politics by other means? 4. What is strategy? Chapter 15. Framing questions. Does globalization increase or decrease international security? Which international relations theories best help to provide an understanding of global security and insecurity? How do the challenges to globalization and the resurgence of nationalism and geopolitics affect the prospects of contemporary international security? International and global security. John Baylis. Reader's Guide. This chapter considers the impact of globalization on international security and the significance of the contemporary return of geopolitics. It begins by looking at existing disagreements about the causes of war and whether violence is always likely to be with us. It then turns to traditional/classical realist and more contemporary neorealist and neoliberal perspectives on international security before considering a range of alternative approaches. The chapter goes on to examine recent debates about globalization and geopolitics. It concludes by considering the continuing tension between national and international security and suggests that, despite the more cooperative aspects of globalization, there seem to be few signs that a fundamentally different, more peaceful paradigm of international politics is emerging. Indeed, contemporary international politics and global security are going through a particularly uncertain and difficult period. 15.1 Introduction. Students of international politics deal with some of the most profound questions it is possible to consider. Among the most important of these is whether it is possible to achieve international security in the world in which we live. For much of the intellectual history of the subject, a debate has raged about the causes of war. For some writers, especially historians, the causes of war are unique to each case. Other writers believe that it is possible to provide a wider, more generalized explanation. Some analysts, for example, see the causes lying in human nature, others in the internal organization of states, and yet others in international anarchy. In a major work on the causes of war, Kenneth Waltz considers what he calls the three images of war: man, the state, and the international system. In terms of what thinkers have said about the origins of conflict throughout the history of Western civilization, Waltz 1959. Waltz himself puts particular emphasis on the nature of international anarchy. Wars occur because there is nothing to stop them from occurring, but he also recognizes that a comprehensive explanation requires an understanding of all three. In this ongoing debate, as Waltz points out, there is a fundamental difference among political philosophers over whether conflict can be transcended or mitigated. In particular, there is a difference between realist and idealist thinkers who have been respectively pessimistic and optimistic in their response to this central question in the international politics field. See ch. 9. After the First World War, a diverse range of thinkers that later became labeled as idealists suggested that widespread support of the League of Nations offered some hope for greater international order. In contrast, during the Cold War, which developed after 1945, realism became the dominant school of thought. War and violent conflict were seen as perennial features of interstate relations stretching back through human history. With the end of the Cold War in 1989, however, the debate began again. For some, the end of the intense ideological confrontation between East and West was a major turning point in international history, ushering in a new paradigm in which interstate violence would gradually become a thing of the past and new cosmopolitan values would bring greater cooperation between individuals and human collectivities of various kinds, including states. This reflected more optimistic views about the development of a peaceful global society. For others, however, realism remained the best approach to thinking about international security. In their view, very little of substance had changed as a result of the events of 1989. Although the end of the Cold War initially ushered in a new, more cooperative era between the superpowers, realists argued that this more harmonious phase in international relations was only temporary. Some believe that contemporary events confirm this view. This chapter focuses on this debate in an era of increasing challenges to globalization, highlighting the different strands of thinking in these two optimistic and pessimistic schools of thought, and discusses different views about the labels realism and idealism. Before this can be done, however, it is necessary to define what is meant by security and to probe the relationship between national security and global security. 15.2 What is security? Most writers agree that security is a contested concept. There is a consensus that it implies freedom from threats to core values for both individuals and groups, but there is a major disagreement about whether the main focus of inquiry should be on individual, national, international, or global security. For much of the Cold War period, most writing on the subject was dominated by the idea of national security, which was largely defined in militarized terms. The main area of interest for both academics and statespeople tended to be the military capabilities that their own states should develop to deal with the threats they faced. More recently, however, this idea of security has been criticized for being ethnocentric, culturally biased, and too narrowly defined. Instead, several writers have argued for an expanded conception of security outward from the limits of parochial national security to include a range of other considerations. Barry Buzen, in his study People, States and Fear, 1983, argues for a view of security that includes political, economic, societal, and environmental as well as military aspects, and that is also defined in broader international terms. Buzen's work raises interesting and important questions about whether national and international security considerations can be compatible and whether states, given the nature of the international system, are capable of thinking in more cooperative international and global terms. See Box 15.1. There has also been a growing interest in the concept of human security, with writers like Kofi Annan and Amitabha Acharya emphasizing the individual as the main focus of security analysis. See Section 1.5.4.2. These ideas were taken a stage further by the global COVID-19 pandemic, with calls for a rethink and new strategies to recognize that public health and national security should no longer be regarded as separate and disconnected spheres of government responsibility. See CH 25. This was recognized in April 2020 when UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres argued that the pandemic poses a significant threat to the maintenance of international peace and security. UN Secretary-General 2020. Like his predecessor, Kofi Annan, Guterres emphasized the importance of human security, with the global death toll reaching many millions. Climate change has also become a feature of globalization that is seen as having security implications. See CH 24. In 2015, President Barack Obama called climate change a serious threat to global security. BBC 2015. Those like Joshua Goldstein, 2016, who argue along these lines highlight the opening up of the Arctic region to new shipping routes as the sea ice melts and the resulting geopolitical rivalry emerging in the region. See Case Study 24.2. Another potential problem arises from the attempts to rely less on coal and the switch to nuclear energy, with the risks of increased nuclear proliferation. Water conflicts as a result of drought are also becoming more common. Robert Cohane has argued that climate change poses a severe challenge to the adequacy of political institutions. In his view, there has been a failure of global governance to deal with the threats that climate change poses for humanity. Cohane 2015. For writers like Paul Rogers, the era of pandemics and climate breakdown, together with growing inequality and unsustainability, requires a completely different approach to thinking about the real solutions to global insecurity. Rogers 2021. Increasingly, there is a recognition that the emphasis on state and interstate relations ignores the fundamental changes that are taking place in world politics. This has led some writers to argue that the dual processes of integration and fragmentation associated with globalization that characterize the contemporary world mean that much more attention should be given to societal security and human security. According to this view, growing integration in regions such as Europe is undermining the classical political order based on nation-states, leaving nations exposed within larger political frameworks, such as the European Union or EU. At the same time, the fragmentation of various states, such as the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, has created new problems of boundaries, minorities, and organizing ideologies that are causing increasing regional instability. Weaver et al. 1993, 196. This has led to the argument that ethno-national groups, rather than states, should become the center of attention for security analysts. At the same time, other commentators argue that the emergence of an embryonic global society in the post-Cold War era renders the stress on national and international security less appropriate. Like the societal security theorists, they point to the fragmentation of the nation-state. However, they argue that more attention should be given, not to society at the ethno-national level, but to global society. These writers argue that one of the most important contemporary trends is the broad and ongoing process of globalization. They accept that this process brings new risks and dangers, including the risks associated with international terrorism, a breakdown of the global monetary system, global warming, cyber conflict, and the dangers of nuclear proliferation. These threats to security on a planetary level are viewed as being largely outside the control of nation-states. Only the development of a global community, they believe, can deal with this adequately. Box 15.1 Notions of security. A nation is secure to the extent to which it is not in danger of having to sacrifice core values if it wishes to avoid war, and is able, if challenged, to maintain them by victory in such a war. Walter Lippmann. Security, in an objective sense, measures the absence of threats to acquired values; in a subjective sense, the absence of fear that such values will be attacked. Arnold Wolfers. Human security can no longer be understood in purely military terms. Rather, it must encompass economic development, social justice, environmental protection, democratization, and respect for human rights and the rule of law. Moreover, these pillars are interrelated. Progress in one area generates progress in another. Kofi Annan. Other writers on globalization stress the transformation of the state, rather than its demise, and the new security agenda in the early years of the 21st century. In the aftermath of the 9/11 terrorist attacks in September 2001 and the new era of violence that followed it, Jonathan Friedman argues that we are living in a world where polarization, both vertical and horizontal, both class and ethnic, has become rampant, and where violence has become more globalized and fragmented at the same time, and is no longer a question of wars between states but of sub-state conflicts, globally networked and financed, in which states have become one actor, increasingly privatized, amongst others. J. Friedman, 2003-9. For many of those who feel like this, the post-9/11 era ushered in a new and extremely dangerous period in world history. Whether the world is so different today from in the past is a matter of much contemporary discussion. To consider this issue, we need to begin by looking at the way security has been traditionally conceived. 15.3 The traditional approach to national security. 5.3.1 Realism. As Chapter 3 shows, states have been regarded as by far the most powerful actors in the international system for a very long time. They have been the universal standard of political legitimacy, with no higher authority to regulate their relations with each other. This has meant that security has been seen as the priority obligation of state governments. States have taken the view that there is no alternative but to seek their own protection in what has been described as a self-help world. In the historical debate about how best to achieve national security, realist thinkers drew on figures such as Hobbes, Machiavelli, and Rousseau to paint a pessimistic picture of the implications of state sovereignty. They viewed the international system as a rather brutal arena in which states would seek to achieve their own security at the expense of their neighbors. Interstate relations were seen as a struggle for power, as states constantly attempted to take advantage of each other. According to this view, permanent peace was unlikely to be achieved. All that states could do was to try to balance the power of other states to prevent anyone from achieving overall hegemony. This view was shared by writers such as E. H. Carr and Hans Morgenthau, who developed what became known as the realist or classical realist school of thought in the aftermath of the Second World War. More recent attempts to update these ideas can be seen in the works of Alistair J. H. Murray, Thomas Christensen, Randall Schweller, William Walforth, and Fareed Zakaria. Their work is sometimes referred to as neoclassical realism. The realist, pessimistic view of international relations is shared by other writers, such as Kenneth Waltz and John Mearsheimer. The pessimism of these neo-realists rests on a number of key assumptions they make about the way the international system works and its inherent propensity for violence. According to the neo-realist view, national security or insecurity is largely the result of the structure of the international system. This is why these writers are sometimes called structural realists. The structure of anarchy is seen as highly durable. The implication of this is that international politics in the future is likely to be as violent as international politics in the past. In an important article entitled Back to the Future, John Mearsheimer, 1990, argued that the end of the Cold War was likely to usher in a return to the traditional multipolar balance of power politics of the past, in which extreme nationalism and ethnic rivalries would cause widespread instability and conflict. Mearsheimer viewed the Cold War as a period of peace and stability brought about by its prevailing bipolar structure of power. With the collapse of this system, he argued, there would be a return to the kind of great power rivalries that had blighted international relations since the 17th century. 5.3.2 Liberal institutionalism. One of the main characteristics of the neo-realist approach to international security is the belief that international institutions do not have a very important key points. Security is a contested concept. The meaning of security has been broadened beyond military considerations to include political, economic, societal, public. The meaning of security has been broadened beyond military considerations to include political, economic, societal, public health, and environmental aspects. Differing arguments exist about the tension between national and international security. Different views have also emerged about the significance of globalization for the future of international security. Part to play in the prevention of war. Institutions are seen as the product of state interests and the constraints imposed by the international system itself. It is these interests and constraints that shape states' decisions about whether to cooperate or compete, rather than the institutions to which they belong. Neorealists point to the contemporary problems faced by several international institutions such as the UN and EU to reinforce their view. Both statespeople and several international relations specialists challenge these neorealist views on institutions. For example, former British Foreign Secretary Douglas Hurd made the case in June 1992 that institutions themselves had played a crucial role in enhancing security, particularly in Europe. He argued that the West had developed a set of international institutions which have proved their worth for one set of problems. He went on to argue that the great challenge of the post-Cold War era was to adapt these institutions to deal with the new circumstances that prevailed, Hurd quoted in Mearsheimer 1994-5. Hurd's view reflected a belief, widely shared among many statespeople, that a framework of complementary, mutually reinforcing institutions, the European Union, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, the Western European Union, WU, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations ASEAN, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, could be developed to promote a more durable and stable European and international security system. This view was also shared by a distinctive group of academic writers that developed from the 1980s and early 1990s. These writers shared a conviction that the developing pattern of institutionalized cooperation among states opens up unprecedented opportunities to achieve greater international security in the years ahead. Although the past may have been characterized by constant wars and conflict, important changes were taking place in international relations, they argued, creating the opportunity to mitigate the traditional security competition between states. Liberal institutionalist writers suggest that in a world constrained by state power and divergent interests, international institutions operating on the basis of reciprocity will at least be a component of any lasting peace. In other words, international institutions themselves are unlikely to eradicate war from the international system, but they can play a part in helping to achieve greater cooperation among states. 15.4 Alternative Approaches. 15.4.1 Social Constructivism. Another group of writers who describe themselves as constructivist theorists posit that international relations are affected not only by power politics but also by ideas and identities. According to this view, the fundamental structures of international politics are social rather than strictly material. This leads social constructivists to argue that changes in the nature of social interaction among states can bring a fundamental shift towards greater international security, see ch. 13. At one level, many constructivists, such as Alexander Wendt, share a number of the major realist assumptions about international politics. For example, some accept that states are the key referent in the study of international politics and international security, that international politics is anarchic, that states often have offensive capabilities, that states cannot be absolutely certain of the intentions of other states, that states have a fundamental wish to survive, and that states attempt to behave rationally. Some, such as Wendt, also see themselves as structuralists, that is, they believe that the interests of individual states are, in an important sense, constructed by the structure of the international system. Key points. Realists and neorealists emphasize the perennial problem of insecurity. Some writers see the security dilemma as the essential source of conflict among states. Neorealists reject the significance of international institutions in helping many states to achieve peace and security. In contrast, politicians and academics who write under the label of liberal institutionalism or neoliberalism see institutions as an important mechanism for achieving international security. Liberal institutionalists accept many of realism's assumptions about the continuing importance of military power in international relations, but argue that institutions can provide a framework for cooperation that can help to mitigate the dangers of security competition among states. However, constructivists think about international politics in a very different way from neorealists. The latter tend to view structure as comprising only a distribution of material capabilities. Constructivists view structure as the product of social relationships. Social structures are made possible by shared understandings, expectations, and knowledge. For example, Wendt argues that the security dilemma is a social structure composed of intersubjective understandings in which states are so distrustful that they make worst-case assumptions about each other's intentions and as a result define their interests in self-help terms. In contrast, a security community, such as NATO, is a rather different social structure composed of shared knowledge and identity in which states trust one another to resolve disputes without war. Emphasis on the structure of shared knowledge is important in constructivist thinking. Social structures include material things, such as tanks and economic resources, but these acquire meaning only through the shared knowledge in which they are embedded. The idea of power politics, or Realpolitik, has meaning to the extent that states accept the idea as a basic rule of international politics. According to social constructivist writers, power politics is an idea that affects the way states behave, but it does not describe all interstate behavior. States are also influenced by other ideas, such as the rule of law and the importance of institutional cooperation and restraint. In his study, Anarchy is What States Make of It, When, 1992, argues that security dilemmas and wars can be seen, in part, as the outcome of self-fulfilling prophecies. The logic of reciprocity means that states acquire a shared understanding about the meaning of power and act accordingly. Equally, he argues, policies of reassurance can bring about a structure of shared knowledge that can help to move states towards a more peaceful security community, when 1999. Although constructivists argue that security dilemmas are not acts of God, they differ over whether they can be escaped. For some, the fact that structures are socially constructed does not necessarily mean that they can be changed. This is reflected in Wendt's 1995-80 comment that sometimes social structures so constrain action that transformative strategies are impossible. However, many constructivist writers are more optimistic. They point to the changes in ideas introduced by Gorbachev during the second half of the 1980s, which led to shared knowledge about the end of the Cold War. Once both sides accepted that the Cold War was over, it really was over. According to this view, understanding the crucial role of social structures is important in developing policies and processes of interaction that will generate cooperation rather than conflict. For the optimists, there is sufficient slack in the international system to allow states to pursue policies of peaceful social change rather than engage in a perpetual competitive struggle for power. 15.4.2 Critical, Feminist, Postcolonial, and Discursive Security Studies. Despite the differences between constructivists and realists about the relationship between ideas and material factors, they agree on the central role of the state in debates about international security. Other theorists, however, believe that the state has been given too much prominence. Keith Krauss and Michael Williams have defined critical security studies in the following terms. Contemporary debates over the nature of security often float on a sea of unvoiced assumptions and deeper theoretical issues concerning to what and to whom the term security refers. What most contributions to the debate thus share are two interrelated concerns: what security is and how we study it, Krauss and Williams 1997-34. What they also share is a wish to de-emphasize the role of the state and the need to conceptualize security in a different way. Critical security studies, however, includes a number of different approaches. These include critical theory, the concept of human security, feminist approaches, and post-structuralist approaches. See Busen and Hansen 2009. Given that these are covered in other chapters, they are dealt with only briefly here. Robert Cox draws a distinction between problem-solving theories and critical theories. Problem-solving theorists work within the prevailing system. They take the existing social and political relations and institutions as starting points for analysis and then see how the problems arising from these can be solved or ameliorated. In contrast, critical theorists focus their attention on the way these existing relationships and institutions emerged and what might be done to change them. See ch 12. For critical security theorists, states should not be the center of analysis because they are not only extremely diverse in character but are also often part of the problem of insecurity in the international system. They can be providers of security, but they can also be a source of threat. They can be providers of security, but they can also be a source of threat to their own people. According to this view, attention should be focused on the individual rather than on the state. This led to greater attention being given from the 1970s and 1980s onwards to what has been called human security, resulting in a further broadening of the conception of security to include areas such as poverty, disease, and environmental degradation. The concept was developed largely by non-Western scholars such as Mahbub al-Haq and Amartya Sen, who felt that traditional national security approaches did not take sufficient account of conflicts that arise over cultural, ethnic, and religious differences. According to Amitabh Acharya, the most pressing challenges to security come not from great power rivalry or interstate wars, as in the past, but from multiple and complex forms of internal conflicts and transitional challenges that defy military action by state actors and that demand economic, political, and normative action by the international community. He argues that we are experiencing the emergence of a very different and much more complex world than in the past. And this brings with it new challenges and approaches to global stability and order. In light of this, He calls for a new global international politics approach which focuses on the contemporary threats to peace given the challenges brought about by globalization, Acharya 2014 c. In many ways, human security is a contested concept. Some critics argue that it widens the boundaries of the meaning of security too much and that it is too vague to have much conceptual value. Others believe that the focus on internal conflicts ignores the very dangerous geopolitical changes that are currently taking place in international relations. Detractors also argue that it is too moralistic, as well as being unattainable and unrealistic in practice. Even among supporters of the concept, there is disagreement between those who focus on the need for greater freedom from fear and those who emphasize the need for more freedom from want. Other supporters, however, argue that there is considerable overlap between the two, and both are important in the search for greater human security. For all supporters of the concept, human security provides an essential non-Western approach to international security, neglected in the past, and is a vital concept in understanding the New World Order. Academics championing the human security approach argue that there is a close relationship with feminist writers who study international conflict. Feminist writers also challenge the traditional emphasis on the central role of the state in studies of international security. While there are significant differences among feminist theorists, all share the view that works on international politics in general, and international security in particular, have been written from a masculine point of view, see CHS 10 and 17. In her work, J. and Tickner argues that women have seldom been recognized by the security literature, despite the fact that conflicts affect women as much as, if not more than, men. The vast majority of casualties and refugees in war are women and children and, as the war in Bosnia confirmed, the rape of women is often used as a tool of war, Tickner 1992. In a major feminist study of security, Bananas, Beaches and Bases, Cynthia Enloe points to the patriarchal structure of privilege and control at all levels that, in her view, effectively legitimizes all forms of violence, Enloe 2014-1989. She highlights the traditional exclusion of women from international relations, suggesting that they are in fact crucial to it in practice and that nowhere is the state more gendered in the sense of how power is dispersed than in the security apparatus, Turif et al. 1999-91. She also challenges the concept of national security, arguing that the use of such terms is often designed to preserve the prevailing male-dominated order rather than protect the state from external attack. Feminist writers argue that if gender is brought more explicitly into the study of security, not only will new issues and alternative perspectives be added to the security agenda, but the result will be a fundamentally different view of the nature of international security. According to Jill Steens, rethinking security involves thinking about militarism and patriarchy, maldevelopment and environmental degradation. It involves thinking about the relationship between poverty, debt, and population growth. It involves thinking about resources and how they are distributed, Steens 1998, S. Smith 2000. Barry Busen and Lena Hansen highlight both the gendered character of security in theory and practice and its Western centrism in their major study, The Evolution of International Security Studies, 2009. Many other writers have also highlighted the Eurocentric character of traditional security studies, which emphasizes the importance of great power conflicts and often ignores the insecurities which affect people and social groups in different parts of the world. In her work, Pinar Bilgin, 2010, considers the impact and significance of historical absences from security studies of non-Western insecurities and approaches. She calls for these silences to be remedied by greater insights into those marginalized by a largely Western-dominated approach to security. A similar point is made by Tarak Barkawi and Mark Laffey, who call for a post-colonial approach to security studies. They argue that the historical geographies that underpin security studies systematically misrepresent the role of the Global South in security relations and lead to a distorted view of Europe and the West in world politics, Barkawi and Laffey 2006, 329. In particular, they point to the inadequate understanding of the nature or legitimacy of the armed resistance of the weak in the traditional Eurocentric approach to security, Barkawi and Laffey 2006, 329. This has led Bryony Vince to argue that scholars should detach themselves from the parochial boundaries of the Western academic discipline of IR and security studies, and look to the international realm more broadly for approaches that may not necessarily look like orthodox Western theory, Vince 2018, italics in original. The emergence of post-structuralist approaches to international relations have produced a related but somewhat different perspective towards international security, CCH 12. Post-structuralist writers share the view that ideas, discourse, and the logic of interpretation are crucial in understanding international politics and security. Like other writers who adopt a critical security studies approach, post-structuralists see realism as one of the central problems of international insecurity. This is because realism is a discourse of power and rule that has been dominant in international politics in the past and has encouraged security competition among states. Power politics is seen as an image of the world that encourages behavior that helps bring about war. As such, the attempt to balance power is itself part of the very behavior that leads to war. According to this view, alliances do not produce peace, but lead to war. The aim for many post-structuralists, therefore, is to replace the discourse of realism or power with a different discourse and alternative interpretations of threats to national security. The idea is that once the software program of realism that people carry around in their heads has been replaced by a new software program based on cooperative norms, then individuals, states, and regions will learn to work with each other and global politics will become more peaceful. 15.5 Globalization and the return of geopolitics. In recent years, there has been a debate among scholars about whether globalization and geopolitics are compatible in the changing world in which we live. See case study 15.1. There have also been debates about whether the world is reverting to traditional power dynamics with untraditional players, or whether a new geopolitics can successfully emerge based on the importance of soft power rather than traditional hard military power. This section will consider these important contemporary debates. Some writers argue that globalization and geopolitics represent fundamentally different approaches to policy. Brian Blewett argues that geopolitical policies seek to establish national or imperial control over space and the resources, routeways, industrial capacity, and population the territory contains. In contrast, he sees globalization as the opening of national space for the free flow of goods, capital, and ideas. Globalization, he says, removes obstructions to movement and creates conditions in which international trade in goods and services can expand. Blewett, 2001. Another writer, Ellen Frost, contends that globalization is changing the world in a radical way. We are moving, she argues, towards a much more interconnected world system. Key points. Constructivist thinkers base their ideas on two main assumptions: one, that the fundamental structures of international politics are socially constructed, and two, that changing the way we think about international relations can help to bring about greater international security. Critical security theorists contend that most approaches put too much emphasis on the state. The concept of human security focuses on the individual and the threats that arise from poverty, disease, and environmental degradation. Feminist writers argue that gender tends to be left out of the literature on international security despite the fact that war impacts men and women differently. Post-colonial approaches highlight the bias of Eurocentric approaches to security studies and call for a broadening of the subject to include the voices and insights of those marginalized by past colonialism. Post-structuralist writers believe that the nature of international politics can be changed by altering the way we think and talk about security, in which independent networks and flows surmount traditional boundaries or make them irrelevant. For Frost, external threats have increasingly assumed transnational forms, which renders traditional geopolitics, with its emphasis on balance of power and interstate conflict, largely irrelevant. Kugler and Frost, 2001. Not all writers, however, accept that globalization and geopolitics are incompatible or that geopolitics is no longer important. Douglas E. Strussand rejects the idea that there is opposition between the two concepts, both as historical forces and as policy alternatives. He argues that the era of globalization has not ended the need for geopolitical analysis, and the policy imperatives that geopolitical analysis generates do not contradict the principles of globalization. Strussand, 2002. Those who take this position argue that traditional ideas of geopolitics remain as important as ever in the 21st century, indeed that they are becoming more important. Richard Bernstein and Ross Monroe, 1998, argue that the central issue for the United States and its Asian allies and friends is whether an increasingly powerful China is going to dominate Asia as its leaders intend, or whether the United States, working primarily with Japan, can counterbalance China's emergence to great power and eventually to superpower status. The outcome will be determined, they continue, on Asia's eastern rim in the band of territory that begins in the Russian Far East and continues through the Korean Peninsula, Japan and Taiwan, and probably the Philippines and Indonesia as well. Bernstein and Monroe, 1998. Case Study 15.1 Insecurity in the Post-Cold War World, the Nagorno-Karabakh War. The Second Nagorno-Karabakh War from September to November 2020 provides a good illustration of some of the complexities of contemporary conflict in terms of the role of history, identity politics, external intervention, geopolitics, modern technology, and social media in warfare. Ottoman Empire troops invaded the area in 1724 and it was absorbed into the Russian Empire in 1813. In 1923, following the Russian Revolution, Joseph Stalin established the Armenian-majority autonomous oblast within the Azerbaijan Soviet Socialist Republic. With the breakup of the Soviet Union, both Azerbaijan and Armenia declared their independence and Armenia demanded jurisdiction over Nagorno-Karabakh. This led to a period of guerrilla warfare between 1988 and 1991 and to the First Nagorno-Karabakh War between 1992 and 1994, known as the Artsakh Liberation War in Armenia. This was followed by a period of low-intensity conflict between 1994 and 2020. During this period, the Christian Armenian majority in Nagorno-Karabakh controlled the self-declared Republic of Artsakh and the Muslim Azerbaijani government sought to bring the region back under its control. The period saw ethnic cleansing and a widespread refugee problem. Becoming increasingly frustrated, Azerbaijan started hostilities again in September 2020, supported militarily by Turkey, which was anxious to retain and extend its influence in the region. The conflict which ensued saw the very effective use of Turkish Bayraktar TB2 drones and sensors by the Azerbaijani forces, together with heavy artillery and missiles. This affected how other states planned their future strategies. Social media, state propaganda, and information warfare were also features of the conflict. Russia, generally a supporter of Armenia but also traditionally concerned to bring stability to a region important to its own security, attempted to broker a series of ceasefire agreements which initially failed. However, with the capture of Shusha, the second-largest settlement in the region, by Azerbaijani forces, Russia managed to secure a ceasefire on November 10, 2020, signed by the President of Azerbaijan and the Prime Minister of Armenia. Under this agreement, the warring sides kept control of the areas they currently held within Nagorno-Karabakh, and Armenia agreed to hand back the surrounding territories it had occupied since 1994. Azerbaijan was also given control of land access to an enclave bordering Turkey and Iran. Russian soldiers were to act as peacekeepers in a corridor between Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh for 5 years. The agreement was highly unpopular in Armenia and was followed by several skirmishes in the months that followed. Violence erupted again in September 2022. The Second Nagorno-Karabakh War was an ethnic and territorial conflict in which the geopolitical stakes were high. It is a region located between the powerful regional forces of Russia, Turkey, and Iran, close to strategic oil and gas pipelines. Question 1. Given its large Armenian majority, why did the Republic of Artsakh fail to gain more international support between the 1990s and 2020? Question 2. Why was geopolitics an important feature of the conflict? The Turkish Bayraktar TB2 drone Bayhaluk/Wikimedia Commons, CC by SA 4.0. For writers like Bernstein and Monroe, traditional geopolitics is just as important as ever and requires a significant shift in American grand strategy. For those who support this view, the shift or pivot of U.S. strategic priorities from the Middle East towards the Pacific under the Obama presidency and the radical changes to U.S. foreign policy under President Donald Trump, as well as President Joe Biden's support for Taiwan over growing contemporary pressure from China, all indicate that such geopolitical analysis remains an important element in contemporary strategic thinking in Washington. Equally, it is argued that the rise of China and Chinese policies regarding islands in the disputed South and East China Seas indicate similar thinking in Beijing, see Case Study 15.2. Graham Allison has argued that America and China are currently in a Thucydides trap. This refers to the 5th century BC clash between the rising power of Athens, akin to modern China, and the established military hegemon Sparta, akin to modern America. In Allison's view, disaster is likely unless each shows more respect for the other. Allison 2017. Case Study 15.2. Growing tensions in the South and East China Seas. Although the origins of territorial disputes in the South and East China Seas go back centuries, there has been a recent upsurge of tension between China and its neighbors and among the neighbors themselves. In the South China Sea, the disputes center on the ownership of the Paracel and Spratly Islands, together with various uninhabited atolls and reefs, especially the Scarborough Shoal, see Figure 15.1. In the East China Sea, the dispute is largely between Japan, China, and Taiwan over what the Chinese call the Diaoyu Islands and what the Japanese call the Senkaku Islands, see Figure 15.2. These disputes are leading to growing anxiety in the Pacific region. The South China Sea disputes. The main dispute over the Paracel and Spratly Islands is between China, Vietnam, and the Philippines. China claims historical rights to the islands dating back 2,000 years. China's claims are mirrored by those of Taiwan. Vietnam rejects these historical claims and says it has ruled over both the island chains since the 17th century. The Philippines also claims the Spratlys because geographically they are close to its territory. The Philippines also has a further dispute with China over the Scarborough Shoal. These islands lie 100 miles from the Philippines and 500 miles from China. To complicate matters further, Malaysia claims that some of the Spratlys fall within its economic exclusion zone. The most serious conflicts, however, have been between China and Vietnam. In 1974, China seized the paracels from Vietnam, and in the late 1980s clashes took place in the Spratlys, with further Vietnamese losses. Tensions have risen higher in recent years due to a belief that the region contains vast quantities of natural gas and oil. Recent rumors suggest that China has plans for an undersea base to exploit the natural resources near the Spratlys. In 2018, Vietnam became increasingly alarmed by further Chinese reclamation work, the development of military In 2018, Vietnam became increasingly alarmed by further Chinese reclamation work, the development of military airstrips and munitions warehouses, and the reported deployment of missiles on Fiery Cross Reef, Subi Reef, and Mischief Reef. Figure 15.1 Disputed areas in the South China Sea Source, UNCLOS and CIA. Figure 15.2 Disputed areas in the East China Sea Source, UNCLOS and CIA. The crisis in Ukraine, with the Russian annexation of Crimea in 2014 and the major invasion in February 2022, has also highlighted the growing contemporary challenge posed by global geopolitical rivalries. Hybrid warfare, involving disinformation, deception, and cyber attacks, together with the use of mass conventional forces, threatens to destabilize the whole basis of European and global security, ushering in a new epoch of Cold War and geopolitical competition. For Russia, the expansion of NATO since the end of the Cold War and the increasing tendency of Ukraine to look west to Europe represented a perceived threat to its own security, justifying the raw use of power. Some writers argue that the conflict should be seen in a broader global context. According to this view, both Russia and China saw the chaotic withdrawal of U.S. and Western forces from Afghanistan as providing an opportunity to develop a strategic partnership which challenges the post-Cold War, liberal rules-based international order, LO 2020. A more critical view of geopolitics is provided by Richard Falk. Falk contends that traditional geopolitics was dominated by the United States and operationally administered from Washington, and continued despite the collapse of colonialism to be West-centric when it came to the shaping of global security policy. The problem, he argues, is that this old geopolitics has not registered the implications for the world order of the collapse of the colonial order or the relative weakening of U.S. primacy. However, he argues that while the old geopolitics remains embedded, especially in Western thinking, a new geopolitics is emerging which rests less on the importance of military power and more on the importance of soft power. This trend, enhanced by the processes of globalization, is exemplified by the emergence of the BRIC countries and the rise in importance of a wide variety of non-state actors. Falk also argues that the windless withdrawals of the U.S. from Iraq and Afghanistan are evidence that superiority in hard military power is no longer able to reach desired political outcomes in violent conflicts. The U.S. should learn that depending on military power, the main currency of the old geopolitics, will bring only frustration and defeat. The problem, he says, is that the aged architects of the old geopolitics, for a variety of reasons, are unable to learn from failure, and so the cycle of war and frustration goes on and on with disastrous human results. Falk 2012. In summary, different views of globalization and geopolitics give rise to very different conclusions about world order. For some, globalization can bring greater peace and security, while for others it can lead to the East China Sea disputes. Japan's claims over 8 uninhabited islands and rocks that it calls the Senkaku Islands date back to 1895, when they were incorporated into Japanese territory. It claims that this right was recognized under the 1951 Treaty of San Francisco. In contrast, China argues that what it calls the Diaoyu Islands have been part of its territory since ancient times. Taiwan also claims the islands with a similar argument. Clashes have occurred in recent years between Japanese patrol boats and Chinese and Taiwanese fishing vessels. A confrontation involving a Chinese fishing vessel in 2010 prompted anti-Japanese protests in multiple Chinese cities and diplomatic protests until the Chinese crew were released. In 2012, tensions re-emerged after Chinese and Japanese activists landed on a number of the islands. These tensions escalated after the Japanese government bought 3 of the islands from private owners. In recent years, new tensions have arisen over Chinese oil rigs near the disputed islands, and in 2018 when Japan dispatched a submarine to the disputed waters southwest of Scarborough Shoal as part of an anti-submarine warfare exercise. In both cases, while major military conflict among the states involved has been avoided in recent years, the renewed disputes have raised the level of regional insecurity. In July 2016, the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague ruled against China and its claims to rights in the South China Sea in a case brought by the Philippines. The court said that China's 9-dash line, which it uses to demarcate its territorial claims, is unlawful under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. China declared that the ruling was unfounded and that it would not be bound by it. More recently, however, there has been a rapprochement between China and the Philippines. China's Belt and Road Initiative of providing major investment in infrastructure projects in Pacific countries as well as in Africa, Europe, the Middle East, and the Americas has caused fears in Australia, Japan, and India that China's String of Pearls strategy was designed to establish a chain of air and naval bases from the South China Sea to the Horn of Africa. This led Australia to reopen a major military base with U.S. support in Papua New Guinea in 2018 and to a U.S., Australian, and Japanese initiative to establish an alliance of friendly nations for joint overseas investment to counter Chinese economic diplomacy in the region. A new trilateral Australian, UK, and US AUKUS arrangement was also set up in 2021 by which the US and UK agreed to provide Australia with a range of technology, including nuclear-powered submarines, to help counter China's more assertive role in the region. Question 1. What do you understand by the term Thucydides' trap in relation to the rise of China? Question 2. What role does the security dilemma play in the territorial disputes between China and its neighbors? Greater fragmentation and conflict as some states and non-state actors challenge the dominant economic and political status quo. Similarly, some view geopolitics as a force that helps to prevent the emergence of overly dominant states in the world. In contrast, others see old geopolitics in particular as resulting in thinking that encourages constant violence and war. In the complex world in which we live, globalization and geopolitics are powerful forces and both have contradictory effects on global security. See ch 6 and Opposing Opinions 15.1. 15.6 Globalization and the Future of World Order. At the center of the contemporary debates about global and international security discussed in this chapter is the issue of continuity and change, as well as different ways of thinking about security. This involves questions about how the past is to be interpreted and whether international politics is in fact undergoing a dramatic change as a result of the processes of globalization. There is no doubt that national and international. Opposing Opinions 15.1 The US-led liberal world order is over. 4. Global power is shifting from the West to the rest. The rise of China and the other BRIC countries will reshape the management of world order as they pursue globalization in a different form to the traditional US-led approach to globalization. The U.S. is no longer in a position to create the rules and dominate the institutions of global governance and world order, Acharya. The Trump administration pursued America First policies that weakened the U.S. alliances and global institutions that were the basis of the Western liberal world order. There was never really a U.S.-led liberal world order. The so-called US-led world order was always limited to a group of like-minded states and did not include many other countries in the world. Vladimir Putin's war against Ukraine has brought an end to the world order as we know it. The use of significant force by one of the major powers against a neighboring sovereign state not only broke international law and established international norms but also threatened to undermine the whole basis of the European security system. The U.S. remains the most powerful state in the world in terms of military, economic, and soft power. Despite its decline, the order created by the U.S. is so deeply rooted and legitimate that it is likely to continue to shape world order for many years to come. President Biden is committed to reconstituting U.S. leadership and U.S.-led world order. The U.S. return to multilateralism and support for alliances after the Trump era will help to re-establish the predominance of the Western-led traditional liberal order. The formation of the D10 provides the basis for a revival of the Western-led world order. The D10 brings together the top planning officials and strategy experts from 10 leading democracies to help build and maintain a rules-based democratic order. No clear alternative to the US-led world order has yet emerged. Despite the challenges faced by the US-led liberal world order, no credible or legitimate alternative has been established that has widespread global support. 1. What might an alternative Chinese world order look like? 2. What will President Biden need to do to reconstitute a viable US-led liberal world order? 3. To what extent has the traditional Western approach to world order neglected to take account of non-Western ideas and approaches? To what extent has the traditional Western approach to world order neglected to take account of non-Western ideas and approaches? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Key points. Some writers see globalization and geopolitics as contradictory concepts, while others argue there is no opposition between them. One of the key contemporary debates is about the future of world order. Different interpretations of the concepts of globalization and geopolitics give rise to alternative views about how a peaceful world order can be achieved. In practice, global politics exhibits the effects of both globalization and geopolitics. Security is being challenged by the forces of globalization, some of which have a positive effect, bringing states into greater contact with each other, while others have a more malign impact. Bretherton and Ponton have argued that the intensification of global connectedness associated with economic globalization, ecological interdependence, and the threats posed by weapons of mass destruction means that cooperation between states is more than ever necessary. Bretherton and Ponton, 1996, 100-1. At the same time, however, globalization also appears to be having negative effects on international security, in part due to the challenges it creates. It is often associated with the rise of populism, fragmentation, identity politics, rapid social change, increased economic inequality, terrorism, threats to cybersecurity, see Box 15.2, and challenges to cultural and religious identities that contribute to conflicts both within and among states. The role of social media, in particular, played an important part in the rise of the so-called Islamic State, which led to major global insecurity in recent years. Globalization has also facilitated the proliferation of weapons technologies, including those associated with weapons of mass destruction, which remain a major potential source of international insecurity, especially with the contemporary challenges to a number of arms control agreements. This ambivalent effect of globalization, in turn, reinforces the search for national security and unilateralism, while at the same time encouraging other states to seek greater multilateral and global solutions as they are less able to provide security for their citizens. The security implications of climate change and the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrate how difficult it is to achieve multilateral solutions to contemporary global problems. Despite important changes taking place in world politics, the traditional ambiguity about international security remains. After the end of the Cold War, the world seemed a safer place to live in. The processes of globalization and the generally cooperative effects of regional and international institutions helped to play an important part in mitigating some of the competitive aspects of the security dilemma among states. These trends, however, have been offset to a significant extent by major geopolitical changes, the use of military force, and regional conflicts that threaten the contemporary world order, see Box 15.3. As indicated by the major invasion of Ukraine by Russia in February 2022, growing Chinese military activities around Taiwan, and Western responses to such developments, it is evident that military force continues to be viewed as an important arbiter of disputes both among and within states, as well as a weapon used by terrorist movements who reject the status quo. Also, conventional arms races continue in different regions of the world. Nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons still exert a powerful influence on the security calculations of many states as some global arms control agreements have unraveled psychologically. Box 15.2 Globalization and Cyber War. Globalization has also introduced a new form of warfare, cyberwar. More than 30 countries have the capability to launch strategic-level cyber attacks. The interconnectedness of many nations' infrastructures means that a successful cyber attack against a single sector in one country could result in adverse effects in other sectors within the same country or those of its neighbors. Indeed, intended and unintended adverse effects could well travel globally. Antulio J. Echeverria II, Globalization and the Nature of War, Carlisle, Pennsylvania, 2003. Box 15.3 Alternative Contemporary Views about World Order. In recent years, we have seen the steady erosion of the liberal order and the institutions that protect it. Citizens of many nations have turned away from universal values toward old ties of ethnicity, race, and sectarianism. They have become increasingly resentful of immigrants, refugees, and minority groups. They have turned inwards economically and prioritized protectionism over integration. They have warmed to authoritarianism and embraced strongman politics. They seem to have given up on the very idea of liberalism itself, betraying the underlying will that is necessary to maintain any world order. John McCain. The old liberal international order was designed and built in the West. Brazil, China, India, and other fast emerging states have a different set of cultural, political, and economic experiences, and they see the world through their anti-imperial and anti-colonialist pasts. Still grappling with basic problems of development, they do not share the concerns of the advanced capitalist states. G. John Eikenberry. The traditional centers of global politics are unable to play a leading role in establishing a new world order. The previous Yalta-based global political system has been all but destroyed. Yet there is nothing to replace it. The world is increasingly sliding towards chaos. Over the past 2 decades, Russia and China have been promoting the idea of a multipolar world as the most sustainable, dependable, and fair structure for international relations. Igor Ivanov. Unstable and ambitious politicians remain at the head of some governments, and cultural differences as well as diverse values and the tensions inherent in globalization itself prevent the emergence of global agreements on a wide range of important issues. Water resources, food, energy, and large-scale migration are all potential sources of conflict, and it remains unclear how great power relations will develop in the years ahead as geopolitical and geostrategic changes unfold. There are also the security issues associated with what one commentator has called the crisis of international institutions, Wiener 1995. At a time of uncertainty, danger, and anxiety, global insecurity is increasingly evident. The forces of fragmentation and integration associated with globalization have helped to destabilize traditional identities and complicate relationships within and among states. Geopolitical changes have also ushered in a new era of conflict between the United States and its allies and an emerging Chinese-Russian strategic partnership which challenges the status quo. Ch. 5. Historically, world orders have been transient. A. Watson, 1992. One of the central questions of contemporary global security concerns the decline of the U.S.-led liberal world order and what might take its place. See Opposing Opinions 15.1. In a speech to the UN General Assembly immediately prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba stated, "A large-scale war in Ukraine will be the end of the world order as we know it." Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine 2022. Many in the West argue that international security since the Second World War has been largely maintained at a global level by a rules-based Western liberal international order. That order, however, has been challenged by the invasion of Ukraine and claims by many non-Western writers that this international order serves only Western interests and undermines the security of non-Western states and non-state actors. Watch the video on the online resources to see the author discuss the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war on global security and world order. Writers like Amitabha Acharya argue that the decline of the US-led world order cannot be reversed, and in its place a new, more complex, decentralized but interdependent world order is emerging. He calls this a multiplex world. See Box 2.5. This is a world without a hegemon, culturally and politically divided but at the same time economically interconnected. In this world of diversity and complexity, the rise of new powers such as China, India, and Brazil is reshaping the management of world order. This process of a reglobalization, Acharya argues, presents both opportunities and challenges. Opportunities for shared leadership between Western powers and rising and regional powers in genuine partnership to achieve relative stability and prevent major power wars, and challenges presented by terrorism and the possibility of multipolar rivalry and the fragmentation of the world into competing regional blocs. Acharya 2018a. Whether the US-led rules-based system of world order can and should be re-established, and if not, what might take its place, remain key questions of global security. 15.7 Conclusion. For the moment, especially with the 2022 Ukrainian crisis, there seems no sign that a paradigmatic shift towards a new, more peaceful world order is taking place in international politics, or indeed perhaps that such a permanent shift is possible. For the moment, especially with the 2022 Ukrainian crisis, there seems no sign that a paradigmatic shift towards a new, more peaceful world order is taking place in international politics, or indeed perhaps that such a permanent shift is possible. The empirical historical evidence as well as contemporary events suggest caution. Periods of more cooperative interstate and intergroup relations have often in the past led to a false dawn and an unwarranted euphoria that perpetual peace was about to break out. The structure of the international system, geopolitical challenges, authoritarian political systems, arms races, hybrid warfare, and the forces of nationalism all impose important constraints on the way that individuals, states, and international institutions behave. So does the continuing predominance of realist attitudes towards international and global security among many of the world's political leaders. See Ch. 9. It is also possible that contemporary discussions and discourse. Key points. Globalization has both positive and negative aspects. The cooperative elements of globalization since the end of the Cold War have been undermined by major geopolitical changes. The war in Ukraine has led to a significant period of global insecurity. A key contemporary question is whether we are witnessing the end of the liberal rules-based world order. About geopolitics and world order may themselves be self-fulfilling. This is not to argue that there is no room for peaceful change, or that new ideas and discourses about world politics are unimportant in helping us to understand the complexities of contemporary global security and to open up the opportunities for reducing international tension and conflict. In a world in which major powers like Russia initiate war against a neighbor and ignore international law, and at a time of continuing diversity, mistrust, and uncertainty, however, it is likely that the search for a more cooperative global society will remain in conflict with the powerful pressures that exist for states and other political communities to look after what they perceive to be their own sectional, religious, national, or regional security against threats from without and within. At a time of growing global danger, whether and how greater international, regional, and global security can be achieved remains, as Herbert Butterfield once argued, the hardest nut of all for students and practitioners of international politics to crack. This is what makes the study of global security such a fascinating and important activity. Questions. 1. Why is security a contested concept? 2. Why do traditional realist writers focus on national security? 3. Why do wars occur? 4. Why do states find it difficult to cooperate? 5. Do you find liberal institutionalism convincing? 6. Why might democratic states be more peaceful? 7. How do constructivist, human security, feminist, and post-structuralist views about international security differ from those of neorealists? 8. What are the implications of populism and the rise of the strongman leader for the future of international security? 9. How dangerous are the Russian invasion of Ukraine and Chinese threats to Taiwan to global security? 10. What might a new world order look like? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Acharya, A. 2014, Rethinking Power, Institutions and Ideas in World Politics, whose IR. New York, Routledge. A very good account of non-Western approaches to security. The author focuses on the concept of human security, which he argues has been neglected by a Western emphasis on national security and the role of military force. Acharya, A. 2018, The End of American World Order, Cambridge, Polity Press. An interesting account of what the author sees as the end of the US-led world order and the concept of a multiplex world. Allison, G. 2017, Destined for War, Can America and China Escape Thucydides' Trap? Boston, Massachusetts, Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. An interesting comparison between the conflict between Athens and Sparta and the contemporary difficulties in the relationship between America and China. Busen, B., and Hansen, I. 2009, The Evolution of International Security Studies, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. A good account of the intellectual history of the development of international security studies, from the rather narrow early Cold War definitions of security, associated with the confrontation between the superpowers, to the current diverse understandings of environmental, economic, human, and other securities. Goldstein, J. S. 2016, Climate Change as a Global Security Issue, Journal of Global Security Studies, 1, 195-8. Focuses on the need to expand definitions of security to include climate change. Cohane, R. O. 2015, The Global Politics of Climate Change, Challenge for Political Science, PS, Political Science and Politics, 48, 119-26. Identifies the failures of global governance to come to terms with climate change. Mearsheimer, J. 2014, The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, 2nd ed., New York, Norton. This study looks at the key role of the major powers in world politics from a neorealist perspective. Ortman, S., and Whitaker, N. 2022, Geopolitics and Grand Strategy in J. Baylis, J. Wirtz, and J. Johnson, eds. Strategy in the Contemporary World, 7th ed., Oxford. Oxford University Press, 297-314. Analyses both the history and the contemporary relevance of geopolitics in an era of globalization. Rodriguez, T. Perez, R. G. and Ferreira, S. E. 2014, The Globalization of International Security, New York, Nova. Gives an overview of the way that globalization has affected defense, security, and strategy in the 21st century. Waltz, K. N. 1959, Man, the State and War, New York, Columbia University Press. Waltz's classic work is one of the best sources for the study of the causes of war. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. What does IB tell us about who wins and who loses from globalization? How should we think about power in the contemporary global political economy? How does international political economy, IB, help us to understand what drives globalization and what is likely to be its future? Chapter 16. Global Political Economy. Nicola Phillips. Reader's Guide. International Political Economy (IPE) is a tremendously rich, exciting, and relevant field of study. It builds on varied theoretical foundations and covers a huge empirical terrain. Its vibrant debates center on questions about power, asking what forms power takes in the global political economy, who or what exercises power, and with what political, economic, and social consequences. The themes and insights of IPE help us to understand the developments in the global political economy which shape the world we live in and most affect our own everyday lives. This chapter provides an introduction to the field and what it offers in the study of contemporary globalization. It begins with an overview of the dominant theoretical perspectives in IPE and how the major approaches in the field have evolved. The chapter then focuses on two core debates in IPE: what drives globalization and who wins and who loses as a consequence. In discussing the first of these debates, it explores how globalization has unfolded and the different ways in which international political economists have understood the driving forces behind these processes. In discussing the second, it looks in more detail at the consequences of globalization, delving into IPE debates about inequality, labor exploitation, and global migration. It ends with a reflection on the future of globalization. 16.1 Introduction. IPE takes as its point of departure a very simple premise that it is impossible to understand the evolution of world affairs without understanding how the political and the economic are intertwined. Perhaps more than any other field, IPE has staked a major claim to the study of globalization, see box 16.1, seeking to understand the array of processes, trends, actors, and arenas that the term encompasses. But in many ways, the field of IPE also developed as a response to the processes of structural change that were associated with globalization, building on well-established theoretical traditions in international relations (IR), political science, and political economy, among other disciplines, in order to understand the changing global political economy. The central questions in IPE revolve around the concept of power. Some accounts of the field's remit emphasize the relationship between power and wealth, which opens up a fascinating set of questions about how power is exercised and by whom and with what consequences in the contemporary global political economy. Others emphasize the relationship between public and private forms of power. Susan Strange, in one of the earliest statements about what the field of IPE should look like, framed this influentially as the relationship between states and markets, Strange 1988. Many people rightly came to view this as too restrictive a definition, as states were not the only actors of significance in the global political economy. One modified definition saw IPE as being about the interrelationship between public and private power in the allocation of scarce resources, Ravenhill 2014-18. A useful way of thinking about the broader scope of IPE which this chapter employs. For our purposes, public power can be understood as the authority concentrated in state institutions and actors, and by extension in state-led international organizations. Private power can be understood as the diverse forms of authority exercised by non-state institutions and actors, including firms and global markets, private regulatory bodies, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, CCH 22, and social movements. The distinction between public and private power is inevitably blurred, and perhaps increasingly so. Many of the functions that traditionally have been the domain of nation-states are being assumed more and more by private actors and institutions, with important consequences for distribution and legitimacy in the global political economy. IPE is not driven by a single, or even dominant, theoretical or methodological approach. Some strands of the field choose to define it as being concerned first and foremost with the study of institutions and how institutions shape the possibilities and patterns of cooperation among states. Particularly in North America, institutionalist theories have been a major theoretical influence on the field. But this is not the full extent of IPE. Many other theoretical frameworks have been applied to study its subject matter, stretching across the conventional frameworks of liberalism, realism, and Marxism, and reaching deeply into newer theoretical currents and perspectives such as constructivism, feminism, and neo-Gramscian theory. Box 16.1 IPE or GPE. A tussle has emerged in the field concerning what it should be called. International political economy is the most used label across scholarly communities and provides a common vocabulary for the field, but many rightly view the I to be misleading. The field is not concerned with relations among states, the international, rather, all of the processes of structural change are better considered to be global in scope, involving non-state and private actors as well as, or independently of, nation-states. The label Global Political Economy, GPE, has therefore found favor in some circles as an alternative, as it is deemed to capture more of the field's thematic and theoretical substance. Some people go further to argue that both I and G are essentially unnecessary. All political economy is, by definition, international or global. One only has to go back to the classical thinkers in political economy such as Adam Smith or Karl Marx to understand that. Attaching I or G also draws inappropriate distinctions between this field and the field of comparative political economy (CPE), which has been associated with the field of political science rather than IR. In fact, we need both comparative perspectives focusing on national and regional dynamics and global perspectives in order to understand the contemporary world. Political economy, it is argued, is therefore enough. However, disciplinary boundaries are powerful things, and CPE and IPE unfortunately often remain somewhat distinct from one another. Lastly, the labels also need to be used as descriptive nouns rather than as the names of scholarly fields. We have already referred several times to the global political economy, connoting the real-world context defined by the political economic processes and actors that are of interest. To avoid confusion, this chapter adopts the acronym IPE to refer to the field and the noun, the global political economy, to refer to the complex arena of change which is its focus. Likewise, IPE's rich thematic interests are conventionally considered to center on the trio of trade, production, and finance. But they too reach much more widely, touching on all of the big issues in today's global political economy, including poverty, development, inequality, the environment, health, crime, migration, and many more. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the sheer scale of health inequalities across and between countries, and the patterns of vaccination across the world lay bare the massive discrepancies in wealth, capability, and power between nations and regions. The economic impact of the pandemic is likely to make itself felt for at least a generation. See ch 25. Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022 has raised once again the connections between security and political economy, whether in relation to the politics of global energy, the effectiveness of economic sanctions, or the social and economic costs of war and conflict. Europe continues to grapple with the impact of unprecedented flows of refugees since the start of the century, which brings into sharp relief the political economic dynamics of migration and security. The United Kingdom's exit from the European Union (EU) not only poses questions about the future of the European project, but also involves a reshaping of regional and global economic and political relationships. China continues its rise to global economic dominance and increasing global political power alongside a number of other rising powers, especially in Asia, auguring a reorganization of the global political economic order and the way it is governed. See ch 6. Political battles continue over the power of transnational corporations, TNCs, notably in such matters as taxation and labor conditions in global production. The global environment is under relentless threat, with the 2021 United Nations Climate Conference, COP26, falling short of any meaningful agreement and ending with the sight of its president, UK Cabinet Minister Alok Sharma, in tears of disappointment. See ch 24. The list of contemporary preoccupations for international political economists could go on and on and on. 16.2 Approaches to IPE. Introductions to IPE often refer back to the theoretical framing that Robert Gilpin set out in 1987 when the field was beginning to crystallize as a major subdiscipline of IR. In his now classic overview of the new field, he identified three main bodies of theory that underpinned the field: liberalism, Marxism, and nationalism, sometimes also called realism. See chs 7, 8, and 9. These three labels quickly became a standard categorization of approaches and often still provide the starting point of undergraduate and postgraduate syllabi in IPE. However, over time the field has evolved in more diverse directions, embracing a wide range of bodies of theory to aid its task of understanding the distributive consequences of the interplay between private and public power. These newer perspectives include social constructivism, evolving forms of rational choice theory, and institutionalism, and varied directions in Marxist and critical thought, such as neo-Gramscian theory, feminist theories, and post-structuralism, and perspectives on the everyday. Recalling the definition of IPE outlined in section 16.1, each of these bodies of theory brings to bear a different understanding of the nature of power, the relationship between public and private power, and the consequences for the distribution of material and power resources. The liberal tradition in IPE builds on ideas about free markets and the view that markets are the most efficient mechanism by which resources can be allocated. States are not invisible in this tradition, but their role should be limited to securing the conditions in which markets can operate as freely as possible and correcting some of the undesirable consequences of their workings. A minimal role for the state builds on the idea that governments are subject to pressures from powerful interests in society seeking advantages or rents from government policies, and therefore that governments potentially distort the efficient and free operation of markets. The emphasis on both states and interests runs through contemporary neoliberal theories of IPE. Institutionalism, as noted in section 16.1, is concerned with patterns of cooperation among states and how the international dynamics of power, refracted through the creation of national and international institutions, shape outcomes in terms of collective action among states. Cohane 1984, Milner 1997. Rational choice theory, by extension, is concerned with the strategic decisions made by actors in the global political economy. It assumes that actors are rational in their decision-making processes, possess fixed interests and preferences, and adapt to particular structures of incentives. Agarwal and DuPont 2014. Conversely, nationalist or realist perspectives on IPE focus closely on international relations among states and see the global political economy as being shaped by competition among states to maximize their power and security. Krasner 1976. Their interest in political economy centers on economic policy decisions by states that are assumed to be pursuing the goals of economic nationalism and independence. However, they reserve particular attention for the role of hegemonic power in the global political economy, focusing on whether and how one hegemonic state can create and enforce rules to maximize the stability of the system, often through the creation of institutions. By comparison, Marxism and its neo-Marxist offshoots are concerned with the system, the structure of the global political By comparison, Marxism and its neo-Marxist offshoots are concerned with the system, the structure of the global political economy, which is defined by capitalism. Capitalism is understood to be about competition between interests, as in liberal and nationalist theories, but interests here are understood not through the primary prism of states and governments, but rather as relating to class. The dynamics of the global political economy are, in the sense, about the conflict inherent in capitalism between those who own the means of production and those who are oppressed as a means of generating surplus value or profit in the system. Neo-Marxist theories associated with the schools of dependency theory and world systems theory, which were particularly influential in the 1960s and 1970s, transposed these insights to a global level, arguing that the global economy was divided into a core and a periphery and that class conflict was international or global in scale. Frank 1967, Dos Santos 1970, Wallerstein 1979. Since the 1980s, Marxist perspectives have been married with insights from the Italian philosopher Antonio Gramsci, R. Cox 1981, 1987. This strand of theoretical thinking has become particularly influential as a part of a broader universe of critical IPE. This body of work has advanced the core Marxist concern with the power structures that underpin capitalism, but also placed more emphasis than in previous phases on the ideology or sets of ideas that themselves form a part of the structure of the global political economy. In this regard, these critical currents in IPE share some terrain with social constructivist approaches. Abdalal, Blythe, and Parsons 2010. The core question here concerns how ideas shape outcomes in the global political economy. One strand of this research focuses on questions of ideology and how dominant ideologies such as the free market ideas associated with neoliberalism themselves structure the world around us and the principles or logics by which it functions. Other strands focus more on how ideas inform the decisions which public and private actors take, and more specifically the interests that define their preferences. Whereas Marxist theorists would see these interests as being defined by class or position in the capitalist structure, and rational choice theorists would ascribe them to incentive structures that actors face. Social constructivists are more interested in the ideational dimensions of interest formation, how individual perceptions and cultural influences can combine to shape patterns of ideas and, in turn, how particular sets of ideas become dominant in the global political economy and with what consequences. CCH 13. Feminist approaches to IPE bring many of these concerns together. Peterson 2003, Backer and Sylvie 2008. While theoretical orientations differ among feminist scholars, they are united in a focus on how the power structures, interests, and ideas that underpin the global political economy are fundamentally gendered in their nature and consequences. Other chapters in this volume highlight many of the questions that animate feminist theories of IPE, including the many dimensions of the gendered division of labor. See CHS 10 and 17. There are many other theoretical approaches to IPE and many other theoretical influences. It is not possible to survey them all in detail here, nor even to do full justice to the depth and richness of those mentioned in this section. However, this brief overview has highlighted two aspects of IPE. First, IPE has come a long way since its early conception as resting on the trilogy of liberalism, nationalism/realism, and Marxism. It has become a flag under which many ships have been able to sail, departing from different theoretical shores and traversing the expansive thematic waters that characterize the field. Second, IPE is a highly diverse field. Sometimes what divides the field can be more apparent than what unites it. Even so, IP's principal approaches are united by a common set of theoretical and 16.3 What drives globalization? Globalization is not new. What we refer to as globalization in IP relates to the latest, contemporary phase in a long-standing historical process. This phase can be said to have started in the 1960s and 1970s. It is also often referred to as neoliberal globalization, denoting the ideological principles on which it rests and the forms of political economic organization that it has ushered in. However, the globalization of the world economy began much earlier than this conventionally indicated starting point. Many histories of globalization go back to the 16th century in tracing the advent of a world economy for centuries centered on Europe and organized around European colonialism, moving through the Industrial Revolution to the late 19th century world order of expanding world trade, imperialism, technological advances, and the introduction of the international gold standard as the basis for coordinating international currency arrangements. The early 20th century saw the outbreak of the First World War and with it the abandonment of the gold standard, the proliferation of barriers to trade, and the period of worldwide recession commonly called the Great Depression in the 1930s, followed by the Second World War. Towards the end of the Second World War, two commitments were shaped which laid the foundations for the post-war international economic order, Ravenhill 2014-13. The first was what John Ruggie 1982 famously termed embedded liberalism, in which governments reached a compromise between the twin objectives of safeguarding their domestic economies and pursuing the goal of full employment to aid post-war recovery on the one hand and, on the other, opening up domestic economies in order to re-establish the footing for international trade and investment flows. The second commitment was to the construction of an institutional architecture capable of sustaining the stability of the world economic order and achieving renewed prosperity following the period of war in Europe and Asia. The result was the so-called Bretton Woods system, named for the location of an international meeting held in 1944, which yielded the creation of the major international economic institutions that still characterize the multilateral landscape: the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the World Bank, which was originally called the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, which later became the World Trade Organization, WTO. At the same time, the project to rebuild Europe generated a process of deepening European integration, with the Treaty of Rome signed in 1957 laying the foundations for the European Economic Community, EC, and eventually the European Union, EU. The achievement of unprecedented rates of economic growth and advances in living standards in the post-1945 period led the renowned historian Eric Hobsbawm, 1994, to refer to this period as a golden age. However, not all of the countries and regions of conceptual pillars, while very different and placing their emphasis in dramatically different ways, it can be said that all of the theories described in this section rest on three ingredients of the study of political economy that Robert Cox identified back in the early 1980s: material capabilities, institutions, and ideas. R. Cox 1981. As the introduction to this volume discussed, each body of theory will paint these ingredients in different colors, will understand the relationship among them in different ways, and will produce different pictures of the outcomes of their interactions. But they stand as the core ontological building blocks of approaches to IP, providing a useful starting point for exploring some of the field's main issues and themes. Key points. IP is an extremely rich and diverse field which builds on theoretical perspectives drawn from IR, political economy, and political science, as well as insights from other disciplines. The conventional description of IP theory as organized around liberalism, nationalism/realism, and Marxism no longer captures the breadth and complexity of approaches to IP. Approaches to IP are all concerned with the interplay of material capabilities, institutions, and ideas in the global political economy. However, they understand the nature of these three elements in diverse ways and theorize their relationships differently. The world enjoyed this accelerating growth and developmental progress, and the gap between what were called at the time the developed world and the developing worlds widened. At the same time as many economies in East Asia were achieving rapid growth, leading to talk of an East Asian miracle, other regions, notably Africa, were falling further and further behind. Two schools of thought emerged to explain this divergence in development trajectories. The first, modernization theory, popular in the 1950s and 1960s, mapped out a route to development based on the experiences of what many referred to as the advanced Western world, plotting a path for the less developed countries to catch up, in the parlance of the time, with North America and Europe. Following this prescribed path to modernization would yield developmental success. Deviating from this route would result in developmental failure. Hence, the divergence in development trajectories was understood as a result of inappropriate strategies and the absence in the developing world of the political and cultural characteristics of Western modernity. The second underdevelopment theory, which gained currency in the 1960s, took a different view. Its variants drew on Marx's perspectives to argue that catching up was not possible for all. Because, alongside the lasting effects of colonialism, the fundamental truth about capitalism was that development depended on underdevelopment. In other words, the Third World's continuing underdevelopment was not a product of its failure, but rather a result of structural limitations to its possibilities for achieving development. The terms of trade. In the international economy, a concept which highlights the relative competitiveness of national economies by measuring the relationship between the price that a country's exports can command in international markets and the price that country pays for its imports, worked systematically against the Third World and its development prospects. In André Gunder Frank's famous formulations, capitalism generates economic development for the few and underdevelopment for the many, as development and underdevelopment are two sides of the same coin. Frank, 1967. 8-9. The 1970s marked the end of the Golden Age. The decision in 1971 by the administration of U.S. President Richard Nixon to allow the dollar to float freely is commonly viewed as the starting point of the contemporary globalization of financial markets. The oil crisis of 1973 ushered in a period of stagflation, economic stagnation combined with high inflation, prompting a period of crisis across the advanced industrialized world. To make matters worse, a turn by countries such as the United States to greater trade protectionism, the erection of barriers to restrain free trade, undermined the post-war commitment to economic openness. Meanwhile, the evolution of the Bretton Woods institutions had sowed seeds of discontent among developing countries. They viewed these institutions either as neglectful of developing countries' interests or as being organized in such a way that their interests were systematically marginalized. In other words, the governments of developing countries encountered a multilateral system in which they had very limited bargaining power and which functioned to serve the interests of the powerful states and capitalist forces, together with the possibilities that high oil prices and control over commodities afforded. These concerns led developing countries to turn to each other in an effort to rectify the disadvantageous terms on which they were integrated into the international economy. The Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, and the New International Economic Order, NIO, were key political movements that emerged over the 1960s and 1970s, oriented to reducing developing economies' dependence on the international economy as well as their vulnerability to adverse terms of trade. However, a series of economic and political developments prevented these movements from bringing about conclusive adjustments to the power structures of the world order. Following an explosion of available credit in the international economy over the 1960s and 1970s, many developing countries, particularly in Latin America, had borrowed extensively in international financial markets and accumulated massive amounts of debt. The debt crisis that ensued at the start of the 1980s, triggered by the U.S. government raising interest rates, both caused these debts rapidly to become unpayable and acted as a significant brake on development in the affected countries. At the same time, conservative governments were elected in the United States, the United Kingdom, and elsewhere. They interpreted the experience of stagflation, growing state intervention, especially in Europe, and resurgent political conflict to signal the exhaustion of the post-war model associated with the Golden Age. So started the neoliberal counter-revolution, TOI 1993. Strongly associated with the traditions of Western liberal thought, the neoliberal counter-revolution was based on the assumption that human well-being can best be advanced by liberating individual entrepreneurial freedoms and skills within an institutional framework characterized by strong private property rights, free markets, and free trade. Harvey, 2005. 2. This assumption quickly gained the status of orthodoxy, neatly summed up in the phrase ascribed to UK Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher: "There is no alternative," and formed the basis for the development of a distinctive policy agenda to achieve an extensive program of trade liberalization, deregulation, and privatization worldwide. This program was broken down into something resembling a recipe of policy change, which came to be called the Washington Consensus, see Box 16.2. The Washington Consensus was rolled out aggressively across the developing world, with the Bretton Woods institutions becoming the main channels for this purpose. Their Structural Adjustment Programs, SAPs, programs imposing major economic policy reform packages on developing countries, made compliance with these Washington Consensus prescriptions a condition of access to loans and financing from those institutions, which developing countries needed urgently to achieve growth and development following the debt crisis. Colin Lees put it well when he observed that, by the end of the 1980s, the only development policy that was officially approved was not having one. leaving it to the market to allocate resources, not the state, Lee's 1996, 42. Yet neoliberalism was not just about domestic policy change. It pushed forward a vision of the global political economy as resting on deregulated and globalized financial markets, free trade, and globalized production structures in which TNCs were free to roam the world and organize their production activities wherever they found the most conducive conditions. The globalization of trade, finance, and production are discussed in finer-grained detail elsewhere in this volume, see ch 28. The extent to which any of these facets of globalization have been achieved fully remains open to debate. Is global trade really free, for example, or indeed global? The question of whether the process of globalization has stalled in the first 2 decades of the 21st century will also preoccupy us for some years to come, and we will reflect on this in section 16.5. Nevertheless, the far-reaching and ongoing consequences of neoliberal globalization cannot be doubted, and debates rage in IP about their implications for the distribution of power and wealth. Before considering these debates, however, let us first look through IP lenses at the question of what has driven these processes of global political economic change. One set of interpretations highlights the role of ideas and ideology in driving global political economic change. Scholars associated with critical strands of IP have been particularly keen to expose the ideological underpinnings of globalization. Robert Cox, the foundational voice in articulating a critical approach to IP, established the core insight that the ideational and material dimensions of power are always bound together, mutually reinforcing one another, and not reducible one to the other. R. Cox 1983, 168. Material power relates to control over material resources, including raw materials, capital, and markets, and was traditionally more commonly the focus across the field of IP. Yet ideational power is arguably even more important, that is, the particular ways of thinking about the global political economy that neoliberalism has come to impose on a wide variety of public and private actors. Just as neoliberalism is constructed as an ideological project, Peck 2010, so too is globalization constructed by sets of ideas and associated discourses that have come to represent a common sense of the contemporary era. A second set of interpretations focuses on the powerful interests and institutions that drive globalization. According to this perspective, the processes of change that make up globalization are driven by the changing. Box 16.2 The policy prescriptions of the Washington Consensus. Maintenance of fiscal discipline. Budget deficits should not exceed 2% of gross domestic product, GDP, reordering of public expenditure priorities, reduction and elimination of subsidies. Prioritization of spending in education, health and infrastructure, tax reform, broadening of tax base, maintenance of moderate marginal tax rates, maintenance of positive real interest rates to discourage capital flight and increase savings. Maintenance of competitive exchange rates. Trade liberalization, elimination of barriers to foreign direct investment, privatization of state-owned enterprises, deregulation of the economy, enforcement of property rights. Source: Williamson 1990. Political landscape in which, above all, powerful corporate interests have risen to dominance. These include both financial corporations, banks and other financial firms, and non-financial corporations associated with global production. The power of these private actors is not a new phenomenon. Think, for instance, of the power of the East India Company or its counterpart, the Dutch East India Company, in the early 17th century. But it is nevertheless the case that the rapid rise of the multinational corporation, more commonly now called the TNC, was the key phenomenon of the post-war world economy. TNCs are now considered to be among the most powerful actors in the global political economy, increasingly able to dictate the terms of production and trade and the key driving forces behind globalization. They do so in large part through their control of global value chains, GVCs, sometimes also referred to as global production networks, GPNs, around which production and trade have come to be organized in the contemporary global political economy, see case study 16.1. However, this does not mean that states are now irrelevant in driving or governing globalization, see opposing opinions 16.1. However, this does not mean that states are now irrelevant in driving or governing globalization, see opposing opinions 16.1. As much as TNCs wield enormous political power, and we can find ample evidence of their using this power to ensure that governments act in accordance with their preferences, states and international institutions have also been and remain pivotal to creating the conditions in which TNCs can operate. A third perspective on the drivers of global political economic change underscores the role of technological revolution in creating the conditions for globalization. Firms and economic actors are able to operate globally as a result of the compression of time and space that has been achieved by the evolution of information technologies. Territory and distance are no longer barriers to international economic exchange, and economic transactions have become virtual in character. Money moves around the world not in physical form, but instantaneously through computers. The logistics revolution, through advances in such areas as refrigeration technologies and transportation and distribution methods, has also enabled the globalization of production and trade in a way that could barely have been envisaged even 50 years ago. Seen through IP lenses, then, control over technology is a key attribute. Case Study 16.1 Global Value Chains, GVCs, and Global Development. It has become widely accepted that we are now living in a GVC world. Mayer et al. 2017. The 2013 World Investment Report, published by the United Nations Commission on Trade and Development, estimated that around 80% of global trade flowed through GVCs led by transnational corporations, TNCs. The International Labour Organization estimated in 2015 that 1 in 5 jobs worldwide was linked to production in GVCs. The GVC concept, closely related to the concept of global production networks, GPNs, refers to a pattern of global and regional production coordinated and controlled by TNCs that is both functionally and geographical fragmented. Functional fragmentation means that trade is no longer about the international exchange of final, finished goods, but rather about intermediate goods and services. That is, the production process is broken down into many different stages, and each stage involves many different suppliers, producers, workers, factories, workplaces, and so on. This process is marked by geographical fragmentation. These many different stages of production are spread across the world as firms seek the most advantageous conditions, whether related to technological capacity, labor costs, regulatory environments, or many other factors. The implications of the GVC world for development have been widely celebrated. Virtually all of the major international organizations focused on economic development actively deploy, in different ways, the concept and language of GVCs in tandem with national governments across the developing world. Integration into GVCs is thought to be associated with economic upgrading across sectors and industries, associated with accelerated job creation and opportunities for many people previously deprived of participation in the economy. GVCs can provide employment, higher wages, more decent work, and routes out of poverty for many people. A different perspective, though, draws attention to the developmentally adverse consequences of this mode of production. GVCs may be associated with job creation, but it is the poor quality of these jobs that matters. Many more people may be employed, but they are working in conditions that are harsh and exploitative. The sheer scale and complexity of GVCs mean that monitoring and accountability for labor standards are often weak. Likewise, there are losers in the GVC world, as many suppliers, firms, and even countries can be squeezed out of participation in GVCs as powerful actors erect barriers to entry that can be difficult to overcome. GVCs rest on significant asymmetries of power which reinforce inequalities between people and regions across the world and are an important factor in explaining the patterns of rising global inequality in Section 16.4.1. Question 1. Can GVCs be thought of as good for development? Question 2. What light do you think the GVC concept sheds on how the global economy works and in whose interests? Opposing opinions. 16.1 Nation-states are irrelevant in an era of economic globalization. 4. Nation-states are ill-equipped to govern globalization. The processes associated with globalization are, by definition, global. They are beyond the capacities of nation-states to govern. Authority in the global political economy has therefore been dispersed to a wide array of private actors, civil society actors, and international organizations that are more able to govern transnationally. Markets and global capital have undermined states' power and authority. Global capital operates beyond the political control of states. The deregulation of finance and liberalization of trade have eroded the power that states previously were able to exercise over economic processes and actors. TNC's political power far exceeds that of many governments. TNCs are able to wield their political power, especially across the developing world, to diminish the capacity of states and governments to regulate effectively. States wanting to attract investment and trade are bound by the preferences of foreign capital and TNCs. Global processes have eroded policy space. Governments are no longer able to control national borders, and policy autonomy has been eroded by the need to accommodate global economic and political forces. Against, nation-states remain an essential part of global governance. Many of the major international organizations are intergovernmental in character. Nation-states remain the point of reference for many civil society organizations. They are also pivotal in putting in place the governance conditions in which globalization can thrive and in providing mechanisms of democratic accountability for its consequences. Powerful states have been the authors of globalization. Propelled by the dictates of neoliberalism, states themselves have been responsible for their decreased role in economic governance as they continually act to maintain the conditions for deregulation and liberalization. States are often in conflict with private actors, but not because they have been eroded. Not all states act the same. Some states are more active in regulating global economic processes and actors than others. It is an excessive generalization to suggest that states have become passive in the face of corporate power. Governments retain significant policy discretion. National policy frameworks vary considerably, and governments retain control over a wide array of policy instruments. States are instrumental in managing economic crises and dealing with the consequences of economic instability. Do TNCs now run the world rather than national governments? In what ways have states in different parts of the world adapted to deal with the challenges of globalization? 3 types of states? Does it make any sense to talk in general about nation-states in debating these issues, or should we distinguish between different? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Of material power. The story of globalization is at least in part a story of the forms of political and economic activity that technological advances have facilitated, and the power that control over technology can confer on particular actors in the global political economy. Finally, a fourth interpretation directs attention to the power of states. For much of the time that IP has existed as a field, this power has been centered in the United States. The origins of neoliberal globalization coincided with the consolidation of U.S. post-war hegemony and the period denoted by it, often called the Pax Americana. Indeed, with its origins in the discipline of IR, much early IP scholarship was concerned first and foremost with questions of U.S. hegemonic power and its implications for patterns of cooperation among states and the institutional apparatus of world politics. Just as important is the connection drawn between the globalization project and a set of distinctively U.S. economic interests, in particular the links between the rise of the TNC and the consolidation of U.S. economic power. For some scholars in critical IP, the debate is more usefully about how the neoliberal globalization project is associated with an idea of U.S. imperialism, facilitating the global dissemination of a distinctive ideological agenda and a set of material interests, channeled through the power structures of international institutions. However, the vision of globalization as the expression of state power is slowly but surely changing. It can no longer be assumed unproblematically that the U.S. occupies a position of global dominance. The rise of China and other states has disrupted this equation of globalization with U.S. hegemony. In one sense, globalization. 16.4 Who wins and who loses from globalization? You will recall that our definition of the field of IP emphasized the interaction between public and private power in shaping how scarce resources are distributed. You will recall that our definition of the field of IP emphasized the interaction between public and private power in shaping how scarce resources are distributed. In other words, IP provides rich material for understanding who wins and who loses from globalization. We will focus our attention here on a number of issues that shed interesting light on the dynamics of distribution in the global political economy: globalization and inequality, globalization and labor exploitation, and globalization and migration. 16.4.1 Globalization and inequality. Much debate in IP has revolved around the relationship between globalization, poverty, and inequality. It is generally accepted that expectations that neoliberal globalization would lift the world's population out of poverty have been misplaced. Between 1990 and 2015, the World Bank estimates that the number of people living in extreme poverty fell to under 10% of the global population. The rate of improvement was already slowing down through the 2010s, although overall extreme poverty numbers continued to decrease. But in 2020, extreme poverty rose for the first time in over 20 years, with the COVID-19 pandemic creating the conditions in 2020 for an estimated 110 to 150 million people to be added to the total of those living in extreme poverty. Not surprisingly, it is people who were already poor and vulnerable who have been most affected by the pandemic. It is also suggested that the effects of climate change may push an additional 132 million people into poverty by 2030, World Bank 2020. The picture is also very uneven across different parts of the world. The East Asian and Pacific regions account for the bulk of the good news on global poverty since has accelerated as China, India, and the countries of the former Soviet bloc have become increasingly integrated into the global political economy since the start of the 1990s. In a different sense, their rise, particularly that of China, appears to be upending the established order, especially with regard to economic power. At the same time, it can no longer be assumed that powerful states are sponsoring globalization. The rise of nationalist populist politics across some parts of the world, perhaps most visibly exemplified in the United States under the administration of Donald Trump, has featured a form of anti-globalism, which cuts against the pillars of neoliberal globalization and could reasonably be interpreted as an attempt to roll back the advance of global economic liberalization. And a long-standing debate continues to rage about whether or not globalization has now escaped the political control of states, and states are increasingly irrelevant in the face of globalization. See Opposing Opinions 16.1. Key points. Globalization is not new, but rather is a process that has proceeded through many phases since the 16th century. The post-war period was characterized by an increase in international cooperation to restore stability in the international economic order and re-establish economic openness following an extended period of war and crisis. The latest phase of globalization is associated with neoliberalism emerging as a response to the economic crisis of the 1970s and the ascendance of neoliberal ideas about how the global political economy should be organized. IB scholars emphasize a range of drivers behind contemporary globalization, which include the role of ideology and ideas, the power of private economic interests, the technological revolution, and the evolution of state power. There is increasing debate as to whether globalization is now stalling or being rolled back. Rising waters destroy houses on the coastline of Senegal. Vincent Trimo / World Bank. 1990, where the dramatic decline in poverty in China has been particularly noteworthy. In Latin America, the data are heavily skewed by upward trends in the large economies, specifically in Mexico and Brazil. Sub-Saharan Africa now accounts for most of the world's poor, with 41% of the region's population living in poverty in 2015. The numbers there were also rising in the late 2010s rather than declining as in the rest of the world. World Bank 2018. And in the Middle East and North Africa, extreme poverty rates were rising between 2013 and 2015, but then nearly doubled between 2015 and 2018 with the impact of conflicts in Syria and Yemen. World Bank 2020. Significantly too, while up to 2020 there had been an overall drop in extreme poverty across the world, there was much less progress on poverty in general. The number of people living between the $1.25 per day extreme poverty line and the $2 per day poverty line in fact doubled between 1981 and 2008, World Bank 2012. Despite some good news on global poverty during the period of neoliberal globalization, therefore, it is fair to say that we have not seen the improvements that many thought globalization would bring about. However, the major trend of our time has been explosive growth in levels of inequality, which can rightly be considered to be without historical precedent and without conceivable justification, economic, moral, or otherwise. PSIR 2002, 1024. Critically, it is not only or primarily a worsening of poverty that has produced greater levels of inequality. Rather, it is the dramatic acceleration of wealth accumulation that has caused such a stretching of the spectrum. During the 1990s, the world's rich benefited disproportionately from global growth while the poor's per capita consumption increased at only half the average global rate. Edward 2006. Between 1993 and 2001, somewhere between 50 and 60% of the increase in world consumption accrued to about 10% of the world's population. Wade 2014, 327. In early 2018, Oxfam's annual calculations revealed that 82% of the wealth generated in 2017 went to the richest 1% of the global population, while the 3.7 billion people who make up the poorest half of the world saw no increase in their wealth at all. Oxfam charted an annual increase in billionaire wealth by an average of 13% since 2010, which exceeds annual average wage growth by 6 times over the same period. Oxfam 2018. What is more, during 2020, the first 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, the fortunes of the world's 10 richest men doubled to $1.9 trillion, and in 2020 it was estimated that 32 of the world's largest companies saw increases in profits totaling $109 billion. Oxfam 2020-2021a. Recall the picture we painted a couple of paragraphs ago about significant increases in extreme poverty that we have seen over the same period of time. The question for students of IPE is how to explain these vast divergences in wealth and the fact that the gaps continue to widen. Does globalization cause greater levels of inequality, and if so, does it matter? Views differ dramatically. Some contend that inequality is not a problem so long as everyone is getting richer. What does it matter if we have more billionaires than ever generating wealth? If extreme poverty is falling and the possibilities for social mobility are greater than ever? According to this logic, globalization is the key to everyone getting richer as it provides opportunities and removes barriers to development. Others hold that the dynamics of globalization itself are responsible for growing inequality. While globalization has created opportunities for the massive accumulation of wealth by global elites, it has also left untouched the structural features of the global economy that work against development for large parts of the world and their population. In addition, the skewed distribution of power in the global political economy ensures that inequalities remain entrenched. And yes, this argument holds. Inequality does matter. If we look across the world in the mid-2010s, for instance, one of the dominant themes in national politics is the backlash from those who are on the sharp end of globalization, those who are on the losing side of inequality, and those who feel left out of the benefits that globalization was supposed to bring. This has been a powerful explanation for recent political events, including the election of nationalist and populist leaders in many. Riot police uses a water cannon and tear gas against demonstrators during a protest in Paris 2018. Alexandros Michailidis / Shutterstock. Countries, the outcome of the UK referendum on Brexit, or instances of civil unrest such as the rioting in Paris at the end of 2018. 16.4.2 Globalization and labor exploitation. The second theme of this section, labor exploitation in the global economy, is also associated strongly with the dynamics of inequality. Recall that Marxist theory teaches that labor exploitation is an intrinsic feature of capitalism as the outcome of the class conflict between capital and labor. But one does not have to be of a Marxist leaning or even on the left of politics to recognize that global production is built on processes which maximize the profits for firms and private actors, and that one of the ways in which this happens relates to the conditions in which people across the world work. Many sectors of global production are marked by intense competition. TNC's coordinating networks of global production put huge commercial pressures on producers and supplier firms with regard to cost and supply conditions. TNC's coordinating networks of global production put huge commercial pressures on producers and supplier firms with regard to cost and supply conditions. Producers and suppliers in turn frequently seek to manage these pressures by reducing the share constituted by labor in production costs. To do so, they emphasize the maintenance of a highly flexible workforce, the ability to hire and fire at will in order to respond to changing conditions, to hire workers without any formal contract or on short-term contracts that do not involve extensive obligations in relation to rights and entitlements, to keep wages low, and to make sure workers are easily disposable. The globalization of production has advanced as firms have sought the advantages of cheap and flexible labor across the world, with little or no regulation by national governments of their activities. A direct consequence is the explosion of precarious, insecure, unprotected, and exploitative conditions of work, which have become the hallmark of the global political economy. Informal, migrant, and contract workers have become the backbone of the global labor force. This labor force has also become strongly feminized, and women workers are among the most vulnerable to exploitation in many arenas of the global economy. The concept of sweatshops has been familiar for several decades, and there have been many instances in which large corporations have been exposed for sweatshop conditions in factories and other appalling abuses of workers' rights. Nike, Gap, Amazon, and Apple are all examples of the large numbers of brand firms that have suffered damaging exposures of working conditions in their supply chains, some of which have responded by trying to position themselves at the forefront of the corporate social responsibility (CSR) agenda. Across the world, we encounter the problems of zero-hours contracts, poor and exploitative conditions of work, and low wages. At the extreme end of the spectrum of labor exploitation are production models reliant on the use of forced labor and child labor. See case study 16.2. 16.4.3 Globalization and migration. The final theme in this section, migration, provides a fascinating insight into the dynamics of inequality in the global political economy. We live in an age of migration, Castles and Miller 2009, in which the number of international migrants reached an estimated 272 million globally in 2019, up from 258 million in 2017 and 220 million in 2010. This equates to 3.5% of the world's population, up from 2.8% in 2000 and 2.3% in 1980. Of these 272 million, 48% are women. At the end of 2019, 79.5 million people were considered to be forcibly displaced people, including refugees, asylum seekers, and those internally displaced within countries, IOM 2019, UNNDB. See Sage 26. Of course, migration is not new. It has underpinned the history of humanity. But what is new about the contemporary period is that migration flows are now truly global, no longer centered on Europe or on a south-north movement from poorer to richer countries, but now in large proportion also south-south. Much of this South-South movement involves migration within regions, such as Southeast Asia, Southern Africa, or South America. The key phenomenon in China, Brazil, and elsewhere is also that of massive internal movements of people within countries, which are not captured in these estimated figures on interstate migration. Migration shapes the political economy of all regions of the world. It is impossible to understand the contemporary global political economy and the processes wrapped up under the heading globalization without understanding migration. The many different faces of migration reflect the contours of global inequality discussed in Section 16.4.1 and Section 16.4.2. In the context of neoliberalism, the outcomes for different kinds of migrants are very different. At one end of the spectrum, highly mobile, highly paid, highly educated professionals use their global mobility as a means of generating opportunities for themselves. Their mobility oils the wheels of global economic activity in sectors as diverse as commerce, finance, education, and medicine. At the other end of the spectrum is the kind of global labor force described in Section 16.4.2, where migrants are disproportionately represented in the low-paid, low-skill parts of global production, or in sectors supplying services to the more privileged professional parts of society, including lifestyle services such as domestic work. Such patterns of migration connected with domestic service are global, and include as examples the movement of workers from the Philippines to Hong Kong, Mexico to the United States, Nicaragua to Costa Rica, or Indonesia to the United Arab Emirates, as well as movement within countries. The realities of precarious employment are magnified by the particular vulnerabilities of migrant workers. Migrant workers often lack the power to engage in political action concerning wages and working conditions, and they do not possess the rights and entitlements associated with citizenship or residency. Laws governing immigration or internal movements often act to strip workers of labor or welfare protections and constrain their ability to seek satisfactory working conditions by changing employers. These laws can also provide mechanisms for employers to manipulate workers, particularly if they are undocumented, such as the threat of denunciation to immigration authorities. The global migrant labor force is strongly associated with economic need and the requirements of supporting families at home. In one sense, this suggests that migrant workers are among the losers from globalization. The deregulation of labor markets, the power of private firms, the retraction of welfare and social protection under neoliberalism, the demand for abundant and cheap labor in global production, and the massive accumulation of wealth in some sections of society all have fueled a situation in which many migrant workers have found themselves at the sharp end of globalization. An alternative viewpoint would argue that increased possibilities for mobility under globalization have presented opportunities for people to migrate to earn better. Case Study 16.2 Globalization and Child Labor. The United States Department of Labor, 2020, confidently estimates that there were some 152 million children in child labor across the world in 2020, with 73 million children engaged in hazardous child labor. It estimates that 25 million adults and children are working in conditions of forced labor. It identifies 155 goods from 77 countries as being produced using forced or child labor, and its list of suspected goods is longer. Unfortunately, it is entirely likely that we will all at some point have garments in our wardrobes made using forced or child labor, eat food whose ingredients were produced using forced or child labor, or conduct our working and personal lives using computers, mobile phones, and other electronic devices produced by adults and children working in these conditions. This might surprise you, given that there has been so much attention in recent years to corporate social responsibility and government legislation to outlaw these worst forms of labor exploitation. But forced and child labor remain persistent problems, with many root causes. The sheer scale and complexity of GVCs mean that traceability remains a challenge, even for well-intentioned firms and consumers, but with obvious possibilities for those firms, factories, suppliers, or producers inclined to take advantage. The globalization of production has been motivated in many sectors by the search for lower labor costs and more permissive regulatory environments. Government legislation around the world can be inadequate or poorly enforced even where decent legislation is in place. In countries such as India, households where much child labor takes place remain excluded from legislation which focuses on factories and other kinds of workplaces. Multidimensional poverty on the scale we have documented in this chapter remains an important driving force in determining the incidence of child labor. And child labor is strongly intergenerational, associated as it is with the deprivation of rights to education for many children, especially girls. N. Phillips 2013, Phillips et al. 2014. It is tempting to see child labor as a problem that is concentrated in areas of the world or sectors of production that are less integrated into the global economy, that it is a problem of not enough globalization, and the presence of TNCs is more likely to make a difference, even if only driven by reputational and branding concerns. It is tempting to see it as a problem of traditional practices in society that will be eradicated as the globalization process advances across the world. But it is clear that this would be an optimistic view. Child labor is not caused by globalization alone, but globalization has not eradicated child labor, and GVCs are associated with the conditions in which child labor can persist and even flourish. Question 1. Is it surprising to you that child labor persists in the contemporary global economy? Question 2. What role can consumers play in addressing child labor, and what are the limits to consumers' ability to bring about change? Wages, achieve better levels of education, and enhance their social mobility. Clearly, much depends on how migration is governed in the global political economy, particularly in relation to working conditions for migrant workers and the kinds of government policies that govern immigration or the movement of people. Conversely, an IP lens reveals that migration is itself a driver of globalization. This is not just in an economic sense, relating to the construction of a highly flexible global labor force, or the supply of global talent to particular industries. Migration also has important implications for the global economy, because increasing levels of global migration are associated with vast flows of money through global and national financial systems. Officially recorded remittances to the developing world, the sums of money that migrants send home to their families, stood at $540 billion in 2020. After a long trend of very significant growth, this figure was only $8 billion. After a long trend of very significant growth, this figure was only $8 billion less than in 2019, defying predictions of a downturn as a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic. World Bank 2021a. Finally, migration has important cultural implications. Particularly in the world's global cities, Sasson 2001, migration has played an important part in some of the dramatic cultural changes that we associate with globalization, and consequently the emergence of new political dynamics across the world. Key points. The IPE is concerned with the distribution of power and material resources in the global political economy, and lively debates center on who wins and who loses from globalization. A globalization has been associated with a dramatic widening of inequality between and within countries, and between and within social groups. A labor exploitation underpins the generation of wealth and profits in the global political economy. A migration has become truly global in its scope, associated with the movement of highly paid professionals at one end of the spectrum and low-paid, low-skill workers at the other. A migration is itself a driver of globalization in both economic and cultural terms. 16.5 The future of globalization. As a historical process, globalization has not unfolded in a linear fashion, and the trajectory of globalization outlined in section 16.3 included many twists and turns. In the early 2020s, we have arrived at a point where we are once again questioning the future of globalization, with the world shaken by the COVID-19 pandemic, and after a decade when anti-globalist, nativistic, and populist strains of politics have gained ground in countries as diverse as the United States, Brazil, Hungary, the Philippines, France, and the United Kingdom. Across the world, as well, left-leaning politics have long been characterized by a questioning of the value of globalization, given all of its uneven social and economic consequences as we have outlined in this chapter. Does this mean that the process known as globalization has now run aground? This conclusion is probably premature. We should be wary of basing sweeping assumptions about the historical significance of change on recent turns of events. It remains to be seen whether the system of globalization will hold, so to speak, and withstand this moment of resurgent nationalism, increased inwardness as we have come to terms with a pandemic, and the manifest consequences of rising inequality. Much also depends on what we mean by globalization. We can legitimately distinguish between globalization as a historical process and its current neoliberal incarnation. It might be valid to conclude that neoliberal globalization is under significant strain. Indeed, we have been talking about the exhaustion of the neoliberal model for some time. But this model is not the only possibility. As we have seen, while it does not conform with the neoliberal development model, the rise of China remains premised on a particular vision of globalization and indeed is marked by a globalist outlook. It may be that, rather than witnessing its demise, we are in the process of shifting to the next phase in the historical evolution of globalization, one perhaps shaped more by China and the rising powers than by the United States and other Western powers. Yet we do not know what this alternative model will look like, nor how politically and economically acceptable it would be. 16.6 Conclusion. This chapter has introduced the rich resources that IPE offers for understanding globalization. It has emphasized that IPE is a tremendously diverse field, encompassing a range of theoretical and methodological traditions and an expansive terrain of empirical interests. Debates about the nature and consequences of globalization continue to rage in IPE, and this chapter has captured some of them by focusing on two areas of contestation: what drives globalization, and who wins and loses from the processes associated with it. What will the future of IPE hold? No doubt, the lively debates and disputes among different parts of the field will continue to thrive. Diverse theoretical preferences and different methods of analysis will continue to vie with one another for greater purchase on the subject matter of IPE. When these debates are conducted in the spirit of open exchanges of perspective and view, they are hugely valuable in advancing the field and enriching the work that goes on within it. But greater dialogue among different schools of IPE and more productive combining of different perspectives are also desirable and important. Starting with the big questions, and then bringing a range of theoretical perspectives and methods to bear on the task of answering them, can only enhance the breadth and depth of our understanding. After all, much is at stake in understanding how the global political economy works, and in whose interests. It may also be that the forces of globalization are now so powerful, centering on the enormous weight of financial and non-financial corporations, that the status quo will be maintained despite a prolonged period of turbulence. The 2008 financial crisis was widely expected to usher in significant change in the way the global political economy is governed, especially in relation to financial regulation, but this did not prove to be the case. Our current model is clearly resilient. An alternative scenario is that the nationalist impetus could prevail, as the values of internationalism and globalism are overwhelmed once again by reactionary populist politics. As perhaps its most visible exemplar, former U.S. President Donald Trump remains, even out of office, a potent political force, tapping into a strain of political and popular sentiment that has gained ground across a range of countries. At the very least, to avoid this scenario, there will need to be a convincing response to the crushing inequalities in the global political economy, which we have touched on in this chapter. Key points. In the early 2020s, we have arrived at a point where we are once again questioning the future of globalization. We should be wary of putting too much weight on current and recent events in predicting the future of globalization. And nevertheless, the current neoliberal model of globalization is clearly under significant strain, and it is not yet clear what the future will hold. Questions. 1. What are the key differences among the major theoretical perspectives in IPE, and where, if at all, do they share common ground? 2. What were the characteristics of the post-war international economic order, and what were the reasons for its eventual breakdown in the 1970s? 3. What are the main characteristics of neoliberal globalization? 4. How are the driving forces of globalization understood in IPE, and which explanations do you find most compelling? 5. Are ideas as important as material resources and institutions in shaping the global political economy? 6. What do we know about the consequences of the rise of China for the global political economy? 7. How can we explain the vast increase in global inequality since the 1980s, and what have been its consequences? 8. Why is labor exploitation such an endemic feature of the global political economy? 9. What is the relationship between migration and globalization? 10. Are we witnessing the death throes of neoliberal globalization? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Visit the online resources to apply theory to practice and take part in the simulation, Negotiating with China. Further reading. Abdalal R. Blythe, M. and Parsons, C. eds. 2010. Constructing the International Economy, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press. A fine collection of essays informed by constructivist approaches to IPE. Cohen, B. J. 2008. International Political Economy. An Intellectual History, Princeton, New Jersey. Cohen, B. J. 2008. International Political Economy. An Intellectual History, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. A map of the field of IPE and a call for greater dialogue between its major approaches. Cox, R. W. 1987. Production, Power, and World Order. Social Forces in the Making of History, New York, Columbia University Press. One of the founding texts of the contemporary field of IPE, epitomizing the critical IPE approach. Peterson, V. S. 2003. A Critical Rewriting of Global Political Economy, Integrating Reproductive, Productive, and Virtual Economies, London, Routledge. An engaging discussion of IP rooted in gender. Paul Kirby. Reader's Guide. This chapter is about the power of gender in global politics. Gender influences everything from national security to pop culture, the international economy to United Nations missions. Gender is not restricted to a single set of issues, and it does not refer only to women. The chapter begins by explaining how gender is usually defined, what gender scholars and feminists study, and how they contribute to and challenge the discipline of international relations. The chapter then introduces the contrast between masculinity and femininity before examining the impact of gender in three spheres. 1. Global politics, from the participation of women in decision-making to the very idea of the state. 2. Global security, from the distinction between combatant and civilian to women's involvement in political violence. And 3. The global economy, from transformations in the distribution of work to hidden forms of domestic and reproductive labor. 17.1 Introduction. Gender structures our existence in the most intimate ways. How we experience and express gender is inseparable from our personhood, our individuality, and our interactions with others in families, classrooms, workplaces, and cultures. How gender is understood socially, how, in other words, we are allowed to do gender determines who it is possible for us to become. And yet gender was long neglected by the discipline of international relations IR, seen as irrelevant to world politics proper, the province of other social sciences. From the interwar period usually seen as the origin of the discipline onwards, feminists have been writing about gender and practicing politics, see ch 10. It is still primarily feminists who study gender, although there are also scholars who adopt a gender focus and do not describe themselves as feminist, as well as scholars who might think of themselves first and foremost as constructivists, Marxists, or liberals, among other options, but who incorporate gender in the framing of research questions or their choice of variables. Although not all scholars adopt a gender perspective, every conceivable topic in IR has a gender dimension. Whether in diplomacy or social movements, international courts or terrorist networks, financial markets or theaters of war, there are norms of gender at work. These very often result in disparities between men and women. But to understand how gender structures global politics, we must first unpack some fundamental concepts. 17.2 Sex and Gender in International Perspective. Our world is divided almost equally into men and women. This much appears obvious. With the exception of intersex conditions when a person is born with characteristics that are not clearly designated as male or female, practically everyone is identified by medical practitioners, parents, and family as a boy or a girl within their first minutes of life, and indeed often before their birth. It is usually impossible to leave hospital without a birth certificate, so designation as one or other side of this binary, male or female, becomes a precondition for official recognition as a person. This first attribution of a given, permanent, biological item have often distinguished sex, biological characteristics, primarily genital and reproductive, from gender, the social codes that express masculinity and femininity. But this distinction may in turn be challenged, since what we understand as the original division between male and female is also historically variable, shaped by sexist assumptions, and transformed by new forms of medical and biological categorization. Rubin, 1975, Butler, 1993, Repo, 2013. The crucial point is that, although our sexual inheritance is in some sense an element of who we are, it is the expression and contestation of our gender that establishes our recognized, deemed appropriate for us and status, our importance and influence with others. Millett, 2000, 1969, 26. From private to public, gender is a manifestation of political power because it affects who gets what. Norms and practices of gender result in reward, privilege, celebration, and comfort, or conversely in shame, rejection, expropriation, and exclusion. Society is organized in relation to and stratified by gender. Whatever physical differences may exist on average between men and women are elaborated by structures of gender, which can both extend and limit initial tendencies. Across the world, gender norms influence whether a child is born or aborted, what kind of food people eat as they grow, how they develop and use their muscles and limbs, and hence how they move and comport themselves, what interests they are encouraged to pursue, who they are allowed to befriend, what they are allowed to wear, where they can go to the toilet, how they are encouraged to speak and act in company, what kind of education they enjoy, if they are permitted education at all, what work they are given in the home, what they are expected to provide financially for their family or community, their responsibilities as citizens, whether they are recognized by the state as having a gender at odds with that assigned at birth, when and how they can be seen in public, whether they are allowed to drive cars, what sporting events they can compete in or attend, whether their sexual orientation is celebrated, permitted, or even recognized, who they can marry, partner, or enjoy, Intimacy with, how they worship, how and when they are allowed to use violence in everyday life, how and when they will be expected to use violence in service of their community, whether they fight in the name of their state or nation, the commemoration, if any, of their sacrifice, whether they are expected to use their body for other ends, such as to produce children, whether and how they are written about in history books, and what others will assume about their motives and identity after their death. Crucially, the meaning of gender behavior varies according to time and place. In some moments it appears fixed and practically without challenge, while in others it may be highly contestable and fluid. Consider the ideal of leadership. In recent history, to speak of a leader has usually been to speak of a cisgender man, and of characteristics, rationality, strength, courage strongly associated with masculinity. By any reasonable measure, male leaders continue to dominate global politics. See box 17.1. Highly successful women are compelled to work with or against masculine standards. In the 1970s, Margaret Thatcher, who went on to become the first female Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, took coaching to lower the pitch of her voice. Nothing changed in the quality of her mind or her political ideology, but approximating masculine speech helped her overcome the negative connotations of femininity, such as emotionality and shrillness, in the minds of the electorate. Other female leaders, such as Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi and Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir, were also seen in their time as expressing manly characteristics. Meir was even referred to as the best man in the government by then Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion when she was Minister of Foreign Affairs. Of course, gender does not work in isolation. At every point, gender combines with other structures of power such as race, class, or nation. See CHS 18, 16, and 31. What opportunities and obstacles individuals face, what freedom and violence, depends not just on their gender, but on many other factors. The interaction of different structures of power mean that there are always multiple and complex positions of political authority, subordination, and resistance to consider. In some guises, feminism has stressed that all women are excluded and exploited by patriarchy, at its simplest, the rule of men, in much the same way. Others have argued that particular groups of women experience simultaneous and cross-cutting oppressions which exceed gender. In societies which institutionalize both. Box 17.1 Gender and Political Leadership. A number of women national leaders, heads of state or government, out of 193. Number of women national leaders, heads of state or government, out of 193 states, 12%. Percentage of women in parliaments, global average, 2021 26%. Highest percentage of women in parliament, 2021 Rwanda, 56%. Lowest percentage of women in parliament, 2021 Micronesia, Papua New Guinea, Vanuatu, Haiti, 0%. Source: Data on women as heads of state or government taken from UN Women, 2021b, correct as of September 1, 2021. Where the same woman is both head of government and head of state, this has been counted as a single position. Only elected heads of state are included. Data on percentage of women in parliament taken from the Inter-Parliamentary Union, 2021, correct as of December 6, 2021. A parliament is treated as the percentage across lower and upper chambers where a bicameral legislature exists. Racism and sexism, gender alone cannot account for what happens to those also marked as part of a denigrated racial group. The feminist and legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw observed such a process at work in how the court system in the United States treated claims of discrimination. When a group of black women were fired from their jobs at the car manufacturer General Motors in the late 1970s, it was ruled that they could bring a case either on the basis of racial discrimination or sexual discrimination, but not both. Yet the women's claim was that they had been dismissed on both grounds, not just as women, since white women continued to be employed, and not just because of anti-black racism, because black men were still eligible for some jobs. Because domination could not be understood by reference to just a single axis of power, Crenshaw argued that those committed to redressing injustice needed to think of combined harms and their intersectionality. Crenshaw, 1989. Intersectionality can be observed in global politics in the contrasting degrees of security for citizen and immigrant women accessing domestic violence shelters, in the homophobic policies that prevent male survivors of sexual violence from seeking medical help in refugee settings, and in the relatively privileged position of white feminists writing from universities in the global north. Crenshaw, 1991, Sivakumaran, 2005, Ackerley and True, 2010. So gender matters because the masculine/feminine categorization is key to the operation of political power, but it is at the same time a distinction traversed by other hierarchies. The gendered histories of discrimination, violence, education, empowerment, trade, diplomacy, democracy, and love, to name but a few, are global. They take place across physical borders in the interaction of different political communities and in the imagination of the foreign and the familiar. Hence the adaptation of the feminist slogan, "The personal is political," to "The personal is international." Hutchings 1994, Enlow 2014, 1989. Gender is personal, political, and international. See Box 17.2. 17.3 Global Gender Relations. Patriarchy is one possible way of describing gender regimes, but there is disagreement as to the term's precision and application. It has been argued that patriarchy is too static an idea to describe the diversity of gender relations and that it does not sufficiently incorporate questions of intersectionality. One recurrent issue in the debate has been about how best to characterize men's experiences of gender. While many consider feminism compatible with a subtle and critical analysis of men and masculinities, others have suggested that feminism is hindered by its historical focus on women's experiences. Jones 1996. Scholars who do not identify as feminists or who see feminism as primarily an activist rather than a scholarly identity describe their work with such terms as gender studies and critical masculinity studies. The field of gender studies, as its more neutral name implies, is less likely to consider explicitly political questions of emancipation and somewhat less likely to focus on the experiences of women alone. Even though gender scholars may frequently identify patterns of power and domination, and even though there are feminist scholars who study men and masculinities in great depth. In short, while all feminists study gender, not all scholars of gender are feminists or feminists of the same tradition. Because gender is organized through diverse, malleable, and contested social norms, it is best understood. Box 17.2 Becoming Gendered. In the famous words of French feminist philosopher Simone de Beauvoir, one is not born, but rather becomes, a woman. No biological, psychological, or economic fate determines the figure that the human female presents in society. It is civilization as a whole that produces this creature, intermediate between male and eunuch, which is described as feminine. De Beauvoir 1997, 1949, 295. Key points. Gender is more than biological sex, against which it is often contrasted. Gender usually refers to the social codes that express ideals of masculinity and femininity. Just because gender is constructed does not mean it is imaginary. It has the force of a fact because we behave as if it is a fact. So gender also includes the practices and behaviors that express and enforce social codes. Gender is a structure of power because gender norms and gendered behaviors are the means by which some people receive benefits while others suffer harms. Gender does not exist in isolation. It intersects with other forms of power in complex ways. Not as the property of specific persons but as the interaction of concepts and practices in context. Ideas about gender and alternative ways of organizing gender roles come into contact with one another across borders. In any given social situation, masculinity and femininity are clusters of social codes that exist in relation to each other. It has often been observed, for example, that being masculine is not so much about an exacting list of features as it is about appearing suitably not feminine. On this account, gender is not a fixed essence, but the meaning given to behavior, the continual counterposing of masculinity and femininity. Given the importance of intersectionality, we can expect different groups of women to be attributed various characteristics in gendered terms. These might be ideas of motherhood, sexual availability, intelligence, vulnerability, suitability for domestic work, and so on, all cast in relation to a series of contrasting ideas about masculinity. Yet masculinity is not just or always the dominant side in an equation with femininity. Masculinity is also a way to understand the relationships of power that exist among men and some of the ways in which gender norms can harm them. In the succinct phrase of Terrell Carver, 1996, gender is not a synonym for women. Men both have and perform gender. The most widely adopted framework for understanding how masculinities regulate the behavior of men is that of hegemonic masculinity, Connell 2005. In developing this concept, R.W. Connell argued that in any gender regime there will always be a version and ideal of masculinity that is dominant insofar as it represents the qualities that most men and many women celebrate. Because its elevated status is given value according to a kind of social consensus, this version of masculinity is called hegemonic. Although, like all gender constructions, the exact shape of hegemonic masculinity depends on context and historical period. A stereotypical example of hegemonic masculinity from the last decades might include traits associated with heterosexuality or straightness, whiteness, athleticism, wealth, rationality, fatherhood, military service, and patriotism. See Box 17.3. And hegemonic masculinity travels. To take just one contemporary manifestation, religious or cultural groups opposed to homosexuality or queerness collaborate across borders to influence domestic politics, as do movements for greater LGBTQI rights. Rao 2014. In this sense, ideas of masculinity and femininity flow, cascade, and fail in international society just like ideas of national security, human rights, or financial governance. Pick and Teal 2015. Indeed, gender is always to some degree a part of ideas such as national security, human rights, and financial governance. Almost no actual men fit every aspect of the hegemonic masculine ideal. It is something that is aspired to, a mirage. Hegemonic masculinity is distinguishable from other forms of masculinity that exist in the same gender system. Complicit masculinities are those that benefit from association with the hegemonic model even if they are not themselves dominant. For example, men might praise the symbols of the military and express strongly pro-military opinions without being able to pass military fitness tests themselves. Subordinate masculinities are subject to mockery, dismissal, or discrimination in relation to the hegemonic ideal, seen as its opposite. Men who exhibit the characteristics of subordinate masculinity are excluded and unlikely to reap the full benefits of membership in male groups. Until recently, homosexuality was considered a subordinate form of masculinity in societies that either formally or informally discriminated against gay or queer men, as many continue to do. Finally, marginalized masculinities are those that are denied the status of the hegemonic ideal because they overlap with other structures of exclusion. Immigrant or minority men may be recognized as having some of the attributes of hegemonic or complicit masculinity in the society they have emigrated from or in the minority group of which they are a part, but they will not be accepted into the privileged circle of men so long as their existence is seen as a threat to national, racial, or communal identities. The place of masculine identities fluctuates in part based on the political structure of a society. Just as women is not a unified category, but can be subdivided according to different located experiences of gender and intersections, so too masculinity refers to a variety of temperaments, roles, and statuses, to the extent that many scholars, such as Connell. Box 17.3 What is masculinity? While men may think that genitals are literally and symbolically central to masculinity, they are mostly not on display, and not that often tested or inspected. Rather, they are merely referenced through attire, metaphor, and bravado. Thus, masculinity not only works to confer power on men over women, but also to empower masculinized individuals and groups over feminized ones, and to create power hierarchies of men over men, as well as some masculinities over others. Carver, 2014. 115. 17.4 Gendering Global Politics. Recall the stark disparity in the proportion of women to men in positions of political leadership found in virtually every country. According to the latest available data from the Interparliamentary Union, in only 5 countries do women account for 50% or more of the representatives in the lower or single chamber: Rwanda, Cuba, Nicaragua, Mexico, and the United Arab Emirates. Interparliamentary Union 2021. On a common understanding of what it means to hold power, it is therefore clear that politics is gendered. Overturning the historical exclusion of women from the political process has been a central theme in decades of feminist scholarship. Fraser and Hanath, 2003. This inequity has also been acknowledged repeatedly by states in the highest forum of global governance, the United Nations, CCH 21. In 1975 in Mexico City, following mobilization by a global coalition of feminist civil society, the United Nations convened the first World Conference on Women, an official intergovernmental summit to respond to the multiple dimensions of gender exclusion, from differences in wages and economic autonomy to women's role in achieving peace. It established a Special United Nations Development Fund for Women, UNIFEM, subsequently amalgamated with other entities to become UN Women. Mexico was followed by conferences in 1980 in Copenhagen and in 1985 in Nairobi, the latter since dubbed the birthplace of global feminism, due to the number of non-governmental organizations present and the global collaboration among feminist groups. The World Conference on Women in Beijing in 1995 gave its name to the Beijing Platform for Action, a list of demands for women's inclusion which serves as a benchmark of progress to this day. 5 years later, the UN Security Council passed Resolution 1325, seen as a breakthrough because it finally raised a cluster of issues: participation in decision-making and conflict resolution, the inclusion of a gender perspective in peacekeeping and humanitarian contexts, and the prevention of violence against women and girls at the highest level of international politics. The successful passage of Resolution 1325 inaugurated what is now known as the Women, Peace and Security, or WPS, Agenda, C. Davies and True 2019. 2005, Carver, 2014, and Hooper, 1998, refer to masculinities in the plural. As the example of subordinate masculinities suggests, expressions of sexuality play a central role in distinguishing gender status. In some respects, social attitudes to both heterosexuality and homosexuality have changed considerably across the world in the last 100 years. Relevant changes include shifts in the legal status of same-sex or queer intimacy, often towards decriminalization, but sometimes towards criminalization, the growth and spread of gay rights and LGBTQI social movements, fears over the influence of homosexual or queer behavior in some religious, cultural, and political constituencies, greater recognition of a diversity of norms of homosexual masculinity and femininity, as well as growing awareness of genderqueer, transgender, and non-binary identities, diversification in media depictions of LGBTQI lives, changes in attitudes towards premarital sex in heterosexual or straight relationships, and a decline in racist beliefs about miscegenation. In recent years, populist right-wing movements from Hungary to Brazil to the United States have arrayed themselves against trans rights, seeking to frame trans people as a threat to the family, Western civilization, and even feminism itself. Ahmed 2016, Karalczuk and Graf 2018. Key points. Gender studies is not the same as feminism, although they are closely related historically and conceptually. Gender is relational. The meanings of masculinity and femininity are not fixed, but established in interaction and contrast with each other. Gender is multiple. It means more than male or female. There are always various possible ways of being masculine or feminine, depending on the gender order in place. Gender changes over time, at least in part due to political struggles over what it means and should mean. By the early 2020s, there were 10 Security Council resolutions in the WPS series, each reiterating or deepening the commitment to gender equality and to ending conflict-related sexual violence. However, the results of gender mainstreaming are open to debate. While significant strides have been made in some areas, such as extending primary education, reducing infant mortality, and following up the treaty obligations of the 1979 Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, see Box 17.4, progress has been slow in many others. There is also a sense that an early stress on multiple aspects of women's exclusion, including measures of economic and political equality, has been eroded in favor of a narrower agenda of violence prevention in conflict settings, which has the effect of continually casting women in the role of victims to be saved, rather than as equal participants alongside men. Kirby and Shepard 2016. See Case Study 13.2. The legacy of UN activism has also been criticized for its simplistic operationalization of gender as a male/female dichotomy, without attention to the complexities of gender and sexual identity. Whatever their impact, these policies are evidence of the much greater visibility of gender issues in global politics compared with even a few decades ago. There is no area of international political life where gender disparities do not feature, and at the same time no level of analysis is free of gender dissociations. And it is possible to trace this gendering of politics even in the basic unit of analysis of IR, the state itself. The modern nation-state is more than a territorial unit of rule, dividing those within it and under the nominal protection of its government from those without. The very idea of the nation-state is thoroughly gendered. The frontispiece of Thomas Hobbes's Leviathan, perhaps the most famous treatise on the state in all of political theory, shows the body of the sovereign as male, comprised of the people, all apparently also male. Carver 2014. A masculine symmetry is thus established between the aggregate of male citizens, an individual male king, and a male political entity, the state. In addition to such depictions, the very language for describing what happens within a state, domestic, is a reflection of the division between public and private space, and a long tradition in which male citizens inhabit the public realm while women and children are located in the home. Yet, the representation of the nation is not exclusively masculine. Queens have similarly stood symbolically for the whole political community and commanded accordingly. Towns 2010. The nation appears historically as both fatherland and motherland, gathering legitimacy in affinity with the family unit and thereby naturalizing political hierarchy. Collins 1998. Gendered metaphors of loyalty to the state vary, but feminist political theorist Jean Bethke Elston has argued that they tend towards one of two gendered ideals. The first is the beautiful soul, an image of virginal womanhood in need of protection from foreign invaders. Men, by contrast, are encouraged to take on the role. Box 17.4 Gender Milestones in Global Governance. 1975. The first United Nations World Conference on Women is held in Mexico City. 1976. UN Decade for Women begins. 1979. The UN General Assembly adopts the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW. 189 states would go on to become parties to the treaty. 1980. Second UN World Conference on Women, Copenhagen. 1985. The Third UN World Conference on Women, held in Nairobi, closes and reviews the UN Decade for Women. 1995. The Fourth UN World Conference on Women, held in Beijing, puts forward the Beijing Platform. 2000. The UN Security Council passes Resolution 1325, inaugurating the Women, Peace and Security (WPS) agenda. Beijing +5 meetings are held in New York. The Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, include specific gender-related goals to be achieved by 2015. 2008 to 19. 9 more Security Council resolutions are passed, extending the WPS agenda. 2014. The United Kingdom hosts the Ending Sexual Violence in Conflict Summit in London. UN Women launches the #HeForShe campaign to encourage men to support gender equality. 2015. Countries follow up the MDGs with Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, including the achievement of gender equality. 2020. The UN Security Council fails to pass a new WPS resolution on the 20th anniversary of the first, due to opposition to a Russian draft widely seen as undermining women's rights. Of the just warrior, who goes to war in defense of the homeland, Elston 1995, 1987. Everyone negotiates gendered loyalty to the state. Although this stark binary between warrior men and domestic women may appear antiquated, states continue to represent themselves, and to be imagined by their populations in gendered terms, as having certain kinds of ideal citizens and ideal values. The body of the strong nation is stereotypically masculine, muscular, and heterosexual in colonialism. Occupation, revolution, and national interest are frequently conceptualized through metaphors of manly resistance, feminine submission, and heterosexual virility. See Weber 1999. Strategies of foreign policy, although obviously carried out by complex combinations of institutions and agents, have always been easily represented by gendered figures. This is obvious in the visual shorthands of political caricature, as in an example from Puck magazine in Figure 17.1, which depicts the 1898 United States intervention in Cuba. Populations in apparent need of defense are shown in feminine form, while their defenders or pretenders to defense appear upright and stereotypically masculine. The aggressors, unsurprisingly, express the less attractive features of subordinate or marginal masculinity, at least so far as the intended audience for the caricature was concerned. Since the project of state-making depends so heavily on an idealized gender order, the existence of LGBTQI people with a different understanding of the nation can be deeply unsettling. Berlant and Freeman 1992. Their desire either to enter areas of public life from which they have previously been excluded, or indeed to reshape national politics to better include their interests, are consistently resisted in many different countries. Governments regulate sexuality and gender identities in part because they see dissident sexualities as a threat to social cohesion. As late as 2010, the United States prevented non-citizens living with HIV/AIDS from entering the country, a ban reflecting historical homophobia and deeply linked to fear of contamination from sexual others, not just of the individual bodies of U.S. citizens, but of the body of the state itself, Froude 2014. Indeed, the very mechanisms of border passage are gendered. In most countries, it is necessary to state one's gender, male or female, for any official form. Until very recently, states have simply been unable to recognize the existence of persons whose gender identity does not conform to a binary choice. In some countries such as Nepal and Germany, there is now a third gender category on passports. For trans persons, winning recognition by the state is a chronic struggle, heightened whenever crossing international borders. Kaua and Mulqueen 2011. Official systems of discrimination on the basis of sexuality or gender identity, although implemented domestically, reflect the global politics of gender. A significant percentage of anti-sodomy laws in existence today are colonial laws retained by newly independent nations, Human Rights Watch 2008. Comparative research suggests that Britain's former colonies are more likely to criminalize homosexuality today than the ex-colonies of other powers, Hahn and O'Mahony 2014. The analysis of which cultures are homophobic is therefore inseparable from an understanding of international patterns of dominance and resistance in the 19th and 20th centuries. It has even been argued that the term homosexuality cannot be understood in isolation from imperial history. Massid 2007. Some countries that now pride themselves on tolerance and gender equality justify their military actions on the grounds that they are more civilized than their enemies. In recent years, the combination of gay rights discourse and militarism in the U.S. and its allies' invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq has been termed homonationalism, PSIR 2008. Gender and sexuality thus shape the politics of violence as much as they do the politics of everyday life. Figure 17.1. Save Me from My Friends. Illustration from Puck Magazine source. Puck Magazine, September 7, 1898. Image courtesy of Library of Congress. 17.5. Gendering global security. The discipline of international relations has usually seen national security in abstract terms. States with different levels of military, economic, and political power interact as separate entities. In the conventional reading, war is the result of state leaders seeking to maximize their relative power in the international system, exploiting the opportunity provided by a weaker party, miscalculating their national security interests, succumbing to the undue influence of domestic interest groups, acting as part of a collective security agreement, or some combination thereof. Gender scholars are not, on the whole, interested in such hypotheses. Instead, they ask questions about what role masculinity and femininity play in the practice of war. See Case Study 17.1. Who counts as participants in war, and how to conceptualize war and security. Key points. A gender structures how we think of international politics, right down to how we represent states, their rulers, citizens, and defenders. Gendered rules also shape basic elements of international politics, such as border crossing. Gender inequality is a major topic of contemporary political debate, and many international organizations are officially dedicated to taking a gender perspective seriously. The international community has committed to acting on gender inequalities through treaties, world conferences, UN resolutions, and specialist organizations. But significant debate exists about the degree of progress and which inequalities are the most pressing. Case Study 17.1. The Kurdish-Yakinian Palestine Gene, Women's Protection Units. Women have been active participants in political violence in numerous conflicts. Close to 1 million women fought as partisans or in the Soviet Army during the Second World War. J. Goldstein 2001, 65. Women have since been guerrillas in the El Salvadoran, Peruvian, and Sri Lankan civil wars, suicide bombers in Lebanon, and combat troops in the U.S. Army. C. E.G. Campworth 2004, Mackenzie 2012. Female fighters were again present and arguably visible as never before in the multi-fronted war against the so-called Islamic State from the mid-2010s on. During the internationalized civil war in Syria, an autonomous Kurdish polity was established in the north of the country across 3 cantons known as Rojava. The area has been called a stateless democracy, significantly associated with the Partia Yakutia Democrat, PYD, or Democratic Union Party. The revolutionary politics of Rojava emphasized gender equality as integral to Kurdish independence, contrasting sharply with the extreme misogyny and sexual violence of the parallel state building of the so-called Islamic State. Kaya 2020, SIMSEC and Jongarden 2021, 1034-40. From 2013, mostly Kurdish women warriors organized separately as combat units known as the Yakinian Palestine Gene, YPJ, fighting alongside the mixed but majority male People's Protection Units, YPG. Sekeli 2020, 415-16. Their strength has been estimated to be as high as 24,000 fighters. McIntyre 2021. The YPJ attracted volunteers from abroad, drawing comparisons with the international brigades of the Spanish Civil War, and were heavily profiled in Western media, including in a photo essay for the magazine Marie Claire. Griffin 2014. Their celebration as badass has also been taken as reflecting a shallow voyeurism that did less to recognize Kurdish women's political agency than to flirt with Orientalist tropes. Toivonen and Baser 2016. SIMSEC and Jongarden 2021. At the same time, Kurdish independence groups have courted international attention to build diplomatic and military support for Rojava, and states like the United Arab Emirates have publicized the role of women in their own militaries to signal their opposition to the so-called Islamic State. Sekeli 2020. Question 1. What does women's participation in political violence tell us about gender norms? Question 2. Are propaganda representations of women fighters as important as their military successes in contemporary war? Yakinian Palestine Gene fighters Kurdish struggle/flicker. Opposing opinions. 17.1. War is inherently masculine. 4. Historically, virtually all soldiers have been male. Women have very rarely contributed to combat forces in significant numbers. This is true over great periods of time and across many societies that differ in other respects, strongly suggesting that there is something that closely bonds men, masculinity, and war, for good or ill. Male physiology is well suited to war. Men are on average physically stronger than women. They are also differently wired. Testosterone and other hormones associated with violence are higher in men than women, and moreover are highest at the age when professional armies recruit most heavily, roughly between 16 and 30 years old. J. Goldstein, 2001. 143-58. The combination of greater physical aptitude and evolutionary heritage creates a permanent bond between men and violence. The military is a special kind of institution. Even if historical and biological considerations can be overcome, the armed forces serve a distinctive social function. The task of the military is not to represent the population fairly, but to protect it effectively. Militaries work best when they are made up of units of men, the band of brothers, prepared to make great sacrifices for each other. Regardless of whether women have the ability to serve on equal terms, preserving military cohesion must be the preeminent consideration, even if that means indulging the prejudices of male soldiers. Against. The historical record is neither neutral nor exhaustive. Women soldiers may be relatively rare, but it does not follow that only men can wage war. Close to 300,000 women served with the U.S. military in the Afghanistan and Iraq wars alone, McKinsey 2012, 32, and many more were involved in combat officially, unofficially, and in disguise throughout the 20th century, see Baker 2018. There are many examples of women warriors which disprove a universal rule. Alpern 2011, McKenzie 2012, Ortega 2012, Darden, Henshaw and Sekeli 2019. Where women have been formally forbidden from joining armies, their absence from battle does not prove that they cannot be effective soldiers. They have simply not been given the chance. Assumptions about the violent nature or physical superiority of male bodies are deeply flawed. Testosterone does not play an uncomplicated or unmediated role in enabling violence. Women are only now being allowed into the most grueling training courses. It is misleading to extrapolate from the failings of a few innovators, the first women to ever attempt courses of this kind, to a judgment of women's physical capabilities in general. Male bodies fail too, and female soldiers have already completed many advanced military training programs. Militaries are complex institutions undertaking complex missions. Many military tasks are better suited to intelligence and situational awareness than to raw physical strength. Professional militaries have integrated women on a greater scale in recent decades precisely because women offer skills that their male colleagues may lack. Azerbaijani Mogadam 2014, Divik 2014. Studies have shown that the hypermasculine culture distinctive of modern militaries may in fact hamper cohesion and reduce mission effectiveness. Diverse militaries are stronger militaries. 1. How much should the long history of war matter in deciding who can take on what roles in modern militaries? 2. Do new military gender roles suggest that war in the future will be very different from the past? 3. What role do you think physical characteristics should play in deciding who fights? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. The stereotypical representation of the soldier is that of a man, and warrior identity is often included as an element of hegemonic masculine ideals. Gender and feminist scholars widely accept that masculine ideals are historically central to the training of warriors. See Opposing Opinions 17.1. Military training regimes frequently stress the loss of feminine qualities and the enhancement of masculine, even hypermasculine ones. Belkin 2012. Constructions of military masculinity are thought to be so important because good soldiering is not the natural behavior of biological men, but involves a series of capacities to cooperate in a unit, to obey orders, to respond effectively to danger, and to kill that have to be made. In addition to denigrating feminine characteristics, some professional militaries have only recently allowed openly gay people to serve. Most famously, the U.S. military long operated a policy known as Don't Ask, Don't Tell, DADT, for fear that sexual orientation would undermine the armed forces and therefore potentially threaten the survival of the nation itself. Butler 1997, Keir 1998. It was commonly argued that homosexual or queer soldiers would distract or be distracted by their heterosexual or straight colleagues, damaging unit cohesion and the bonds of military brotherhood. Although DADT was rescinded in 2011, the parallel official bar on transgender service in the U.S. military was only lifted in June 2016, and during his term U.S. President Donald Trump reinstated it, only for President Joe Biden to again repeal the ban in early 2021. A significant number of countries continue to impose sexuality and gender identity restrictions on military roles. Analysts disagree as to the consequences of military masculinity. On the one hand, the valorization of soldiers as defenders of the nation suggests that there is a social reward for embodying this ideal. On the other hand, soldiering is clearly dangerous, and many soldiers suffer from their wartime experiences, whether from physical wounds or from the psychological burden of not living up to certain masculine expectations. Whitworth, 2004. If the image of the warrior is gendered male, then the civilian in war is gendered female. As Cynthia Enlow has argued, it is often assumed that men have inherently violent capacities, see box 17.5, while the vulnerable are discussed in undifferentiated terms as women and children, Enlow, 1990. This cognitive shortcut allows an instant judgment about who it is permissible to kill. Without critical examination of how gender and political violence work in practice. The belief that there are certain inherent and unchangeable characteristics associated with biological sex is known as essentialism. One example of this is the notion that all men are naturally aggressive while all women are naturally caring. A. Phillips, 2010. While there are scholars, including feminist scholars, who defend some version of essentialism, in the case of gendered roles in war, there are good reasons to be suspicious of reductive views of perpetrators and victims. Indeed, the consequences of such essentialist thinking are nothing less than a matter of life and death. During the 1992-5 Bosnian War, humanitarian agencies prioritized the evacuation of women and children from areas such as the town of Srebrenica, where Serb forces were predicted to engage in mass violence against mainly Muslim civilians. The agency's default assumption was that women and children were the most vulnerable, even though a careful application of their own regulations would have produced a more nuanced view. In fact, whatever atrocities would have been committed against the women and children, it should have been clear that men and teenage boys would be slaughtered if they were not evacuated. And that is precisely what happened to some 8,000 male civilians in one of the most infamous massacres in history. The humanitarian system had left behind precisely those civilians most likely to be killed. Carpenter, 2003. The failure to perceive the true risk these men and teenage boys faced was a direct result of a gendered shorthand about women's vulnerability and men's resilience and propensity for violence. When investigating only what occurs during a war's official duration, we are liable to neglect the role that gender plays before and after, as well as how gender structures what happens away from the battlefront. In addition to the gendered ideas of nation, preparedness for war is closely related to practices of militarism, where military values, usually highly masculine, are encouraged across society. Enlow, 2000. Gendered ideas of security and patriotism can thus be found in popular culture, in national holidays and sporting events, and even in the packaging of food. In the aftermath of organized violence, the negotiation of peace is dominated by the leaders of armed groups and diplomats, which in practice has meant that it is dominated by men. A major aim of feminist activism over the last decades has been to argue for women's presence at the negotiating table, because women's different experience of war, and the gendered role they play in society and economy, can otherwise be easily ignored. Women's participation is thus expected to make any agreement more reflective of the full needs of a population, and the resulting peace more robust. At the same time, the improvement in status and shifts in identity associated with women's involvement in armed groups are often reversed after war's end as patriarchal norms are re-established. Ortega, 2012. Box 17.5 Insight. The battle-age male or military-age male. It is common for military doctrine to consider males between the ages of roughly 16 and 50 as potential combatants, and to treat them accordingly. This was the case with the Bosnian Serb army in the Srebrenica massacre, since it considered all men of a certain age to be a potential threat, even if they were nominally civilians. It is also an element of the legal definitions in place for the U.S. military's drone program, where any battle-age male is assumed to be a combatant unless proved otherwise. Becker and Shane, 2012. This assumption is deeply gendered. 17.6 Gendering the global economy. As well as saturating politics and war, gender stratifies the global economy. Gender matters in both kinds of economic activity, the formal and the informal. Over the last century, women's involvement in the formal economy of the labor market, their ability to apply for and to take on jobs in companies or institutions that pay a wage, has grown hugely. Ortiz Ospina, Svetkova, and Roser, 2018. Gender restrictions on jobs have been heavily eroded, although there are still countries that explicitly forbid female involvement in certain professions. These changes did not come easily. Between 1910 and 1920, the number of women in the United States working in offices and factories increased by around 300,000, while those working as servants or in domestic work fell by almost as much. Greenwald, 1980. 14. The main driver of this change was the First World War. Because men were sent abroad to fight, and because the country was geared towards war production, women were needed in jobs traditionally reserved for men. These new jobs also increased women's autonomy, because they received wages directly and changed perceptions of what women could do. This pattern was repeated, and more pronounced, during the Second World War, see Box 17.6, Hygenet and Hygenet 1987. Summerfield 2013-1984. Yet, in the global north between and after the wars, women were largely expected to return to their traditional vocations. And in the process of entering the formal labor market, the tasks they undertook were redefined socially as feminine to distinguish them from properly masculine employment, which continued to be remunerated at higher levels. Milkman 1987. Men and women were seen as suited to different tasks, both in the workplace and in the division between formal work, paid, regulated, and domestic labor, unpaid, private. This is what is known as the sexual division of labor. However, the distinction between work that is appropriate for men and women has changed over time. This distinction does not track essential capacities, but rather reflects the power imbalance between men and women in society at any given moment. See Case Study 17.2. Women's labor is favored in certain industries, such as garment production, because it is cheaper than men's. This difference in wages is, once again, a reflection of politics. Companies seek out cheap labor to yield maximum profit, an often gendered calculation that has been described as the comparative advantage of women's disadvantage. Kabir 2005. Because the work done by women is often more irregular and insecure than that of men, conditions of work are themselves strongly gendered. When certain commodities depend extensively on this labor, new female entrants tend to displace men. This is not because women are naturally cheaper workers, but because gender, through different educational opportunities, different behavioral norms, differing hierarchies in the home and community, and different social responsibility, supports and encourages such a division. Less desirable or secure work in turn comes to be associated with specific female qualities. This is what is meant when scholars write of feminized labor. Ramamurthy 2004. Peterson 2005. F. Robinson 2011. Because globalization, CCH2, involves breaking down national barriers to trade and the interconnectedness of production processes in a single global system, it has led to a loss of job security for some. And because those stable jobs were largely the preserve of men, some argue that globalization has led to their replacement by insecure female labor. Key points. A gender norms affect who can use violence and who it is used against. These norms make people into soldiers and civilians, and can distort the reality of who is most at risk. A global security is shaped by assumptions of masculinity, such as the battle-age male, and femininity, such as women and children. Simplistic ideas of men as violent and women as vulnerable are unsustainable. Gender analysis helps us to understand the complexity of situated gender positions. A gender matters in the preparation, enactment, and aftermath of war. Gender is reshaped in the process of political violence, but stereotypical gender roles can also re-emerge at war's end. Acker 2004. One consequence has been a backlash against globalization that stresses national autonomy and traditional employment practices with a masculine tone. What we buy as discrete products, a shirt, a smartphone, a cup of coffee, are the end result of a process involving multiple sites across the world. This dissolution of the national basis for producing goods has also changed the relationship between male and female workers both within and across countries. In other words, the unevenness of globalization is gendered. The gender effects of globalization and trade liberalization are complex and in some ways contradictory. As women have entered the formal economy, they have experienced new kinds of empowerment. But they also experience greater vulnerability due to the mobility of global investment flows. Kabir 2000, Peterson 2005, 510. More work can therefore also mean less secure or worse paid work. The combined effects of poverty and gender on the work done by women in the global south is itself another example of the intersection of gender with other forms of power. The debate over the beneficial or harmful effects of globalization on gender roles continues, as do studies into the interaction of economic circumstances with violence and exploitation. True 2012. In addition to these formal work patterns, which are monetary and often described as part of the productive economy, gender alerts us to the presence of a reproductive and largely non-monetary economy that exists alongside it. Acker 2004, 25. The reproductive economy includes not just childbirth and parenting, but also a whole range of domestic and care work that tends to be taken on by women. Economists primarily analyze the productive economy, considering industrial production, changes in wage levels, global commodity chains, stock market fluctuations, and state debt. However, they are less inclined to recognize the kinds of work that happen within the family or household but which are essential before any other economic activity can take place. Peterson, 2005. In this sense, the reproductive economy is prior to the productive one. It is everything that makes the productive economy possible. Without shelter, nurture, basic education, and nutrition, there can be no adult laborers capable of working for a wage. Because reproductive labor goes unacknowledged, women are often argued to face a double burden of employment, paid and unpaid. Just as there are gendered aspects to the political state and to organized violence which are taken for granted, so too the economy turns on a fundamental form of gendered power. Of course, any suggestion that all women carry out reproductive labor while all men enjoy the benefits of the productive economy will quickly falter. Some women largely wealthy, educated, white, and located in the global north exert much greater influence in the global economy than do many men in less privileged positions either in the same countries or in the global south. Despite continuing wage disparities and low levels of representation in business and political elites, women collectively wield greater economic power than at any point in the past. Any generalization risks overlooking the considerable complexity and Box 17.6 Rosie the Riveter. Rose the Riveter is an archetype and role model illustrating the change in women's economic role in the Second World War. She was partly based on a real woman named Rose Hickey who held a record for pinning metal sheets on a bomber. The name became associated with an iconic image by J. Howard Miller, who created the We Can Do It poster, see Figure 17.2, in 1942 to encourage women's participation in the war effort. The poster has since become a visual shorthand for female empowerment, recognizable in hundreds of adapted versions around the world since. Figure 17.2 War Effort poster by J. Howard Miller, 1942. Everett Historical/Shutterstock.com. Ongoing change in the gender dynamics of the global economy. However, it is clear that there is a tendency for women to take on or be compelled into reproductive labor, and for that labor to receive less reward than would be the case in the productive economy. For example, women's unpaid contribution to global healthcare has been estimated as up to $1.5 trillion each year, Langer et al. 2015. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, this is likely to be a vast underestimate. A gender perspective alerts us both to the disparities within the visible network of jobs, trade, and development and to the less visible inequalities of work that happen in the private sphere and which are also laced with gender politics. Case Study 17.2 Neo-slavery and care labor in Asia. The language of domestic, home, and family labor gives the impression that care work is the antithesis of politics. Where political life concerns the great questions of war and peace, progress and tragedy, conflict and reconciliation, care work may seem irrelevant, the banal drudgery of simple acts of cooking, cleaning, and clothing. Yet the reproductive economy is founded on substantial cross-border movements and designated state policies to encourage and manage them. Governments design economic agreements and visa programs to guarantee an inflow of care workers. Ping 2018. The International Labor Organization estimates that there are 11.5 million migrant domestic workers around the world and that in high-income countries almost 66% of all domestic workers are migrants. ILO 2015, 9-11. There is, then, an international division of reproductive labor, or what have been called global care chains, indicating that care is manufactured in a way analogous to other commodities. Yates 2004. Despite men's participation in some care work, the vast majority of domestic laborers are female. Perinas 2012, 272, and women account for about 75% of all migrant domestic work. ILO 2015, 7. For the Philippines, the emigration of female domestic and care workers is a major feature of the economy. These women migrate to other Asian countries, to the Middle East, and less commonly to Western Europe and the United States. For example, almost 600,000 foreign domestic workers are employed across Singapore, Malaysia, and Hong Kong, where they provide the services on which the expanding middle classes depend. Ong 2009. A great many maids in those territories originate from the Philippines, which has acquired a reputation for docile and efficient domestic labor. The work is dirty, demanding, and sometimes dangerous. Because the gendered construction of female maids deprives them of certain protections available to others, and because maids take on onerous chores and have restricted freedoms, their condition has even been described as one of neo-slavery. Ong 2009. Filipina migrant labor is structured by transnational gender relations. Rich and middle-class women hire migrant Filipinas as domestic help, and those migrants in turn send money home, relying on relatives or employing the still lower wage services of poorer Filipino women located in the Philippines itself to look after their own families. So the international division of reproductive labor also entails an international transfer of caretaking, Parinas 2561. The ability of wealthier families to afford maids results from their class position, as does the ability of only some Filipino workers to afford migration. Racial assumptions and the strictures of citizenship further shape status and life experiences. These features intersect to constitute the opportunities and vulnerabilities of women in different ways. Although the general predominance of women throughout the global care chain is an effect of gender, the international dynamic of care labor is also a hierarchy within womanhood, Parinas 2577. For more affluent women, increases in their economic autonomy make it possible for them to escape traditional household duties. Someone, however, must take their place. Since men's established social status largely protects them against housework expectations, and since men are unlikely to become involved in reproductive labor even when they have the time, Groves and Louis 2012, the burden of housework is transferred onto female migrants. As a labor-sending country, the Philippines engages in diplomacy to reduce barriers to Filipina care labor, promoting its immigrants as a national commodity, Rodriguez 2008. It collaborates closely with corporations to ensure that Filipinas retain a significant share of regional and global markets in care. The state in this sense acts as broker for its migrant workers as part of its own national development strategy. Meanwhile, in host states, Filipina domestic laborers face restrictive work visas, are discouraged from gathering in public, and in some cases are bound to work within the confines of their employer's home alone. Ong 2009. Care, in short, is thoroughly international. Question 1. Why has care work traditionally fallen to women? Question 2. What are the implications of transnational care work for mainstream international relations? Key points. Gender structures, economic behavior, and gender ideologies support a sexual division of labor in which women's work tends to be lower paid and more precarious. The gendered character of the economy is about more than waged labor. It also includes hidden kinds of work in the reproductive economy. Flows of reproductive and care labor are a major element of the global economy today. Despite multiple manifestations of the sexual division of labor, there is no single or simple way to characterize the disparity between women and men in the global economy. Some women wield extraordinary economic power, and many men face poverty and oppressive labor conditions. 17.7 Conclusion. There is no aspect of global politics in which gender is not present. At the same time, gender is not the determining cause for all global political phenomena. Instead, gender is a structure of power, a changeable dynamic, and a contested field of identity that interacts with other forms of power, political dynamics, and identities. Gender is not the same thing as primary sexual difference, but refers to the rich and multiple ways in which individuals identify themselves and societies deploy ideas of masculinity and femininity. There are a number of ways to study the interaction of such ideas, and there are ongoing debates about the relative weight of gender norms in shaping or driving global politics. While gender is not a synonym for women, there are a great many instances where women are negatively affected by gender structures. There are also gendered expectations which put men at increased risk or which can lead to men losing power to women. Moreover, there are global political scenes in which man and woman lack fixed meaning and where politics unfold beyond a gender binary. In a further layer of complexity, there are situations that cannot be easily described as straightforwardly bad for men or for women, but which nevertheless cannot be made sense of without considering the role of gender. Masculinity and femininity circulate as codes and ways of being that cannot be reduced to a male/female dichotomy. Gender is closely tied to practices of sexuality through which political power is also expressed. The actual effects of gender norms will depend on the circumstances and on the influence of other factors. For this reason, gender is a topic for analysis in its own right, a contributing element to other global political processes and worthy of consideration by all theoretical perspectives in the discipline. Questions. 1. What is gender? 2. Does the apparent ubiquity of gender suggest that we should investigate gender as it applies to every phenomenon in global politics rather than considering it as a discrete topic of its own? 3. How does sexuality relate to gender? Is sexuality important for international relations scholars to consider? If so, in what ways? 4. Is war a masculine activity? Is war good for men? 5. Is globalization good for women? Which women and how? If not, why not? 6. Does the proper study of gender imply concentrating as much on men as on women? 7. Consider the last topic you studied. How is gender present and what was its impact? 8. What are the prospects for greater gender equality through intergovernmental organizations and non-governmental activism? 9. Are international attitudes towards sexuality and gender identity changing noticeably? In what ways? 10. What is the relationship between gender as a structure and feminism as a theory of international relations? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Daigle, M. 2015, From Cuba with Love, Sex and Money in the 21st Century, Oakland, California, University of California Press. An innovative study of Cubans who establish romantic relationships with Westerners partly in exchange for financial support. Elshton, J. B. 1995–1987, Women and War, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. The classic study of how the Western polity is gendered by the roles assigned to men and women within it. Enlow, C. 2014, Bananas, Beaches and Bases, Making Feminist Sense of International Politics, 2nd ed., Berkeley, California, University of California Press. A wide-ranging introduction to feminist curiosity in international politics. Towns, A. 2010, Women and States, Norms and Hierarchies in International Society, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. A rich historical examination of how ideas about women's political roles from the vote to civilizational difference have changed in the last century. True, J. 2012, The Political Economy of Violence Against Women, Oxford, Oxford University Press. A substantive introduction to the multiple connections between economic power and violence against women and to debates about those connections. Zalewski, M. and Parpert, J. L. eds. 1998, The Man Question in International Relations, Boulder, Colorado, Westview. An early collection of essays on men and masculinity in IR that continues to offer compelling insights. It was followed in 2008 by J. L. Parpert and M. Zalewski, eds. Rethinking the Man Question, London, Z Books. Goldstein, J. S. 2001, War and Gender, How Gender Shapes the War System and Vice Versa, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. An impressively thorough and careful account of why organized violence has overwhelmingly been the domain of men throughout known history. Perinas, R. S. 2015, Servants of Globalization, Migration and Domestic Work, 2nd ed., Stanford, California, Stanford University Press. A deep study of care work across borders illuminating the role of class, family, masculinity, and migration in reproductive labor. Poir, J. K. 2008, Terrorist Assemblages, Homo Nationalism in Queer Times, Durham, North Carolina, Duke University Press. A provocative examination of how gay rights have become aligned with state power in the War on Terror. Rao, R. 2020, Out of Time, The Queer Politics of Post-Coloniality, Oxford, Oxford University Press. A powerfully original study of queer politics in the wake of empire, mapping linkages and breaks between India, Uganda, and Britain. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Race and World Politics. Robbie Shilliam. Framing questions. How are the histories of European imperialism and colonialism crucial for understanding the global impact of race? What is the relationship between race, biology, and culture? Is contemporary world politics less racist than it was in the past? Reader's Guide. This chapter introduces students to the various ways in which race can be understood as a fundamental ordering principle of world politics, in that it divides humanity into a hierarchy of distinct groups. Section 18.2 explores the historical processes that gave rise to race, especially European imperial expansion and colonization. Section 18.3 goes on to engage with some key debates around the conceptualization of race and understanding of racism. Finally, Section 18.4 builds on these historical and conceptual discussions to explore new ways in which race continues to order world politics. Chapter 18. 18.1 Introduction. Race has always been a fundamental concern of international relations IR. Indeed, in the early years of the field's formation, race was discussed as a mainstream issue, not a marginal one. In the aftermath of the First World War, W.E.B. Du Bois, a noted African-American intellectual, published an article in the journal Foreign Affairs entitled Worlds of Color, Du Bois 1925, in which he repeated a prognosis he had made over 20 years earlier. The problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line, the relation of the darker to the lighter races of men in Asia and Africa, in America and the islands of the sea. Du Bois 1961, 23. Foreign Affairs was and remains one of the preeminent journals of foreign policy analysis. But as Robert Vitalis 2010 notes, it started life as the Journal of Race Development. Indeed, a number of scholars now argue that imperial administration was one of the foremost concerns of early 20th century intellectuals studying world politics, perhaps even more so than interstate relations. And race was key to the ordering and administration of empire. Nonetheless, mainstream IR theorists have ignored Du Bois' explanation of the racial causes of the First World War, even though this African-American intellectual wrote in the preeminent IR journal of its time. But what is race? This question has no easy answers. Usually racism conjures up an idea of prejudice based on biological divisions that order humanity into group hierarchies: the whites, the blacks, the Arabs, the Jews, etc. However, as an ordering principle of world politics, race references far more than skin color, facial features, and hair texture. Some brief notes on the origins of the term will help to expand the canvas on which we view race. Before the era of Columbus, when Europeans discovered and conquered the new world of the Americas, race, or, in the Romance languages, la raza, possessed a curious collection. Before the era of Columbus, when Europeans discovered and conquered the new world of the Americas, race, or, in the Romance languages, la raza, possessed a curious collection of meanings. These included a defect or a coarseness in fine cloth, or a defect in poetic speech. By the early 17th century, la raza also referred to the branding of purebred horses, as well as to a human lineage defined especially by Jewish or Moorish, Northwest African Muslim, ancestry. As time went by, these diverse references started to share common coordinates: a sense of defectiveness as well as reference to a non-Christian and/or non-European, heathen heritage. This latter point is important because in 15th century Christian Europe, and due to the impact of the Crusades, the religious group to which one professed affiliation was linked intimately with perceptions of one's humanity. Therefore, it can be said that by the time of the European conquest of the Americas, race had begun to crystallize as a way to reference defects in humanity. The adjudication of these defects through European imperial expansion and colonization became a key ordering principle of world politics. This chapter interrogates race not as a biological fact but as an ordering principle of world politics, intimately connected to imperial expansion, colonial rule, and their afterlives in the contemporary era. The chapter is guided by the following working definition of race: the hierarchical adjudication of human competencies through the categorizing of group attributes, wherein groups are delineated by some kind of shared heritage that is deemed identifiable through visual or other sensate cues. Additionally, the chapter explores two different but interconnected methods by which human competencies are adjudicated through race: a biological calculus and a cultural calculus. 18.2 Histories of Race in World Politics. This section traces the emergence of race as an ordering principle of world politics through the making of the Atlantic world, see Section 1, 8.2.1, and subsequent European imperial expansion across the rest of the globe, see Section 1, 8.2.2. Section 1, 8.2.3 then considers the ways in which race was implicated in the two world wars of the 20th century and the subsequent Cold War era. 1.8.2.1 The making of the Atlantic world. The connecting of Europe, Africa, and the Americas to form what has been called the Atlantic world resulted from the European colonial project that began in earnest in 1492. Two violent processes were central to this project. 1. Dispossessing indigenous peoples of their lands in the Americas, and 2. Dehumanizing Africans, trafficked across the Atlantic to labor on plantations as slaves. Both processes questioned the humanity of those colonized and enslaved under European colonialism. It is this questioning that gave rise to race as an ordering principle of world politics. As conquerors from Spain laid claim to the Americas, one key issue confronted Spanish theologians in the early 1500s. The inhabitants of the Americas did not appear in the Bible, and their appearance, especially their nakedness, suggested that they should be incorporated into the Christian world as less than human beings. Such incorporation was subsequently used to justify dispossessing indigenous peoples of their land and compelling them to work for the conquistadors, the Spanish conquerors. But defenders of indigenous peoples, such as Bartolomé de las Casas, argued in favor of their humanity, claiming that their living practices demonstrated an ability to reason taken to be a key competency of humanity. If this was the case, then indigenous people could not be enslaved. Although Las Casas argued successfully that indigenous peoples could not be enslaved, he initially claimed that Negroes could legitimately replace their slave labor. In fact, the human trafficking of Africans across the Atlantic had already begun just before these theological debates but had not yet reached its apex, which was between the late 17th century and mid-19th century. Overall, approximately 12 million Africans were trafficked, with at least 15% dying during the passage. On arrival, captive Africans were sold to plantations and put to work farming export crops such as sugar, cotton, and tobacco. This horrific slave trade in living peoples is another practice made possible through racialization, described in more detail later in the chapter. In 1672, the Royal African Company was given a monopoly over English trade with West Africa in redwood, elephant's teeth, Negroes, slaves, hides, wax, guinea grains, or other commodities. Tabani 1983, 71. This legal instrument demonstrates the process whereby Africans were dehumanized to become chattel commodities akin to livestock. As property, enslaved peoples had hardly any recourse to natural justice, while their predominantly European owners effectively exercised the sovereign power of life or death over them. Unlike other forms of slavery known at the time, in Atlantic slavery Africans alone were turned into less than human chattels, with this status being passed down to their descendants, to be recognized by skin color. And so out of many diverse African peoples, the Negro or black race was born. Moreover, in this same process, diverse Europeans became white, humanity perfected. Here, one's humanity was judged by a principle of heredity. And so, in the colonization of the Americas, race emerged as a way to calculate the competency of a group's humanity. However, this calculation could be made culturally, the cultural calculus, and/or biologically, the biological calculus. The cultural calculus emerged as a way to adjudicate the competencies of groups whose religious heritage was not Catholic, and the degree to which these competencies, especially the ability to reason, allowed them to enjoy basic protections as human beings. The biological calculus of race emerged out of the enslavement of Africans and adjudicated the humanity of groups by reference to gradations of skin color, hair type, and physiognomy, facial features. Both modes of calculation sought to judge the lack of humanity of a group, either by cultural or biological attributes or a combination of both, so as to determine the degree to which that group could be enslaved, dispossessed, excluded, or exploited in the colonial project. Colonial agents considered only their own white race to be competent to judge the humanity of others. Hence, the ordering principle of race was consistently hierarchical and exclusionary. Sexual relations, often coerced, between Europeans and indigenous peoples and/or Africans that bore offspring were a fundamental challenge to race. Were the children of white fathers and black mothers to be considered half-human? And could and should they be made property? In what ways might intimate relations with indigenous peoples corrupt and damage the cultural competencies and superior humanity of Europeans? In these respects, relations of gender and sex were seminal to the construction of race as an ordering principle of world politics. See Box 18.1. Box 18.1 Official color hierarchies in the French Caribbean colony of Saint-Domingue. Mulatto, cross between white and Negro Mestico, cross between white and mulatto quadroon, cross between white and Mestico Le Capre, cross between mulatto and Negro Griff, cross between Le Capre and Negro Mestiff, cross between white and Le Capre Quadroon, cross between white and Mestiff. An even greater threat was the resistance of indigenous peoples and enslaved Africans to colonial rule and its race logics of hierarchy and exclusion. In this respect, the Haitian Revolution deserves special attention. Between 1791 and 1804, enslaved Africans mounted a successful insurgence against European slaving powers on the French island of Saint-Domingue. In 1805, the Haitian Constitution, authored by the leaders of the revolution, was ratified. By the late 18th century, European abolitionists, those campaigning for an end to the slave trade, argued that Negroes were indeed biologically human but, degraded so deeply by slavery, lacked the cultural competencies to be treated as fully human. See Opposing Opinions 18.1. In short, they would need to be civilized by Europeans over many generations. But the result of the Haitian Revolution fundamentally undermined Europeans' assumptions of their racial supremacy, even the paternalism of abolitionists. Article 2 of the Haitian Constitution of 1805 declared that slavery is forever abolished. However, the French Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Opposing Opinions 18.1 racism emerged as a consequence of the slave trade. For racism was born out of capitalism. When Karl Marx recounted the history of exploitation and expropriation that gave rise to global capitalism, he mentioned the turning of Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of blackskins. Similarly, Marxist-influenced political economists, most famously Trinidadian Eric Williams, argued that slavery was not born of racism. Rather, racism was the consequence of slavery. Williams 1944, 7. The capitalist profit motive determined that Africans would be enslaved. Initially, non-Africans were enslaved. Indigenous and even European laborers were enslaved or indentured by European capitalists to work in the mines and plantations of the Americas. Only when these labor supplies proved inadequate for various demographic and political reasons did European capitalists turn to African labor as the key source to exploit in order to gain superprofits from the colonies. The emergence of race as an ordering principle of the global capitalist division of labor was therefore driven by the profit motive. Anti-black racism became naturalized. The peculiar position of Africans in the global division of labor, as enslaved laborers, became naturalized over time, so it appeared as if Africans had always been destined for slavery. Against racism was born out of religious disputes. Historians and cultural theorists such as James Sweet, 1997, Sylvia Wynter, 2003, and Walter Mignolo, 2008, situate the emergence of race in the theological doctrines that European Christians developed before 1492 as part of a campaign to cleanse the Iberian Peninsula of Muslim and Jewish influence. Antisemitism played an important part in the creation of race. During the 15th century, Jews in Iberia were either expelled or compelled to convert to Christianity. However, many Jews who became the conversos continued to practice their faith in private. Over time, the fidelity of Jewish converts was questioned, with the belief that Judaism could not be sanitized by Christian baptism, but rather was a stain that was inherited in the blood. Purity of one's blood lineage was therefore a key factor in determining one's humanity. Anti-African prejudice was propagated by some Muslim scholars. Iberian Christians learned a great deal from their Muslim contemporaries. However, a belief propagated by some, but not all Muslim scholars, was that Africans held more in common with animals than with humanity, hence predisposing them to a natural enslavement. Theological disputes and religious prejudices become racialized. Initially, the conquistadors traveled to the Americas having been versed in the theological conflicts between Christians, Jews, Muslims, and heathens. But there, religious fault lines were secularized and racialized to become the colonizers versus the colonized, or Spaniards and Portuguese versus Indians and Negroes. The black skin of Africans became proof of a stain on the blood that marked a less than human and thus enslavable status. 1. How was racism made necessary through the pursuit of profit? 2. In what ways did religious controversies contribute to justifications for African enslavement? 3. Only with the end of global capitalism will racism be defeated. How would you argue for and against this statement? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Citizen, penned in 1789 at the beginning of the French Revolution and just a few years before the Haitian Revolution began, said nothing of the kind. Haitians had therefore proved themselves more competent in the human spirit than enlightened Europeans. What is more, the Haitian Constitution defined the free peoples of Haiti as, collectively, black noir, thus revaluing blackness as a quality that was exemplary of humanity rather than a sign of subhumanity. In these two ways, the Haitian Constitution confounded and refuted the received cultural and biological hierarchies of race that were fundamental ordering principles of the colonial project. 8.2.2 European imperialism. By the mid-19th century, race no longer relied on religious doctrine and salvation. Instead, race fundamentally informed secular understandings of human progress, for instance, law and order, rights, and the improvement of living conditions. Reaching back to Enlightenment thinkers such as Comte de Buffon, European intellectuals proposed a set of hierarchical stages that humanity traveled through from the dawn of its history, starting with savagery, leading to barbarism, and finally achieving civilization. In this hierarchy, the state of savagery connoted basic incompetencies in self-rule, a lack of reason, law, property, and justice. Savages therefore threatened the political order of the civilized with anarchy. Barbarians, meanwhile, practiced basic forms of law and order, but forms that were despotic and opposed to civilized orders. Facing savagery and barbarianism were the civilized Europeans who enjoyed the competencies of self-rule, a mastery of reason, the rule of law, respect for property, and democratic rights. 19th-century anthropologists considered the peoples who occupied this hierarchy of civilization as groups of different races differentiated by the relative simplicity or complexity of their cultures. Therefore, the cultural calculus of race, previously used to differentiate Jews, Muslims, heathens, and Christians, now became a secularized standard of civilization. This standard was used to judge the cultural competencies of the peoples swept up in Europe's imperial expansion. It was applied globally. For instance, French naval officer and botanist Dumont d'Urville divided the Pacific into 3 racial zones: Polynesia, the least barbaric, followed by Micronesia, and then Melanesia, the most savage. Thus, the standard of civilization became the new ordering principle of race. Moreover, civilized Europeans believed that they could improve the savage and barbaric races through colonization. This ideology came to be known as La Mission Civilisatrice, the civilizing mission. In 1848, Algeria ceased to be a colony as such and became, according to the French government, a department of the Republic. It is here that the contradictions of the civilizing mission became apparent. While the French Republic proposed equality among all citizens, the culture of Algeria's indigenous peoples, was deemed too barbaric to practice this equality. And while French authorities presumed that the indigenes would embrace the civilizing process that could turn them into true citizens, they regularly rebelled because civilization brought with it the taking of their lands. Colonial administrators therefore started to question whether the savage and barbaric races could be civilized. Such a pessimistic attitude is evident in the remark of Jules Ferry, president of the Council of Ministers in France, who in 1884 argued that the superior races have a right because they have a duty. It is their duty to civilize the inferior races, Ferry 1884. Similar pessimism underwrites Rudyard Kipling's famous narration of the civilizing mission as the white man's burden. Consequently, as European imperialism reached its high point in the late 19th century, the assimilation of subject races was no longer deemed entirely possible or even desirable. Colonial policies shifted to encompass the new pessimism. For instance, at the Berlin Conference 1884-5, where European powers carved out their spheres of influence on the African continent, they made a paradoxical promise to preserve tribal life even as they reaffirmed the desirability of civilizing the savages. Henceforth, colonial authorities often deemed full civic rights to be undesirable for native peoples who would be governed instead indirectly through their own custom. But often, in reality, it was colonial administrators and anthropologists who defined custom, and they used racial caricatures to simplify complex and multifaceted cultures. In India, those groups that the British administration decided were naturally hardy and aggressive were categorized as martial races, with their men recruited heavily into the British army to deter further rebellions. A violent response often awaited those savages that rebelled and could not learn the first lesson of civilization: order and obedience to the superior race. 18.2.3 Race and Anti-Racism in 20th Century World Politics. In 1919, the victors of the First World War met at Versailles to divide up the remainder of the Ottoman Empire and German colonies among themselves. They did so by creating a series of mandates that determined the depth and directness of each colonial power's dominion over its new trusteeships. For this task, the victors utilized the standard of civilization. A mandates encompass barbarous races, principally in the Middle East. B and C mandates encompass savage races in West and East Africa and Southwest Africa and the Pacific, respectively. The racial hierarchies of the mandate system were incorporated into the governance structure of the League of Nations. Moreover, white members of the League often used these hierarchies to judge whether non-white members of the League, especially Ethiopia, were competent to self-rule despite being de facto sovereign entities. In all these ways, the cultural calculus of race deeply informed the governance structures and practices of the first international organization of the 20th century. But what of the biological calculus of race? Instead of disappearing after the abolition of the slave trade and emancipation of enslaved Africans, this calculus returned in a new guise at the end of the 19th century. Scientific racism proposed that each race contained naturally unchangeable characteristics and propensities such that the struggle for civilization should be understood less as a struggle over culture and more as a biological struggle of reproduction between the white and darker races. Francis Galton, the originator of eugenics, meaning, in ancient Greek, good stock, proposed that intelligence was inherited. Galton therefore advised that reproduction should be scientifically controlled so as to perfect humanity by ensuring that defects and deficiencies were not passed on. Alfred Plotz, a German scientist who coined the term racial hygiene, advocated for eugenicist policies at the level of race rather than the individual. Here, the danger of miscegenation, the interbreeding of people considered to be of different racial types, was once more articulated. Human perfection was possible, Plotz argued, only through preservation and perpetuation of the Aryan race. Just over 30 years later, the Nazi Party implemented the policy of racial hygiene in Germany. This domestic policy also interacted with an expansionist foreign policy of creating living space, Lebensraum, for the Aryan race. In fact, this combination had at least in part already been undertaken in the genocidal war waged by the Imperial German Army against the Herero and Nama peoples in Southwest Africa. During the Second World War, these conjoined policies targeted a number of so-called defective groups. Central to the Nazi project, however, was the systematic slaughter between 1941 and 1945 of almost 6 million Jewish people who lived inside Germany and in neighboring European countries. As a result of the Shoah Holocaust and the victory over fascism in 1945, scientific racism was roundly and categorically refuted in a landmark statement on race issued in 1950 by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO 1950. However, this did not mean that race disappeared as a key albeit contested ordering principle of world politics in the Cold War era. In 1948, the South African government formalized a mode of governance called apartheid, which was based. George Floyd protests photo by Logan Weaver / at LGNWVR on Unsplash. On the separate development of the races and which considered Africans to be racially inferior to whites. Condemnation of apartheid was a persistent feature of discussions in the UN's General Assembly throughout the Cold War. In addition, a group of independent African and Asian states convened a historically unprecedented conference at Bandung, Indonesia, in 1955 in order to propose a governance structure for the emerging post-colonial era that expressly outlawed racialism. Race in 20th-century world politics was contested not only through diplomatic relations but also by social movements. During the interwar period, the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League made a striking attempt to confront the racial hierarchies and exclusions of world politics. In the Cold War period, the Black Power movement in the United States confronted the visceral and institutional racism of American society. Promoting the self-empowerment of black communities, the movement also, as had the Haitian Constitution, revalued blackness as representing beauty and the best of humanity instead of ugliness and inferiority. Black Power in the 1960s influenced a number of social movements worldwide that struggled against racism, including Maori and Pacifica peoples in New Zealand and Dalits in India. See Case Study 18.1. Case Study 18.1 Race, Caste, and Dalits. In India, caste has historically been composed of two different aspects. Jati in the Sanskrit language denotes birth and is associated with specific occupations. Varna, however, refers to a larger hierarchy of different peoples defined by hereditary positions in the social order Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras. Outside of this hierarchy are, among others, the untouchables who have suffered and continue to suffer great oppression and stigmatization in India especially, but also elsewhere. Scholars and activists still debate the degree to which caste can be considered another word for race. The connections are suggestive. In 15th-century Romance languages, the word kasta caste was intimately associated with rasa, race, and lineage. Moreover, varna is also Sanskrit for color. Similarities between the racism suffered by enslaved Africans in the West and caste prejudice suffered by untouchables in India have always generated comparisons. Such associations were being made as early as the 1920s by important Indian figures such as Mahatma Gandhi and Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar, who founded the Scheduled Castes Federation in 1942. But as Nico Slate 2012 has argued, the relationship took on new meaning in the Cold War context in which civil rights struggles, black power, and decolonization agendas combined to produce a global network of anti-racist movements. Indeed, in this context, comparisons sometimes led to invocations of solidarity across caste and race. Such was the case when Martin Luther King Jr., visiting a school for untouchables, was introduced to students as a fellow untouchable from the United States of America. This process of mutual identification was clearly expressed in the Dalit Panthers movement of the early 1970s. Dalit, meaning broken, was a term of self-identification popularized by Ambedkar that replaced the imposed label of untouchable. Panthers referenced the Black Panther movement of the United States. The Dalit Panthers Manifesto, while identifying the origins of the caste system in Hindu feudalism rather than European colonialism, nonetheless analogized the African-American context by describing caste as a modern form of slavery. In 1979, the Dalit Action Committee published a book entitled Apartheid in India, thus connecting to the broader debate in the UN about South African apartheid and the Israeli occupation of Palestine. Dalit organizations were extremely active in the World Conference Against Racism, WCAR, in 2001. They argued that caste might not equal race, yet it should nevertheless be included on the basis that caste, like race, was a system of group discrimination and exclusion based on descent. However, caste was kept off the agenda of the Durban Review Conference in 2009 due to pressure by the Indian government. Casteism, argued the government's representatives, was not racism and, indeed, was a domestic rather than international matter. In this respect, as Sankaran Krishna 2014 argues, India made common cause with the United States and Israel in seeking to keep domestic matters of race off the agenda of the UN conference. Question 1. Is race the same as caste? Does it matter? Question 2. In this case study, the white man is not the key protagonist. What significance does this fact hold for a global understanding of race? Thousands from scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, backward classes, and the Indian Railway Employees Association take part in a rally in New Delhi on August 22, 2012 RAVENDRAN/AFP/Getty Images. In 2016, the singer Beyoncé performed at the American Super Bowl sports event with a troupe of dancers whose dress, leather, afro hairstyles, and berets invoked images of Black power. Allusions have been made to connections between the performance and the contemporary hashtag Black Lives Matter movement, which confronts police brutality against Black people. In 2020, the public execution of George Floyd, an African American, by police officer Derek Chauvin led to an unprecedented wave of protests worldwide. Key points. The making of the Atlantic world was crucial to the emergence of the West as the dominant regional force in world politics, and race was fundamental to this endeavor. Similarly, race was fundamental to the subsequent expansion of European empires across the globe. Race cannot, therefore, be understood as separate from, adjunctive to, or derivative of the making of contemporary world politics. Rather, race is a fundamental ordering principle of world politics. Race orders world politics by adjudicating which groups have competencies to be fully human. This adjudication relies on two intimately connected calculi: the cultural calculus of race and the biological calculus of race, both of which determine the hierarchies and exclusions among peoples. If somewhat distinct, both calculi nonetheless render the darker races threats to the civilized race of white Europeans. And it is also important to note that each calculus took on new characteristics over the course of the 19th and 20th centuries. Even if race has been used to categorize and subjugate peoples, these same peoples have often utilized racial ascriptions to resist their subjugation. While this dual usage of race might appear paradoxical, it is important to keep in mind that race is not something that simply happens to peoples considered lesser races. Rather, these peoples have always been actively involved in contesting the ordering principles of race, especially its hierarchies and exclusions that determine who is competently human. 18.3 Thinking through race. This section engages several debates over race that draw especially from the fields of philosophy and sociology, but which are increasingly being discussed in international relations. These debates help to deepen conceptual understandings of the cultural and biological calculi of race discussed in section 18.2. This exercise also provides a basis for understanding the struggles over race that exist in contemporary world politics, considered in section 18.4. 8.3.1 The genetic/social construction of race. The key purpose of the 1950 UNESCO Statement on Race was to separate the biological fact of race from the social myth of race, which had been propounded by the advocates of scientific racism. The statement made it very clear that genetic inheritance marked by visible characteristics has no bearing whatsoever on mental competencies or cultural practices. In this respect, the statement refuted the validity of eugenics and the pursuit of racial hygiene. More recently, the biological fact of race itself has been questioned by the successful mapping of the genetic material that constitutes human beings. Scientists now know that just 0.01% of DNA accounts for physical appearance, and 99.9% of the DNA of every human being is identical. Despite these facts, some psychologists and bioscientists still argue that intelligence is partially inherited and unevenly distributed by race. In opposition, some sociologists such as Troy Duster, 2006, argue that race is not a genetic condition at all. There is no race gene or set of genes. The term racialization has been increasingly used to address the socially constructed nature of race. While racialization has a long conceptual history, its contemporary usage owes much to the writings of Martiniquan psychiatrist Frantz Fanon in the 1950s and 1960s, which were imported into sociological debates in the 1970s. These debates can be seen as part of the constructivist turn in sociology, which ultimately influenced IR theory. Nonetheless, constructivist theory in IR is only just starting to engage seriously with debates over racialization. These debates challenge the assumption that persons, objects, processes, and issues are naturally comprised of race. Instead, they claim that social conventions impute racial characteristics to particular persons, objects, processes, and issues such that, over time, their very meaning and significance change to become inseparable from the racial trait they have been accorded. For instance, people are not naturally black. They are racialized to become black, and must thus struggle with social conventions that impute deficiency and incompetency to blackness. Yet even if race is socially constructed, Racialization has real effects. See box 18.2. 8.3.2 Race and Culture. What effect did the 1950 UNESCO statement have on the cultural calculus of race? As mentioned in section 8.2.2, 19th century anthropologists argued that cultures could be distinguished as simple and complex, the former belonging to dark savages and barbarians, the latter enjoyed by white civilized peoples. In the decades leading up to the Shoah, culture had been used to racialize the undeniable diversity of human experiences and practices such that this difference could then be organized hierarchically, often for discriminatory and exclusionary purposes. The problem facing the scholars who wrote the 1950 UNESCO statement was to find a way to represent human difference through a non-racial and non-hierarchical lens. For this purpose, as Alana Lenton, 2005, demonstrates, ethnicity was chosen to replace race, so that culture now referenced simple ethnic difference rather than racial hierarchies. See box 18.3. Nevertheless, a number of scholars argue that despite the swapping of overtly racial terminology for that of ethnicity, the cultural calculus of race has not disappeared. A useful argument by which to understand this complex shift in the race/culture relationship is provided by Martin Barker, 1982, and Etienne Balibar, 1991, who suggests that a new racism has emerged in Europe. Responding to an increase in peoples migrating to Europe from old colonies, European ideologues and politicians often claim that the cultures that ethnic minorities bring with them lack the institutional and moral sophistication to integrate into advanced liberal democratic societies. Critiques of this new racism argue that while race talk is not already evident in such discourse, the hierarchical and exclusionary ordering principles of race are. For instance, there is an assumption that the traditional cultures of non-European ethnic groups are immutably different from and necessarily conflicting with modern, developed, or progressive Western society. According to this way of thinking, ethnic minorities must learn to be modern in Europe. They cannot become modern without advanced tuition. In this process, however, their traditional attitudes towards issues such as gender relations and religion are viewed as threatening the integrity of modern liberal democracy itself. More recently, these ideas and assumptions have informed a resurgent white nationalism, especially in the US and Europe, which informs a growing eco-fascist movement. See case study 18.2. Despite defining groups in terms of ethnic rather than racial heritage, the starting premise of this way of thinking is in agreement with the 19th century cultural calculus of race. The white races must civilize the savage and barbaric races, lest the latter destroy civilization itself. In this respect, the adjudication of cultural competency that is fundamental to race remains. Box 18.2 The shooting of Jean-Charles de Menezes. Jean-Charles de Menezes was shot dead by London police in 2005. Menezes, a Brazilian man, lived in a block of flats that police believed was being used by suspected suicide bombers. Police followed Menezes as he left the building. Officers later claimed that they were satisfied that Menezes was one of the suspect bombers due to his Mongolian eyes. As he boarded a train at Stockwell Tube Station, armed officers shot him at close range. Menezes, an innocent Brazilian, had been racialized by police into a Muslim terrorist and was consequently shot dead. Box 18.3 UNESCO Statement on Race. Point 6. National, religious, geographic, linguistic, and cultural groups do not necessarily coincide with racial groups, and the cultural traits of such groups have no demonstrated genetic connection with racial traits. Because serious errors of this kind are habitually committed when the term race is used in popular parlance, it would be better when speaking of human races to drop the term race altogether and speak of ethnic groups. UNESCO 1956. Key to the ordering of world politics even in the post-Holocaust, post-colonial era. In short, the ordering principles of race are still central to world politics even in the absence of explicitly racial language. 8.3.3 Whiteness. Historically, the biological calculus of race posited only the white body as quintessentially human. Additionally, the cultural calculus of race posited only European societies as the standard of civilization against which the competencies of all other races were measured and found variously deficient. Some theorists of race argue that, due to this history, people who are racialized as white enjoy transparency, meaning that their cultural competencies and full humanity are presumed to be self-evident. On the other hand, people who are racialized as non-white provoke an implicit or explicit questioning of their cultural or sometimes even biological competencies based on socially prevalent racial stereotypes. The concept of white privilege refers to this differential treatment and the social advantages that accrue to white people due to their transparent and fundamentally unquestioned competence and humanity. Scholars argue, especially with regard to Western societies, that white people rarely have to consider that their social advantages are accrued not simply by individual effort or intelligence but by racial hierarchies and exclusions. Whether these advantages accrue to poor people racialized as white is a question of some controversy. For instance, some campaigners in the 2016 UK European Union membership referendum claimed that Brexit would provide redress to a white working class who. Case Study 18.2 Ecofascism. German zoologist Ernst Haeckel introduced the term ecology in the 1860s. As a new science, Haeckel proposed that ecology would be a study of the organism in relation to its environment so as to uncover all its conditions of existence. Haeckel also believed that the lower races of humanity such as the Vedas, South Asian or Australian Negroes were closer to mammals than to civilized Europeans. Haeckel 1904, 407. For this reason, Haeckel claimed that totally different values should be assigned to the lives of different races. Later, Nazi ideologues drew on these aspects of Haeckel's work, which had since come to form the idea of Lebensraum, living space. Hitler used Lebensraum as a key ideological justification for his genocidal advance eastwards during the Second World War. However, such ideas were not uniquely German and drew on an established tendency in European thought to attach the purported unhygienic nature of certain spaces to the character of the people who lived in them. During the late 19th century height of European imperialism, slums in Europe and tropics in Africa and Asia were considered dangers to moral hygiene. Civilized people who visited such areas for too long might not only become physically diseased but culturally degenerate through intimate living with the poor and the savages. By the turn of the 20th century, most homelands, Heimat in German, were painted as rural idols and racialized as belonging naturally to the indigenous, usually white, population. In 1968, Paul and Ehrlich published The Population Bomb, which argued that the most fundamental challenge to humanity was overpopulation, leading to insufficient resources, mass starvation, and a dying planet. Given the history of ecological analysis we have sketched out, it is interesting to note that the authors chose to begin the book by recounting a taxi ride through an overcrowded slum in Delhi, even though similar problems of urban living could be identified in Western cities too. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the Ehrlich's focus on masses of poor and unhygienic non-white people played into the hands of neo-fascist ideology. It was in the same year, 1968, that British politician Enoch Powell gave his infamous Rivers of Blood speech. There, Powell prophesied that the growth in numbers of South Asian and black residents in English towns would turn white families into a minority, thus leading to race war. In 1973, French author Jean Raspail published a novel, Le Camp des Saints, which depicted an invasion of France by an apocalyptic mass of refugees from India, enabled by the humanitarian sensibilities of religious and political leaders. Raspail finishes the book with the refugees taking over Europe and destroying Western civilization. Both Powell and Raspail were key influences for Renaud Camus, who in 2011 developed a conspiracy theory called the Great Replacement. This conspiracy claims that race-traitorous white elites are helping to replace the white masses with African, Asian, and other non-white immigrants. Camus' conspiracy theory was attached to an eco-fascist ideology in the manifestos of both gunmen who in 2019 visited mass murder upon Muslims in Christchurch, New Zealand, and Hispanics in El Paso, Texas. Ecofascism has also made advances through the far right in electoral politics. For example, in 2014, Marine Le Pen, head of France's Front National, launched a new ecology program that promoted a patriotic response to environmental issues and disavowed any policies made in global for a. Neslin 2014. Question 1. In what ways might immigration and multiculturalism be implicated in debates over the climate crisis? Question 2. Only white people should be protected from climate catastrophe. What is contradictory about this claim? Have been left behind by globalization. Meanwhile, some critical race theorists argue that race hierarchies always intersect with other hierarchies such as class and gender, see CHS 10 and 17. Furthermore, whiteness can be contextual and can shift in light of different colonial histories, divisions of labor, and social conventions. For example, Irish peoples, the first to be colonized under English imperial expansion, obtained the privilege of whiteness only some time after immigrating to North America in the 19th century. Even in 1960s Britain, it was still possible to see occasional signs on boarding houses warning, "No Irish, no coloreds." Moreover, privileges similar to whiteness are also garnered from gender hierarchies that posit maleness as the norm, especially in politics. In fact, scholars such as Kimberly Crenshaw, 1989, argue that race and gender intersect to form a matrix of transparency, privilege, and domination. In this respect, the reader will find it useful to read Chapter 17 alongside this present chapter. Theorists of race describe the structural conditions that uphold white normativity as white supremacy. Paradoxically, as philosopher Charles Mills argues, due to its transparency, white supremacy is often not seen as a political system at all. Mills 1997. 2. White supremacy often becomes visible only when white normativity and privilege is exposed and challenged. This was the case, for example, when Fred Hampton of the Chicago Black Panther Party helped to create a multiracial Rainbow Coalition in 1969. Similar coalitions have re-emerged in the recent wave of Black Lives Matter protests. Whiteness studies now seeks to explain how the often unspoken privileges enjoyed by white people depend on often violent processes of exclusion and discrimination that are justified by the assumption that it is always other races and cultures that are deviant, incompetent, the problem, and in need of saving or segregating. As will soon be discussed, this critique is instructive when it comes to understanding the dynamics of contemporary humanitarian discourses. 18.4. Contemporary manifestations of race in world politics. This section details the ways in which race remains a key ordering principle in contemporary world politics. It begins by applying the critique of new racism to security and development issues in the context of the global war on terror (GWT), see section 18.4.1. It then goes on to assess the continued influence of struggles against racial ordering at the highest levels of world politics by reference to the UN World Conference Against Racism convened in 2001 and reviewed in 2009 and 2011. See section 18.4.2. 18.4.1 Security, Development, and the Global War on Terror. There is strong evidence to suggest that the premises of new racism have framed development and security in the era of the GWT. This framework is evident in Samuel Huntington's famous thesis on the clash of civilizations, first published in 1993 and after the 9/11 attacks in 2001. Taken by some to be a prophetic explanation of the war against Islamic terrorists, Huntington, 1993, argued that in the post-Cold War era cultural differences rather than ideological differences or economic interests would become the root cause of global conflict. Among other fault lines, Huntington pitted Western against Islamic culture. In constructing his thesis, Huntington drew on the work of Bernard Lewis, an influential historian of the Middle East. In a 1990 article entitled The Roots of Muslim Rage, Lewis argued that Islamic jurisprudence recognized only two domains, Dar al-Islam, the house. Key points. There are no race genes. Race is not natural but rather socially constructed. Racial ascriptions might even be mutable for some people some of the time. Nonetheless, the effects of racialization are no less real for being constructed. Indeed, they can be deadly. The modern concept of culture and its associated logics of ethnic categorization are inescapably entangled with the production and practice of race. The contemporary critique of new racism speaks to this crucial issue. Whiteness studies seeks to understand how a white person might be anti-racist in principle yet still reproduce and even benefit from the hierarchical and exclusionary ordering principle of race. White supremacy is a structural condition, not an individual prejudice. Thus, while explicitly racist discourse and practice might nowadays be uncommon, albeit not absent, in world politics, race remains a key ordering principle of Islam, where Islamic rule of law prevailed, and Dar al-Harb, the house of war, where the rule of infidels prevailed. Moreover, Lewis stated that Islamic culture did not possess the ability to reform its traditional societies so as to compete, first with European imperial expansion and subsequently with Western economic and military might. Lewis 1990. Controversially, Lewis argued that Islamic politics could only pursue a perpetual state of war until the entire world either embraced Islam or submitted to the rule of the Muslim state. Lewis's argument articulates the key premises of new racism, that traditional cultures are fundamentally at odds with modern society and that the former cannot reform without the guidance or dominion of the latter. Hence, Lewis's argument reproduces the key premises of the civilizing mission, including its pessimistic prescription that if uncooperative races cannot be civilized, they must, at least, be pacified. Crucially, Lewis does not acknowledge the importance for Islamic jurisprudence of Dar al-Ahd, the house of treatises between non-Muslim and Muslim polities, or Dar al-Aman, the house of safety, wherein Muslims living in non-Muslim polities are allowed to practice their religion peaceably. In other words, contrary to the premises of new racism, Islam does possess its own resources for practicing coexistence with and toleration of other ways of living. And given the many different peoples that compose the Muslim world, these resources might be applied in very diverse ways. Nonetheless, key Western politicians and commentators have largely accepted Lewis's and Huntington's depiction of Islam in their pursuit of the GWT. In fact, the focus on culture proposed in New Racism elides an engagement with the political consequences of consistent Western intervention in the domestic arrangements of an extremely diverse Muslim world. Some scholars even argue that the rise of terrorist jihadis is due in part to the U.S. support of local groups in Afghanistan during the Cold War battle against the presence of the Soviet Union in the country. Mamdani 2002. The premises of New Racism have also influenced development projects that, in the era of the GWT, have become increasingly tied to the security objectives of powerful states. Proponents of the liberal peace thesis argue that societies of the Global South can avoid poverty and conflict only by adopting Western systems of governance based on liberal rule of law and the free market. Implicit in this argument is an assumption that poverty and conflict are primarily the result of incompetent domestic governance practices rather than also being a product of colonial and post-colonial interventions by Western states. Additionally, China is increasingly portrayed as an existential threat to Western values. Yet despite its questionable democratic record when it comes to its own citizens, China has become the global leader in poverty alleviation. Despite using abstract and race-neutral terminologies that contrast failed states or fragile states with developed states, the liberal peace thesis can be said to reproduce hierarchical assumptions about the natural cultural incompetency of non-white peoples for democratic self-governance, which were so crucial to the old civilizing mission. In this sense, one might argue that the politics and power projections of contemporary peacekeeping and state-building in service of the liberal peace are a 21st-century version of the white man's burden. The interlocking of development and security concerns has also provided a marked increase in the popularity of humanitarian work, especially among civil society actors from the global north. In this regard, it is important to recall Gayatri Spivak's intersectional exposition of the moral justification for European colonialism, which she summarizes as white men saving brown women from brown men. Spivak 1988. As Macau Mutua 2001 argues, this moral relationship holds between three core characters: saviors, white men; victims, brown women and children; and savages, brown men. Some scholars argue that this colonial justification is now being mobilized to support the humanitarian agenda. For instance, Tejacol 2012 has coined the term white savior industrial complex to refer to the increasingly high-profile nature of white celebrities, the civilized, signing up to various civil society initiatives in order to save the women and children of Africa and Asia, the victims, from male warlords and terrorists, the savages. In addition to celebrities, many young white people from the global north also tend to sign up to support humanitarian projects in the global south. But what is it that makes such non-experts qualified to intervene in the complex issues that surround poverty and violence? Are all women of the global south victims and thus unable to address the humanitarian issues that they themselves face? And are all the men unqualified savages? Section 18.3 considered how white normativity enables people racialized as white to claim moral leadership while not addressing their personal complicity and accountability in the reproduction of racial hierarchies. Some voices from the global south now ask why these young humanitarians do not address the poverty and violence in their own societies first. Finally, it is important to note that the interlocking of development and security concerns in the GWT also influences politics within and among the societies of the global north. This is especially the case in Europe, where the perception is now commonplace that ethnic minorities pose an existential threat to the European way of life. The desirability of multicultural policies, the belief that different cultures can coexist within one national space, have now been challenged by a number of European politicians who blame these policies for a loss of social cohesion. Europe has been too tolerant of the cultural practices of Muslim peoples in particular, they argue, and what is required now is a forceful reassertion of European values. See Box 18.4. However, some scholars argue that, as governments have cut back on public services in response to the global economic crisis, it is all too convenient for politicians to blame Muslims for the diminution of social cohesion, rather than their own neoliberal austerity policies. More generally, the current buoyancy of New Racism has serious ramifications for the human rights of many vulnerable peoples fleeing from war and persecution. The COVID-19 pandemic has further exacerbated these issues, with East and Southeast Asian populations in many countries being targeted with visceral racism for spreading disease. Such epidemic racism has a long history in global health governance. White 2020. 18.4.2 The UN World Conference Against Racism. The International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, 1969, was followed by two UN-sponsored conferences on racism in 1978 and 1983. After a long hiatus, the UN convened the third such meeting, the World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia and Related Intolerance, WCAR, in Durban, South Africa, from August 31 to September 8, 2001. WCAR featured many innovations in the engagement with race at the UN level, including a pronounced focus on intersectionality, specifically the multiple discriminations that many indigenous women and women of African heritage face. The Durban meeting was extremely contentious, demonstrating the degree to which long-standing issues concerning race still influence world politics at the highest level. Two issues deserve special attention: the question of the racist nature of Zionism and the demand for reparations for slavery and the slave trade. In 1975, the USSR, seeking to counter U.S. influence in the Middle East, successfully pushed for the adoption of Resolution 3379 in the UN General Assembly. In 1975, the USSR, seeking to counter U.S. influence in the Middle East, successfully pushed for the adoption of Resolution 3379 in the UN General Assembly. The resolution observed that Israel, now occupying Palestinian lands, shared the same racist structure as apartheid South Africa. Zionism, therefore, had to be understood as a form of racism and racial discrimination. In 1991, with the imminent dissolution of the USSR, the United States was able to orchestrate a repeal of this resolution. However, in the Asian Regional Preparatory Meeting of the WCAR convened in Tehran in early 2001, the argument was made again that, by embarking on ethnic cleansing of the Arab population of historic Palestine, the Israeli state had manufactured a new kind of apartheid. Ultimately, Israeli and United States representatives responded to this claim by withdrawing from the conference, subsequently arguing that anti-Semitism. Box 18.4 Former British Prime Minister David Cameron on terrorism, tolerance, and Islam. In the UK, some young men find it hard to identify with the traditional Islam practiced at home by their parents, whose customs can seem staid when transplanted to modern Western countries. But these young men also find it hard to identify with Britain too, because we have allowed the weakening of our collective identity. Under the doctrine of state multiculturalism, we have encouraged different cultures to live separate lives, apart from each other and apart from the mainstream. We fail to provide a vision of society to which they feel they want to belong. We've even tolerated these segregated communities behaving in ways that run completely counter to our values. So, when a white person holds objectionable views, racist views for instance, we rightly condemn them. But when equally unacceptable views or practices come from someone who isn't white, we've been too cautious, frankly, even fearful to stand up to them. The failure, for instance, of some to confront the horrors of forced marriage, the practice where some young girls are bullied and sometimes taken abroad to marry someone when they don't want to, is a case in point. Cameron, speech at Munich Security Conference 2011, had infiltrated the WCAR insofar as Israel was being singled out and charged with racist policies. The 9/11 attacks occurred just days after the close of the WCAR, and the subsequent conduct of the GWT heightened existing tensions over the role of the United States in the Middle East. This was manifest in the review conference of the WCAR in 2009, which the United States and many other Western states boycotted after the address by Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad asserted in no uncertain terms the racist nature of the Israeli state. The United States and other Western states also refused to participate in the 2011 one-day conference in New York to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the WCAR. Some critics have argued that the Israel/Palestine issue was used as a pretext, especially by the United States, to limit involvement in the extremely expansive agenda of the WCAR. Intimate domestic issues on the agenda for United States representatives included reparations for the violent dispossession of indigenous peoples and the enslavement of Africans in their country's colonial past. During the 2001 conference, representatives of the United States, Canada, and the European Union made it clear that they were not prepared to discuss reparations, an issue with significant political and financial ramifications. They were, however, willing to recognize the damage done to peoples of African descent through the slave trade, slavery, and colonialism. Ultimately, the final declaration of the WCAR acknowledged the appalling tragedies of slavery and the slave trade, but stopped short of making an apology. Instead, the text claimed that slavery and the slave trade should always have been rather than definitively was a crime against humanity, thus avoiding a route to legal redress. Meanwhile, despite the official withdrawal of the United States government, members of its Black Congressional Caucus remained at the 2001 conference. Danny Glover, famous African-American actor and UN Goodwill Ambassador, helped to promote a notion of reparation that went beyond financial compensation to target the iniquitous structures of white supremacy. This focus on structural transformation resonates with demands consistently made by various activists and organizations of the African diaspora, and they were repeated at the 10th anniversary of the WCR. More recently, the Caribbean Community and Common Market CARICOM, a regional organization of Caribbean states, has begun to inquire into the prospect of seeking reparations for slavery and the slave trade from culpable European states. Tendai Akeem, UN Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Intolerance, notes that the greatest beneficiaries of colonialism, slavery, and the transatlantic slave trade still boycott the WCR UN 2021b. The politics that surround the WCR confirm that struggles over race remain a significant force in world politics at both diplomatic and grassroots levels. The historical impact of the Shoah and the responses to this genocide still provide an important and contentious framing of race. Meanwhile, the interpretation of Israeli occupation as a form of apartheid, as well as debates over the inclusion of caste discrimination in the WCR, see Case Study 18.1, show that race is not a static concept but rather consistently evolving in its meanings and applications. Finally, the reparations debate demonstrates that the racial ordering principles created in the making of the Atlantic world over 400 years ago still influence world politics and demands for global justice. Key points. The cultural calculus of race remains influential in world politics insofar as it provides the core premises informing the new racism. Practices of racialization now tend to proceed mainly through cultural rather than biological reference. For Western states, the premises of new racism have helped to frame foreign policy concerns over the global war on terror as well as domestic concerns over multiculturalism and immigration. The description of Israel as an apartheid state is contentious. Nonetheless, racialized policies associated with apartheid, population segregation, land occupation, granting of differential rights, and violent policing of divisions continue in the present and not only in Israel. The violence, dispossessions, and injustices through which the Atlantic world was formed have enduring legacies in world politics. They constitute a living pass-through which claims on global justice are made. 18.5 Conclusion. This chapter has engaged with race as a key ordering principle of world politics. The kind of order produced by race has been presented as a hierarchical adjudication of human competencies through the categorizing of group attributes. This categorization is a process of racialization, that is, group attributes are delineated by some kind of shared heritage that is identified by visual and other sensate markers. The chapter explored two interrelated yet distinct ways in which this adjudication proceeded: a biological calculus of race and a cultural calculus of race. Differing in the objects of their calculations of human competency, both calculi serve to hierarchically order humanity with inequitable consequences. Section 18.2 explored how the biological calculus and cultural calculus emerged in the making of the Atlantic world to form the ordering principle of race. This ordering principle evolved as European countries violently expanded their empires across the rest of the globe. The section also showed how race was mobilized by the enslaved and colonized to paradoxically subvert the ordering principle of race, especially its hierarchies and exclusions when it comes to identifying who is competently human. Section 18.3 examines some key debates surrounding the conceptualization of race. These debates reveal that while the biological calculus of race has been refuted in an age that ostensibly rejects explicit racism, culture has increasingly come to do the work of racial ordering, although those who use this calculus never speak the language of race directly. This section also suggested how white supremacy should be understood as a structure of domination and not primarily as a case of individual prejudice. Section 18.4 applied these issues to contemporary world politics. Specifically, it examined the global war on terror, the development/security nexus, humanitarianism, and multiculturalism through the critique of new racism and also whiteness. Finally, the World Conference Against Racism was used to demonstrate that, despite the contemporary lack of explicit reference to race, global social movements and diplomats alike still struggle over race as an ordering principle of world politics. In closing, it is useful to return to the way in which W.E.B. Du Bois' early explanation of the racial origins of the First World War has been largely ignored by IR theorists. In part, this might be due to the fact that Du Bois was an African American and that the key thinkers in IR theory tend to be white. Perhaps also, this ignorance might relate to the fact that IR theories find it hard to accommodate race. The hierarchical nature of racial order is made invisible in the realist image of world politics as a collection of anarchically ordered states. So too do the hierarchical and group attributes of race. vanish in the liberal image of a world composed of like individuals. But not all IR theories have made or need to make race invisible. Marxist theories might understand global hierarchy principally in terms of class and not race. However, the Marxist study of imperialism connects the two. Constructivism could in principle engage with racialization as a key process of identity formation. However, most constructivists have yet to do so. Historically, feminist theory spoke to the experiences of middle-class white women, but intersectional analysis by feminist theorists in IR holds the potential to advance understandings of race in world politics. Finally, because colonial rule is so crucial in the historical formation of race, there is much that post-colonial theory can contribute to an understanding of race, even though many post-colonial theorists do not address race directly. Questions. 1. How did the Haitian Revolution fundamentally challenge the racial ordering of world politics? 2. How is the biological calculus of race distinct from the cultural calculus of race? 3. Why is the 1950 UNESCO Statement on Race such an important document? 4. I'm not racist, I'm talking about their culture, not their skin. Discuss. 5. How might the new racism connect concerns over multiculturalism in liberal democratic polities with the waging of the global war on terror? 6. Is humanitarianism a racist pursuit? 7. In what ways have gender issues intersected with race? 8. Detail the different ways in which ascriptions of group competency have been central to the making of world politics. 9. Does race only oppress? 10. To what extent can IR theories account for race as an ordering principle of world politics? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Anivas, A. Machanda, N. and Shiliam, R. eds 2014 Confronting the Global Color Line, Race and Racism in International Relations, New York, Routledge. Presents a collection of diverse theoretical and empirical investigations that explicitly draw out the significance of race for understanding world politics. Bhattacharya, G. 2008, Dangerous Brown Men, London, Zed Books. This challenging and provocative book explores the construction of the Muslim man in the global war on terror through the notion of sexualized racism. Biko, S. 1978, I Write What I Like, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. Famous anti-apartheid activist Steve Biko explains the meaning and politics of black consciousness. While the context that Biko speaks to is 1970s South Africa, his writings are informed by and still help to illuminate struggles over race in world politics more generally. Critiquing Race and Racism in Development Studies, 2006, Special Issue of Progress in Development Studies, 6-1. This special issue is themed around the formative influence of race on development scholarship and practice. It includes articles on the intersection of gender and race in development, as well as race in migration and development. Fanon, F. 1952, Black Skin, White Masks, Paris, Editions de Soul. The classic text by a psychiatrist and anti-colonial activist documents his attempt as a black man from the French Caribbean to rehumanize himself and French society from the effects of racism. Hobson, J. 2012, The Eurocentric Conception of World Politics, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. This book explores the shifting nature of race thinking throughout the 20th century as well as its internal differences and shows how these shifts and differences have influenced international relations theory. Mani, L. 1987, Contentious Traditions, The Debate on Sati in Colonial India, Cultural Critique, 7, 119-56. By investigating the tradition of widows immolating themselves on their husbands' funeral pyres, this article examines the colonial response that has been famously described as white men saving brown women from brown men. Morrison, T. 1988, Unspeakable Things Unspoken, The Afro-American Presence in American Literature, delivered at the Tanner Lectures on Human Rights, University of Michigan. https://accessed August 1, 2022. This lecture asks the question, why is it so hard to focus on race in academic debate? While Morrison is speaking to debates in literature, her arguments and insights are also relevant to international relations. Quijano, A. 2000, Coloniality of Power, Eurocentrism and Latin America, Nepantla, Views from South, 1, 3, 533-80. An important text that uses a decolonial approach to explain that the rules created through European colonialism still have effects in the post-colonial era and that central to these rules was and is race. Vitalis, R. 2015, White World Order, Black Power Politics, The Birth of American International Relations, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press. A rereading of the history of international relations in the U.S. as a discipline fundamentally concerned with race and imperialism. Vitalis demonstrates the crucial importance of Black scholars from Howard University in the development of the discipline. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. Why, in an anarchic international system with no central authority, would sovereign states create a system of international law? Why does international law take the form it does, and how has it changed over the past 5 centuries? What impact does international law have on the nature and conduct of international relations, and what explains this impact? Chapter 19. International Law. Christian Reyes-Smith. Reader's Guide. This chapter introduces students to the practice of modern international law and to debates surrounding its nature and efficacy. It begins by exploring the reasons why international societies construct institutions and why different sorts of institutions have emerged in different historical contexts. It then considers the nature and origins of the modern institution of international law, its close connection with the practice of multilateralism, and the recent cosmopolitanization of the global legal order. After a brief discussion of the laws of war, it concludes with a survey of different theoretical approaches to international law. 19.1 Introduction. As students of international relations, our default position is to assume that international law matters little to international politics. The power and interests of states are what matters, and law is either a servant of the powerful or an irrelevant curiosity. Widespread as this skepticism is, it is confounded by much state behavior. If international law does not matter, why do states and other actors devote so much effort to negotiating new legal regimes, augmenting existing ones, and, conversely, avoiding legal commitments? Why does so much international debate center on the legality of state behavior, the applicability of legal rules, and the legal obligations incumbent on states? And why is compliance with international law so high, even by domestic standards? This chapter introduces students to the practice of modern international law and to debates surrounding its nature and efficacy. It is written primarily for students of international relations, but should also be of interest to law students curious about the political foundations of international law. Its starting point is the idea that international law is best understood as a core international institution, a set of norms, rules, and practices created by states and other actors to facilitate diverse social goals, from order and coexistence to justice and human development. However, it is an institution with distinctive historical roots, and understanding these roots is essential to grasping its unique institutional features. 19.2 Order and Institutions. Realists portray international relations as a struggle for power, a realm in which states are continuously preparing for, actively involved in, or recovering from organized violence in the form of war. Morgenthau, 1985, 52. While war has certainly been a recurrent feature of international life, it is a crude and deeply dysfunctional way for states to ensure their security or realize their interests. Because of this, states have devoted as much, if not more, effort to liberating themselves from the condition of war as they have to embroiling themselves in violent conflict. Creating some modicum of international order has been an abiding common interest of most states, most of the time. Bull, 1977, 8. To achieve international order, states have created international institutions. People often confuse institutions and organizations, incorrectly using the two terms interchangeably. International institutions are commonly defined as complexes of norms, rules, and practices that prescribe behavioral roles, constrain activity, and shape expectations. International institutions are commonly defined as complexes of norms, rules, and practices that prescribe behavioral roles, constrain activity, and shape expectations. Cohen, 1989, 3. International organizations such as the United Nations are physical entities that have staff, head offices, and letterheads. International institutions can exist without any organizational structure. The 2017 Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons is an institution, but it has no head office. However, many institutions have organizational dimensions. The World Trade Organization, formerly the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, is an institution with a very strong organizational structure. And while institutions can exist without an organizational dimension, international organizations cannot exist without an institutional framework, as their very existence presupposes a prior set of norms, rules, and principles that empower them to act and which they are charged to uphold. If states had never negotiated the Charter of the United Nations, the organization simply could not exist, let alone function. In modern international society, states have created 3 levels of institutions. See box 19.1. There are deep constitutional institutions, such as the principle of sovereignty, which define the terms of legitimate statehood. Without the institution of sovereignty, the world of independent states and the international politics it engenders would simply not exist. States have also created fundamental institutions such as international law and multilateralism, which provide the basic rules and practices that shape how states solve cooperation and coordination problems. Reyes Smith, 1999. 14. These are the institutional norms, techniques, and structures that states and other actors invoke and employ when they have common ends they want to achieve or clashing interests they want to contain. Lastly, states have developed issue-specific institutions or regimes, such as the 1968 Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, which enact fundamental institutional practices in particular realms of interstate relations. The NPT is a concrete expression of the practices of international law and multilateralism in the field of arms control. This chapter is concerned with the middle stratum of fundamental institutions. In modern international society, a range of such institutions exists, including international law, multilateralism, bilateralism, diplomacy, and management by the great powers. Bull, 1977. Since the middle of the 19th century, however, the first two of these, international law and multilateralism, have provided the basic framework for international cooperation and the pursuit of order. 19.3 The modern institution of international law. 19.3.1 Historical roots. The contemporary international legal system is a historical artifact. Like most present-day institutions, it bears the imprint of the revolutions in social thought and practice that from the 18th century onwards transformed the political landscape of Europe and then much of the world. Great thinkers such as Hugo Grotius (1583–1645) and Emer de Vattel (1714–67) are often cast as the fathers of international law, and the treaties of Augsburg (1555), Westphalia (1648), and Utrecht (1713) are seen as landmarks in the development of international public law. Yet, despite the importance of these historical figures and moments, the modern international legal system acquired many of its distinctive characteristics as late as the 19th century. See box 19.2. The present international system has its roots in Europe, and before the 19th century the vast majority of European states were monarchies. The kings and queens who ruled these states justified their power by appealing to the doctrine of divine right, the idea. Box 19.1 Levels of international institutions. Constitutional institutions. Constitutional institutions comprise the primary rules and norms of international society, without which society among sovereign states could not exist. The most commonly recognized of these is the norm of sovereignty, which holds that within the state, power and authority are centralized and hierarchical, and outside the state no higher authority exists. The norm of sovereignty is supported by a range of auxiliary norms, such as the right to self-determination and the norm of non-intervention. Fundamental institutions. Fundamental institutions rest on the foundation provided by constitutional institutions. They represent the basic norms and practices that sovereign states employ to facilitate coexistence and cooperation under conditions of international anarchy. They are the rudimentary practices states reach for when seeking to collaborate or coordinate their behavior. Fundamental institutions have varied from one historical system of states to another, but in the modern international system the fundamental institutional practices of contractual international law and multilateralism have been especially prominent. Issue-specific institutions or regimes. Issue-specific institutions or regimes are the most visible or palpable of all international institutions. They are the sets of rules, norms, and decision-making procedures that states formulate to define who constitute legitimate actors and what constitutes legitimate action in a given domain of international life. Examples of regimes are the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Ottawa Convention on Anti-Personnel Landmines, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Importantly, issue-specific institutions or regimes are concrete enactments in specific issue areas of fundamental institutional practices such as international law and multilateralism. Key points. States have strong incentives to free themselves from the insecurities of international anarchy. States face common coordination and collaboration problems, yet cooperation remains difficult under anarchy. To facilitate cooperation, states create international institutions, of which three levels exist in modern international society: constitutional institutions, fundamental institutions, and issue-specific institutions or regimes. Of the existing fundamental institutions, international law is one of the most important for understanding cooperation and order among states. That monarchs gained their authority directly from God. Bowdoin, 1967-40. At this time, law was understood as the command of a legitimate superior. Humanity in general, including monarchs, was subject to God's law and to natural law, both of which embodied the command of God. The subjects of particular states were also ruled by municipal law, which was the command of monarchs, who stood above such law. These ideas about divinity, authority, and law profoundly influenced early international law. Derived from the law of nature, international law was understood as a set of divinely ordained principles of state conduct, accessible to all endowed with right reason. European monarchs were obliged to observe international law not because they had reached a contractual agreement with one another, or at least not primarily, but because of fealty to God. Grotius 1925, 121. In the late 18th century and the early 19th, the principles of liberalism and nationalism challenged the legitimacy of the absolutist state. By the second half of the 19th century, European states were undergoing dramatic internal transformations as the principles of constitutionalism and popular sovereignty weakened monarchs' authority, empowered parliamentary institutions, and extended the franchise. With this transformation came a new conception of law as reciprocal accord. Law was deemed legitimate to the extent that it was authored by those who were subject to the law or their representatives, and it applied equally to all citizens in all like circumstances. Once this ideal was firmly established in the major European states, it started to filter into relations among states, leading to the rise of contractual international law, or what is often termed positive law. International law was now seen as the product of negotiations among sovereign states, not the command of God, and states were obliged to observe such law, not because of fealty, but because they had entered into reciprocally binding agreements with other states, because international law represents the mutual will of the nations concerned. Vaughan Martin's 1795, 47-8. Box 19.2 Key constitutive legal treaties. Over the past 5 centuries, the nature and scope of international society has been conditioned by a series of international legal instruments that have defined the nature of legitimate statehood, the scope of sovereign authority, and the bounds of rightful state action, both international and domestic. The following are some of the more important. The Treaties of Westphalia, 1648. The Treaties of Osnabrück and Münster, which together formed the Peace of Westphalia, ended the 30 Years' War and were crucial in delimiting the political rights and authority of European monarchs. Among other things, the treaties granted monarchs rights to maintain standing armies, build fortifications, and levy taxes. The Treaties of Utrecht, 1713. The Treaties of Utrecht, which ended the Wars of Spanish Succession, consolidated the move to territorial. The Treaties of Utrecht, which ended the Wars of Spanish Succession, consolidated the move to territorial sovereignty in Europe. The Treaties of Westphalia did little to define the territorial scope of sovereign rights, the geographical domain over which such rights could extend. By establishing that fixed territorial boundaries rather than the reach of family ties should define the reach of sovereign authority, the Treaties of Utrecht were crucial in establishing the present link between sovereign authority and territorial boundaries. The Treaty of Paris, 1814. The Treaty of Paris ended the Napoleonic Wars and paved the way for the Congress of Vienna, 1814-15. The Congress of Vienna, in turn, defined the nature of the post-Napoleonic War settlement and ultimately led to the Concert of Europe. The Concert has often been credited with successfully limiting great power warfare for much of the 19th century, but it is also noteworthy as an institution for upholding monarchical authority and combating liberal and nationalist movements in Europe. The Peace Treaty of Versailles, 1919. The Treaty of Versailles formally ended the First World War, 1914-18. The treaty established the League of Nations, specified the rights and obligations of the victorious and defeated powers, including the notorious regime of reparations on Germany, and created the mandatories system under which advanced nations were given legal tutelage over colonial peoples. The Charter of the United Nations, 1945. The Charter of the United Nations is the legal regime that created the United Nations as the only global, supranational organization. The Charter defines the structure of the United Nations, the powers of its constitutive agencies, and the rights and obligations of sovereign states that are party to the Charter. The Charter is the key legal document limiting the use of force to instances of self-defense and collective peace enforcement endorsed by the United Nations Security Council. The Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples, 1960. Though not a legally binding document, General Assembly Resolution 1514-15 signaled the normative delegitimation of European colonialism and was critical in establishing the right to self-determination, which in turn facilitated the wholesale decolonization of the European empires. Conditioned by these historical forces, see Case Study 19.1 and Case Study 19.2, the modern institution of international law has developed 4 distinctive characteristics: a multilateral form of legislation, a consent-based form of legal obligation, a peculiar language of reasoning and argument, and a strong discourse of institutional autonomy. See Box 19.3. 19.3.2 Multilateral legislation. If legislation is defined broadly as the formulation and enactment of legally binding norms or rules, then the legislation of international law takes place both formally and informally. New norms and rules evolve constantly through the informal arguments, social learning, and repeated practices of states and non-state actors. For instance, after the 1990s there was considerable debate about whether a new norm of the responsibility to protect R2P was evolving to qualify state sovereignty and justify humanitarian intervention, CCH 33. If such norms have been evolving, which many now deny, these processes are far from complete. If they do eventually consolidate, however, it will have been less the result of formal legal codification than of persistent normative debate and the reinterpretation of existing legal norms. Informal processes such as these are crucially important because they are one of the principal means by which customary norms of international law evolve. Customary norms are a special category of international law. They have such high normative standing in the community of states that they are considered binding on all states, irrespective of whether they have consented. Many of the rules governing territorial jurisdiction, freedom of the seas. Case Study 19.1 Is international law an expression of Western dominance? International law is easily cast as a Western, even imperial, institution. Its roots lie in the European intellectual movements of the 16th and 17th centuries. Ideas propagated at that time not only drew on ideas of natural law, which could be traced back to ancient Greek and Roman thought, they also distinguished clearly between international laws that were appropriate among Christian peoples and those that should govern how Christians related to peoples in the Muslim world, the Americas, and later Asia. The former were based on assumptions of the inherent equality of Christian peoples, the latter on the inherent superiority of Christians over non-Christians. Further evidence of this Western bias can be found in the standard of civilization that European powers codified in international law during the 19th century, Gong 1984. Non-Western polities were granted sovereign recognition only if they exhibited certain domestic political characteristics and only if they were willing and able to participate in the prevailing diplomatic practices. The standard was heavily biased towards Western political and legal institutions as the accepted model. On the basis of the standard, European powers divided the world's peoples into civilized, barbarian, and savage societies, a division they used to justify various degrees of Western rule. Many claim that Western bias still characterizes the international legal order. They cite the Anglo-European dominance of peak legal institutions and international human rights law. These biases are seen as coming together in the issue of humanitarian intervention. Western powers are accused of using their privileged position on the Security Council and of brandishing human rights norms to intervene in the domestic politics of developing countries. All these criticisms have validity. However, the nature and role of international law in contemporary world politics is more complex than it first appears. The modern international legal system rests on a set of customary norms that uphold the legal equality of all sovereign states as well as their rights to self-determination and non-intervention. Non-Western states have been the most vigorous proponents and defenders of these cardinal legal norms. Second, non-Western peoples were centrally involved in the development of the international human rights regime. See Case Study 19.2. Question 1. When assessing the moral and political value of contemporary international law, what is more important, its European cultural origins and legacies, or its role in helping states and peoples address global challenges? Question 2. Has contemporary international law transcended its European origins as non-Western states have become the most vigorous defenders of cardinal legal principles such as sovereignty and non-intervention, and played important roles in things like the human rights regime? International Criminal Court in The Hague, Netherlands. Reuters/Alamy stock photo. Non-Western agency in the development of international human rights law. It is commonly argued that international human rights law is a Western construct, a project pursued by leading liberal states after the Second World War and vigorously prosecuted by Western-based civil society actors, such as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch after the 1970s. In this account, the West drove the legal codification of core civil and political rights in the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, and the legally binding 1966 International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR. To the extent that non-Western actors have played any role, they are said to have privileged cultural, economic, and social rights, which received legal codification in the 1966 International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, ICCPR. It is civil and political rights, however, that are considered central to the international human rights regime and the focus of key Western-based transnational civil society actors. This account has been promoted not only by Western governments and commentators but also by non-Western critics who cast human rights as a form of cultural/legal imperialism. But such claims are contradicted by the crucial role that non-Western actors played in the codification of key legal international human rights instruments. For example, the UDHR was drafted by a committee designed to represent the world's different cultural traditions. Glendon 2002 and small states in the Third World played a key role in its adoption by the United Nations. Waltz 2001. More significantly, newly independent post-colonial states had a profound impact on the negotiation of the legally binding ICCPR. Contrary to the standard account, they repeatedly insisted on the primacy of civil and political rights. Furthermore, they successfully defeated attempts by leading Western states to circumscribe the scope of such rights through the failed insertion of federal and colonial state exceptions. And while the implementation mechanisms of the ICCPR are notoriously weak, the provisions that do exist, in the form of the first optional protocol which gives individuals in signatory states the right to directly petition the UN, were the initiative of non-Western states. Ray-Smith 2013. Question 1. How has non-Western involvement in the legal codification of international human rights law affected the nature of this law? Question 2. Does the role played by non-Western states in the development of international human Question 2. Does the role played by non-Western states in the development of international human rights law counter effectively criticisms that such law is not universal? Box 19.3 Features of the modern institution of international law. Multilateral legislation. The principal mechanism modern states employ to legislate international law is multilateral diplomacy, which is commonly defined as cooperation among 3 or more states based on, or with a view to formulating, reciprocally binding rules of conduct. Consent and legal obligation. It is a norm of the modern international legal system that states are obliged to observe legal rules because they have consented to those rules. A state that has not consented to the rules of a particular legal treaty is not bound by those rules. The only exception to this concerns rules of customary international law, and even then implied or tacit consent plays an important role in the determination of which rules have customary status. Language and practice of justification. Modern international law is characterized by a distinctive form of argument, justification, or reasoning. As explained in this chapter, this practice is both rhetorical and analogical. The discourse of institutional autonomy. In many historical periods, and in many social and cultural settings, the political and legal realms have been entwined. For instance, the absolutist conception of sovereignty bound the two realms together in the person of the sovereign. In the modern era, by contrast, the political and legal realms are thought to be radically different, with their own logics and institutional settings. And the diplomatic immunities of states are customary, and most of these evolved through informal processes. Byers 1999-3. In addition to these informal modes of lawmaking, states have also developed more formal methods of legislation, the most distinctive being the practice of multilateralism. Before the Napoleonic Wars, multilateralism was a relatively marginal institutional practice. States certainly engaged in cooperative practices involving 3 or more states, but these were often aggregations of bilateral arrangements, such as the Peaces of Westphalia and Utrecht, and were seldom based on reciprocally binding rules of conduct, a mark of true multilateralism. Ruggie 1993. It was only in the 19th century, as liberalism began transforming the internal constitutions of leading European powers, that multilateralism became the preferred mode of international legislation. If law was legitimate only if those subject to it authored it, and only if it applied equally to all subjects in all like circumstances, then an international means of legislation had to be found that could meet these standards. It was in this context that multilateralism rose to prominence. 19.3.3 Consent and legal obligation. Grotius wrote that states are obliged to obey the law of nations along with the laws of nature and God even though they have made no promise. Grotius 1925, 121. Fealty to God was the ultimate root of all legal obligations in the age of absolutism, and consent constituted a secondary, though still important, source of obligation. This contrasts dramatically with the situation today, in which consent is treated as the primary source of international legal obligation. Henkin 1995, 27. This emphasis on consent is integral to much contemporary discourse on international law. Leaders of states will often use the fact of their consent, or the lack of it, to display their sovereign rights. And critics use evidence of state consent to criticize governments for failing to live up to their obligations under international law. However, 2 things complicate the status of consent as the principal source of modern international legal obligation. To begin with, we have already noted that states are, in reality, bound by rules to which they have not formally consented, principally those of customary international law. In determining whether a norm constitutes customary law, scholars and jurists look for general observance of the norm and something they call opinio juris, the recognition by states that they are observing the norm because it constitutes law, Price 2004, 107. Both of these are thought to be indicators of tacit consent, but as critics of liberalism have long argued, tacit consent is not the same as actual consent, and extrapolating tacit consent from norm-consistent behavior is fraught with difficulties. Second, the idea that consent is the principal source of international legal obligation is philosophically highly problematic, Rhea Smith 2003. As the celebrated legal theorist H. L. A. Hart observed, consent can only be obligating if there exists a prior rule that specifies that promises to observe legal rules are binding. But because this rule would be what gives consent its normative standing, consent cannot be the source of that prior rule's obligatory force, Hart 1994. 225. 19.3.4 Language and Practice of Justification. In addition to its distinctive forms of legislation and legal obligation, a peculiar language and practice of justification characterizes the modern institution of international law. Consideration of the role that international law plays in global life demonstrates that it operates as more than just a pristine set of rules calmly and logically applied to clear-cut situations by authoritative juridical interpreters. International law is alive in the central political debates of international society. It structures arguments about right and wrong, about the bounds of legitimate action, about authority and membership, and about the full spectrum of international issues, from the management of fisheries to the use of force. However, close inspection shows that both legal argument and these political debates take a distinctive form. First, international legal argument is rhetorical. It is tempting to believe that legal argument is strictly logical, that it is concerned with the straightforward, objective application of a rule to a situation. But this ignores the central and inevitable role that interpretation plays in determining which rules apply, their meaning, and the nature of the case at hand. In reality, legal argument appears as rhetorical as it is logical. As Friedrich Kratochwil argues, legal arguments deal with the finding and interpretation of the applicable norms and procedures, and with the presentation of the relevant facts and their evaluations. Both questions turn on the issue of whether a particular interpretation of a fact pattern is acceptable rather than true. Consequently, strict logic plays a minor role in this process of finding the law. Kratochwil 1989. 42. Second, international legal argument is analogical. It is concerned to establish similarities among different cases or objects in the face of striking dissimilarities. Kratochwil 1989. 223. International actors reason with analogies in three different ways. They use them to interpret a given rule. Rule A was interpreted in a particular way, and given the logic applied, Rule B should be interpreted the same way. They draw similarities between one class of action and another to claim that the former is, or is not, rule-governed. Case C was rule-governed, and given the similarities with Case D should be rule-governed as well. And they invoke analogies to establish the status of one rule with reference to other rules. Rule E has customary status, and since the same levels of assent and dissent are evident in the case of Rule F should be accorded customary status as well. 19.3.5 The Discourse of Institutional Autonomy. The strong discourse of institutional autonomy is the final distinctive characteristic of the modern institution of international law. As students of international relations, we are accustomed to think of politics and law as separate social domains, as realms of human action with distinct logics and practices. One of the most interesting insights of recent studies is that political actors regularly speak and act as if, at some point in a negotiation, at some stage in a crisis. One of the most interesting insights of recent studies is that political actors regularly speak and act as if, at some point in a negotiation, at some stage in a crisis, action moved from the political to the legal realm, a realm in which different types of argument and practice prevail. In the political realm, claims of self-interest and barely veiled coercive practices are considered legitimate if distasteful, but in the legal realm, legal reasoning and argument become the legitimate form of action. For instance, compare U.S. attempts to justify war with Iraq within the confines of the UN Security Council in 2003, where Washington's arguments were constrained by available legal justifications, with its practices outside the Council, where its claims were more self-interested and its practices more openly coercive. Two things should be noted about this discourse of institutional autonomy. First, imagining the political and legal realms as separate and distinct is a modern phenomenon. In the age of absolute monarchies in Europe, politics and law were joined in the person of the sovereign. One of the features of modern, particularly liberal, thought is the idea that political and legal powers need to be separated by quarantining politics to the executive and legislative realms, and legal interpretation and application to the judicial realm. This is what lies behind the modern constitutional idea of a separation of powers. Second, imagining separate political and legal realms in international relations contributes to international order and is thus politically functional for states. Perception of a legal realm, recognition that a spectrum of issues, practices, and processes are governed by legal rules and procedures, and mutual understanding that certain forms of action are empowered or foreclosed within the legal realm bring a certain discipline, structure, and predictability to international relations. 19.4 From international to supranational law? So long as international law was designed primarily to facilitate international order to protect the negative liberties of sovereign states, it remained a relatively circumscribed, if essential, institution. This was apparent in four characteristics of international law, at least until the developments of the last 3 decades. First, states were the primary subjects of international law, the principal bearers of rights and obligations. Higgins, 1994-40. The 1933 Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States established the state as a person of international law, defined what constitutes a state, and laid down states' principal rights and obligations. Weston, Falk, and D'Amato, 1990, 12. Second, states were the primary agents of international law, the only actors empowered to formulate, enact, and enforce international law. Third, international law was concerned with the regulation of interstate relations. How states interacted with one another fell within the purview of international law. How they operated within their territorial boundaries did not aid distinction enshrined in the twin international norms of self-determination and non-intervention. Finally, the scope. Key points. Modern international law is a historical artifact, a product of the revolutions in thought and practice that transformed the governance of European states after the French Revolution, 1789. Before the French Revolution, in the age of absolutism, law was understood principally as the command of a legitimate superior, and international law was seen as the command of God, derived from natural law. In the modern period, law has come to be seen as something contracted among legal subjects or their representatives, and international law has been viewed as the expression of the mutual will of nations. Because of its historical roots, the modern institution of international law has a number of distinctive characteristics, informed largely by the values of political liberalism. The most distinctive characteristics of the modern institution of international law are its multilateral form of legislation, its consent-based form of legal obligation, its language and practice of justification, and its discourse of institutional autonomy. Of international law was confined, or attempts were made to confine it to questions of order, not justice. The principal objective of international law was the maintenance of peace and stability based on mutual respect for each state's territorial integrity and domestic jurisdiction. In recent decades, states have sought to move beyond the simple pursuit of international order towards the ambitious yet amorphous objective of global governance, and international law has begun to change in fascinating ways. First, although states remain central, Higgins, 1994-39, individuals, groups, and organizations are increasingly becoming recognized as subjects of international law. The development of an expansive body of international human rights law, supported by evolving mechanisms of enforcement, has given individuals, as well as some collectivities such as minority groups and indigenous peoples, clear rights under international law. And recent moves to hold individuals criminally responsible for violations of those rights, evident in the war crimes tribunals for Rwanda and the former Yugoslavia, and in the Permanent International Criminal Court, indicate the clear obligations individuals bear to observe basic human rights. Second, non-state actors are becoming important agents in the international legal process. While such actors cannot formally enact international law and their practices do not contribute to the development of customary international law, they often play a crucial role in shaping the normative environment in which states are moved to codify specific legal rules, in providing information to national governments that encourages the redefinition of state interests and the convergence of policies across different states, and in actually drafting international treaties and conventions. This last role was first seen in the way the International Committee of the Red Cross drafted the 1864 Geneva Convention, Finnemore, 1996, 69-88. And more recently in the role that multinational corporations played in shaping the investor protections in the 2018 Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. Third, international law is increasingly concerned with global, not merely international, regulation. Where the principles of self-determination and non-intervention once erected a fundamental boundary between the international and domestic legal realms, this boundary is now being breached. by the development of international rules that regulate how states should behave within their territories. Notable here is international trade law and the growing corpus of international environmental law, as well as the previously mentioned body of international human rights law. These laws' penetration through the boundaries of the sovereign state is facilitated by the willingness of some national courts to draw on precepts of international law in their rulings. Finally, the rules, norms, and principles of international law are no longer confined to maintaining international order narrowly defined. Not only does the development of international humanitarian law indicate a broadening of international law to address questions of global justice, but notable if relatively rare, decisions by the United Nations Security Council warranting international interventions in such places as Libya have seen gross violations of human rights by sovereign states treated as threats to international peace and security, thus legitimating action under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, CCH 33. In such cases, the Security Council has drawn a link between international order and the maintenance of at least minimum standards of global justice. Key points. So long as international law was designed to facilitate international order, it was circumscribed in key ways. States were its principal subjects and agents, it was concerned with the regulation of interstate relations, and its scope was confined to questions of order. The quest for global governance is pushing international law into new areas, raising questions about whether international law is transforming into a form of supranational law. Individuals, and to some extent collectivities, are gradually acquiring rights and responsibilities under international law, establishing their status as both subjects and agents under international law. Non-governmental actors are becoming important in the development and codification of international legal norms. International law is affecting domestic legal regimes and practices, and the rules of the international legal system are no longer confined to issues of order. As international humanitarian law evolves, issues of global justice are permeating the international legal order. 19.5 The Laws of War. International law governing the use of force is rightly considered the core of the modern international legal system. Traditionally, such law has divided into two types: jus ad bellum, the law governing when states may use force or wage war, and jus in bello, the law governing the conduct of war once launched, CCH 14. Two things should be noted about these dimensions of the laws of war. First, from their earliest articulations, they have always been entwined. Second, the content of jus ad bellum and jus in bello has undergone significant change, and what were once cardinal norms have, in some cases, been completely reversed. The laws of war have thus been an evolving project, responding over time to the profound social and technological changes that have transformed the international system over the last 5 centuries. The most dramatic change has occurred in the central precepts of jus ad bellum. Early writings on just war stressed the importance of just cause, the idea that waging war was justified, morally as well as legally, if a state was responding to an unwarranted attack or seeking reparations for damages. This was greatly complicated, however, by norms that appeared to cut in the opposite direction. For instance, it was widely believed that sovereign rights could be secured through conquest. In other words, if a ruler succeeded in establishing control over a territory and its people, he or she became the sovereign authority. During the 19th century, the idea that just cause established just war gave way to the much more permissive notion that war was justified if it served a state's vital national interests that the state itself had the sole right to define. This was the heyday of the principle that the right to wage war was a fundamental sovereign right, a privilege that defined the very essence of sovereignty. The dire consequences of this principle were evident in the First and Second World Wars, and after 1945 the scope of legally justifiable war was dramatically circumscribed. The Charter of the United Nations confines the legitimate use of force to 2 situations: the use of force in self-defense, Chapter 7, Article 51, which remained an unqualified sovereign right, and the use of force as part of a peace enforcement action sanctioned by the UN Security Council, Chapter 7, Article 42. Paralleling these changes, the precepts of jus in bello have also evolved. Here the trend has been less one of radical change in core principles than a gradual expansion of the scope of international legal constraints on permissible conduct in war. 3 areas of constraint are particularly noteworthy. The first relates to the kind of weaponry that is legally permitted. The Hague Conferences of 1899 and 1907 were landmarks in this regard, establishing conventions prohibiting the use of expanding bullets, the dropping of bombs from balloons, and the use of projectiles that diffused gases. Since then, legally binding treaties have come into force prohibiting a range of weaponry, including the use and deployment of landmines and the manufacture and use of chemical weapons. And campaigns are now underway to place legal limits on the use of lethal autonomous weapons systems, killer robots. The second area of constraint relates to how military combatants must be treated. Of central importance here are the four Geneva Conventions of 1864, 1906, 1929, and 1949, along with their three additional protocols of 1977, the first two, and 2005. The third area concerns the treatment of noncombatants, for which the Geneva Conventions were also crucially important. The deliberate targeting of noncombatants has long been prohibited, but in recent years attempts have been made to tighten these prohibitions further. This is crucial as the disturbing trend in contemporary warfare is that more noncombatants are being killed than combatants. Important moves have also been made to codify rape in war as an international crime, see Case Study 13.2. The evolution of the laws of war is one of the clearest examples of the aforementioned shift from international to supranational law. This is particularly apparent in the development since the end of the Cold War of first, the International Criminal Tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda, ICTY and ICTR, and second, the International Criminal Court, ICC. The ICC is the most ambitious international judicial experiment since the end of the Second World War, established to prosecute the crimes of genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression. Since 2001, the laws of war have come under sustained challenge as U.S. conduct in the war on terror has pushed the limits of both jus ad bellum and jus in bello. The Bush administration's invasion of Afghanistan was widely seen as a legitimate act of self-defense, the Taliban government having openly harbored the al-Qaeda terrorist organization responsible for the 9/11 attacks on New York and Washington. However, the subsequent invasion of Iraq was roundly criticized as a violation of international law. The administration's attempt to establish a new right of preventive self-defense was unsuccessful, and it was unable to persuade a majority of Security Council members that the threat posed by Saddam Hussein was sufficient to justify an international peace enforcement action. A persistent aura of illegality has thus surrounded the Iraq conflict, an aura exacerbated by perceived abuses of jus in bello during the war on terror. Most notable here was the treatment of suspected terrorist combatants. The Bush administration drew major international criticism for its imprisonment of suspects at Guantanamo Bay without the protections of the 1949 Geneva Convention or normal judicial processes in the U.S. It was also widely criticized for its practice of extraordinary rendition, the CIA's abduction of suspects overseas and their purported transfer to third countries known to practice torture. Fears have grown that the established framework of international law is crumbling, unable to deal with the revisionist practices of a unilateralist lone superpower. For an excellent overview, see Steiner, Alston, and Goodman 2008. President Barack Obama moved quickly to bring American practice closer in line with established precepts of international law, issuing an executive order to close the Guantanamo detention center, a move he later retreated from, banning rendition for purposes of torture, mandating that the Red Cross be given access to anyone detained in conflict, and re-engaging multilateral processes on the use of force. However, the perception that international law is in a period of crisis has if anything intensified. Clark et al. 2018. While the U.S. has gone to great lengths to make many of its military practices legally compliant, till 2015, McLeod 2015, many of its other practices, such as the increased use of drone attacks and the extrajudicial killing of suspected terrorists, are challenging the capacity of international law to constrain contemporary warfare. This situation was compounded by the Trump administration's open disdain for international legal constraints on U.S. military activities. Note here its decision to terminate the 1987 Intermediate-Range Nuclear Forces Treaty with Russia. For its part, Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine violated established principles of jus ad bellum, and its conduct of the war has been widely condemned for violating core rules of jus in bello, particularly regarding the targeting of civilians. Finally, the violence of transnational insurgents such as the so-called Islamic State not only challenges cardinal laws of war, but does so in a deliberate strategy of highly choreographed provocation. 19.6 Theoretical Approaches to International Law. Several theoretical perspectives have been formulated to explain the nature, function, and salience of international law. What follows is a brief survey of the most prominent of these perspectives, focusing on those that together constitute the principal axes of contemporary debate. 19.6.1 Realism. Realists are great skeptics about international law, and they are deeply hostile to the liberal, idealist notion of peace through law. George Kennan, the renowned realist diplomat scholar, argued that this undoubtedly key points. Placing limits on the legitimate use of force is one of the key challenges for the international community, and the laws of war have evolved to meet this challenge. The laws of war have traditionally been divided into those governing when the use of force is legitimate, jus ad bellum, and how war may be conducted, jus in bello. Laws governing when war is legally permitted have changed dramatically over the history of the international system, the most notable difference being between the 19th century view that to wage war was a sovereign right and the post-1945 view that war was justified only in self-defense or as part of a UN-mandated international peace enforcement action. Laws governing how war may be conducted divide, broadly, into three categories: those governing weaponry, combatants, and non-combatants. Since 2001, both jus ad bellum and jus in bello have come under challenge as successive U.S. administrations have pushed the limits of international law in their conduct of the war on terror. Transnational insurgents have openly flouted established legal principles, and Russia has undermined the territorial integrity of neighboring states. Represents in part an attempt to transpose the Anglo-Saxon concept of individual law into the international field and to make it applicable to governments as it is applicable here at home to individuals. Canon 1996. 102. The absence of a central authority to legislate, adjudicate, and enforce international law leads realists to doubt whether international law is really law at all. At best, Morgenthau, 1985-295 claimed it is a form of primitive law akin to that of preliterate societies such as the Australian Aborigines and the Yurok of Northern California. For realists, international legal obligation is weak at best. Within the state, citizens are obliged to obey the law because sanctions exist to punish illegal behavior. Yet sanctions have been few in international relations and enforcement mechanisms are rudimentary. For a more detailed discussion of realism, see ch. 9. 19.6.2 Neoliberal Institutionalism. Neoliberals initially shied away from directly discussing international law even though their concept of regimes bore a close affinity with it, see chs 7 and 20. This was partly because much of their inspiration came from economic theory rather than from law, and partly because in the realist-dominated field of Cold War international relations it was less provocative to speak the language of regimes and institutions than that of international law. After the end of the Cold War, however, neoliberals were at the forefront of calls for a more productive dialogue between international relations and international law. Not surprisingly, though, their understanding of this dialogue, and the initiatives they have taken to foster it, have been heavily influenced by their rationalist theoretical commitments. See chs 12 and 13 for criticisms. States are treated as rational egoists. Law is seen as an intervening variable between the goals of states and political outcomes, and law is seen as a regulatory institution, not a constitutive one that conditions states' identities and interests. Goldstein et al. 2000. 19.6.3 Constructivism. Constructivists argue that normative and ideational structures are as important as, if not more important than, material structures. They hold that understanding how actors' identities shape their interests and strategies is essential to understanding their behavior, and they believe that social structures are sustained only through routinized human practices. See ch 13. These ideas provide clear openings for the study of international law, and it is not surprising that constructivists have found considerable common ground with legal theorists. By broadening our understanding of politics to include issues of identity and purpose as well as strategy, by treating rules, norms, and ideas as constitutive, not just constraining, and by stressing the importance of discourse, communication, and socialization in framing actors' behavior, constructivists offer resources for understanding the politics of international law that are lacking in realist and neoliberal thought. Rhea-Smith 2004. Brunny and Tup 2010. 19.6.4 Critical Legal Studies. During the 1980s, a body of critical international legal theory, often termed critical legal studies or the new stream, emerged to challenge what was seen as the inherent liberalism of modern international legal thought and practice. Its proponents argue that liberalism is stultifying international legal theory, pushing it between the equally barren extremes of apology, the rationalization of the established sovereign order, and utopia, the naive belief that international law can civilize the world of states. Koskanimi 1989. Their critique of liberalism in international law incorporates four propositions. Purvis 1991. First, they argue that the underlying logic of liberalism in international law is incoherent. Such liberalism denies that there can be any objective values beyond the particularistic values of individual states, and yet it imagines that international conflicts can be resolved on the basis of objective and neutral rules. Second, critical legal scholars claim that international legal thought operates within a confined intellectual structure. The twin pillars of this structure are liberal ideology and public international legal argument. The former works to naturalize the sovereign order, to place beyond critical reflection the principles of sovereignty and sovereign equality, while the latter constrains legitimate legal argument within certain confines. Traditional international legal argument, Nigel Purvis contends, must be understood as a recurring self-referential search for origins, Authority and Coherence, Purvis 1991, 105. Third, critical legal scholars challenge the purported determinacy of international legal rules. Legal positivism holds that a rule has a singular and objective meaning, hence the idea of finding the law. For its critics, this is patently false. Any international legal doctrine can justify multiple and competing outcomes in any legal debate. Purvis 1991, 108. Finally, critical legal scholars argue that the authority of international law can only ever be self-validating. It is only through its own internal rituals that it can attain the legitimacy needed to attract state compliance and engagement. Purvis 1991, 109-13. 19.6.5 The practice turn. Echoing developments in international relations theory, the most recent theoretical approach to international law emphasizes the nature and importance of knowledgeable social practices. Pouliot 2010, Adler and Pouliot 2011b. Uta Bruni and Stephen Tupp set out to understand the sources of international legal obligation. Why under certain circumstances states feel duty-bound to observe international law, Bruni and Tupp 2010. Also see Symposium on Legitimacy and Legality in International Law 2011. This has been one of the most vexed questions surrounding international law, with realists attributing this sense of obligation to fear of coercion, liberal positivists to state consent, and others to the perceived legitimacy or fairness of legal rules and procedures. Bruni and Tupp argue instead that feelings of legal obligation derive from engagement in legal practices. Legal obligation, they argue, is an internalized commitment, a feeling actors have about the legitimacy of a legal order and its attendant rules. Bruni and Tupp 2010, 45. Such feelings are not internally generated. They are socially constructed. Only through social interaction, by participating in international legal practices, do actors develop an internal commitment to observe the law. However, not all norm-governed practices generate feelings of legal obligation. The practices concerned must meet certain criteria of legality. For practices to be legal, they must be general, officially promulgated, prospective, clear, non-contradictory, realistic, constant, and congruent. Bruni and Tupp 2010, 26. Only when the conditions of legality are met and embraced by a community of practice can we imagine agents feeling obliged to shape their behavior in the light of the promulgated rules. Bruni and Tupp 2010, 41. 19.7 Conclusion. This chapter opened by noting the paradox of international law, the fact that while scholars often downplay the value and efficacy of international law, sovereign states devote enormous amounts of time and energy to constructing ever more elaborate legal regimes. It then considered the role that institutions play in facilitating coexistence and cooperation among states, and how the modern institution of international law arose historically. It was argued that international law was both functional to the needs of an increasingly complex international system, but also deeply grounded in ideas about legitimate rule that accompanied the rise of political liberalism. After considering trends that may be transforming international law into a form of supranational or transnational law, the chapter concluded by surveying the principal theories about the nature and efficacy of international law. See Opposing Opinions 19.1, each of which presents a different set of viewpoints on the paradox of international law. Key points. Realists argue that international law is only important when it serves the interests of powerful states. And neoliberals explain how self-interested states come to construct dense networks of international legal regimes. Constructivists treat international law as part of the normative structures that condition state and non-state agency in international relations. They emphasize the way in which law, like other social norms, constitutes actors' identities, interests, and strategies. The critical legal studies concentrates on the way in which the inherent liberalism of international law seriously curtails its radical potential. A practice theorists challenge claims that legal obligation derives from coercion, consent, or legitimacy, claiming instead that it is a product of participating in the practice of international law. Opposing Opinions 19.1 International law has no real effect on the nature and conduct of international relations. For international law is not real law, and cannot therefore have the same regulatory effects. Real law is created by a central authority, most commonly a state, and it is enforced by centralized agencies, backed ultimately by the legitimate exercise of force. International law has none of these properties. International law exists only because it serves the interests of the powerful. The existence of extensive and complex bodies of international law is not evidence of law's importance or power. Rather, it reflects their value for powerful states. If such states can create laws that codify their interests, and if the law's legitimacy can generate compliance by weaker states, if such states can create laws that codify their interests, and if the law's legitimacy can generate compliance by weaker states, then the medium to long-term interests of powerful states are served. The complexity of international law means that almost any actions can be justified. International law is complex and fragmented. Multiple, overlapping legal regimes have emerged, often in the same issue area, and states often encounter conflicting, or at least confusing, global and regional legal norms. This complexity means that states can choose from a menu of international legal norms so varied as to justify almost any conduct. International law cannot keep pace with rapid changes in world politics. For example, the laws of war are designed to regulate a particular kind of warfare between sovereign states, where combatants and non-combatants can be distinguished, and using a particular range of military technologies. Today's wars challenge each of these aspects and profoundly undermine international law's regulatory power. Against, international law creates states as primary actors in world politics. Sovereign states don't just exist as self-created entities. They are creations of international society. To have sovereignty is to have certain rights as a legitimate actor, and these rights, as well as responsibilities, are embedded in international norms and practices and recognized by other sovereign states. International law is the principal site in which the rights that come with sovereignty are codified. Legitimacy is crucially important to states, and international law is one of its principal sources. If states can present themselves as legitimate actors with legitimate interests acting in legitimate ways, then others will step out of their way, or even cooperate with them. States are thus always seeking to bolster their legitimacy, and casting their goals and actions as consistent with international law is a common and robust means of doing this. Levels of compliance with international law are high, even by domestic standards. This is not entirely because states often negotiate international laws that suit their interests. Some of the most important international laws involve states limiting their power to further order or justice. For example, the United Nations Charter places legal restraints on the use of force, and while this might be against the immediate interests of particular states, it serves the wider interests of international society. When states break international law, they almost always reference it, thus reinforcing its status as a legitimate standard of international conduct. Few law-breaking states claim that international law is irrelevant or invalid. Instead, they deny that they broke the law, they insist that what they did wasn't covered by any law, or they claim that their actions were a defense of the law. 2. Why are states so particular about what the law is and which laws they will accept if it is ineffectual? 3. If international law did not exist, could a system of materially unequal sovereign states survive? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Questions. 1. Can you think of other factors, in addition to those listed in the chapter, that have contributed to the rise of modern international law in the last 2 centuries? 2. Is the paradox of international law really a paradox? 3. Do you find persuasive the argument that states create institutions to sustain international order? 4. Can you think of other distinctive characteristics of the modern institution of international law not raised in the chapter? 5. Which of the theories of Chapter 20. 20.1 Introduction. International organizations, IOs, bodies comprised of 3 or more governments, frequently top international headlines. The World Health Organization, WHO, has been attacked by the United States for its initial response to the global COVID-19 pandemic. The United Nations, UN, has been unable to mediate great power involvement to address the conflict in Syria. The European Union, EU, negotiates the details and impact of the withdrawal of the United Kingdom while grappling with the largest European migration crisis since the end of the Second World War. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, was reinvigorated to bail out states during the Great War. While many of these issues cannot be addressed by any one state operating in isolation, others could be advanced by a single powerful state or a group of small states without necessarily creating IOs. Despite former U.S. President Donald Trump's threats to withdraw from a range of IOs, including NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the WTO, the UN Human Rights Council, the UN Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and even the Universal Postal Union, sovereign states continue to choose to cooperate on a broad range of issues by establishing formal organizations. Each of these formal IOs has a constitution, a permanent location, bureaucracy, staff, funding, and a logo. IOs have been established to cover everything from the movement of people, goods, and services across borders, to creating rules for war, peace, and technology, ranging from nuclear weapons to the internet, to devising immediate responses to the international spread of pandemics and tackling the ultimate problem of global climate change. IOs can be classified in a number of ways, including their issue area, their mandate, the geographical representation of their members, whether membership is limited, and whether they are merely forums for interstate decision-making or relatively autonomous service organizations that can act independently to meet member states' directives. This chapter defines international organizations and examines their rise in the international system. It then unpacks states' motivations for cooperating through formal multilateralism. As IOs have continued to proliferate, different theoretical approaches have been devised to explain their activities. The main international relations theoretical approaches for understanding IOs: liberalism, realism, social constructivism, and Marxism offer detailed ways to analyze IOs' behavior and their ability to change. States have become increasingly reliant on IOs to provide them with the means for addressing problems at the international level, and there is an important debate as to why this is so. Moreover, the functioning of IOs is not without difficulties. Multilateral efforts may become gridlocked by power politics, or an IO may become dysfunctional, leading to organized hypocrisy, gaps between an IO's talk, decisions and actions, and ineffective action. Weaver 2008. 20.2 What are international organizations? International organization is often a catch-all term to include any organization operating at the international level and comprised of actors from 3 or more states. While many scholars use the term to include both organizations established by states and non-state actors such as corporations and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, here IOs are understood to be intergovernmental organizations. On NGOs see ch. 22. States see membership in IOs as a sovereign right, one that enhances their recognition and legitimacy. Many states that become recognized as sovereign after decolonization, war, or peaceful dissolution immediately join IOs. In 2011, the UN accepted its 193rd member, the newly independent South Sudan. An IO is therefore defined as an organization that has representatives from 3 or more states supporting a permanent secretariat to perform ongoing tasks related to a common purpose. Barnett and Finnemore 2004. 177. An IO is established by an international agreement or treaty among states, which establishes the organization's mandate, structure, function, and resources. States sign a treaty to create the IO, which is then ratified by states through their domestic political processes. Once enough states have ratified the treaty, the IO is born. In 2021, there were 7,853 IOs in existence, a dramatic increase from the 37 operating in 1909. Union of International Associations 2021-2. See Figure 20.1. The first modern IO, the Central Commission for the Navigation of the Rhine, was established in 1815 to facilitate states' riparian relations between land and water. Jacobson 1984. 30. A prominent IO recently established is the China-led Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB. 57 members signed and ratified its establishment, leading the IO to open for business on January 16, 2016. The AIIB is both a direct competitor and collaborator with the World Bank, which provides loans for infrastructure and development to its member states. This is similar to the African Development Bank, AFDB. See Case Study 20.1. Of course, international treaties are not the only way to create an IO. It is now more common for IOs to be established by approval of the members of a pre-existing IO, through a process known as emanation. Members of a pre-existing IO such as the United Nations may approve the creation of a spin-off IO to undertake more detailed work in a particular area. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, was created this way. Emanation IOs are easier to establish compared with getting agreement from states through the treaty-making process. They simply require enough states to vote in favor of establishing the new IO through the parent IO. For this reason, the number of emanation IOs has increased to 958 compared with 289 traditional, treaty-based IOs in 2021. Union of International Associations 2021-2. The increasing number of emanation IOs demonstrates the complexity of issues being tackled at the international level. Compared to traditional IOs, emanation IOs also tend to be easier to dissolve once they no longer serve their purpose. Shanks, Jacobson, and Kaplan 1996. 599. While the focus here is on IOs comprised of member states, the reality is that some IOs do also include non-state actors in their decision-making structure. The clearest example of this is the International Labor Organization, ILO, which has a tripartite decision-making process that gives equal voice to states, workers, and employers at its labor conference, in its governing council, and in its office. It was originally conceived by civil society groups as the International Association of. Figure 20.1 Number of international organizations, 1909 to 2021 Source. Data from the Union of International Associations, 2021, Yearbook of International Organizations, 2021, Brussels, UIA. The legal protection of labor. States then chose to take this idea and formalize it as the ILO in 1919. The ILO is unique as a traditional IO for allowing the participation of trade unions and employers in setting standards for labor conditions, devising and creating conventions and recommendations on labor, and providing technical assistance and policy advice. Other hybrid international organizations are even more complex. For example, the International Organization for Standardization ISO, which devises international standards for technical processes that affect up to 80% of world commodity trade. ISO 2015 is technically an NGO but is comprised of national standards bodies which may be either public or private. Moreover, the ISO has 3 different membership levels which accord different levels of participation. This is important because the standards established by the ISO have become de facto standards for the WTO, thus affecting global trade standards. Clapp 1998. So while the ISO is an NGO, it does have states as members and has the imprimatur of states and the WTO for devising international standards. This speaks to the complexity of public-private, multi-actor governance at the global level. Case Study 20.1 Africa's premier financial institution, the African Development Bank. The little-known African Development Bank, AFDB, was created in 1964 by and for 30 African states to facilitate regional cooperation and financial autonomy. The AFDB is a multilateral development bank, MDB, modeled on the World Bank to provide development loans to members at reasonable rates. Like other MDBs established around the same time, it was created to provide additional financing that could not be provided by the World Bank and official development assistance. The AFDB lends primarily for infrastructure, industry, finance, and agriculture projects. Despite being touted as the premier financial institution for Africa, since its inception the AFDB has had a rocky existence. Although similar to the World Bank with a $1, one-vote structure, the African states excluded the West from the beginning. This stemmed from the decolonial foment at the time and a desire to assert independence in multilateral institutions. Unfortunately, the oil crises in the 1970s were devastating for many African states, leading to a debt crisis and a reliance on structural adjustment loans from the World Bank and the IMF. Many were unable to pay off the interest on their loans, ultimately leading to a transnational Drop the Debt campaign in the 1990s. The World Bank and the IMF responded to the campaign with a highly indebted poor country initiative to wipe off debt for the poorest of the poor. The debt crisis threatened the existence of the AFDB because most of its borrowers were no longer considered creditworthy and were unable to borrow from their own bank. As a result, in 1982 the AFDB agreed to open membership to non-regional members. It now has 80 member states, 54 from the region and 26 non-regional. Non-regional member states immediately doubled the amount available for the bank to lend. The US became the second largest member after Nigeria, followed by Japan, Germany, France, and Canada. Excepting Nigeria, the AFDB is now dominated by the same powers influencing the World Bank and the IMF. However, the US does not have the same influence over the AFDB as it does over other MDBs. One scholar argues that the AFDB has the least Western hegemonic involvement. Benartzi 2016, 189. There are several reasons for this. First, until 2019, the weighted voting system was relatively egalitarian, meaning that economic weight did not necessarily guarantee one would get one's way. Second, outside the US, powerful donors are represented in constituencies on the bank's board with regional states, which dilutes their economic presence. Third, both mixed constituencies and voting coalitions affect voting decisions. Voting coalitions may shift based on the specific issue, regional versus non-regional status, geographical subregions in Africa, and linguistic and ethnic differences. Minks 1990. 15-16, 157. The AFBD's financial trouble continued into the 1990s. For a bank to remain healthy, it needs loan repayments, which borrowers were struggling to find. In response, donors froze concessional funds in 1994 until regional members agreed to a bank-wide restructure. Completed in 2004, this was the most widespread reform of any MDB. In 2019, member states agreed to the largest injection of capital into the bank ever. The AfDB's strategic agenda aims to meet the Sustainable Development Goals and the High Five needs of the continent: to light up and power Africa, feed Africa, industrialize Africa, integrate Africa, and improve life quality. Question 1. What benefit does the AfDB provide? Question 2. Do powerful states influence the AfDB? An infrastructure project in Ghana funded by the African Development Bank. Modern IOs were created in the middle of the 19th century to advance cross-border relations among European states. As states increasingly engaged in trade and commerce with one another, they had to agree common methods of interacting and common standards. For example, states created the International Bureau of Weights and Measures for agreeing to a common weight for a pound and for a kilogram. In order for such organizations to be established, certain preconditions for interstate agreement had to exist. These included the existence of sovereign states, substantial contact among them, awareness of problems resulting from their coexistence, and agreement on the need to regulate interstate relations by establishing IOs. Clause 1964. 17. While there are isolated examples of the existence of IOs in the pre-modern period, such as the Hanseatic League among North German towns between the 11th and 17th centuries, the earliest modern IO was created in 1815. From then, IOs began to flourish, covering new areas of international relations in response to the Industrial Revolution and enabling states to manage scientific breakthroughs, cross-border transit, and new technology. For further discussion of the significance of the 19th century for modern international relations, see ch. 3. As globalization accelerated in the post-Second World War period, so too did the demand for IOs, see Figure 20.1. Many of the IOs in the 19th century were apolitical, technical organizations created to devise solutions to the differing standards among states, known as Public International Unions (PIUs). Examples include the International Telegraph Union, 1865, which is now the International Telecommunications Union, and the Universal Postal Union, 1874. These two IOs are the oldest in existence and are now part of the UN system, see ch. 21. Many were established to address specific issues including tariffs, maritime trade and shipping routes, rules for aviation, roads and railways, postal services, telecommunications, patents and copyrights, and information technology. Social problems with increasingly international dimensions led to the creation of IOs for public health, labor, and humanitarian issues, Murphy 1994, 83. The PIUs established the form of modern IOs with the creation of secretariats with permanent staff to carry out specific functions. The PIUs also introduced the process of member states meeting at conferences to agree on the direction of the IO's work with a smaller delegated council, or governing body that could enact the wishes of the members in between conferences. Clause 1964, 30-2. The emergence of political IOs took longer and was propelled by international instability. In the wake of the Napoleonic Wars, the great powers of Europe created multilateral political conferences to restore international order. Multilateralism is the practice of coordinating national policies in groups of 3 or more states. Cohen 1990, 565. Beginning with the Congress of Vienna in 1815, states met to agree on the rules of diplomacy with the intention of preventing imperialism inside Europe and shoring up the political status quo. Regular meetings became part of diplomatic life, with states meeting 30 times over the following century. This became known as the Concert of Europe. To further their economic and political interests, including in their empires, European states began to use multilateralism as opposed to bilateralism between two states. Nevertheless, states continued to engage in balance of power politics, imperialism, and alliances to cooperate internationally. In two separate peace conferences in 1899 and 1907, Tsar Nicholas II of Russia invited states to come together to devise new rules for the conduct of warfare. These were called the Hague Convention or the Hague System. The Hague System was innovative for its departure from the great power hegemony of the Concert of Europe. All recognized states were invited, not just the great powers. This established the idea that all recognized states were legally equal and had rights which of course did not apply to people subjected to colonial rule. On other historical and contemporary manifestations of colonialism and racism in world politics, see chs 11 and 18. The Hague system also advanced the procedural aspects of international meetings, that chairs be elected, committees be organized, and roll calls held. Claude 1964, 25-27. Moreover, the Hague system attempted to establish a permanent means to address conflict among recognized actors in the international system by creating the Permanent Court of Arbitration, which still exists today. Many of the ideas about how to maintain international order developed in the Hague system were then taken up in the aftermath of the First World War. The League of Nations, the first overtly political IO, was created as an arena for states to resolve international disputes rather than engage in warfare. This was a direct response to the failure of balance of power politics in Europe. While it was ultimately balance of power politics that killed the League of Nations, states were adamant in the dying days of the Second World War that lasting international machinery was needed to prevent another devastating world war. Lessons from the failure of the League directly influenced the founders of the United Nations and their vision, ch 21. Moreover, the legal means of settling disputes led to the creation of the International Court of Justice, ICJ, though it would take over 50 years before the International Criminal Court was established. In the middle of the 19th century, European states began to create IOs to regulate and improve the increasing volume of transboundary interactions among them, and to devise a political organization once the costs of great power war became key points. International organizations, IOs, have representatives from 3 or more states supporting a permanent secretariat to perform ongoing tasks related to a common purpose. IOs were first created by European states to smooth their interstate relations across a range of new activities resulting from industrial revolutions and technological breakthroughs. The basis for IOs emerged with multilateral fora such as the Concert of Europe and the Hague system in the 19th century. States increasingly turned to multilateralism and then formal IOs after the First World War to prevent international conflict. Third, decisions made by IOs can affect every aspect of our lives. There are IOs for every issue imaginable, from health to trade, finance, security, and social and cultural relations. As states have become more interdependent through globalization, there has been an increase in the number of formal IOs. Given the interconnections among problems, for example health, development, climate change, and finance, the need for cooperation has become greater. Moreover, IOs can help supply global public goods that are available for all to share. Examples of global public goods include international peace, a stable international economic system, and a stable climatic system. IOs can support global public goods in 2 ways. First, they are forums in which states come to international agreement on cooperating to provide those goods. Second, IOs can help provide global public goods through their operations, enacting states' demands by establishing policies and procedures for all actors to follow to realize those goods. Even if a government is not a member of a particular IO and has not voted or deliberated on its actions or rulings, the decisions of that IO can have a profound effect on its people's lives. For example, only 44 states were present at Bretton Woods, creating the World Bank and the IMF after the Second World War. Yet there is an extremely heated debate about the positive and negative influences of World Bank and IMF decisions on now independent, formerly colonized states. At the same time, the actions of IOs have become ever more intrusive in relation to state sovereignty. This might occur through the WHO's warnings to travelers about the safety of a destination to tackle the spread of a pandemic, or the IMF's determining how a state should reform its economic policies, including reducing public expenditures, or the WTO's rulings as to what constitutes a protectionist measure in determining what goods can and cannot come into a country. One of the most intrusive IOs created to date is the European Union, whose rules cut across myriad aspects of individuals' lives in its 27 member states, ch 23. It is important for us all to understand IOs precisely because of their spread, their role in shaping states' responses to complex international problems, their provision or possible withholding of global public goods, and their intrusion into states' domestic activities. 20.4 Why do states create IOs? International organizations are a formal example of multilateralism. Informal multilateralism is when states meet as groups rather than creating a permanent structure, such as the UN, in which they establish rules and procedures for their interactions. Examples of informal multilateralism are the Group of 7, G7, and the Group of 20, G20. At G7 and G20 meetings, states agree on common policy goals for managing the global economy and increasingly everything else. These GS were not established by an international treaty, they do not have a permanent secretariat to perform ongoing tasks. These GS were not established by an international treaty, they do not have a permanent secretariat to perform ongoing tasks, nor do they have headquarters. They nevertheless provide forums for powerful states to make decisions, and each has a loose structure, regularized meetings, a logo, and a website. Although the G7 and the G20 meetings are annual, much of the work is undertaken by states themselves in preparation for the meetings. And the headships of the G7 and G20 rotate through their memberships. Why do states choose to create IOs when they could use more informal groupings that do not tie them to fixed rules, procedures, and financing? Scholars argue that if we look at the functions of IOs, then there is never an absolute need for IOs. L. Martin 1992, 791. Indeed, there are benefits to informal multilateralism, including the ability to make decisions quickly, change direction as circumstances warrant, avoid being bound by international pledges, and not having to ratify agreements domestically. Lipson 1991, 501. And yet states continue to create and join IOs. See Opposing Opinions 20.1. There are four primary theoretical approaches that seek to explain the motivations for states to create formal IOs: liberalism, realism, constructivism, and key points. IOs are important because they survive and have endured in the international system. They shape how states respond to international problems. They increasingly affect the lives of individuals everywhere by shaping the distribution of power and making policies that were previously left to states. IOs can help states create global public goods by acting as forums for international cooperation and then helping to enact and enforce the provision of those goods. Marxism, see CHS 7, 9, 13, and 8 respectively. First is the liberal approach, which contends that it is in the interests of people within states to have IOs to advance their interests internationally. An updated version of liberalism, neoliberal institutionalism, sees IOs as a means of providing collective goods for the benefit of all states. International cooperation therefore leads to absolute gains, see section 20.4.1. Second, there's the realist argument that states use IOs as one of the tools in their diplomatic toolbox, including as a means to hide states' overt interests, and thus make them less likely to be rejected. An updated realist variant, neorealism, makes the case that states create IOs in order to determine the rules that others must then follow, see section 20.4.2. Social constructivism has been used to understand how IOs behave and why. Aiming to provide greater insight into the operations of IOs, social constructivists have sought to identify when and how IOs take up international norms and spread them throughout the international system, and when the organizational culture of the IO prevents them from operating as they were intended. See section 20.4.3. Marxist and Gramscian explanations of IO actions seek to demonstrate how powerful states and elites use IOs to maintain their privileged position in the international order. See section 20.4.4. Each approach takes a different starting point in analyzing the benefits of creating IOs. 20.4.1 Liberalism. Liberal theoretical approaches were first used to articulate the purpose of IOs as a means to ensure individual prosperity and freedom. Claude 1964, 11-13, Mitrani. Opposing Opinions 20.1 Multilateralism is in crisis. 4. Changes in the international balance of power mean increasing conflict in interstate negotiations. From climate change to refugees, to trade negotiations, to conflict in the Middle East, states are unable to come to any agreement over how to address critical problems in the world because there is no consensus between the hegemon and rising powers. Assuming IOs can create agreement when there is none is wishful thinking. States are retreating to nationalist and populist politics rather than using IOs to solve global problems. States are increasingly turning away from IOs to address critical issues. The UK left the EU, and the US under President Trump declared its withdrawal from the UN Human Rights Council, UNESCO, and the Universal Postal Union, while challenging NATO, the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, the WTO, and the role of the International Criminal Court. IOs like the UN reflect decades of division between North and South. Many UN bodies are stuck after decades of deadlock between different state groupings, most notably between the Global North and the Global South, leaving an ineffective global body unable to make decisions. Against interstate negotiations ebb and flow, but once established IOs continue to work for the greater good. IOs were established by states and are responsive to them. Once created, IOs continue to try to meet their mandates, even to the point of relying on non-state financing to achieve their goals when state contributions fall short. To change this, states would have to agree to change the IO's constitution or charter, thus requiring further cooperation. IOs cannot force states to agree, but they can provide prompts that enable states to cooperate. Secretariats for multilateral agreements are vital for helping states overcome logjams in negotiations by providing information and technical expertise and devising means to overcome political impasses. Populist and nationalist governments may not oppose all multilateral negotiations and IOs, so we need to look more carefully at where there are current political deadlocks and what is impeding action. Despite being political, IOs continue to advance new ideas. Political divisions within international bodies are not new, nor do they wholly undermine how IOs operate. IOs like the UN have also been key sites for new ideas about how to rethink the problems we face today, like establishing the Sustainable Development Goals to galvanize action across human rights, development, and the environment. 1. Can IOs advance the greater good when states disagree about what that is? 2. What role can secretariats play in international negotiations? 3. How do IOs advance new ideas? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. 1975-1943. Liberals viewed international organizations as functional bodies that could help enhance prosperity by making trade and commerce across states easier through instituting common procedures and standards, for example, as the PIUs did. More importantly, liberal internationalists viewed IOs as a means of advancing international peace. Creating permanent bodies for international cooperation would enable states to advance their common interests. Over time, it was hoped that states would become enmeshed in a working peace with each other, which would restrain them from engaging in warfare. Mitrani 1975, 1943, Jacobson 1984, 21-9. As low-level bureaucratic cooperation was enabled, for example, through the Universal Postal Union, it was hoped that states would see the benefits of working together rather than being in conflict. While functional apolitical IOs remained after the Second World War, the fallout from both world wars fundamentally undermined the liberal arguments that states' enmeshment within IOs would restrain them from war. Liberals were labeled idealists for thinking that cooperation in unimportant matters could influence the high politics of state diplomacy and strategic concerns, and realism became ascendant. In response, there was a significant retreat by liberal scholars on the importance of IOs in the period immediately following the Second World War. When much of the focus became concentrated on voting patterns in new organizations such as the UN, and with many questioning their relevance. Despite realism's overall dominance for explaining the role and importance of IOs, see section 20.4.2. From the 1950s, liberal scholars began to look at the European experiment in order to see whether increasing cooperation could lead to greater interdependence and integration. Earlier functionalist theories on the importance of low-level interactions among states were later revived as neo-functionalism, e. Haas 1958, 1964. Neo-functionalists argued that international cooperation among states could still lead to political integration if pushed along by international bureaucrats who were fully attuned to political dynamics. Faith was therefore placed in the role of international civil servants being able to chart a shared policy approach for states to enact. For example, the European Coal and Steel Community, ECSC, was created to regulate coal and steel production in Europe after the Second World War, thus regulating vital war-making materials. Neo-functionalists also predicted there would then be a spillover of cooperation into other policy areas. It was hoped that this could be replicated in other parts of the world, such as Latin America, but this has been even more limited than in Europe, see Box 20.1. Box 20.1 Chronology of the Mercado Común del Sur, Common Market of the South or Mercosur. 1991, Treaty of Asunción signed by Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay. It creates a common market by removing trade barriers and fostering cross-border investment. 1994, Protocol of Ouro Preto signed, establishing a common external 1994, Protocol of Ouro Preto signed, establishing a common external tariff, CET, to deepen integration from a free trade area to a customs union. Only 10% of imports come under the CET. 1995, Mercosur signs an interregional framework cooperation agreement to establish a free trade agreement with the EU. After 9 rounds of negotiation, there is still no agreement. 1996, 2004, Chile, Bolivia, Peru, Colombia, Ecuador, and Venezuela become associates of Mercosur. 1998, Mercosur becomes the 3rd largest regional trade bloc after NAFTA and the EU. It is later overtaken by ASEAN. 1998, 2002, Mercosur states experience economic crisis and stagnation. 2000, members agree to set common debt, deficit, and inflation goals. 2002, Olivos Protocol establishes a permanent court of appeal to review trade disputes. 2005, attempts to negotiate a free trade of the Americas agreement with the United States fail. 2006, Mercosur Parliament, Parlisul, is created with direct representation from citizens. This a consultative organ of Mercosur. Decision-making remains with member states. 2012, Paraguay's membership is suspended after President Lugo is removed from office. Paraguay is reinstated in 2013. 2012, Venezuela becomes a fully fledged member. 2013, Guyana and Suriname become associate members. 2015, Bolivia becomes a fully fledged member. 2016, Venezuelan membership is suspended indefinitely based on flouting trade rules and human rights violations. 2017, talks resume with the European Commission, but political and economic difficulties facing Brazil and Argentina impede their ability to conclude a deal. Mercosur remains an incomplete customs union with decision-making retained by member states and not Mercosur institutions. Many neo-functionalists supported integration among states because they believed it would lead to a reduction in conflict. But neo-functionalism was abandoned as a predictive theory in the 1970s once it became clear that regional integration and a world government were not advancing as the theory predicted. Neoliberal institutionalism, which emerged in the 1980s, took a different tack. Neoliberals took the state as the primary unit, contending that states used IOs to advance their own interests. Advocated primarily by Roberto Cohen, 1984, neoliberalism argued that all states could benefit from international cooperation through collective action. Neoliberal theory is focused on the problems of whether and how states might cooperate for mutual advantage despite the absence of supranational government, anarchy. Farron, 1998, 269. According to this view, cooperation is mutually beneficial for states, but different preferences mean that states have to negotiate to achieve an outcome that is agreeable to all. Of course, states may choose to abandon cooperation if there are immediate gains from doing so. But neoliberals see IOs and institutions as effective if they can prevent states defecting from cooperation so that all mutually benefit. Martin and Simmons, 1999. 104. IOs provide functional benefits to states for international cooperation by helping to reduce transaction costs, provide information, maximize utility payoffs, and promote issue linkage among states. Lipson, 1993. 20.4.2 Realism. In contrast, realism rejects much of the optimism of liberal theorizing about the prospects of IOs. See Box 20.2. From the beginning, realists argued that IOs were merely new arrangements that states could use to achieve their material and security interests. Despite the existence of IOs, realists believe that states retain their propensity to engage in conflict to obtain power and advantage. In the realist framework, IOs are merely the means through which states conduct their diplomacy. Although classical realists such as Hans Morgenthau recognized that IOs and international institutions could provide a platform for interstate negotiations and bargaining that could help change the international order, Morgenthau, 1958, 75-6, later realists dismissed the ability of IOs to influence international politics in any profound way. Beginning with Kenneth Waltz's neo-realism, contemporary realists have viewed IOs as epiphenomenal to the structure of the international system. Put simply, IOs have no independent effect on state behavior. Mearsheimer, 1994/5-7. Where neo-realists recognized IOs at all, they saw them as merely reflecting the interests of powerful states. IOs thus embody the rules of the game within which power politics is played. Schweller and Priest, 1997, 6-13. One possible example of this would be in the membership of the UN Security Council, UNSC. All 5 permanent members were the most powerful and victorious states in 1945. IOs could be used as tools to achieve states' interests, but cooperation would only take place if states perceived that they would gain more from it relative to others. Greco, 1990. The benefits states receive from international cooperation in IOs vary because powerful states lock in institutional rules from which they gain most compared to the less powerful. The plethora of IOs created in the period after the Second World War demonstrates this lock-in effect, from the UN Security Council to the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty to the structure of the World Bank and the IMF. In terms of the balance of power, hegemons could create IOs, but so too could weak states, either to balance against the hegemon or bandwagon with it. Gruber, 2000. This is one way of viewing the AFDB, see Case Study 20.1. Thus, IO actions or inaction reflect the balance of power among great powers, and a lack of consensus among them leads to IO ineffectiveness. A significant degree of UN Security Council ineffectiveness has stemmed precisely from the inability of the superpowers to agree on concerted action during the Cold War. More recently, this has been the case with UNSC votes in relation to the war in Syria and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Despite the disadvantages, realists recognize that weak states may nevertheless bind themselves to an IO in order to achieve a greater voice within it. Rosecrans, 2001, 140. 20.4.3 Social Constructivism. Since the 2000s, one of the leading approaches to understanding IOs has come from social constructivism. Its challenge was not only to uncover the influential work Box 20.2 Realist Views of IOs. Our realists believe that international institutions are shaped and limited by the states that found and sustain them and have little independent effect. K. Waltz 2018. IOs were actually doing, but also to attempt to seek out how and why IOs operate the way they do and not otherwise. The first move social constructivists made was to challenge the passive conception of IOs as merely arenas in which states act. While some IOs are forum organizations where states deliberate, for example the UNSC or the WTO, a significant number of IOs are service IOs that enact the mandates, policies, and operations that states have agreed on. In this respect, many IOs are autonomous bureaucracies that have been given discretion in terms of how they undertake their operations. Social constructivists were therefore interested in how IOs make sense of the world, help to frame issues, set the international agenda, and construct new categories of actors such as the UNHCR's distinction between IDPs and refugees. IOs have to find ways to enact their mandate given the resources provided to them by their member states. Many IOs become experts in their field to which states turn for assistance, such as the UNHCR. IOs can therefore be powerful actors in changing how states view a problem, and they can devise new ways to take action. For this reason, social constructivists sought to identify how and why these bureaucracies behave in the particular ways they do. See Box 20.3. They have examined how IOs spread new norms that become accepted practice among states in the international system. This may range from defining refugees, as was done by the UNHCR, to articulating a framework to determine states' balance of payments when a state needs a loan from the IMF, to determining the basis for UN intervention in a civil conflict to prevent genocide, Barnett and Finnemore 2004. This may range from defining refugees, as was done by the UNHCR, to articulating a framework to determine states' balance of payments when a state needs a loan from the IMF, to determining the basis for UN intervention in a civil conflict to prevent genocide, Barnett and Finnemore 2004. Social constructivists have shown not only how IOs can change how we see and understand the world, but also how an IO's decisions are influenced by its culture, that is, the internal system of meaning that governs staff expectations and behavior, Chawairith 2008 133. Internal rules and ways of thinking can prevent action on issues that fall outside standard ways of doing business, as was the case with the UN and the Rwandan genocide of 1994. Barnett 2002. The organization's culture may also lead to the establishment of new norms by and among staff, rather than the introduction of norms from member states or management. An example of this is the IMF's failed attempt to make capital account liberalization, or the free movement of capital, a requirement for all its member states. Organizational culture may also prevent IOs from taking up new norms that threaten established ways of doing things, Barnett and Coleman 2005. Organized hypocrisy can result from states forcing IOs to change in ways that do not fit their culture, or when an IO attempts to enact new mandates but fails, Weaver 2008. 20.4.4 Marxist and Gramscian approaches. Marxist approaches begin from the perspective that material economic power is fundamental to the structure of all societies and to international relations. CCH 8. Unequal relations between those who own the means of production and those who provide their labor are inherent within a capitalist system. Such class conflict is a driving force in history, and competition and the changing means of production have propelled the creation of a global capitalist system. Kamak 2014. Marxists and Gramscian scholars have examined how IOs such as the World Bank, IMF, and WTO have helped construct and reproduce the global capitalist system through their programs, policies, and loans. Marxist scholars begin with the supposition that IOs advance the interests of capital through their work, creating a global market through advocating free trade, opening states up for direct foreign investment, and freeing capital to move across borders unimpeded. In doing so, capitalist and investor rights are increasingly insulated from democratic rule and popular accountability, and are thus able to generate enormous profits from the workers and from natural resources. Gill 2005. 174. Marxists have demonstrated that the policies advocated by these IOs have a disciplining effect. The World Bank and the IMF will only lend to states if they accept the policy programs these IOs have devised for them, which signal to capital and investors that their interests will be protected. Developing states frequently have no choice but to accept World Bank and IMF policy prescriptions because these IOs were designed to provide loans and programs to states that cannot obtain funding from anywhere else, such as a great power patron. For example, if a state is in the midst. Box 20.3 The social influence of IOs. IOs are engaged in classifying the world, creating categories of actors and action, fixing meanings in the social world, and articulating and diffusing new norms, principles, and actors around the globe. Barnett and Finnemore 1999. 710. Of an economic crisis, famine, or war, it is unlikely to be able to secure international loans from anywhere except the World Bank and the IMF. But this has huge negative consequences in terms of the living standards of ordinary people in those countries. For many, this means that states are powerless to resist the market, and that there is no alternative. This phrase was repeatedly used by British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. From 1964, developing countries articulated challenges to the dominant capitalist system of IOs through UNCTAD. The goal was to challenge the entrenched interests of capitalist states regarding the international terms for trade and development, as institutionalized in IOs, but they were unsuccessful. Recognizing this, UNCTAD no longer resists the globalization of capitalism but embraces it. Following the writings of the Italian communist Antonio Gramsci, Gramscian approaches argue that IOs operate on behalf of a hegemonic bloc of global elites in powerful industrialized states to construct dominant ideas that reinforce their material interests. Boas and McNeil 2004. Gramscian accounts are more nuanced than Marxist work on IOs because they recognize the way in which combinations of coercion and consent work to cement the hegemony of organized capitalism. R. Cox 1987. Gill 1990. Thus, the World Bank's annual World Development Report is one of the most widely read publications among state elites in the developing world, creating a model of economic development to be emulated. The World Bank, IMF, and finance ministers of developing states are thus frequently on the same page as to what policy prescriptions are required for a state's economic growth. Mueller 2011. For Gramscians, the aim is to reveal the process by which this kind of consent is achieved through multilateralism and IOs while drawing attention to how global inequality is maintained by them. Carroll 2010. Engel 2010. 20.5 How can we analyze IO behavior? The different theoretical approaches outlined in section 20.4 explain why states may choose to create and use IOs. In the late 1990s, it was recognized that the dominant theories of neorealism and neoliberalism lacked the means to explain IO behavior. This was particularly important for IOs such as the UN, which had come under fire for failing to recognize and respond to the genocide in Rwanda. Assuming that IOs are epiphenomenal left realism without a well-developed model of institutional origins and effectiveness, Schweller and Priest 1997-23. This meant that neorealism could not account for IO behavior. While neoliberals recognized that IOs could lead states to follow IO rules and even that IOs could influence states' preferences during negotiations, they also did not seek to analyze what IOs did with the autonomy that states granted them. The dominant rationalist international relations theories did not have an adequate understanding of institutions and IOs. Cohane 1993. 293. More recent empirical researchers, including those based on Bourdieu, Eagleton Pierce 2013, have argued that Marxist and Gramscian accounts are right, that privileged, materially powerful actors are able to shape IO policies in ways that suit their own interests, and not just by establishing the rules of IOs. Critical scholars are increasingly turning their attention to how economic ideas are. Key points. Classical liberal theories advanced the idea that IOs can contribute to individual prosperity and peace. Neo-functionalist liberals examined the European experiment to predict the likelihood of increased integration among states leading to a world government, while neoliberal institutionalists argued that states can use IOs as a means of international cooperation that benefits all states. Realists view IOs as tools for states to achieve their interests. Neorealism argues that IOs have no independent effect on world politics. Neorealists see cooperation occurring when states perceive that they will gain more from it than the states they are cooperating with, and they believe that states controlling IOs can lock in rules that others must follow. The social constructivists demonstrated that IOs can be autonomous and shape world politics by framing issues, setting international agendas, and classifying states' behavior. IOs thus help shape what is possible and socially accepted at the international level. A Marxist and Gramscian approaches examine how IOs extend capitalism globally through their programs and policies in order to reinforce the power of capitalist states and elites. They seek to demonstrate how consensus is constructed over the global capitalist system through the operations of IOs. Formulated in IOs and how this shapes the internal IO policymaking process. Wilkinson 2014. Rationalist scholars seeking to extend neoliberalism's insights have adopted the principal agent, PA, model to ascertain. Rationalist scholars seeking to extend neoliberalism's insights have adopted the principal agent, PA, model to ascertain when and how states' interests are being met by IOs. This model recognizes a relationship between member states, the principal, and the IO, the agent, in which the latter has been empowered to act on behalf of the former. Hawkins et al. 2006-7. Principals provide the IO with a mandate, resources, location, and staffing, and the IO is given autonomy to undertake tasks on the state's behalf. However, giving the IO discretion as to how to enact those tasks may lead to agency slack in which the IO may shirk its activities. There may also be slippage in which the IO redirects its efforts to its own preferred activities rather than meet the preferences of its principals. A greater number of member state principals increases the prospect of agency slack because it is harder to get agreement among a greater number of states on what the IO should do, allowing greater leeway for the IO to operate as it chooses. Hawkins et al. 2006. Scholars have used this approach to delve into whether or not IOs have performance gaps between what they are tasked with doing and what they are able to achieve. The PA model provides scholars with the means to trace how and why IOs behave in accordance with the directives given to them by their member states. However, it tends to overlook the moral drivers of the behavior of staff and management, instead making assumptions about bureaucracies being driven by aims to expand their power and increase their autonomy and resources. Park 2018. In response, social constructivists have traced how organizational culture may shape IO's behavior, including when they choose to adopt new norms and when they fail to do so. Park and Vetteline 2010. For example, IMF staff were strong proponents of pushing member states to agree that capital account liberalization was fundamental to economic growth, despite this not being in the IMF's Articles of Agreement. Indeed, John Maynard Keynes, one of the primary architects of the IMF, believed the exact opposite. This belief stemmed from the professional culture of the organization, which was dominated by neoclassical economists trained primarily at elite universities in the United States and the United Kingdom. Despite the Asian financial crisis of 1997 and the Great Recession of 2009, both of which demonstrated the dangers of the free mobility of capital, many IMF staff hold to their belief in the benefits of capital account liberalization. In contrast, Interpol is an example of an IO that chose not to adopt a new mandate with regard to terrorism in the 1960s, despite member states' interest in Interpol doing so and the prospect of increased power and resources that would flow from taking up this new mandate. Interpol chose not to do so because this new mandate did not fit the organization's culture and threatened its autonomy. Barnett and Coleman 2005. 20.6 Conclusion. International organizations have grown over time, flourishing from the middle of the 19th century. States continue to establish IOs for a variety of reasons across the whole range of human endeavors. IOs are a specific form of multilateralism, reflecting the choice to create permanent institutional machinery for enacting states' wishes compared with the informal multilateralism of the G groupings. IOs may be limited by region, such as the AFDB, see Case Study 20.1, or the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, see Case Study 20.2, or universal, such as the UN. States view membership in IOs as their sovereign prerogative, joining IOs even if they may not be the primary beneficiaries. However, recognizing that all states are equal in choosing to become members of an IO does not necessarily translate into their equal power within the IO. Some key points. The principal-agent model extends the insights of neoliberal institutionalism by looking at how member state principals negotiate to give IOs as agents autonomy to undertake tasks on their behalf. The PA model examines when IOs are likely to be slack or engage in slippage, for example when member states cannot agree on a concerted agenda for IOs to enact. Social constructivists have challenged the PA model's assumption that IOs will use their autonomy to advance their own power, autonomy, and resources. Social constructivism looks at how organizational culture shapes whether new ideas are promoted, accepted, or rejected by IOs. Marxist and Gramscian accounts require further empirical investigation to explicitly trace how powerful elites shape IO programs, policies, and operations. IOs, such as the UN General Assembly, provide equal votes for each state, while others such as the World Bank and IMF do not, instead linking representation with states' material contributions. Different theories seek to ascertain why states choose to create and work within IOs. Early liberal writings argued that IOs could help facilitate peace and prosperity for individuals. Functionalists contended that states could operate together through bureaucracies to achieve international cooperation that over time could extend to matters of high-level diplomacy. Classical realists rejected viewing IOs as important and argued that they were merely tools in the diplomat's toolbox to be used as needed. Neorealism and neoliberal institutionalists agreed that international institutions and IOs were useful for states operating under conditions of anarchy, but they disagreed as to who would benefit more from cooperation, when it was likely to occur, and for how long. The current principal-agent model and social constructivist accounts seek to unpack what management and staff of IOs aim to achieve and when and why this departs from member states' interests. Marxist and Gramscian accounts see IOs as advancing the interests of economic elites during the spread of a global capitalist system. Case Study 20.2 Non-Liberal IOs, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. A significant focus of scholarship has been on universal organizations comprising the liberal international order. Scholars debate whether international organizations might be challenged by rising illiberal powers and whether new organizations represent contested multilateralism. Morse and Cohen 2014. Concerns have centered on Chinese-led organizations such as the World Bank-styled Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIB. The AIB was preceded by the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO. Created in its current form in 2001, it aims to promote mutual trust and effective cooperation across political, security, and economic issue areas, including moving towards the establishment of a democratic, fair, and rational new international political and economic order. SCO 2001. Composed of China, India, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, Russia, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, the SCO focuses on non-traditional security concerns or the three evils of terrorism, extremism, and separatism in Eurasia. There has been criticism of the underdevelopment of the organization. The key question is whether the SCO's principle of non-intervention undermines its efforts at multilateral cooperation. Internally, there remains distrust between the members while issues remain unresolved over the direction of the organization, the depth of integration desired, and membership size. Externally, the SCO has been represented as a threat to the West because it supports regional states' autocracy and has been consistent in its geopolitical vision. However, the SCO has refrained from overt anti-Western sentiments because of the reliance of some members on Western investment. Aris and Snetkov 2013. Question 1. What does the SCO do? Question 2. Is the SCO a challenge to the liberal international order? Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit Anadolu Agency/contributor/Getty Images. Questions. 1. How do you define international organizations? 2. What explains the increasing growth of IOs since 1945? 3. Why are IOs important? 4. Are IOs powerful actors in the international system? Why or why not? 5. Why do states create IOs? 6. What tools do IOs have to influence international relations? 7. What are the major constraints to IOs' ability to address international problems? 8. How should we evaluate IO operations? 9. Are some issues best addressed by IOs rather than by informal multilateral groupings? 10. What can IOs do in the face of increasing gridlock and opposition to multilateralism? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Visit the online resources to apply theory to practice and take part in the simulation Stopping an Epidemic. Further reading. Barnett, M., and Finnemore, M., 2004, Rules for the World, International Organizations in Global Politics, Ithaca, New York and London, Cornell University Press. An excellent account of how IOs create new meanings and social action through their operations. An excellent account of how IOs create new meanings and social action through their operations. An essential constructivist text on IOs. Hawkins, D., Lake, D., Nielsen, D., and Tierney, M., 2006, Delegation to International Organizations, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. A collection of works examining the operations of IOs through the principal-agent model. The introductory chapter is essential reading. Cohen, R. O., 1988, International Institutions, Two Approaches, International Studies Quarterly, 32, 379-96. Chapter 21. The United Nations. Devin E. A. Curtis, Paul Taylor. Reader's Guide. This chapter focuses on the development of the United Nations (UN) and the changes and challenges that it has faced since its establishment in 1945. The UN is a grouping of states and is therefore premised on the notion that states are the primary units in the international system. The institutions of the UN reflect an uneasy hybrid between traditions of great power consensus and traditions of universalism that stress the equality of states. Furthermore, while the UN was established as a grouping of sovereign states, UN institutions have taken on an increasing range of functions and have become much more involved within states. Justice for individuals was increasingly seen as a concomitant of international order, since serious deficiencies in human rights or in economic welfare can lead to international tensions. These developments have challenged traditional views about intervention within states. This has also prompted the expansion of UN institutions to address an increased number of economic and social questions and a search for better ways to coordinate these activities. More recently, in the context of new threats to global security, changes in the global balance of power, and increased criticism of multilateralism, there has been renewed debate about the UN's role and EF effectiveness. 21.1 Introduction. The United Nations (UN) is made up of a group of international institutions which include the central system located in New York, the specialized agencies such as the World Health Organization (WHO), and the International Labour Organization (ILO), and the funds and programs such as the United Nations Children's Fund (UNICEF) and the United Nations Development Programme (UNDP). When created in 1945 in the aftermath of the Second World War, the United Nations reflected the hope for a just and peaceful global community. It is the only global institution with the legitimacy that derives from universal membership and a mandate that encompasses security, economic and social development, the protection of human rights, and the protection of the environment. Yet the UN was created by states for states, and the relationship between state sovereignty and protection of the needs and interests of people has not been fully resolved. Questions about the meaning of sovereignty and the limits of UN action have remained key issues. Since the founding of the UN, there has been an expansion of UN activities to address conditions within states and an improvement in UN capacity in its economic and social work. Threats to global security addressed by the UN now include interstate conflict and threats by non-state actors, as well as political, economic, and social conditions within states. Despite the growth in UN activities, however, there are questions about the relevance and effectiveness of the UN. The failure by the US and the UK to get clear UN Security Council authorization for the war in Iraq in 2003 led to well-publicized criticism of the UN and a crisis in international relations. The controversies surrounding the intervention in Libya in 2011 mandated by the UN Security Council and the difficulties faced by the Security Council in reaching agreement on how to respond to the Syrian conflict since 2011 and the war in Ukraine in 2022 have given rise to further criticism and debate. See Case Study 21.1. After briefly outlining the history and the main organs of the UN, this chapter will look at its changing role in addressing matters of peace and security and then issues of economic and social development. It will focus on how the UN's role has evolved in response to changes in the global political context and on some of the problems that it still faces. Case Study 21.1 The UN and Conflict in Syria. The conflict in Syria began in 2011 after the Syrian government used deadly force in response to pro-democracy demonstrations against the regime of President Bashar al-Assad. This escalated into a conflict between the Syrian government and anti-government rebel groups. The conflict has been complicated by a number of different interests and agendas, and the relative balance of power in Syria has changed over time. Several countries have backed different local forces in Syria to advance their own geopolitical interests. Russia and Iran have consistently supported the Syrian government, whereas the United States and other countries initially supported some opposition groups. The so-called Islamic State began seizing control of territory in Syria in 2013 and eclipsed many of the other opposition groups fighting the Syrian government. The United States and its coalition partners conducted airstrikes against Islamic State targets in Syria. Turkish forces have also conducted military operations against Syrian Kurdish groups. The United Nations has been unable to respond effectively to the Syrian conflict. In October 2011, France, Germany, Portugal, and the UK tabled a Security Council resolution condemning Syria's human rights violations and raised the potential use of force under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, UN Security Council 2011. However, Russia and China vetoed the resolution. Russia was concerned that regime change was planned for Syria, as had occurred in Libya. Russia has since vetoed a further 15 resolutions, sometimes joined by China, hindering the ability of the UN to take action in Syria. On the other hand, several Security Council resolutions on Syria were passed, mainly dealing with humanitarian access and assistance and with peace talks. While the implementation of some of these resolutions has been limited and there have been many examples of the politicization of humanitarian relief. The Temple of Bel, also known as the Temple of Baal, was an ancient stone ruin located in Palmyra, Syria. The temple ruins were destroyed in August 2015. CPA Media Pte Ltd/Alami stock photo. Resolutions show that the situation in Syria has remained an important and highly debated item on the UN Security Council's agenda. Other UN organs have also responded to the conflict. For instance, in 2011 the UN Human Rights Council mandated an independent international commission of inquiry on Syria to investigate alleged violations of international human rights law. This mandate has been extended several times with resulting reports. The Commission has reported 38 instances of chemical weapons use in Syria, including 32 attacks by the Syrian government. UN General Assembly 2021a. The UN has also played a leading role in trying to reach a diplomatic resolution to the conflict. It brokered a series of talks in Geneva between opposition groups and the Syrian government with the aim of reaching a political transition, but there has been no agreement on core issues, including the question of whether President Assad would remain in power. Other non-UN diplomatic attempts have also not succeeded in resolving the conflict. Since 2011, more than 500,000 people have been killed in the Syrian conflict. More than half of Syria's pre-war population of 22 million has been displaced by violence, including more than 6 million refugees. Question 1. Why has the UN faced such difficulties in responding to the conflict in Syria? Question 2. What are the lessons from the UN's efforts in Syria that are relevant to conflicts elsewhere, such as those in Yemen and Ukraine? A brief history of the United Nations and its principal organs. The United Nations was established on October 24, 1945 by 51 countries as a result of initiatives taken by the governments of the states that had led the war against Germany and Japan. By 2022, 193 countries were members of the United Nations, with South Sudan the UN's newest member following its independence from the rest of Sudan in 2011. When joining, member states agreed to accept the obligations of the United Nations Charter, an international treaty that sets out basic principles of international relations. According to the Charter, the UN has 4 purposes: to maintain international peace and security, to develop friendly relations among nations, to cooperate in solving international problems and in promoting respect for human rights, and to be a center for harmonizing the actions of nations. At the UN, all the member states, large and small, rich and poor, with differing political views and social systems, have a voice and a vote in this process. Interestingly, while the United Nations was clearly created as a grouping of states, the Charter refers to the needs and interests of peoples as well as those of states. See Box 21.1. In many ways, the United Nations was set up to correct the problems of its predecessor. The League of Nations. The League of Nations had been established after the First World War and was intended to make future wars impossible, but a major problem was its lack of effective power. There was no clear division of responsibility between the main executive committee, the League Council, and the League Assembly, which included all member states. Both the League Assembly and the League Council could only make recommendations, not binding resolutions, and these recommendations had to be unanimous. Any government was. Box 21.1 selected articles of the UN Charter. The UN Charter contains references to both the rights of states and the rights of people. The preamble of the UN Charter asserts that we, the peoples of the United Nations, are determined to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women and of nations large and small. Article 1.2 states that the purpose of the UN is to develop friendly relations among nations based on respect for the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples, and to take other appropriate measures to strengthen universal peace. Article 2.7 states that nothing contained in the present Charter shall authorize the United Nations to intervene in matters which are essentially within the domestic jurisdiction of any state. Chapter 6 deals with the Pacific settlement of disputes. Article 33 states that the parties to any dispute, the continuance of which is likely to endanger the maintenance of international peace and security, shall, first of all, seek a solution by negotiation, inquiry, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, judicial settlement, resort to regional agencies or arrangements, or other peaceful means of their own choice. Chapter 7 deals with action with respect to threats to the peace, breaches of the peace, and acts of aggression. Article 42 states that the Security Council may take such action by air, sea, or land forces as may be necessary to maintain or restore international peace and security. Article 99 authorizes the Secretary-General to bring to the attention of the Security Council any matter which in his opinion may threaten the maintenance of international peace and security. Free to reject any recommendation. Furthermore, in the League, there was no mechanism for coordinating military or economic actions against miscreant states, which further contributed to its weakness. Also, key states such as the United States were not members of the League. By the Second World War, the League of Nations had already failed to address a number of acts of aggression. The structure of the United Nations, see Box 21.2, was intended to avoid some of the problems faced by the League of Nations. The UN Security Council was given the main responsibility for maintaining international peace and security. In contrast to the League of Nations, the United Nations recognized great power prerogatives in the Security Council. It includes 5 permanent members, namely the US, the UK, France, Russia, previously the Soviet Union, and China, as well as 10 non-permanent members. Unlike the decisions of the League, those of the Security Council are binding and must be passed by a majority of 9 out of the 15 members, including each of the 5 permanent members. These 5 permanent members were seen as the major powers at the time of the founding of the United Nations. Tension between the recognition of power politics through the Security Council veto and the universal ideals underlying the United Nations is a defining feature of the organization. The recognition of power politics through veto power in the Security Council can be contrasted with the universalist principles underlying the other principal organs of the United Nations. The UN Charter placed more emphasis than the League Covenant on the promotion of social and economic advancement as a central goal, in part because many believed that the global economic depression of the 1930s. Box 21.2 Principal Organs of the United Nations. The structure of the United Nations is shown in Figure 21.1. The Security Council was made up initially of 11 states and then, after 1965, of 15 states, including the 5 veto-wielding permanent members. When the Security Council considers a threat to international peace, it first explores ways to settle the dispute peacefully under the terms of Chapter 6 of the UN Charter. In the event of fighting, the Security Council tries to secure a ceasefire and may send a peacekeeping mission. The Council can also take measures to enforce its decisions under Chapter 7 of the Charter, for instance through the imposition of economic sanctions, arms embargoes, or collective military action. The Council also makes recommendations to the General Assembly on the appointment of a new Secretary General and on the admission of new members to the UN. The General Assembly is made up of all UN member states with 1 vote each. A 2/3 majority in the General Assembly is required for decisions on key issues such as international peace and security, the admission of new members, and the UN budget. A simple majority is required for other matters. The decisions reached by the General Assembly have the status of recommendations rather than binding decisions, so they cannot force action by any state. One of the few exceptions is the General Assembly's 5th Committee, which makes decisions on the budget that are binding on members. The General Assembly can consider any matter within the scope of the UN Charter. The Secretariat carries out the substantive and administrative work of the UN. It is led by the Secretary General, who provides overall administrative guidance. Antonio Guterres from Portugal was sworn in as the 9th Secretary General in January 2017. The Secretariat consists of departments and offices with a total staff of approximately 37,000 around the world. On the recommendation of the other bodies, the Secretariat also carries out a number of research functions and some quasi-management functions. Yet the role of the Secretariat remains primarily bureaucratic, with the exception of the power of the Secretary General under Article 99 of the Charter, to bring situations that are likely to lead to a breakdown of international peace and security to the attention of the Security Council. See Box 21.1. This article was the legal basis for the remarkable expansion of the diplomatic role of the UN Secretary General compared with its League predecessor. The Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, under the overall authority of the General Assembly, coordinates the economic and social work of the United Nations and the UN family of organizations. It also consults with non-governmental organizations, NGOs. ECOSOC's subsidiary bodies include functional commissions such as the Commission on the Status of Women, regional commissions such as the Economic Commission for Africa, and other bodies. See Figure 21.1. The Trusteeship Council was established to provide international supervision for 11 trust territories administered by 7 member states and to ensure that adequate steps were taken to prepare the territories for self-government or independence. By 1994, all the trust territories had attained self-government or independence, either as separate states or by joining neighboring independent countries. The last to do so was the Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands, Palau, which had previously been administered by the United States. The International Court of Justice is the main judicial organ of the UN. Consisting of judges elected jointly by the General Assembly and the Security Council, the court decides disputes between countries. Participation by states in a proceeding is voluntary, but if a state agrees to participate, it must comply with the court's decision. The court also provides advisory opinions to other UN organs and specialized agencies on request. Figure 21.1 The structure of the United Nations System Source, United Nations Department of Public Information 2021 United Nations. Reprinted with the permission of the United Nations. Box 21.3 The reform of the Security Council. Since the Security Council is the main executive body in the United Nations with primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security, it is not surprising that many discussions of UN reform have focused on the Security Council. The founders of the UN deliberately established a Universal General Assembly and a restricted Security Council that required unanimity among the great powers. granting permanent seats and the right to a veto to the great powers of the time. The US, the Soviet Union, now Russia, France, the United Kingdom, and China was an essential feature of the deal. The composition and decision-making procedures of the Security Council were increasingly challenged as membership of the United Nations grew, particularly after decolonization. Yet the only significant reform of the Security Council occurred in 1965, when the Council was enlarged from 11 to 15 members and the required majority from 7 to 9 votes. Nonetheless, the veto power of the permanent 5 members was left intact. The Security Council does not reflect today's distribution of military or economic power, and it does not reflect a geographic balance. Germany and Japan have made strong cases for permanent membership. Countries in the Global South have demanded more representation on the Security Council, with countries such as South Africa, India, Egypt, Brazil, and countries in the Global South have demanded more representation on the Security Council, with countries such as South Africa, India, Egypt, Brazil, and Nigeria making particular claims. However, it has proved to be impossible to reach agreement on new permanent members. How would Pakistan view India's candidacy? How would South Africa react to a Nigerian seat? What about representation by an Islamic country? Should the European Union (EU) be represented instead of individual EU member states? Should there be a permanent rotating African seat? These issues are not easy to resolve, and it is very unlikely that the P5 countries will want to relinquish their veto. Nonetheless, while large-scale reform has proved impossible, there have been changes in Security Council working procedures that have made it more transparent and accountable. Was one of the causes of the nationalism and aggression that led to the outbreak of the Second World War. Whereas the League of Nations attributed responsibility for economic and social questions to the League Assembly, the Charter of the United Nations established ECOSOC to oversee economic and social institutions. Along with the Secretariat and the General Assembly, ECOSOC is responsible for overseeing the activities of a large number of other institutions known collectively as the United Nations system. This includes the specialized agencies and the funds and programs, see Figure 21.1. The specialized agencies, such as WHO and the ILO, have their own constitutions, regularly assessed budgets, executive heads, and assemblies of state representatives. They are self-contained constitutionally, financially, and politically, and they are not subject to the management of the central system. The funds and programs are much closer to the central system in the sense that their management arrangements are subject to direct General Assembly supervision. They can be modified by Assembly resolution and are largely funded on a voluntary basis. Since the establishment of the United Nations in 1945, a number of new issues have come onto the international agenda, such as the rights and interests of women, climate change, resource depletion, population growth, terrorism, and the spread of HIV/AIDS. Frequently, those issues have led to a new organization being created in the funds and programs. Examples include the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF. In the early years of the United Nations, there were serious disagreements about many aspects of its work, including the question of membership. There were no new members between 1950 and 1955 because the US and USSR could not agree. In 1955, there was a deal in which members of the Soviet bloc such as Bulgaria and Hungary were admitted alongside Western countries such as Italy and Spain. The biggest jump in UN membership occurred with decolonization. By 1975, there were 144 members, up from the original group of 51 members in 1945. The controversy over the People's Republic of China's (PRC) request to join severely hurt the UN's credibility in the 1950s and 1960s. The PRC claimed that it was the rightful representative of all Chinese people, but it was the Republic of China, Taiwan, that represented China in the UN and on the Security Council with American support. This changed in 1971 as relations improved between the US and the PRC. General Assembly Resolution 2758, October 1971, recognized the PRC as the legitimate representative of China in the UN. There are still some debates over membership. For instance, Taiwan applied for membership in 2007, but this application was denied. There are two permanent non-member observer states at the UN, the Holy See 1964 and Palestine 2012. There are also non-state observers, including intergovernmental organizations and other entities. There have been widespread and frequent calls for reform and changes in the membership of the UN Security Council, but this is very difficult to achieve, see Box 21.3. 21.3 The United Nations and the Maintenance of International Peace and Security. The global political context has shaped the performance of the United Nations in maintaining peace and security. The Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union hampered the functioning of the UN Security Council, since the United States or the Soviet Union could use the veto whenever its major interests were threatened. Furthermore, while the UN Charter provided for the establishment of a multilateral force under the command of a military staff committee, Articles 43 and 47, to be set up by agreement between the Security Council and consenting states, Cold War rivalries made this impossible to implement. The end result was that the UN Security Council could not function in the way the UN founders had expected. Because member states could not agree on the arrangements laid out in Chapter 7 of the Charter, especially with regard to setting up a UN army, there were a series of improvisations to address matters of peace and security. First, a procedure was established under which the Security Council agreed to a mandate for an agent to act on its behalf. This occurred in the Korean conflict in 1950 and the Gulf War in 1990, when action was undertaken principally by the US and its allies. Second, there have been many instances of peacekeeping. No reference to peacekeeping exists in the UN Charter, but classical peacekeeping mandates and mechanisms are based on Chapter 6 of the UN Charter, see Box 21.1. Classical peacekeeping involves the establishment of a UN force under UN command to be placed between the parties to a dispute after a ceasefire. Such a force uses its weapons only in self-defense, is established with the consent of the host state, and does not include forces from the major powers. This mechanism was first used in 1956 when a UN force was sent to Egypt to facilitate the exodus of the British and French forces from the Suez Canal area and then to stand between Egyptian and Israeli forces. Since the Suez Crisis, there have been a number of classical peacekeeping missions, for instance monitoring the Green Line in Cyprus and in the Golan Heights. The classical peacekeeping that was prevalent during the Cold War was very different from the more robust peacekeeping missions that became increasingly common after the end of the Cold War. One notable exception was the 1960-4 United Nations operation in the Congo, which was an early example of more robust UN peacekeeping, see Case Study 21.2. 21.3.1 Increased attention to conditions within states. At the time of its founding and during the Cold War, many people thought that the UN should ignore the internal affairs of states in order to preserve international stability. But by the 1990s, an increasing number of people believed that the UN should address individual political and civil rights, as well as the right to basic provisions such as food, water, healthcare, and accommodation. Under this view, violations of individuals' rights were a cause of disturbances in relations among states. A lack of internal justice risked international disorder. The UN reinforced the view that pursuing justice for individuals was an aspect of national interest. There are several reasons for this change. First, the international environment had changed. The Cold War standoff between the East and the West had meant that member states did not want to question the conditions of the sovereignty of states. Jeane Kirkpatrick's 1979 notorious essay, which recommended tolerating abhorrent dictatorships in Latin America in order to fight communism, was a reasonable report of the situation. Key points. The United Nations was established to preserve peace among states after the Second World War. In a number of ways, the institutions of the United Nations reflected lessons learned from its predecessor, the League of Nations. The institutions and mechanisms of the United Nations reflect both the demands of great power politics, i.e. security, council veto, and universalism. They also reflect demands to address the needs and interests of people as well as the needs and interests of states. The tensions between these various demands are a key feature of UN development. There have been a number of disagreements over UN membership and over the composition of the UN Security Council. Case Study 21.2 UN Peacekeeping in the Congo. There have been 2 UN peacekeeping missions in the Congo: the United Nations Operation in the Congo, ONUC, from 1960 to 1964, and the United Nations Organization Mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, MONUC, from 1999 to 2010, renamed the United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, MONUSCO, from 2010 to the present. These missions have had some successes, but they also highlight the challenges faced by robust UN peacekeeping. Congo became independent on June 30, 1960. However, colonial rule by the Belgians had left the vast country severely underdeveloped and politically fractured despite its significant mineral wealth. Soon after independence, the mineral-rich area of Katanga declared itself to be independent, with support and encouragement by Belgian mining interests and Belgian troops. Congolese Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba appealed to the UN for help against the secessionists in Katanga. Invoking Article 99 of the UN Charter, Secretary-General Dag Hammarskjöld took the matter to the Security Council, which authorized the deployment of ONUC to oversee the withdrawal of Belgian and other foreign troops, and to support the Congolese government in restoring law and order in the country. At its height, ONUP deployed just under 20,000 troops. The mission was successful in that Congo's territorial integrity was maintained and foreign troops withdrew, but at immense political, human, and financial costs. In the context of the Cold War, the mission was accused of being a tool of U.S. foreign policy. It only took a harder line against the secessionists after Lumumba, who was suspected of being pro-Soviet, was assassinated in January 1961. Secretary-General Dag Hammarskjöld died in a plane crash while trying to negotiate a ceasefire in September 1961. The mission was hugely expensive and generated a financial crisis at the UN. It was not until after the end of the Cold War that the UN again embarked on another ambitious peace enforcement mission. MONUC and MONUSCO were also large, expensive peacekeeping missions. MONUC was established in 1999 following the Lusaka ceasefire agreement between the Democratic Republic of the Congo (DRC) and 5 countries in the region. Initially, its mandate was to observe the ceasefire, but subsequent Security Council mandates extended its activities. In 2010, the mission was renamed MONUSCO and authorized to use all necessary means to protect civilians and to support the government of the DRC in its stabilization and peace consolidation efforts. As of 2021, MONUSCO had just under 18,000 personnel in the country. These missions have had some accomplishments. For example, in 2006, MONUC supported the largest, most complex electoral process ever supported by a UN mission, but they have also been criticized. The eastern part of Congo continues to experience waves of conflict and human rights violations. The UN has drawn attention to the issue of gender-based violence, yet sexual violence continues, including allegations of sexual abuse by UN troops. There have been significant disagreements between the UN and the government. Furthermore, the UN has been criticized for supporting the Congolese army in its operations, even though elements of the army were responsible for human rights abuses against the Congolese population. The UN's experiences in the Congo show how difficult it is for peace operations to achieve state-building objectives. Question 1. Do you think it was a mistake for the UN to deploy ONUC in response to the Congo crisis? Question 2. Do you think that UN peace operations should include state-building objectives? UN peacekeepers in the Congo Elie Matsanova/Shutterstock. At that time, right-wing regimes in Latin America were tolerated because they were anti-Soviet and interfering in the other sphere risked escalation of conflict. Forsyth 1988, 259-60. Second, the process of decolonization had privileged statehood over justice. The UN had elevated the right to statehood above any tests of viability, such as the existence of a nation, adequate economic performance, defensibility, or justice for citizens. This unconditional right to independence was enunciated in the General Assembly Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples in 1960. There emerged a convention that the claims of elites in the putative states could be a sufficient indication of popular enthusiasm even when the elites were unrepresentative. Charles Beats was one of the first to question this when he concluded that statehood should not be unconditional. Attention had to be given to the situation of individuals after independence. Beats 1979. Michael Walzer and Terry Nardin produced arguments leading to a similar conclusion: states were conditional entities, in that their right to exist should be dependent on a criterion of performance with regard to the interests of their citizens. Walzer, 1977, Nardin, 1983. Such writings help to alter the moral content of diplomacy. The new relationship between order and justice was thus a product of particular circumstances. After the Cold War, it was felt that threats to international peace and security did not emanate only from aggression between states. Rather, global peace was threatened by civil conflict, including refugee flows and regional instability, humanitarian emergencies, violations of global standards of human rights, and problems such as poverty and inequality. This led to changes in the nature of UN peacekeeping and to its rapid expansion. In 1994, UN peacekeeping operations involved nearly 80,000 military personnel around the world, 7 times the figure for 1990. Pew, 2001, 115. Post-Cold War missions addressed civil wars as well as international conflicts. They were more likely to use force and to be based on Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, see Box 21.1. In 1992, Secretary-General Boutros Boutros-Ghali set out a new, ambitious UN agenda for peace and security in a report called An Agenda for Peace, where he outlined interconnected roles for the UN, including peace enforcement. See Box 21.4. A key problem has been that UN peacekeepers have been targeted by belligerents. Examples include the intervention in Somalia in the early 1990s, the intervention in the former Yugoslavia in the mid-1990s, and the mission in South Sudan today. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo (DRC) in 2009, UN peacekeepers assisted the Congolese National Army in a military offensive against rebels, prompting violent reprisals. And in 2021, the Congolese Army and the UN force agreed on a framework for joint operations against armed groups. See Case Study 21.2. Peacekeeping continues to be an important area of UN activity. In late 2021, the total number of personnel in the UN's 12 ongoing peacekeeping operations was approximately 88,000. As issues of peace and security were increasingly understood to include human security and justice, there were concerns that these new activities could go against the doctrine of non-intervention. Intervention was traditionally defined as a deliberate incursion into a state without its consent by some outside agency in order to change the functioning, policies, and goals of its government and achieve effects that favor the interests of the intervener. Vincent 1974, CCH 33. At the founding of the UN, sovereignty was regarded as central to the system of states. States were equal members of international society and were equal with regard to international law. Sovereignty also implied that states recognized no higher authority than themselves and that there was no superior jurisdiction. The governments of states had exclusive jurisdiction within their own borders, a principle enshrined in Article 2.7 of the United Nations Charter, see Box 21.1. In earlier periods, however, states had intervened in each other's affairs. The United States refused to accept any curtailment of its right to intervene in the internal affairs of other states in its hemisphere until 1933, when it conceded the point at the 7th International Conference of American States. The U.S. position was very similar to the Brezhnev Doctrine of the 1970s, which held that the Soviet Union had the right to intervene in the member states of the Socialist Commonwealth to protect the principles of socialism. Much earlier, the British had insisted on the abolition of slavery in their relations with other states. They stopped ships on the high seas and imposed the abolition of slavery as a condition in treaties, Bethel 1970. There were also occasions when states tried to bind other states to respect certain principles in their internal affairs. A number of states in Eastern Europe, such as Hungary and Bulgaria, were bound to respect the rights of minorities within their frontiers based on agreements made at the Berlin Conference of 1878 by Box 21.4, an agenda for peace. In the early 1990s, after the end of the Cold War, the UN agenda for peace and security expanded quickly. The UN's Secretary-General at the time, Boutros Boutros-Ghali, outlined a more ambitious role for the UN in his seminal report, An Agenda for Peace, 1992. The report described interconnected roles for the UN to maintain peace and security. These included preventive diplomacy, involving confidence-building measures, fact-finding, and preventive deployment of UN-authorized forces. Peacemaking, designed to bring hostile parties to agreement, essentially through peaceful means. Peace enforcement, authorized under Chapter 7 of the Charter and permitted to occur without the consent of the parties. Peacekeeping, the deployment of a UN presence in the field with the consent of all parties. This refers to classical peacekeeping. Post-conflict peacebuilding, to develop the social, political, and economic infrastructure to prevent further violence and to consolidate peace. The great powers. In practice, then, intervention was a common feature of international politics. By the 1990s, some people pointed out that the UN Charter did not assert merely the rights of states, but also the rights of peoples. Statehood could be interpreted as conditional on respect for such rights. Others, however, were concerned that any change in the principle of non-intervention would be used as a tool by richer and more powerful states to impose their interests and views on poorer and weaker ones. The major pronouncements of the UN General Assembly referred to the primary responsibility of states for dealing with complex crises within their borders. A 1991 General Assembly Resolution, A/RES/46/182, implied some relaxation of this principle when it held that the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and national unity of states must be fully respected in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations. In this context, humanitarian assistance should be provided with the consent of the affected country and in principle on the basis of an appeal by the affected country. UN General Assembly 1991. The use of the phrase "in principle" and the term "should" implied that there could be occasions where intervention was necessary even when consent from the target state was not possible. In the outcome document of the 2005 World Summit, the General Assembly said that if national authorities are manifestly failing to protect their populations from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity, and if peaceful means are inadequate, the international community could take collective action through the UN Security Council according to Chapter 7 of the Charter. UN General Assembly 2005, paras 138 and 139. This document echoes recommendations from the Responsibility to Protect, the 2001 final report of the International Commission on Intervention and State Sovereignty, CCH 33. Yet the number of occasions in which a UN resolution has justified intervention due to gross infringements of the rights of individuals has remained limited. Kosovo was arguably the first occasion in which international forces were used in defiance of a sovereign state in order to protect humanitarian standards. NATO launched the air campaign in March 1999 in Kosovo against the Republic of Yugoslavia without a mandate from the Security Council, since Russia had declared that it would veto such action. Nonetheless, NATO states noted that by intervening to stop ethnic cleansing and crimes against humanity in Kosovo, they were acting in accordance with the principles of the UN Charter. The intervention in Libya in 2011 was another case. A Security Council resolution approved a no-fly zone over Libya and called for all necessary measures to protect civilians. S/Res/1973. A multi-state coalition intervened to implement the resolution, and NATO later assumed command of the Libya mission. The Iraq War in 2003 was questionably another case of intervention to protect the rights of individuals without host country consent. Although the legality of intervention under existing Security Council resolutions is contested and the motives for intervention are disputed. The U.S. intervention in Afghanistan in 2001 is an exceptional case in which the UN Security Council acknowledged the right of a state which had been attacked, referring to the events of September 11, 2001 in the U.S. to respond in its own defense. The difficulty in relaxing the principle of non-intervention should not be underestimated. For instance, the UN was reluctant to send peacekeepers to Darfur without the consent of the Sudanese government. After intensive international diplomacy and negotiations about the nature of the force, Sudan consented and the force was established in July 2007, UN Security Council 2007. In 2011, Russia and China vetoed a Security Council resolution proposing further sanctions on Syria under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, arguing that this could open a path to external military involvement in Syrian internal affairs. See Case Study 21.1. There is some concern that a relaxation of the non-intervention principle by the UN will lead to military action by individual states without UN approval. More generally, relations between the US and Russia and China have deteriorated, and there is the fear of great power rivalry and unilateralism. An increasing readiness by the UN to intervene within states to promote justice for individuals would indicate a movement towards global governance and away from unconditional sovereignty. There have been some signs of movement in this direction, but principles of state sovereignty and non-intervention remain important. 2.1.3.2 From Peacekeeping to Peacebuilding. Partly due to the terrorist attacks in the United States in 2001, as well as the impasse reached in the UN Security Council over Iraq in 2003, Secretary-General Kofi Annan named a high-level panel to examine the major threats and challenges to global peace. Its 2004 final report emphasized the interconnected nature of security threats and presented development, security, and human rights as mutually reinforcing. Many of the report's recommendations were not implemented, but some were, notably the establishment of a new UN Peacebuilding Commission, see Box 21.5. Since then, there have been a number of efforts to review and reform the UN peacekeeping and peacebuilding architecture. 3 peace and security reviews in 2015 expressed concern that changes in the drivers of violence in some parts of the world may be outpacing the ability of UN peace operations to respond effectively. The reports contain broad agreement on the need for improved intergovernmental coherence, greater focus on political solutions, more predictable financing, gender inclusivity, and more flexible peace operations. The UN Office of Counterterrorism, UNOCT, was established in 2017 to respond to security challenges related to terrorism, CCH 29. In 2019, Secretary-General Guterres reorganized the peace and security units at UN headquarters to help deliver more regionally integrated political strategies and to make transitions out of peace operations less disruptive. Nonetheless, member states do not all agree on issues such as the use of force and support to counterterrorism operations. The UN's record on the maintenance of international peace and security has been mixed. On the one hand, there has been a stronger assertion of international responsibility for gross offenses against populations. Nonetheless, intimations of a new world order in the aftermath of the Gulf War in 1991 quickly gave way to despondency with what were seen as failures in Somalia, Rwanda, and the former Yugoslavia, and increasing disagreement about the appropriate role of the UN. Compared to the enthusiasm about the potential for the UN in the early 1990s, the disagreements over the war in Iraq in 2003 and over Syria since 2011 are striking. There are concerns about the increased use of the Security Council veto, and differences between member states have made it difficult for the UN to respond effectively to violence in countries such as Myanmar, Ukraine, and Yemen. Debates about which institutions and actors are most effective in conducting peace operations have been reinvigorated, and a variety of non-UN actors, including regional organizations and ad hoc coalitions, have been involved in recent military operations. Likewise, there is no consensus on how best to confront non-state-based threats such as terrorism and the proliferation of small arms. The commitment to multilateral security cooperation is under severe pressure. Box 21.5 The UN Peacebuilding Commission. The UN Peacebuilding Commission was established in December 2005 as an intergovernmental advisory subsidiary body of the General Assembly and the Security Council. It was first proposed by the Secretary-General's High-Level Panel on Threats, Challenges, and Change in December 2004, and again in the Secretary-General's report, In Larger Freedom, in March 2005, UN 2005. Existing mechanisms at the UN were thought to be insufficient in responding to the particular needs of countries emerging from conflict. Many countries, such as Liberia, Haiti, and Somalia in the 1990s, had signed peace agreements and hosted UN peacekeeping missions, but later reverted to violent conflict. The Peacebuilding Commission proposes integrated strategies and priorities for post-conflict recovery. The establishment of the Peacebuilding Commission is indicative of a growing trend at the UN to coordinate security and development programming. The Organizational Committee of the Peacebuilding Commission is made up of 31 member states. There are also country-specific meetings to look at the post-conflict strategies, priorities, and programming for particular countries. There are also country-specific meetings to look at the post-conflict strategies, priorities, and programming for particular countries, such as Burundi, the Central African Republic, and Sierra Leone. The Peacebuilding Support Fund is designed to provide support during the early stages of recovery for countries on the Peacebuilding Commission's agenda, as well as countries in similar circumstances designated by the Secretary-General. Key points. The Cold War and the decolonization process discouraged more active involvement by the United Nations within states. By the mid-1990s, the UN had become involved in maintaining international peace and security by resisting aggression between states, attempting to resolve disputes within states, civil wars, and focusing on economic, social, and political conditions within states. The United Nations does not have a monopoly on peace operations. While the UN often provides legitimation, operations are sometimes conducted by regional organizations, ad hoc coalitions, or hybrid arrangements involving UN and non-UN actors such as the African Union. The UN has paid increasing attention to peace building and the gendered dimensions of peace and security, with a number of important reports and initiatives in these areas. Critics, however, point to severe shortcomings such as allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse committed by some UN peacekeeping personnel. There are concerns about tensions between the US and Russia and China, and the increased use of the Security Council veto. 21.4 The United Nations and Economic and Social Questions. Promoting social and economic development is an important UN goal. The preamble to the UN Charter talks of promoting social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom, and the need to employ international machinery for the promotion of the economic and social advancement of all peoples. The North-South divide along with Cold War rivalries profoundly shaped the UN's efforts in these areas. The US and the USSR had very different ideas about how to promote economic and social progress. The UN's economic agenda was originally dominated by the Bretton Woods institutions, which promoted a free market ideological agenda. Voting rights and decision-making in these institutions were skewed towards rich Western countries, and their early focus was on post-war rebuilding, CSH 16. The increase in UN membership through decolonization in the late 1950s and 1960s prompted an increasing focus on global economic inequalities and a push to find alternative ways to promote development in the UN system. The number of institutions in the UN system addressing economic and social issues increased significantly. In the 1960s, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development UNCTAD was a key forum for dialogue between developed and developing countries, and this led to the creation of the Group of 77, a coalition of developing countries, to promote their collective economic interests at the UN. The UNDP was established in 1965 as a fund and program, see Figure 21.1, and became a key actor in the UN's efforts to reduce global poverty. The UNDP was important in promoting the idea of human development, and since 1990 it has published the influential Annual Human Development Report, UNDP Annual, which links security and development concerns. But even as economic and social issues became increasingly important at the UN, the main contributor states reduced their funding. By the mid-1990s, There was a crippling financial crisis in the regular assessed budget for the UN and in the budget for peacekeeping operations. This was mitigated only when the US agreed, under certain conditions, to repay what it owed to the UN and, when it returned to full funding in December 2002, see Box 21.6. Paradoxically, despite the shortage of funds, the UN acquired new skills with regard to key economic and social problems. During the 1990s, a number of new issues were brought onto the international agenda. Several global conferences were convened to discuss pressing problems, such as environmental issues at a conference in Rio de Janeiro, 1992, human rights at a conference in Vienna, 1993, population questions at a conference in Cairo, 1994, and women's issues at a conference in Beijing, 1995. These conferences each spawned a commission to carry forward the program. Such conferences represented a Box 21.6 assessed contributions to the UN regular budget. Contributions to the UN regular budget are set by the General Assembly. For 2022, the General Assembly Fifth Committee approved a budget of $3.12 billion. UN General Assembly, 2021c. The assessed contributions are revised every 3 years and are based on the size of a member state's national economy as a proportion of the global economy, to a ceiling of 22%. Late payment and non-payment of member state contributions to the UN regular budget have created severe financial pressure for the UN. The member states with the 6 highest assessed contributions to the regular budget of the UN for 2022, 2023, and 2024 are as follows: UN General Assembly 2021b. The funds and programs, such as UNDP and UNICEF, are not included in the regular budget. They are financed through voluntary contributions by member states. In recent years, the proportion of voluntary funding in overall budgets has significantly increased. There is also a separate budget for peacekeeping operations. Growing sense of interdependence and the globalization of human concerns. They also translated broad socio-economic concerns into more specific manageable programs. See Box 21.7. Follow-up conferences were held to take stock of progress. Alongside growing UN involvement in development issues in the 1990s, the UN economic and social arrangements underwent reform at the country, field, level and at headquarters level. A key feature of the reforms at the country level was the adoption of country strategy notes, written on the basis of discussions between the specialized agencies, funds and programs, donors, and the host country. These described the plans of the various institutions and donors in a particular country, clearly setting out targets, roles, and priorities. Another reform at the country level was the strengthening of the resident coordinator, usually an employee of the UNDP. He or she became the responsible officer at the country level. At headquarters level, the 1990s reform focused on the reorganization and rationalization of ECOSOC, allowing it to become more assertive and to take a leading role in the coordination of the UN system. UN General Assembly 1996. Para. 37. By the end of the 1990s, it was clear that development was still very unequal around the world. In 2000, the UN convened a Millennium Summit, where heads of state committed themselves to a series of measurable goals and targets, known as the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs. These goals included reducing by half the number of people living on less than $1 a day, achieving universal primary education, and reversing the spread of HIV, AIDS, and malaria. UN General Assembly 2000. At the time of the MDG deadline in 2015, there had been significant accomplishments, but progress had been uneven across regions and countries. In September 2015, the UN Summit agreed on the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, which provide a vision for the world by 2030. There are 17 sustainable. Box 21.7. The United Nations Climate Change Conferences. The United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow in 2021, COP26, was one of a series of UN global conferences focusing on environmental issues. The first UN conference on the human environment, which took place in Stockholm in 1972, stimulated the creation of national environment ministries around the world and established the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP. 20 years later, the UN Conference on Environment and Development, the Earth Summit, was held in Rio de Janeiro. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, was one of 3 conventions signed by many governments at the 1992 Earth Summit. The Kyoto Protocol of 1997 was an addition to the UNFCCC, which set binding targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The UNFCCC has guided future climate diplomacy, and established the principle of common but differentiated responsibility, meaning that all countries have a role to play in protecting the environment, but that highly industrialized countries have the most responsibility. As of 2022, there are 197 parties to the UNFCCC, 196 states and the European Union. There are annual intergovernmental meetings to discuss progress on the limitation of greenhouse gases. It has been difficult for countries to agree on a legally binding set of targets for the reduction of gas emissions due to their different interests. For instance, small island states have pushed for zero global emissions, whereas oil producers such as Saudi Arabia and Venezuela have been more skeptical of decarbonization language. There were also disagreements about which countries should pay. High-income countries that were the largest polluters in the past often disagreed with large emerging economies, such as India, China, Brazil, and South Africa over compensation, legal liability, and verification procedures. The Glasgow Conference of 2021 is referred to as COP26 since it is the 26th meeting of the Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC. It aimed to continue work on implementing the 2015 Paris Agreement that had been agreed at COP21. The Paris Agreement was historic because countries adopted the first ever legally binding global climate deal, where they agreed to the goal of keeping the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, Art 2, Section 1, and to pursue efforts to limit temperature increases to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Countries could choose their own targets, thereby overcoming an obstacle that had plagued earlier conferences. The discussions at the Glasgow Conference highlighted the difficulties in translating broad ambitions into concrete action. The Glasgow Climate Pact, agreed at the conference, requests that countries revisit and strengthen their climate pledges and calls for a phase-down of coal. The pact represents some progress, but the measures are insufficient for realizing the Paris Agreement's 1.5 degrees Celsius target. Despite their limitations, the climate conferences make clear that environmental issues remain prominent on the UN agenda and demonstrate the importance of the United Nations as a framework for moving towards global agreement. Development goals and 169 targets, ranging from eradicating extreme poverty, to combating inequalities within and between countries, to empowering women, to improving energy efficiency. Compared to the MDGs, which consisted of narrower goals focused mainly on developing countries, the SDGs are universally applicable to all countries. The process leading to the SDGs was much more inclusive than that for the MDGs, involving a large consultation program and an open working group with representatives from 70 countries. The ambitious breadth and inclusive nature of the agenda have been praised by some, but criticized by others for not being achievable and for making it difficult to prioritize. In 2018, Secretary-General Guterres launched a number of institutional reforms to help achieve the SDGs, including strengthening the role of the resident coordinators in the field. The High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development meets annually to review progress towards the SDGs. At the 2019 session, the UN launched a decade of action, following the recognition that member states were not on track to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Discussions at the 2021 session focused on how to ensure a sustainable and equitable recovery from the global COVID-19 pandemic. Since the founding of the UN, there has been growing activity in areas of social and economic development. Various reforms have meant that the two poles of the system were better coordinated. The pole where intentions are defined through global conferences and agendas, and the pole where programs are implemented. The reform of ECOSOC sharpened its capacity to shape broad agreements into cross-sectoral programs with well-defined objectives. The adoption of the MDGs and SDGs has provided a focus to the UN's work in these areas, although progress remains highly uneven. 21.5 Conclusion. Since the end of the Second World War, the rules governing the international system have become increasingly numerous and specific, covering a large range of the activities of relations among states. With its extensive accomplishments and continued challenges, the UN is an indispensable part of the global system. Disagreements remain over the conditions in which and extent to which the UN should concern itself with the internal affairs of states, and there are tensions between power and equality, but the mere fact that the UN continues holding office, taking initiatives, providing personnel, and policing norms are seen to have value because they add to the self-esteem as well as to the power of a state. The UN has become the essential club for states. The capacity of the UN in its economic and social work, and in its management of peacekeeping and peacebuilding, has expanded since the 1990s. Nonetheless, global great power rivalries, the heightened concern over terrorism and weapons of mass destruction, the inability to respond effectively to many crises, for instance. Key points. The Cold War and the North-South divide led to differences in opinion over how best to address economic and social development. The number of institutions in the UN system that address economic and social issues has increased significantly. Several funds and programs have been created in response to global conferences. A reform of the economic and social arrangements of the UN in the late 1990s aimed at improving coordination and clarifying spheres of responsibility. The SDGs provide a vision for the world in 2030 and consist of broad goals and measurable targets to guide global action. They replaced the MDGs, which had set targets for 2015 and integrated the work of the UN at the country level. Opposing opinions 21.1 The United Nations has outlived its usefulness. For the UN is ill-equipped to deal with new kinds of international security threats. The UN was designed to respond to interstate conflict and has difficulty dealing with new threats from non-state actors. It is ill-equipped to take on counterinsurgency roles. The UN is unable to act effectively in areas of interest to the permanent members of the Security Council. The current composition of the Security Council does not represent today's balance of power. Due to the use of the veto, it is not possible for the UN to respond effectively to certain conflicts, such as those in Syria, Ukraine, and Israel/Palestine. Despite its ambitions, the UN has not eradicated poverty or achieved development for all. The world remains highly unequal, and some of the most notable improvements in development, for instance in China, have had little to do with UN programming. There is no other organization with the legitimacy of universal membership. Only the UN has the legitimacy that comes with universal membership. Even when military action is carried out by regional organizations, there is an attempt to get UN Security Council authorization. The UN can draw attention to global issues and can provide a forum for member states to work towards common goals. The UN has been flexible enough to accommodate new issues and programs that reflect the concerns of member states. There has not been a third world war since the creation of the UN. Despite the fact that many countries have disagreements and possess large weapons arsenals, these conflicts have not escalated into another world war. 1. If the UN did not exist, how would countries respond to threats to international peace and security? 2. Do you think that new sources of security threats and changes in the global balance of power mean that the UN is becoming less relevant? 3. How can the UN be reformed to better address global threats and challenges, such as concerns and inequality over the environment and health? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Questions. 1. How does the United Nations try to maintain international order? 2. Does the UN primarily reflect the interests of the most powerful states? 3. What are some of the barriers to UN Security Council reform? 4. Does increased UN activity undermine the sovereignty of states? 5. How far have traditional restraints been relaxed with regard to UN intervention within states? 6. How have UN peacekeeping and peacebuilding evolved? 7. Is the UN equipped to respond to new threats to global security? 8. Has reform of the economic and social arrangements of the UN been effective? 9. What are the obstacles to reaching the targets set by the Sustainable Development Goals? 10. Is there any alternative to the UN to deal with security, development, and other global challenges? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Visit the online resources to apply theory to practice and take part in the simulation, Keeping the Peace. Further reading. Adebayo, A. Edition, 2009, From Global Apartheid to Global Village, Africa and the United Nations, Scottsville, University of KwaZulu-Natal Press. A collection of views from African scholars and practitioners on the UN in Africa. Brown, S. and Weiss, T. eds. 2021. Chapter 22. NGOs in World Politics. Jutta Joachim. Reader's Guide. Non-governmental organizations, NGOs, have moved from the margins to the center of international relations. After the Cold War, a wave of democratization, new communication technologies, and international developments dramatically increased the number of NGOs. This chapter first examines what distinguishes this type of international actor from others. While in theory there are clear characteristics that define an NGO, in practice their relationships with states, international governmental organizations, IGOs, transnational corporations, TNCs, and/or transnational social movements, TSMOs, make it difficult to separate these actors. Second, the chapter will consider their influence. Due to the dominance of realism in the study of international relations, for a long time the field has treated NGOs as inconsequential. However, they are increasingly viewed as important actors in international politics. The two case studies in this chapter illustrate how NGOs have contributed to the reformulation of agendas, changes in rules and procedures, and the emergence of new norms through their engagement with IGOs. At the same time, these examples highlight that power asymmetries exist among NGOs, and that the sovereignty-based international system limits their impact. The final section of the chapter considers the debate about whether and to what extent NGOs promote more democratic policymaking at the international level. While proponents view them as an important counterweight to states and TNCs, opponents remain skeptical about their influence and utility, for example pointing to their lack of a mandate and the widening gap between the organizations and their constituents. 22.1 Introduction. International relations today is unthinkable without NGOs. They have played a vital role in the development of international law and many international norms, such as those prohibiting torture, slavery, and chemical weapons. Together with states and IGOs, they participate in the governance of transboundary problems. While Amnesty International, AI, Greenpeace, and Médecins Sans Frontières, MSF, are some of the most prominent examples, the overall international presence of NGOs has steadily increased from 176 in 1909, Union of International Associations 2014, 33, to 66,425 in 2020, Union of International Associations 2021 to 2, 27. As Table 22.1 illustrates, their growth has exceeded even that of IGOs founded by states. In 2020, there were 8 times more international NGOs, INGOs, than IGOs. Their presence is also increasingly noticeable at United Nations, UN, special conferences related to climate change and other pressing issues, where NGO representatives often stage visible protests to express their dissatisfaction with official policies and lobby governmental delegates with alternative proposals. CCH 24. In addition, governments more often enlist the support of NGOs when implementing policies. The Global Humanitarian Assistance Report 2021 estimates that 18%, $4.3 billion, of international humanitarian assistance from governments was channeled through NGOs to victims of conflict or natural disasters. Development Initiatives 2021. 66-7. While the growth in the number of NGOs has been propelled by international developments, especially since the end of the Cold War, the dominance of realism as a theoretical paradigm in international relations impeded their study until well into the 1980s. The emergence of competing approaches, such as liberalism and constructivism, paved the way for NGOs to emerge as a widely accepted subject of research. Nevertheless, controversies remain over what constitutes an NGO. IGOs such as the UN or the European Union (EU), which maintain regular relationships with these organizations, tend to define NGOs as including entities such as businesses or trade unions. But the scholarly literature prefers a much narrower conceptualization. Specifically, it highlights NGOs' independence from states and their aspirations to work for the common good, rather than for profit as defining characteristics. Scholars do recognize, however, that NGOs are heterogeneous and that these attributes are not universal. At the same time, the line between NGOs and other international actors is becoming increasingly blurred in practice. Second, while scholars have debated the impact of NGOs, research from the 1990s onwards suggests that these organizations have contributed noticeably to the emergence of new international norms and played a crucial role in raising awareness about transboundary problems such as trafficking in small weapons or the spread of HIV/AIDS. Yet studies also show that their influence varies depending on the policy domain and the stage of the policy cycle. Finally, scholars disagree as to whether NGOs promote democratization at the international level, and in particular with respect to decision-making in international institutions. Proponents value NGOs' capacity to represent the voices of civil society as opposed to states, underscore their ability to criticize or offer alternative viewpoints, and contend that they contribute to the legalization of international politics. Opponents are skeptical about the potentially undemocratic nature of NGOs' internal decision-making, their lack of an official mandate, the heightened opacity of political processes given their involvement in international policymaking, and the tendency of some NGOs to pursue their own interests over those of their constituents. Table 22.1 Number of IGOs and international NGOs, 1909 to 2020. Source: N. Gotts 2011, 191 and Union of International Associations 2017 to 18, 25, 2021 to 2, 27. 22.2 What are NGOs? Today, the term NGO is part of our common vocabulary and knowledge. You can probably think of at least one such organization. Perhaps you may associate NGOs with the critical voices in society, standing up for the rights of individuals or protesting against oil spills or against working conditions in the global garment industry. You may even have a specific image in mind, such as a few people in a small rubber boat attempting to stop a large fishing vessel from killing whales. Defining NGOs would thus seem to be a straightforward exercise. As the name suggests, they are non-state. However, this attribute also applies to a broad range of actors, from TNCs such as Nestle or Microsoft to terrorist groups to the anti-nuclear movement. This heterogeneity requires a closer look at what differentiates NGOs and what they have in common with these other actors. 2.2.1 Transnational NGOs versus other international actors. NGO, see box 22.1, is an umbrella term applied to a broad range of organizations that differ in size, scope, motives, and functions. For example, it extends to Friends of the Earth 2021b, which campaigns on today's most urgent environmental and social issues, see case study 22.1, and Priests for Life 2021, which works for the rights of the unborn child. It includes organizations concerned with a specific issue only, such as Disability Rights International 2021, which promote the human rights and full participation in society of children and adults with disabilities worldwide. Others have a more general mandate devoted. Box 22.1 The origins of non-governmental organization. The term non-governmental organization was first used by Dwight W. Morrow, a U.S. politician and diplomat. In his book on international cooperation published in 1919, Morrow distinguished them from organizations made up of sovereign states, Charnovitz 2006, 351. Prior to the term's official mention in Article 71 of the United Nations Charter, alternative terms such as international associations, private international organizations, and voluntary agencies were in circulation, some of which are still in use today. N. Gotts 2011, 188. Case Study 22.1 Friends of the Earth vs. Royal Dutch Shell, NGOs and Climate Change Litigation. On May 26, 2021, the District Court of The Hague in the Netherlands ruled that Royal Dutch Shell plc, the parent company of the Shell Group, was liable for causing dangerous climate change. As the world's ninth highest CO-emitting corporation, the Anglo-Dutch oil company was therefore ordered by the judges to reduce its carbon emissions by 45% by 2030 compared to 2019 levels. Milieudefensie 2021. Heralded among climate change activists as a landmark decision, the verdict is not only noteworthy because of its likely positive policy implications and the precedent it may set for future legal action against so-called carbon majors in other jurisdictions. Friends of the Earth 2021a. The lawsuit filed against Royal Dutch Shell by Friends of the Earth together with 6 other NGOs, ActionAid, both ENDS, Fossielvrij NL, Greenpeace Netherlands, Young Friends of the Earth Netherlands, and Wattenvereniging, as well as over 17,000 co-plaintiffs, is also illustrative of a more recent trend among environmental NGOs and the strategies they pursue. In addition to engaging in symbolic actions, awareness-raising activities, and lobbying governmental representatives at international climate summits such as in Paris in 2015 or Glasgow in 2021, an increasing number of NGOs across the globe use litigation to challenge climate inaction. Peel and Osofsky 2015, Setzer and Burns 2020, 5. While legal work as such is not uncommon for NGOs in the field of human rights, they have an established track record of providing information in ongoing cases. For example, to the International Criminal Court and the European Court of Human Rights, Haddad 2012, the organizations concerned. The director of Milieudefensie and chair of Friends of the Earth Europe, Donald Pauls, wearing hat, celebrating the verdict with NGO members outside the District Court in The Hague, Netherlands. Milieudefensie/Martin van Dial. To a host of different concerns, for example Rotary International 2021, whose members are business and community leaders working for what they see as the common good. Still others are linked with a specific religion, for example Islamic Relief 2021, or represent businesses such as the International Stability Operations Association ISOA 2021, comprised of private military and security companies whose activities include protection of buildings or people. The term also pertains to organizations of varying sizes. At one end of the spectrum are the world's largest and most well-known humanitarian NGOs such as World Vision with its overseas expenditures of $3.1 billion in 2020, World Vision International 2020. 18, exceeding the official development assistance of countries including Finland, Austria, and New Zealand, OECD 2021b. The other end of the spectrum includes local organizations that are run by volunteers with small operating budgets. While some so-called delivery organizations provide only services such as humanitarian or development assistance, advocacy NGOs are committed to raising awareness and campaigning, still others do some of both. A distinction is often made between national NGOs concerned with domestic issues and located in a single country and international NGOs with a primary focus on cross-boundary problems, headquartered in one country with branches in at least two countries. However, the term transnational NGO (TNGO) is given preference here. It accounts for the fact that national NGOs increasingly mobilize at the international level while international NGOs regularly get involved in the domestic politics of individual countries. TNGOs exhibit qualities different from states and TNCs or TSMOs. These characteristics vary, however, according to the relationships TNGOs maintain with these actors and therefore make them difficult to separate. This blurring of boundaries highlights that TNGOs' identities are not fixed, they are socially constructed and shaped both by the organizations themselves and their environment. 2.2.2.1.1 TNGOs and states. TNGOs are somewhat of an anomaly in international law, which is a system created by states for states with the principle of sovereignty as one of its cornerstones, Lindblom 2011, 147. Established voluntarily by individuals and governed by the laws of the country in which they reside, TNGOs officially enjoy no international legal personality. Yet this appears paradoxical given their large population at the international level and in light of the functions they perform. Documents such as the European Convention on the Recognition of the Legal Personality of International Non-Governmental Organizations can therefore be interpreted as an attempt by individual governments to redress this omission. Charnovitz 2006, 356. This convention was adopted in 1986 and calls for general recognition of the legal personality acquired by an NGO in any state party to the Convention Council of Europe 1986. With climate change differ insofar as they are themselves quite frequently the plaintiffs. Furthermore, although states and their governments have been and continue to be the primary targets of NGOs' climate action suits, corporations increasingly face charges as well. Setzer and Burns 2021, 27-32. Encouraged by the lawsuit against Royal Dutch Shell, 6 NGOs and 14 local authorities in France, for example, pursued a similar climate litigation strategy with respect to the French energy giant Total to force the company to drastically curb its greenhouse emissions. Grasafis 2020. See also the Climate Change Litigation Database 2021 for past and ongoing cases. While finding wider application, climate change litigation nonetheless exhibits a north-south imbalance, with the majority of court cases involving corporations being initiated by U.S. and European-based NGOs. Setzer and Burns 2018, 2020, 12, Doherty 2006. Legal battles pitting giant corporations against far smaller NGOs often last several years and, with favorable outcomes far from certain, require tremendous amounts of resources which few organizations can muster on their own. Setzer and Burns 2020, 12. This is why NGOs frequently work with a coalition of different actors and file suits on behalf or in support of plaintiffs in the Global South. Yet these organizations are also becoming more well-versed in establishing a link between a corporation's particular source of emissions and climate-related harms, the so-called attribution science. Setzer and Burns 2018, 9. Many of them rely on a human rights-based argumentation. Setzer and Burns 2020, 14, 2021, 32-3, as in the Royal Shell case where the plaintiffs argued that the corporation had a duty of care, and that its emissions violate Articles 2 and 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights, the right to life and the right to family life. Climate Change Litigation Database 2021. Question 1. What are the pros and cons of pursuing a litigation strategy such as that by Friends of the Earth? Question 2. What are the advantages and disadvantages for Global South NGOs in pursuing such a strategy? In theory, TNGOs are independent from states. This applies both to their sources of funding, primarily from private contributions in the case of Amnesty International, see Figure 22.1, and to their constituents. TNGOs claim to represent the interests of civil society vis-a-vis the state and, as we will see later, TNGOs claim to represent the interests of civil society vis-a-vis the state and, as we will see later, the market. They are guided by principled ideas, not national interests or profit motives, which is why their authority is often referred to as being of a moral rather than a legal kind. This is an ideal characterization of TNGOs, however, which is quite frequently compromised in practice. While one can find attributes that set TNGOs apart from states, they also relate to states in ways that contribute to a withering of the boundaries between them. Some NGOs, such as the International Committee of the Red Cross (ICRC), have been established by states rather than by individuals. This is why the ICRC is frequently referred to as a hybrid organization and is often listed separately in international statistics, N. GOTS 2011, 189. Although the idea for such an organization dates back to Henry Dunant, who had witnessed the death of thousands of soldiers in the Battle of Solferino 1859 during the Franco-Austrian War, the governmental signatories of the Geneva Convention paved the way by calling for the establishment of national relief societies for wounded soldiers. The predecessors of the ICRC, Forsyth 1977, Hutchinson 1996. In other cases, the involvement of states in such organizations is even greater and of longer duration. This has given rise to polemic extensions, N. GOTS 2011, 192, of the NGO acronym, such as GONGO, Government Organized NGO, or QUANGO, Quasi-NGO. In any case, it is increasingly common for states to rely on TNGOs in policy implementation or to delegate tasks to them that they can no longer afford or no longer want to perform. The reasons for this shift derive from what can be considered the strengths of these organizations. First, given their concern for the global commons, such as our habitat, TNGOs often possess exclusive and valued expertise about likely sources of problems or what might be feasible solutions. Many of them conduct their own research and issue reports with detailed analysis as well as policy recommendations, for example, on climate change. Second, compared to governments, TNGOs are closer to people, acutely aware of their needs, and frequently enjoy more acceptance and trust than states. This places them in a unique position to assist victims of armed conflicts or natural catastrophes, or to obtain information that governments either have trouble accessing or may want to hide, for example, in the case of human rights violations. Third, as private, non-state organizations less hampered by obvious national interests or protracted parliamentary processes, they are often able to respond in a more timely and flexible manner, a quality particularly valued in emergencies. Finally, cooperating with TNGOs can enhance the perception of the legitimacy of states or IGOs, which is why a growing number consult and maintain relationships with them. However, while states or IGOs actively enlist the support of TNGOs, the relationship is not unidirectional. Interdependencies among these actors also result from TNGOs relying on states for services. For example, in light of mounting security problems in conflict zones, humanitarian TNGOs increasingly depend on state militaries for protection of their field officers. Stoddard, Harmer, and DiDomenico 2008. The evolving relationships among TNGOs, states, and IGOs have prompted scholars to conclude that these organizations should not be seen as necessarily in opposition to the interstate system. Rather, their work often conforms to the interests of states and international organizations. RIS 2002, 260. Some put it in even stronger language, pointing to the risks of co-optation or instrumentalization of TNGOs. For those adopting this viewpoint, organizations can lose touch with their constituents by becoming too preoccupied with the needs. Figure 22.1 Revenue Sources and Operating Expenses of Amnesty International. Source, reproduced with permission from Amnesty International. 2019 Global Financial Report. Copyright 2019, Amnesty International. org/n/2019 Global Financial Report/ Of the funders whose projects they implement, Pyatt, Rocam, and Stefik 2010, Schmitz, Rago, and Van Vijveken 2011, or, as in the case of humanitarian NGOs, organizations may be associated with the agendas of Western states. Alnap 2012, 23. They can also release governments from what would otherwise be their responsibilities. DeMars 2005, Yeager 2007. According to Mary Kaldor 2003, 92, in some cases the TNGOs have even become substitutes for the state and reduce rather than enhance the power of citizens because they can bypass formal mechanisms of democratic accountability. Unlike governmental officials, the representatives of TNGOs are not publicly elected and therefore cannot be voted out of office in cases where their actions are opposed. See Opposing Opinions 22.1. Confronted with such criticism, in recent years growing numbers of organizations have begun to issue accountability reports about how they spend their funds or to appoint independent experts to evaluate their operations. This also accords with rising government expectations that TNGOs involved in the delivery of services must provide proof of their efficiency and effectiveness. Jordan and Van Tweedle 2006, Gugerty and Prakash 2010. 22.2.1.2 TNGOs and TNCs. As in our comparison of TNGOs with states, we can theoretically distinguish TNGOs from TNCs on the basis of their main characteristics. First and foremost, TNGOs do not work for profit. As the case of Amnesty International illustrates, see Figure 22.1, the majority of funding that TNGOs receive is devoted to either programming or advocacy and a small amount to the overall maintenance of the organization. Nevertheless, their relationship with TNCs is also marked by both conflict and collaboration, UZG and DO 2009. On the one hand, TNGOs have moved away from targeting states exclusively and towards exposing and opposing the wrongdoings of corporations, be it the use of palm oil in production or other questionable. Opposing opinions 22.1 TNGOs contribute to more democracy at the international level. 4. TNGOs give voice to the voiceless and powerless who are underrepresented in IGOs. By advocating for victims of human rights violations or for the global commons, TNGOs draw attention to issues and alternative viewpoints that tend to be otherwise disregarded by states. TNGOs contribute to more transparency in international relations. Because they observe international negotiations and closely monitor the actions of states as well as TNCs, TNGOs obtain information that they can make accessible to a wider public which might otherwise be precluded from it, and which they can use to hold governments and corporations accountable to their international commitments. TNGOs introduce ethics into a state-based system. Instead of making claims based on state sovereignty, TNGOs focus on principled beliefs and individual well-being. Rather than material or national interests, they are guided by moral values including voluntarism, solidarity, or nonviolence, which help create a global civil society. Against, TNGOs are increasingly co-opted by governments and corporations. TNGOs are increasingly co-opted by governments and corporations. When assisting states in the delivery of humanitarian or development assistance and cooperating with TNCs, TNGOs are forced to abide by their rules and are less likely to criticize their actions outright. They become fig leaves for governments, IGOs, and TNCs, helping to legitimize their actions and policies. TNGOs cannot be held accountable and are not representative. Unlike democratic governments, which have been elected and can be voted out of office, TNGOs are self-appointed. There are no selection mechanisms in place in IGOs that ensure which organizations will speak on behalf of civil society. This is why representation is skewed towards well-resourced TNGOs from the global north. TNGOs themselves are far from democratically structured. Many TNGOs exhibit centralistic structures, and through their work in IGOs have become estranged from their constituents at the national or local levels. Hence, rather than enhancing citizen power, they reduce it. 1. To what extent may TNGOs be indicative of an emerging global civil society? 2. Evaluate the claim that TNGOs cannot be held accountable. 3. To what extent are claims about the centralistic structures of TNGOs, compatible with the assertion that these organizations guarantee the recognition of alternative viewpoints in IGOs? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Environmental and employment practices. See Case Study 22.1. On the other hand, the engagement with business also increasingly takes the form of cooperation. Together with representatives of TNCs and states, TNGOs participate in so-called multi-stakeholder dialogues, MSDs, aimed at, for example, establishing rules for more sustainable production. TNGOs also engage with these actors in public-private partnerships, PPPs, governance arrangements intended for mutual benefit and to ensure adherence to agreed rules. Examples include the Forest or Maritime Stewardship Councils initiated by TNGOs and which, together with an independent board of experts, monitor the harvesting practices of businesses, Patberg 2005, Ponte 2012. Others include partnerships of the kind that Oxfam maintains with the British department store Marks and Spencer, M&S. The organization encourages people to swap clothes bought previously at M&S by donating them to one of the second-hand shops that it has established throughout Europe, in return for a £5 M&S voucher, Oxfam 2021c. Surveys suggest that because of their potential positive reputational effects, PPPs are increasingly appealing to corporations, especially when they partner with bigger, more well-known TNGOs. See Figure 22.2. CNE Advisory Services 2015-23. MSDs and PPPs have in part contributed to what seems now a rather common practice among TNCs, corporate social responsibility, which is understood as corporate regard for the global climate, human rights, or the well-being of the communities in which they work. Yet, similar to TNGOs' relationships with states, Cooperation with TNCs can be costly in terms of their independence and a potential. Figure 22.2 TNGO and TNC Partnership Source. CNE Advisory Services 2015, 28. Reproduced with permission from CNE Advisory Services. Corporate NGO Partnerships Barometer Consortia-based 2015. Consortia-based partnerships. A new paradigm? Copyright 2015. CNE Advisory Services Limited. Loss of credibility, Bauer and Schmitz 2012. For example, due to its various partnerships with corporations such as Monsanto, Coca-Cola, and Gap, the Worldwide Fund for Nature/World Wildlife Fund, WWF, has been criticized as being too close to business and for helping companies whitewash their images. Huisman 2014. However, the same blurring of lines between nonprofit and for-profit that might result from partnerships between TNGOs and TNCs is also spurred by developments within organizations themselves, culminating in TNGOs becoming more businesslike. One such trend is ongoing professionalization, Martins 2005, Eberwein and Sauruger 2013, characterized by the shift from organizations run by volunteers to increasingly hiring permanent staff with university degrees and specialized expertise, such as lawyers, biologists, or media professionals. Another development is commercialization, defined as the appropriation of practices otherwise used by businesses, such as branding or selling merchandise to generate income. Greenberg, Knight, and Westerson 2011, Joachim and Schneeker 2017. While often attributed to the growing competition for funding among the ever larger number of TNGOs, these activities may provoke a change in identity from a nonprofit organization to a for-profit TNGO. This also applies to TNGOs established by TNCs, Hay et al. 2015, such as the Sustainable Agriculture Initiative, SAI, platform. Founded in 2002 by Nestlé, Unilever, and Danone, the platform aims to support the development and implementation of sustainable agriculture practices through the exchange of knowledge. SAI Platform 2015. 22.2.1.3 TNGOs, transnational social movements, and transnational advocacy networks. Finally, TNGOs are distinct from as well as related to and sometimes part of TSMOs, such as peace or environmental movements, Smith, Chatfield, and Pagnucco 1997. In comparison to these rather informal coalitions of mass publics, individuals and organizations dedicated to social change, Carnes and Minks 2010, 222. TNGOs exhibit a formal structure. They have regularly scheduled meetings, specified decision-making procedures, and a permanent staff, Jacobson 1984. On the other hand, TNGOs are often closely linked with TSMOs. In many cases, they have grown out of and represent the institutionalized forms of social movements. See Case Study 22.2. For example, National Women's. Case Study 22.2 # Black Lives Matter. The rise of a global movement. The ability of issue campaigns to gain traction and become successful depends on several conditions. The Black Lives Matter (BLM) movement denouncing police violence against people of color, in particular, and racism in general, is exemplary in this respect. While having started out in the US, it has mobilized people across the globe, Romo and McLaughlin 2020, Sarek 2021, and is showing signs of more formal organization with the establishment of the Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation, 2021, as well as many issue-related NGOs throughout the world, Millman et al. 2021. First, symbolic events often play a catalyst role in the formation of transnational movements, and did so in the case of BLM. While the violent death of George Floyd at the hands of a police officer on May 25, 2020 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, contributed to the movement's expansion beyond U.S. borders and is therefore sometimes perceived as the starting point of the movement, its origin dates back much further. BLM has its roots in, and continues, the Black liberation struggle for freedom that the Civil Rights Movement and Martin Luther King, Jr. started in the 1950s, Clayton 2018. It was reignited by, and evolved further from, a campaign launched by 3 Black women in response to the acquittal of the man who killed the Black teenager Trayvon Martin in Sanford, Florida in 2013, Clayton 2018. Among them was Patrice Cullors, an artist and activist, who, using the hashtag Black Lives Matter, reposted a Facebook message written by her friend and BLM co-founder Alicia Garza on the night of the verdict. Black people, I love you. I love us. Our lives matter. Day 2015 cited in Clayton 2018. 453. Second, mobilization depends on whether the movement resonates with people's experiential and empirical reality. In a group of African A group of African American people protesting racial injustice and raising their fists, which has become a symbol of the Black Lives Matter movement. Fat Camera/Getty Images. The US and elsewhere, SARIC 2021, the Black Lives Matter frame was embraced, though also adapted and tailored to fit national cultures of protest and domestic debates. Millman et al. 2021. 3. It provided an opportunity to move racism from the margins to the center and for people of color to organize and establish networks. Millman et al. 2021. 14. Furthermore, the frame served to name and shame episodes of countries' colonial pasts or to address racial violence against particular groups, albeit by recoining it as Black human migration lives matter, as for example happened in Europe. Millman et al. 2021. 14, and in the Arab world, Gonzalez 2020, or as Aboriginal Lives Matter, in Australia, Gunia 2020. The same applies to the BLM action frames, which were readily taken up by movements throughout and outside the US, including the 8 minutes, 46 seconds of silence. Referring to the original estimate of the length of time the police officer knelt on Floyd's neck, the widespread wearing of black clothing as an expression of grief, or the staging of protests in front of public statues of controversial colonial figures. Millman et al. 2021. Finally, the speed with which BLM took off and spread globally is indicative of the power of social media, which many NGOs and the movements they support use to scale up their campaigns. Hall, Schmitz, and Dedman 2020. From 2013 onwards, platforms such as Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, and Instagram proved critical to building a network of BLM activists. Munt, Ross, and Burnett 2018. 7. Millman et al. 2021. 16. Developing a collective identity. Munt, Ross, and Burnett 2018. 3. Organizing events, protests, or marches. Munt, Ross, and Burnett 2018. 9. And forging longer-term coalitions with other groups including from the beginning lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer, LGBTQ, as well as women and later immigrants and brown groups. Munt, Ross, and Burnett 2018. 9. The BLM campaign lent itself to internet-based activism because of its focus on police brutality, which, unlike wealth or income inequality, is discrete in its manifestations and above all, visual. Freeland, McElwain, and Clark 2016. 82. Question 1. What are potential disadvantages of using social media for issue-based campaigns? Watch the video on the online resources to see the author discussing the use of social media for issue-based campaigns. Question 2. How might the adaptation of the BLM frame to local contexts in places outside the U.S. impact its effectiveness? Suffrage movements during the 19th century gave rise to the first international women's NGOs, such as the International Alliance of Women, founded in 1904, and the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, created in 1915. Many organizations also join or are the instigators of so-called transnational advocacy networks, TANs. They may be comprised of NGOs exclusively, such as the International Campaign to Ban Landmines or the Coalition for the International Criminal Court, which contributed significantly to the establishment of the court and continues to pressure countries to ratify the founding treaty. Price 1998, Diedelhoff 2009. In addition to amplifying the voices of weaker organizations, TANs of this kind also enable TNGOs to engage in a division of labor, with some focusing more on institutional lobbying and others on protest. Beyond TNGOs, TANs may also attract other actors. In the case of the former apartheid regime in South Africa, TNGOs worked to end apartheid side by side with states and IGOs as well as TNCs. Klotz 1995. Despite their definite advantages, TANs too pose challenges and exemplify problems in the TNGO community more generally. Given the diversity of organizations, participants often disagree over strategy, for example, with the so-called insiders preferring to work through and with state institutions and outsiders favoring to keep their distance, either because of ideological reasons or fears of being co-opted. Moreover, TANs frequently exhibit and reinforce power asymmetries between powerful gatekeeper NGOs, often are source-rich NGOs that tend to congregate in the global north with agenda-setting authority and follower NGOs, mostly from the global south. Bob 2005. This lopsidedness also can create problems of economic dependence that, in turn, create incentives for Southern movements to soften or alter their claims in order to better fit in with the mainstream political agenda of dominant NGOs. Wong 2012, 37, Bob 2005, Carpenter 2011. Perhaps because of the multitude of existing organizations and the ambivalent relationships that TNGOs maintain with other types of actors, it is not surprising that their identity has become the subject of recent debate. In particular, questions have been raised about which and whether TNGOs are working for the good of society or what distinguishes these organizations from other actors. 22.3 The growing importance of TNGOs. 2.3.1 From the margins to the center. The growth of TNGOs has waxed and waned since the first organizations were established, such as the British and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society in 1839. According to Charnovitz, 1997, and others, T. Davies, 2013, the development of TNGOs' international relationships is characterized by several phases, see Table 22.2. Following the establishment of the first TNGOs in the 18th century, emergence and subsequent activism for issues including peace, women's suffrage, and nationality rights, primarily within the framework of the League of Nations, their engagement with international institutions came to an abrupt halt during the Second World War. Disengagement. The establishment of the UN and its recognition of TNGOs reinvigorated their development at the international level. This contributed to enhanced formalization of already existing TNGOs and to the establishment of new ones. Nevertheless, like states, TNGOs were constrained by the ensuing Cold War, marking a period which Charnovitz, 1997, refers to as underachievement. However, this did not mean paralysis. Important humanitarian organizations were founded during that time, including MSF International, which was created in the wake of war and famine in Biafra in 1971, MSF International 2021. On the whole, however, TNGOs only experienced rejuvenation during East-West rapprochement and when arms control and environmental problems began to receive increasing attention. Intensification. From the 1990s to the present is a special period in the history of TNGOs. Not only have they been subject to empowerment in an unprecedented fashion, in particular in international institutions, but also related historical and theoretical developments have played a catalytic role. See Case Study 22.2. 2.3.2 Explanations for TNGO empowerment. The end of the Cold War set in motion and was accompanied by multiple developments that positively affected TNGOs, including a wave of democratization at the national level. Particularly in Eastern Europe but also in Latin America, the retreat of authoritarian regimes opened up spaces for the formation of civil society organizations, highlighting the link between TNGOs and TSMOs. The members of these newly established organizations had often already been citizen activists in opposition movements, where they had formed networks across borders, established sister city relationships, and engaged in track 2 diplomacy. As an alternative to the official negotiations of government diplomats, evangelista. Key points. TNGOs are in theory voluntary organizations aspiring to work for the common good. Nevertheless, these organizations vary greatly with respect to their mandates: general versus issue-specific, religious versus secular, their functions, delivery versus advocacy, their size, and the relationships they maintain with other actors. TNGOs differ from states insofar as they are representatives of civil society and do not possess an international legal personality. Their relationships with states range from strict independence to dependence as a result of the funding they receive or the services they perform for governments. Most TNGOs, in contrast to TNCs, are nonprofit. However, TNGOs have recently begun exhibiting trends generally associated with corporations, such as professionalization or commercialization. Apart from opposition, their strategies with respect to TNCs increasingly also include cooperation in the form of participation in MSDs or PPPs. While frequently emerging from and being part of TSMOs, TNGOs have more formal structures compared to these rather amorphous networks. Together with other TNGOs, states, IGOs, or TNCs, they often participate in TANs to amplify their own strength as well as the effects of their campaigns. Table 22.2 Phases of INGO Engagement at the International Level. 1999, 6, Warner and Schumann, 1987. At the international level, a series of UN special conferences, such as the Conference on Environment and Development in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, in 1992, the International Conference on Population and Development in Cairo, Egypt, in 1994, and the World Conference on Women in Beijing, China, in 1995, engendered TNGO growth as well as activism. Organized with the intention of identifying new and pressing issues that needed attention, the conferences provided a formidable platform for these organizations to lobby for their concerns and submit alternative proposals, as well as to establish transnational networks, Clark, Friedman, and Hostetler 1998. To make their presence known and to coordinate their actions, it became, and still is, a common practice to organize parallel TNGO conferences around the same time at a location near intergovernmental meetings. Pianta and Silvo 2003. Joachim 2007-25. These conferences have also benefited from a further impetus for the empowerment of TNGOs. New communication technologies. As the Arab Spring and recent citizen protests attest, the internet and social media have made it easier for tools to study these organizations. The emergence of liberal approaches in the late 1970s and 1980s provided a first opening in this respect. Rather than perceiving states as the exclusive actors at the international level, proponents of the school of thought considered societal groups to contribute to complex interdependencies, to growing and overlapping relationships involving state, as well as non-state actors spanning geographical boundaries, and to transnational relations, Cohane and Nye 1971. Riss 2002. Following a revival of realism and state-centric approaches in the 1980s, the so-called constructivist turn brought transnational relations back in during the early 1990s and directed the focus of scholars embracing this perspective almost inevitably to TNGO's activities, RISCAP in 1995. Assuming that these organizations were actors in their own right and played a catalytic role in the emergence of international norms, scholars began to empirically document and explain their influence in international politics. Parallel to the constructivist turn, the so-called global governance turn in international relations further stimulated research related to TNGOs, since non-state actors in a given IGO constitute either an enabling or a disabling environment for TNGOs. The UN is an example. Because of its universal membership and broad scope, it offers a favored platform for many TNGOs with a variety of focuses. Moreover, from the very beginning, UN members have laid the ground for regularized interactions with TNGOs through formal rules of engagement. To this day, the UN is the only IGO that grants TNGOs consultative status, for which they can apply and which gives them a legitimate place within the political system, Willits 1996, 43. While Article 71 of the UN Charter provides the basis for this arrangement, Resolution 1996-31 of the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, stipulates the eligibility requirements for consultative status, rights and obligations of NGOs in consultative status, procedures for the withdrawal or suspension of consultative status, and the responsibilities of the UN Secretariat in supporting the consultative relationship, UN, ECOSOC ND. To be eligible, an NGO must have been in existence, officially recognized by a government, for at least 2 years, must have an established headquarters, a democratically adopted constitution, authority to speak for its members, a representative structure, appropriate mechanisms of accountability and democratic and transparent. With the exception of the EU, which only recently introduced an NGO registry, there are no comparable frameworks currently in place. While the reasons for this have not yet been explored systematically, these differences do point to why TNGOs have made far less inroads in, for example, financial institutions such as the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund (IMF), and why they have only recently received concessions in terms of transparency, such as information disclosure, from these IGOs, O'Brien et al. 2000, Nelson 2009. Although some conceive of TNGO participation as resembling something close to a norm in the UN, the consultative status that TNGOs enjoy has to be treated with care, Ryman 2006. First, such consultative status has at various times. Box 22.2 UN Granting of NGO Consultative Status. Chapter 10, Article 71 of the UN Charter provides that the Economic and Social Council may make suitable arrangements for consultation with non-governmental organizations which are concerned with matters within its competence. Such arrangements may be made with international organizations and, where appropriate, with national organizations after consultation with the member of the United Nations concerned, United Nations NDA. Holding consultative status from 1,041 in 1997 up to 3,050 in 2007 and the steady growth since then, see Figure 22.3. Moreover, since the 1990s, representatives of TNGOs have been able to move more freely in UN buildings. While previously these actors were limited to visitor balconies, they are now allowed onto the negotiation floors during meetings to which they have access. It has also become a common practice on the part of so-called friendly governments to include them as advisors in their delegations, offering TNGOs a unique opportunity to shape policies directly. Joachim 2007, 26. Third, these rules do not apply equally to all UN bodies, nor do they guarantee access across the policy cycle or for all TNGOs. While their presence in General Assembly sessions has become close to a normalcy and resembles at times something akin to a partnership, Alger 2002, relations with the Security Council are a fairly recent development and are limited to 35 mostly humanitarian and human rights TNGOs, such as Oxfam, Pax Christi International, and CARE International, NGO Working Group on the Security Council 2021. TNGO participation is generally regarded as higher in the agenda-setting phase where problems are identified, but less likely in the decision-making phase where governments tend to close off the rooms. Lastly, not all TNGOs are capable of maintaining a continuous presence at the UN. The majority of organizations are located in North America and Europe, while Asian, Latin American, Caribbean, or African ones still constitute the minority. Figure 22.3 Consultative Status of NGOs across time source. Reproduced with permission from Willits, Peter, 2018. The growth of the number of ECOSOC NGOs. http://www.htm #graph http. Access July 20, 2022. The rules and practices in IGOs may provide opportunities for access, but they do not guarantee influence. Instead, it takes active lobbying by TNGOs to make their voices heard. For this purpose, these organizations have developed a repertoire of strategies over time that they apply either individually or in combination. These include Information Politics, Keck and Sekink 1998, 18-22, through which TNGOs draw attention to and raise awareness about unacceptable environmental, human rights, or social conditions by providing alternative sources of information, Keck and Sekink 1998, 19. These may be testimonies of victims or information that is more technical in nature, such as scientific studies or statistics or both. This strategy is often applied in tandem with Symbolic Politics, Keck and Sekink 1998, 22-3. Here TNGOs make use of events, such as governmental conferences or historical anniversaries, to give weight to their arguments by staging their protests in a theatrical and media-attracting manner. For example, every year the anti-nuclear movement calls for actions to commemorate the catastrophic accidents at the nuclear power plants in Chernobyl, Ukraine, on April 26, 1986, and in Fukushima, Japan, on March 11, 2011. These range from vigils to protests with participants lying frozen on the ground to illustrate the deadly effects of atomic energy. Most organizations could not engage in such activities without their dedicated supporters and their often charismatic, visionary leaders. Because the latter are quite well connected individuals, the relationships they maintain with often more powerful international actors, including states, IGOs, or TNCs, are an important asset when TNGOs engage in leverage politics. Keck and Sekink 1998, 23-4. In this case, they benefit from the material resources of their allies who can use economic or military aid as bargaining chips to pressure states, for example to stop human rights violations and to pursue a course of democratization, as has happened in Chile and Argentina, RIS, ROP, and Sekink 1999. In addition, TNGOs may also profit from the offices their allies hold, such as that of the UN's Secretary General or the reputations of celebrities who support their cause. Or rather than using material leverage, TNGOs can bring their moral authority to bear by naming and shaming states or TNCs for their wrongdoings. This strategy is closely related to accountability politics, whereby NGOs ensure that governments hold true to their international commitments through close monitoring and reporting of their actions. Keck and Sekink 1998, 24-5. Neither of these strategies guarantees success, and there are sovereign limits to TNGO's influence, as found by a study of UN Specialized Conferences Clark, Friedman, and Hostetler 1998. After all, states can ultimately still close the doors and resist their pressure. There are different reasons why organizations may not achieve what they set out to do, some of which may relate to their targets and some to the issue or to the organization itself. With respect to the former, some states or TNCs might simply not be sufficiently susceptible to the words and deeds of TNGOs, either because they can draw on alternative resources in the case of material leverage, or because they can deflect responsibility in the case of moral leverage. Keck and Sekink 1998, 28-9. As far as the organizations or the issues they address are concerned, TNGOs may be divided over questions related to strategy or may address problems that are too complex and ill-suited for campaigns. According to Keck and Sekink, it is far easier for TNGOs to mobilize people around issues involving, first, bodily harm to vulnerable individuals and where the responsible parties can be clearly identified. Keck and Sekink 1998, 27, and, second, legal equality of opportunity, as was the case with slavery or women's suffrage. Keck and Sekink 1998, 28. Moreover, successes are accomplished at a price. They force NGOs to develop a take-home message. M. Hoffman 2009, 36, which often reflects the demands of a few organizations but excludes the diverse views within a given community. Danny 2014. 419. The campaign regarding women's reproductive rights and health speaks to this point. While the issue was accepted by UN member states as being of great concern, many women's NGOs from the Global South were greatly frustrated by the campaign's outcome. In their eyes, official documents privilege the rights, perspective, and viewpoints of Northern women and marginalized Southern women's concerns related to development. Joachim 2007, 159. Ultimately, successes hide the fierce struggles associated with accomplishing them. Despite its promise, today's global civil society is for many a Darwinian arena in which the successful prosper but the weak wither. At any one time, there is room for only a few challengers on any issue. Bob 2005, 8. 22.4 Conclusion. TNGOs are actors that must be reckoned with both in global politics and by IR scholars. While TNGOs are commonly defined as voluntary associations with principled beliefs and as representatives of civil society, this chapter has highlighted that the identity of these organizations is not fixed. It is constituted both by the organizations themselves and by the relationships they maintain with other actors, states, IGOs, TNCs, and the social movements and transnational networks in which they frequently take part. Although TNGOs may exhibit unique qualities such as independence or a nonprofit nature, they may over time become more state or businesslike because of the funding they receive and the partnerships they enter into. There is also debate about the accountability of TNGOs and the extent to which they contribute to democracy. See Opposing Opinions 22.1. While this might be somewhat disillusioning, it is not too surprising. TNGOs are constituted by and reproduce to some extent the state-based structures in which they are embedded. Nevertheless, this does not paralyze them. TNGOs have been and continue to be catalysts of normative change at the international level. It is questionable whether international relations would have moved in the direction of increased legalization without their entrepreneurial work. Although their activities were for a long time underappreciated by IR scholars, their exponential growth and accomplishments since the end of the Cold War have propelled TNGOs from the margins towards the center of the discipline. Constructivist as well as global governance approaches have contributed to what can now be regarded as a burgeoning literature about TNGOs, given their respective interests in ideas and norms as opposed to material resources, and their concern with the role private actors play in the regulation of transboundary problems. Thanks to numerous case studies in policy fields ranging from human rights to security, today we have a solid understanding about how these organizations compare to and relate to other international actors, and how and to what extent they can exert influence. While there are limits to what TNGOs can do and it remains a topic of debate whether their presence is democracy-enhancing, it is safe to say that they have pushed the boundaries of the global agenda in many areas. Based on their own expertise and by at times enlisting support from more well-resourced actors, they have contributed to greater awareness about existing problems and changed our understanding of what seems feasible to address them. Key points. The growth of TNGOs has been encouraged by related international occurrences, including globalization, the end of the Cold War, a wave of democratization at the national level, a series of UN special conferences at the outset of the 1990s, and advances in communication technologies. While the study of TNGOs and IR has been hampered by realism, whose proponents perceive non-state actors and their actions as inconsequential, the growing influence of liberal approaches followed by the constructivist and governance turns have all contributed to heightened interest in these organizations. Depending on their rules and practices, IOs provide more or less favorable opportunity structures through which TNGOs may gain access to policy-making processes. However, access is far from even. It differs across IGOs, policy fields, the policy cycle, and across TNGOs, and does not guarantee influence. TNGOs possess issue-specific expertise and moral authority through which they can engage in information and symbolic politics. They also exert material as well as moral leverage in efforts to hold states or TNCs accountable. Questions. 1. What distinguishes TNGOs theoretically from other international actors? 2. What explains the exponential growth of TNGOs over the past 2 decades? 3. What contributes to the blurring of lines among TNGOs, states, and TNCs? 4. What consequences, both positive and negative, might follow from TNGOs' cooperation with states or with TNCs? 5. How may the increasing number of TNGOs affect their work as well as their relations with others? 6. What are the necessary institutional prerequisites for TNGOs to potentially exert influence in IGOs? 7. What are TNGOs' likely strategies and what might determine how and when they are used? 8. What factors might contribute to the unequal representation of northern and southern-based NGOs in IGOs? 9. Why do issues involving bodily harm or questions of equality lend themselves more to TNGO campaigns compared to other concerns? 10. To what extent is TNGO involvement in international politics desirable? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Davies, T. 2013, NGOs, A New History of Transnational Civil Society, London, C. Hurst & Co. places NGOs' transnational activism in historical perspective, tracing it from the French Revolution to the present. Rather than being limited to particular issue areas, it highlights the substantive breadth and regional diversity of NGOs. Demars, W. and Digxel, D. eds. 2015, The NGO Challenge for International Relations Theory, London and New York, Routledge. The contributors to this volume address questions about the accountability and history of NGOs from different theoretical angles. Hillhorst, D. 2003, The Real World of NGOs, Discourses, Diversity and Development, London, Zed Books. A theoretically informed account of the inner workings of TNGOs and their different, often fragmented, faces. Mitchell, G. E. Schmitz, H. P. and Van Wijfeken, T. B. 2020, Between Power and Irrelevance, The Future of Transnational NGOs, Oxford University Press. Offers insights into how NGOs cope with increased demands for accountability, competition, and advocacy with their limited resources. Stroop, S. 2019, Routledge Handbook of NGOs and International Relations, London and New York, Routledge. Together, the chapters of this edited volume provide a comprehensive overview of the state of the art of NGO research. Tallberg, J., Sommerer, T. Squatrito, T. and Johnson, C. 2013, The Opening Up of International Organizations, Transnational Access in Global Governance, Cambridge University Press. A systematic comparison of how and why IDOs grant access to transnational actors such as NGOs. Willits, P. 2010, Non-Governmental Organizations in World Politics, London and New York, Routledge. An accessible textbook that examines the role of TNGOs in international policymaking and global governance. Wong, W. 2012, Internal Affairs, How the Structure of NGOs Transforms Human Rights, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press. With a focus on human rights and the organizational structure, the author offers answers as to why NGOs and the issues they promote are not equally influential. Websites. The official UN ECOSOC site on the consultative status of NGOs in the UN. The official site of the NGOs in consultative status with the UN. Contains critical analysis and reports about NGO accountability. The World Association of NGOs offers a worldwide NGO directory. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. Can we identify similarities in the processes of regional cooperation and integration across all continents? What have been the driving forces in the establishment of various forms of regional cooperation? To what extent does cooperation at the regional level change the nature of international politics? Chapter 23. Regionalism in International Affairs. Edward Best, Thomas Christensen. Reader's Guide. This chapter provides an overview of the various regional arrangements that have emerged around the globe. It begins by clarifying the key concepts and definitions associated with this phenomenon. It then outlines the main driving forces for the rise of regionalism in recent decades and examines relevant developments in the Americas, Africa, Asia, and Europe. It highlights both the similarities and the differences among the regional arrangements, drawing attention to the unique circumstances that shaped the emergence of the European Union. The chapter charts the global trend towards the establishment of regional mechanisms of cooperation and integration since 1945 while also highlighting the challenges facing such developments. It demonstrates that the significance of these mechanisms can be explained by specific intra-regional dynamics and institutional choices as much as by the nature of their interaction with international organizations, global powers, and other aspects of world politics. Box 23.1 Around the World in Regional Organizations 2021, an illustrative and non-exhaustive list. 23.1 Introduction. Regionalism has become a pervasive feature of international affairs. According to the World Trade Organization, WTO, 354 regional trade agreements were in force as of March 1, 2022, WTO 2022. Regional peacekeeping forces have become active in multiple parts of the world. In the last several decades, regionalism has become one of the forces challenging the traditional centrality of states in international relations. The word region and its derivatives denote one distinguishable part of some larger geographical area. Yet these terms are used in different ways. On the one hand, regions are territories within a state, occasionally crossing state borders. On the other, regions are particular areas of the world comprising a number of different sovereign states. The issues that both usages raise for international relations have some elements in common. However, this chapter looks only at regionalism in the international context, the range of special relationships among neighboring countries that represent more than normal diplomatic relations. but in which the component parts retain legal personality under international law, see Box 23.1. Section 23.2 presents some basic concepts, dimensions, and debates. Section 23.3 then places regional cooperation in a global context and reviews selected developments in the Americas, Africa, and Asia. Finally, Section 23.4 looks at the European Union, EU, where integration has, so far uniquely, gone beyond a regional organization to produce a new form of regional governance. 23.2 Regional cooperation and regional integration. Regionalism's various dimensions necessitate a clarification of terms. The term regionalization is often used to refer to the growth of societal integration within a region and the often undirected processes of social and economic interaction, Hurrell 1995-39. Such processes produce interdependence and may also constitute deepening perceptions of common interests and identity, including self-awareness as a region. Yet the very nature and membership of regions may be contested and different forms of interaction exist among the various dimensions and dynamics of regionalism. Regional agreements cover different mixtures of economic, social, political, and security concerns. Moreover, there are different forms of interaction between regionalization and the various ways in which states may promote regional cohesion. In some cases, state-led actions have been responsible for an increase in real interaction. In others, the development of ties has been more one of market-led integration. A distinction is often made between cooperation and integration when considering the different kinds of arrangements that may be agreed among countries. Regional cooperation has various forms. Functional cooperation refers to limited arrangements that are agreed among states in order to work together in a particular area, for example in transport, energy, or health. Economic cooperation refers to agreements that foresee some degree of commercial preferentialism but with no harmonization of domestic rules nor any obligation for common action in international affairs. Political cooperation entails mutual support and commitment regarding the implementation of certain values and practices within the countries involved. Cooperation in foreign and security policy means that governments systematically inform and consult each other, try to adopt common positions in international organizations, and may even implement joint actions elsewhere. There are no necessary connections among these different areas of cooperation. And none of this has any consequence for the international status of participating countries beyond their normal obligations under international law. Formal regional integration refers to processes by which states go beyond the removal of obstacles to interaction among their countries to create a regional space subject to some distinct common rules. With regard to economic integration, several degrees of ambition are usually distinguished: free trade area, customs union, common market, and economic and monetary union. From a customs union up, in addition to removing barriers to trade among themselves, the countries must not only adopt some measures of positive integration, i.e. harmonization of rules, but must also act with a single voice internationally, at the very least in tariff policy. Such processes may result in a new level of governance above the nation-states, although this does not mean the creation of a new superstate. While the distinction between cooperation and integration does involve some clear and fundamental choices, it should be treated with caution. Cooperation and integration are not mutually exclusive general approaches for regional governance, but rather options that may be pursued for different sectors and dimensions of regional relations. All regional systems, including the EU today, contain a mixture of both cooperation and integration. The formal institutional arrangements of a regional system are not necessarily a measure of the real depth or dynamics of a regional integration process. If regional goals are complex and long-term, e.g. to create a full common market, states may set up commitment institutions to increase the prospects of effective compliance over time, Matley 1999. States thus accept some pooling of sovereignty, i.e. the renunciation of autonomous action and/or the veto, delegation of powers to supranational bodies and/or legalization, Moravcsik 1998, Abbott et al. 2000. This may result in a multilevel system of governance in which the regional union replaces nation-states in some functions and a regional polity starts to emerge, albeit unevenly and subject to contestation. This has been the case in post-war Europe due to a unique combination of factors. Europe has historically been characterized by a particularly high degree of both conflict and cooperation among polities in a densely populated continent. Revulsion at the appalling consequences of national rivalries could still be accompanied by a sense of underlying shared heritage, as well as by strong economic interdependence and social interactions. Nationalist sentiment fell to a historic low after the Second World War. While superpower interventions in 1956 in Hungary and in the Suez Crisis made evident the limits to the international influence of even the largest European countries. All this made integration not only more urgent than in other regions, to prevent further internecine conflicts, but also more easily rooted in concrete achievements. Moreover, the communist bloc continued to provide the sense of common external threat that has historically shaped European identity, while a shared strong social norm of obeying the law could be extended to European community rules. The early consolidation of a hard core of supranational law made it easier for European regionalism to survive later crises, and to respond to new realities through more flexible forms of regional cooperation without fatally weakening the heart of the integration process. The institutional structure of the European community has often been imitated in other circumstances that do not favor sustainable deepening of integration. In some cases, formally supranational bodies exist with little real connection to national or transnational life. Conversely, strong formal commitments may not be required to achieve important results in particular fields, under certain conditions. For example, the Nordic countries established both a passport union and a common labor market in the 1950s without any supranational arrangements. Best 2006. Why do states decide to pursue regional integration, and what dynamics might explain the evolution of regional arrangements? A first theme historically has been the management of independence, the need for newly independent states to settle down in their relations, 1. among themselves, 2. with the former colonial power, and 3. with other, often rival powers. This may be summarized as the process of consolidating international identity and actorness. How do particular sets of societies want to participate in international affairs? Federal union has been the result in some cases. In others, regional organizations of one sort or another have been an important instrument for managing this often conflictual process. See Box 23.2 and Opposing Opinions 23.1. A second set of issues may be grouped as the management of interdependence. This partly refers to economic and social interaction, whether the adoption of state-led integration schemes intended to increase such interaction, or of measures to ensure stability where there is market-led integration, but also to issues of peace and security. Regional organizations can foster security communities, transnational communities in which peoples have dependable expectations of peaceful change, by promoting cooperation, establishing norms of behavior, and serving as sites of socialization and learning. Adler and Barnett 1998. A third theme may be summed up as the management of internationalization, the interrelationship between regional arrangements and the rest of the world. The debate about the implications of regionalism for multilateral processes of liberalization was termed the building blocks or stumbling blocks question by Bugvuddy, 1991. Proponents of regionalism as building blocks argue that 1. such arrangements promote internal and international dynamics that enhance the prospects for multilateralism. 2. regionalism can have important demonstration effects in accustoming actors to the effects of liberalization. 3. increased numbers of regional arrangements can help erode opposition to multilateral liberalization because sectoral vested interests will enjoy less and less protection with each new preferential arrangement. 4. regional agreements are often more to do with strategic or political alliances than trade liberalization. And 5. regionalism has more positive than negative political effects. Opponents of regionalism are concerned that 1. the net result of preferential regional agreements may be trade diversion. 2. there may be attention diversion, with participating countries losing interest in the multilateral system or simply an absorption of available negotiating resources. 3. competing arrangements may lock in incompatible regulatory structures and standards. 4. the creation of multiple legal frameworks and dispute settlement mechanisms may weaken discipline and efficiency. And 5. regionalism may contribute to international. Box 23.2 Dynamics of regionalism. Frictions among competing blocs. Bergston 1997. World Bank 2005. This final concern overlaps with a fourth, more geopolitical, dimension of regionalism that has been resurgent in recent years. Major powers' promotion of regional frameworks to pursue spheres of interest or influence. The prolonged stalemate in the Doha round of multilateral trade negotiations has not only seen continued growth in the number of regional free trade agreements, FTAs, it has also been accompanied by a new trend towards mega FTAs that cut across geographical regions. Some see this as offering a new pattern of plurilateral governance of world trade that may still contribute to multilateralization. At the same time, these new frameworks may also be seen as a new form of organizing rivalries among global powers. Opposing Opinions 23.1 Regional cooperation strengthens the state. 4. States set up regional organizations to pursue their national interests. Most regional organizations operate on the basis of unanimity. meaning that key decisions require the approval of all member states. Therefore, by definition, whatever a regional organization does reflects the will of all its member states. Day-to-day running of the organization may be delegated to agencies, and routine decisions taken by some form of majority vote, but constitutional-level decisions require all states to agree, even in advanced institutions such as the EU. Regional cooperation arrangements aid small states and vice versa. Regional organizations serve the interests of small states in particular, because they provide a greater degree of stability and security, compared to a web of bilateral relations in which differences in state size and power are more pronounced. Both the EU and ASEAN also demonstrate that regional cooperation is most effective if a number of smaller and medium-sized states also play a role in the cooperative arrangement. States can better regulate their economies and societies through regional cooperation. On their own, states are increasingly vulnerable to the vagaries of international trade and globalized markets. Regional cooperation provides a mechanism for states to regain an element of control over markets, allowing them to regulate cross-border trade and investments more effectively. Against, regional institutions develop autonomous powers that states find difficult to control. Advanced forms of regional cooperation involve the creation of regional institutions and the delegation of powers to them. Member states may set up such institutions in order to achieve more effective cooperation, limiting the power of these institutions through various oversight mechanisms. However, over time regional institutions have the capacity to develop expertise, legitimacy, and eventually a degree of actorness that makes them independent actors vis-a-vis state governments. Regional cooperation deepens the web of international norms that constrain states. By cooperating within regional frameworks, states facilitate a normative process that adds another layer of rules and norms limiting their power. These may be informal rules, ways of doing things that governments have to abide by in order to achieve their aims, or formal rules and even binding laws, as in the EU, which require state compliance and are enforced through regional courts. Regional cooperation enables international cooperation among civil society actors, limiting states' special status as diplomatic actors. Even though most regional organizations are initially intergovernmental creations, other forms of cooperation often develop around that of governments. Among parliaments, business associations, trade unions, NGOs, and social movements. Such civil society cooperation provides the foundation for the creation of transnational alliances, networks, and communities that challenge states' traditional monopoly over external representation. 1. To what extent do regional organizations strengthen or weaken the capacity of states to achieve their goals in global politics? What does regionalism mean for national sovereignty? 3. Can states' participation in regional organizations have negative as well as positive consequences for democratic governance in the countries concerned? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help. Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. 23.3 Regional Cooperation in a Global Context. 23.3.1 Regionalism in the Americas. The American continent has been characterized by multiple and often competing levels of regionalism. Latin American regionalism has developed against the background of the conflictual consolidation of current states in which national sovereignty became a dominant feature of actorhood and a love-hate relationship with the U.S. There has been partial acceptance of a continental identity as America, but also a widespread perception of an identity as Latin America, often in opposition to the U.S. Hemispheric regionalism began with the first Pan-American Conference in Washington in 1889–90. 9 such conferences took place and, after decades of U.S. interventionism, produced several agreements on peace and security in the 1930s and 1940s. The Pan-American Union became the Organization of American States, OAS, in 1948. An inter-American system grew up, including the Inter-American Development Bank and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. During the Cold War, however, much of the Americas viewed this system with suspicion as an instrument of U.S. foreign policy. The U.S. policy on regional agreements changed in the mid-1980s. The U.S. began in 1986 to negotiate a free trade agreement with Canada. Negotiations then began between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, leading to the establishment in 1994 of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. NAFTA was broader in scope than most regional free trade agreements. The treaty covered agriculture and was accompanied by supplementary agreements on labor and the environment, although it contained no supranational elements. In October 2018, as U.S. policy changed dramatically under Donald Trump, a new United States, Mexico, Canada agreement, USMCA, was signed to replace NAFTA, entering into force in July 2020. A first Summit of the Americas was held in Miami in 1994 with the aim of achieving a free trade area of the Americas, FTA, as well as deepening cooperation on drugs, corruption, terrorism, hemispheric security, sustainable development, and the environment. By the Fourth Summit of the Americas in Argentina in 2005, however, the political context of inter-Americanism had significantly changed. Latin American regionalism in the post-war decades was shaped by the model of state-led, import substituting industrialization. To overcome dependence on exports of primary commodities, many governments in the region believed that a combination of industrial protection and planning would make it possible to reduce manufactured imports. Regional integration was a response to the limitations of this approach at the national level. The first wave of such regional integration produced the Central American Common Market, CACM, 1960, the Latin American Free Trade Association, LAFTA, 1961, and the Andean Pact, 1969, all of which had limited success. A second wave of new regionalism began in the 1980s and took off in the 1990s. The Central American Integration System, SICA, was created in 1991. The same year, the Common Market of the South, Mercosur, was created by Argentina and Brazil, together with Paraguay and Uruguay, see Case Study 23.1. In 1990, the Andean presidents also relaunched their integration process. The group was renamed the Andean Community of Nations CAN in 1997 with the aim of consolidating a common market by 2005. The new forms of integration in the Americas were seen as part of broad-based structural reforms aimed at key points. Regional cooperation is not an isolated but rather a global phenomenon, though with a high degree of diversity regarding the drivers, modes, and outcomes of such cooperation. Regionalism has various dimensions: economic, social, political, and security, and takes different forms across the world. Some regional integration processes are more state-led, while others are more market-led. There is a basic difference between cooperation arrangements and integration processes, but both approaches may coexist within a regional system. Case Study 23.1 Mercosur, Great Potential, Unfulfilled Ambition. An economic and social consultative forum and, since 2006, a Mercosur parliament as well as a multiplicity of other bodies. Throughout the 1990s, Mercosur seemed to be on track to fulfill the considerable expectations created. Liberalization did have a notable impact. Trade among the countries grew rapidly, with intraregional exports rising from 11.1% of the total in 1991 to a peak of 25% in 1998. Steps were taken concerning democracy and security, including a 1998 protocol on was weakened by the blow to Venezuelan influence resulting from the drop in global oil prices and then by the economic, political, and migration crisis that engulfed the country. UNASUR fell apart in 2018. As conservative governments took over in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Colombia, an alternative forum for the progress and integration of South America, PROSUR, was created in 2019 to replace UNASUR. It had limited practical results, however, and was equally vulnerable to disruption by electoral shifts in view of its clear ideological tilt, Merck, Stunkel, and Feldman 2021. Across Latin America, regional organizations have been weakened by ideological divergence and antagonism among leaders. Yet many forms of regional cooperation continue to function on the ground and could offer opportunities to build new and more solid forms of regional governance in the future. Nolte 2021. 3.3.2 Regionalism in Africa. Contemporary regionalism in Africa emerged with the politics of anti-colonialism, but often on the basis of pre-existing colonial arrangements. French West Africa was a federation between 1904 and 1958, and a common currency known as the CFA franc was created in 1945. After several organizational transformations, Benin, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Niger, Senegal, and Togo have become members of the present West African Economic and Monetary Union, WEMU. In Central Africa, a monetary union guaranteed by France and a formal customs union were created in 1964. These were transformed into the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa, CEMAC, which took over fully in 1999. This is a monetary union using the CFA franc, now pegged to the euro, with a common monetary policy. The Southern African Customs Union, SACU, was originally created in 1910. An agreement was signed in 1969 with the independent countries of Botswana, Lesotho, Swaziland, and South Africa, with Namibia joining in 1990. This has included a common external tariff and a revenue-sharing mechanism, as well as a common monetary area except for Botswana, with currencies pegged to the South African rand. A new treaty came into force in 2004. Colonial Kenya and Uganda formed a customs union in 1917, which Tanzania, then Tanganyika, joined in 1927. After independence, cooperation continued under the East African Common Services Organization. An East African community was created in 1967, but it collapsed in 1977 as a result of political differences. Following efforts at reintegration in the 1990s, the present East African Community, EAC, was established in 2000. A customs union formally came into effect in 2005, and a common market protocol came into force in 2010. In the 1970s and 1980s, a variety of other regional organizations emerged, often cutting across the previous arrangements. With Nigerian leadership, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, was created in 1975 between the Francophone countries that are also members of WEMU and the Anglophone countries of West Africa. A preferential trade area cutting across Eastern and Southern Africa was created in 1981. This was succeeded in 1994 by the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, which in 2015 had 19 member states stretching from Libya to Madagascar. In 1983, the French Central African countries, together with the members of the Economic Community of the Great Lakes countries created in 1976, as well as São Tomé and Príncipe, established the Economic Community of Central African States, ECAS. Finally, straddling the continent from Senegal to Eritrea is the Community of Saharan States, CN, SAD, established in 1998. Some regional organizations in Africa had particular political aspects to their founding. For example, the aim of the Frontline States, a group of southern African states that opposed South Africa's apartheid regime, to reduce dependence on apartheid South Africa, prompted the creation in 1980 of the Southern African Development Coordination Conference, SADCC. This was transformed into the Southern African Development Community, SADC, in 1992, of which post-apartheid South Africa became a member. Other regional organizations were founded with a particular special mandate that was later extended. For instance, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGED, in East Africa was founded in 1986 to deal with drought and desertification. But in 1996 it was given a broader mandate covering conflict prevention and management. Subregional cultural identity has played a particular role in the development of African regional organizations, for example in the case of the Arab Maghreb Union, AMU, which came into being in 1989. The first stage of Pan-African organization was primarily political in nature. The Organization of African Unity, OAU, created in 1963, was dedicated to ending colonialism and achieving political liberation. The continental agenda has subsequently broadened. The 1991 Treaty of Abuja, which came into force in 1994, established the African Economic Community, AEC. In 2002, the OAU and AEC became the African Union, AU, formerly modeled on the European Union. The 8 regional economic communities RECs, the various organizations mentioned above, are seen as building blocks of the AU and have had some success in functional cooperation. Proposals to reform the AU were adopted in 2017, and an African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, AFCFTA, was signed in March 2018. This began operating on January 1, 2021 among those 34 of the 54 signatory countries that had ratified. It is widely seen as offering a major opportunity to raise incomes and boost growth if accompanied by policy reforms and trade facilitation measures. However, important issues remain to be negotiated, while concerns continue with regard to effective implementation and private sector involvement. Some mechanisms for supranational monitoring have emerged, notably the creation in 2001 of the new Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD, transformed into the African Union Development Agency, AUD-NEPAD. By a decision of 2018, and the African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, intended to promote Africa's self-assessment for good governance. Regional organizations have also become active in CONF-linked management, most notably ECOWAS. The ECOWAS monitoring group ECOMOG intervened in Liberia in 1990 and in Sierra Leone and Guinea-Bissau in the 1990s. ECOWAS deployed missions in Côte d'Ivoire in 2002, Liberia in 2003, and Mali in 2013. In addition, an African Union Peace and Security Council was created in 2003. The AU has since deployed missions in Burundi, Sudan, Somalia, the Comoros, and the Central African Republic. 3.3.3 Regionalism in Asia. Regionalism in Asia has followed quite different patterns, driven by market forces as much as by international security concerns. It has been strongly shaped by relations among major Asian powers as well as by these powers' relations with the United States and Russia. In the south, rivalry between India and Pakistan continues to limit the prospects of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, which also includes Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. The conflict in Afghanistan and the dispute about Kashmir have further complicated regional politics here. In Southeast Asia, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations (ASEAN) has emerged as a key institution facilitating interstate cooperation and trade liberalization. See Case Study 23.2. On the security front, in the context of Vietnam's withdrawal from Cambodia and the end of the Cold War, a succession of proposals culminated in the creation of the ASEAN Regional Forum (ARF). This came into effect in 1994 with the aim of pursuing confidence-building measures, preventive diplomacy, and eventually conflict resolution. In East Asia, China, Japan, and South Korea have developed a limited degree of regional cooperation, setting up the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat in Seoul in 2011. The various initiatives carried out under its auspices are decidedly low politics and frequently overshadowed by territorial disputes, unresolved historical grievances, and different perceptions about North Korea among these three states. While there are obvious limits to formal regional cooperation in Asia beyond the case of ASEAN, there is a high degree of market integration, significant intra-regional trade, the growth of regional supply chains, and generally export-oriented economies. This has led to pressure for the liberalization of tariff and non-tariff barriers and spurred a series of initiatives to agree on region-wide free trade agreements. Thus, the 10 ASEAN states together with Australia, China, Japan, South Korea, and New Zealand signed the Agreement for a Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership (RCEP) that came into force on January 1, 2022. A separate Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership (CPTPP). Case Study 23.2 Regionalism in Southeast Asia, Beyond Intergovernmentalism? Outside Europe, Southeast Asia has been the region that arguably has witnessed the most far-reaching developments in building up cooperative arrangements. ASEAN has a long history going back to the 1960s, but from the mid-1990s there has been a marked push to develop stronger common institutions and agree on more ambitious aims. ASEAN and its member states, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Brunei, Burma/Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, have made significant advances in terms of economic cooperation internally and maintain a central role in the wider region. Among the achievements are the agreement on visa-free travel among the members, the push towards wide-ranging trade liberalization through the ASEAN Economic Community, and the development of an ASEAN identity through symbols such as an anthem, a flag, a motto, and the designation of August 8 as ASEAN Day. At the same time, the commitment to an ASEAN way of dealing with interstate relations and emphasis on consensus and non-interference in one another's domestic affairs, reliance on quiet diplomacy, and the absence of any binding and enforceable decisions also limits the organization's capacity to reach its loftier aspirations. Such limitations become apparent especially in the context of challenges to the established political order, whether through military coups in its member states, as occurred repeatedly in Myanmar and in Thailand, or in the face of crises such as the Rohingya conflict and territorial disputes between the People's Republic of China and several ASEAN member states. In the South China Sea, in those instances in which consensus among ASEAN members has proved to be elusive, the organization has been unable to act decisively. In the early 2020s, the distinctive form of regionalism that ASEAN has established in Southeast Asia was further challenged by the re-emergence of great power rivalry and the manner in which this impacted the region. In their attempt to contain China's rising power, the United States and its allies have sought to construct discourses and alliances around the Indo-Pacific that question ASEAN's long-standing claim to centrality in the region. ASEAN's centrality has traditionally consisted of concentric circles of ASEAN-based cooperative structures, ASEAN cooperating with China, Japan, and South Korea, ASEAN +3, as well as with India, Australia, and New Zealand, ASEAN +6, and eventually the East Asia Summit involving also Russia and the U.S. However, the confrontation between China and the U.S. has given rise to rival initiatives which threaten to sideline ASEAN, on the one hand the China-centered Belt and Road Initiative, and on the other hand U.S. cooperation with India, Australia, and Japan in the context of the so-called Quad, and with Australia as well as the UK through AUKUS. The Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, a far-reaching free trade agreement among 11 states around the Pacific Rim that was eventually concluded without the United States, involved only 4 of the 10 ASEAN members, and thus could also be seen as divisive in terms of economic cooperation in the region. This experience demonstrates that regional cooperation is not immune to the rising tensions of a multipolar world. While more than 50 years of institutionalized cooperation in ASEAN helped to establish a distinctive model of regional cooperation, more recent developments, the rise and growing assertiveness of China, the rivalry with the United States, and the emergence of new alliance structures mean that global rather than regional logics may come to dominate the international politics of Southeast Asia. Question 1. To what extent is the emphasis on consensual decision-making in ASEAN compatible with the achievement of its far-reaching objectives? Question 2. How has the rise of China challenged the aspirations of ASEAN to play a central role in the international relations of Southeast Asia? Chinese State Councilor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi meets with diplomatic envoys of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations ASEAN countries in Beijing. 2021 Xinhua/Shutterstock. Was signed in October 2015 among 12 countries: Brunei, Chile, Singapore, New Zealand, the US, Australia, Peru, Vietnam, Malaysia, Mexico, Canada, and Japan. Although it was originally a key plank of President Barack Obama's pivot to Asia, Japan later led the effort to revise the agreement after the US withdrew from the project. In contrast to RCEP, the CPTPP goes further in seeking to set common standards among its members and does not involve China. Finally, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC, formed in 1989, brings together 21 economies around the Pacific Rim in a fairly informal forum to discuss joint efforts to facilitate trade and reduce bureaucratic burdens for economic operators. While there is a small secretariat in Singapore, there's little institutionalization but rather an emphasis on the principle of open regionalism. APEC does not reflect any distinctive regional identity so much as the desire of the non-Asian states of the region to consolidate links with the open market-oriented economies of East Asia. Higgett, 1995. 377. In sum, regional cooperation has progressed differently in the various parts of the continent, with Southeast Asia constituting the hub for much of the diplomatic effort and cooperation on economic matters dominating the regional agenda. The presence of three major powers in the region, China, India, and Japan, with diverging interests, different political systems, and complicated historical relations, has severely limited the opportunities for continent-wide cooperation and left the initiative for substantive region building to smaller states and middle powers in the region. 3.3.4 Eurasia and the post-Soviet states. A shifting pattern of regional agreements in Eurasia has resulted from the efforts of former Soviet Union republics to settle down in a zone of cooperation and from competition for influence between Russia, China, and the EU, quite apart from the United States. The Commonwealth of Independent States (CS) was created in 1991 among all the former Soviet republics except the three Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and Georgia, which joined in 1993 but withdrew following the 2008 conflict with Russia. A series of economic agreements with different memberships and names resulted in the establishment in 2015 of the Eurasian Economic Union (EU) among Russia, Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan, based on a customs union and aiming at creation of a single market. A collective security treaty was signed in 1992. In 2002 this became the Collective Security Treaty Organization (CSTO), comprising Russia, Belarus, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. The evolution of these regional organizations reflects not only relations between the newly independent states and Russia, the former dominant power, but also relations between Russia and other major powers. To the east, they must be understood against the background of rivalries between Russia and China, as well as partially shared concerns between those two powers as to the role of the U.S. The Shanghai Five mechanism was created by China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan in 1996. This was transformed in 2002 with the participation of Uzbekistan into the Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO). India and Pakistan became full members in 2017, while Iran and Mongolia are observers. In late 2013, China unveiled its Belt and Road Initiative, a massive program of infrastructure investments crossing Asia and reaching into Europe and Africa that would promote China's regional leadership to its west. Discussion of links between this initiative and the EU in the framework of the SCO began in 2014. As tensions rose after 2014 with the US and the EU, President Vladimir Putin intensified his own efforts to strengthen Russia's role to its east. In June 2016, he called for the establishment of a greater Eurasian partnership among the EU, China, India, and other countries. This new Eurasian cooperation led to the signature of a free trade agreement between China and the EU in May 2018 and an intensification of large-scale Sino-Russian military exercises. Over the same period, new alliances were formed to counter Chinese and Russian activity, including reactivation of the Quad, Australia, India, Japan, and the US, and the creation in 2021 of AUKUS, a trilateral security pact between Australia, the UK, and the US. To the west, the evolution of sub-regional agreements has occurred in the context of economic and political competition between Russia and the EU, particularly in the shared neighborhood, that is, the 6 countries which were once part of the former Soviet Union and which now participate in the EU's Eastern Neighborhood Policy instruments: Ukraine, Belarus, Moldova, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Armenia. The Guam Organization for Democracy and Economic Development was set up in 1997 as a forum for cooperation without Russia and was consolidated with a new charter in 2006, bringing together Georgia, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, and Moldova, whereas Belarus and Armenia were participating in deeper cooperation with Russia. Russia became increasingly sensitive to the challenges that seemed to be posed by the NATO enlargements in 1999 and 2004, the latter including 3 former Soviet republics, NATO's intervention in Kosovo in 1999 despite Russian opposition, and the 2004 Orange Revolution in Ukraine. Georgia and Ukraine seemed to seek membership of both the EU and NATO, while the deployment of EU Common Security and Defense Policy (CSDP) missions in Moldova and Georgia reinforced the Russian tendency to conflate NATO and the EU. The EU launched its Eastern Partnership in 2009 with all 6 countries, Ukraine, Belarus, Moldova, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Armenia, in the wake of the Russia-Georgia conflict amid growing Russian criticism. Tensions came to a head in Ukraine in 2013. The EU had offered Ukraine an association agreement, including a deep and comprehensive free trade area, DCFTA. Russia placed high importance on Ukrainian participation in the Eurasian Customs Union, and the two were not compatible. The Ukrainian government had tried to maintain a balancing act between the two sides, also reflecting the cultural and linguistic divisions within Ukraine. Under pressure from both the EU and Russia, in November 2013, Ukraine chose not to sign the agreement with the EU, nor to enter the Eurasian Customs Union. Subsequent events included civil unrest, armed conflict, and Russian annexation of the Crimea, followed by the full Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. 23.4 The process of European integration. In Europe, regionalism after 1945 has taken the form of a gradual process of integration leading to the emergence of the European Union. In what was initially a purely West European creation born of the desire for reconciliation between France and Germany after the Second World War, agreement among the original 6 member states in the 1950s involved conferral of community competence in various areas: the supranational management of coal and steel production, the creation and regulation of an internal market, and common policies in trade, competition, agriculture, and transport. Over time, powers have been extended to include new legislative competences in fields such as environmental policy, justice, and internal security. Since the 1992 Treaty on European Union, the Maastricht Treaty, in force from 1993, the integration process has also involved new common policies, notably monetary union, as well as other forms of cooperation such as non-binding coordination in economic and employment policy and more intergovernmental cooperation in foreign and security policy. From very limited beginnings in terms of both membership and scope, the EU has therefore gradually developed to become an important political and economic actor whose presence has had a significant impact, both internationally and domestically. This process of European integration involves developments at multiple levels. The first, quasi-constitutional level, is the agreement on the underlying foundations of European integration through the signing and occasional revision of the basic treaties. These are the result of intergovernmental conferences, IGCs, where representatives of national governments negotiate the legal framework within which the EU institutions operate. Such treaty changes require ratification in each. Key points. Regionalism in the Americas has developed at multiple levels, with some tension between intra-Americanism and Latin American integration reflecting mixed attitudes towards the role of the United States. An African Union has been established based on 8 regional economic communities that have achieved significant results in functional cooperation, but deep integration remains elusive. Asian regionalism has been shaped by security concerns as well as market forces, but it has also been limited by rivalries between Asian powers. It is now being cut across by transcontinental agreements, but these have been weakened by the withdrawal of the US from the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The dissolution of the Soviet Union led to new regional arrangements in Eurasia as post-Soviet states evolved in zones of competing influence between Russia and the EU or between Russia and China. Eurasian cooperation, including China, became stronger in the context of tensions with the US under President Trump. member state and can be seen as the grand bargains in the evolution of the EU. Within this framework, EU institutions, see Table 23. Within this framework, EU institutions, see Table 23.1, have been given considerable powers to adopt decisions and manage policies, although the dynamics of decision-making differ significantly across various issue areas. Important differences exist between the more integrated aspects of economic regulation and the more intergovernmental areas such as foreign and defense policy and internal security cooperation. In some cases, depending on the decision-making procedure laid out in the treaty, a country may have to accept potentially being overruled by majority decisions taken among the member states in agreement with the European Parliament. In other areas, unanimity is required, giving each state the power to block decisions. Recognizing the role played both by member states and by supranational institutions is essential to understanding the nature of European integration. Furthermore, it should be noted that member states are not just represented by national governments, since a host of state, non-state, and transnational actors also participate in the processes of domestic preference formation or direct representation of interests in Brussels. The relative openness of the European policy process means that political groups or economic interests will try to influence EU decision-making if they feel that their position is not sufficiently represented by national governments. This is one reason why the EU, initially an intergovernmental agreement among states, is increasingly seen as a system of multilevel governance involving a plurality of actors on different territorial levels, supranational, national, and sub-state. The prospect of an ever wider European Union has raised serious questions about the nature and direction of the integration process. The 2004/2007 enlargements, bringing in 12 Central, East, and South European countries as new members, have generally been seen as a qualitative leap for the EU, which has been further enhanced by the coming into force of the Lisbon Treaty in 2009. Despite these far-reaching reforms, the EU has subsequently confronted a series of crises that have challenged Table 23.1 institutions of the EU. Its institutional framework and raised questions about the political will of governments and populations to support deeper integration. In particular, 6 challenges are worth noting. First, the Eurozone group of countries that have adopted the euro as a single currency, a subset of 19 EU member states as of 2022, has been suffering since 2009 with the calamitous prospect of sovereign debt default of several of its members. This Eurozone crisis led to protracted negotiations about the need for bailouts and the corresponding imposition of structural reforms that pitched donor states and program countries against one another. It also gave rise to more fundamental debates about the implications of stability and austerity-oriented economic policies that had a lasting impact on the politics of the EU and many of its member states. A second crisis confronting the EU has been the refugee and migration crisis that began in 2015. Hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing civil war in Syria and Afghanistan have headed through Turkey and the Balkans for the safety of Western Europe. Additional migrants have come to the EU from Africa via hazardous and often deadly attempts to cross the Mediterranean Sea. The response has been the reintroduction of national border controls and the temporary suspension of key parts of the European asylum regime, raising serious questions about the future of open borders and free movement inside the Schengen area comprising the majority of EU member states. Third, the United Kingdom negotiated its withdrawal from the EU following the 2016 referendum, resulting in a majority vote in favor of leaving. For an organization that had gone through several rounds of enlargement but never witnessed the withdrawal of a member state, this development not only came as a shock but also had wide-ranging political and economic implications. Fourth, the EU has also had to deal with a growing threat to liberal values that are, for some, at the heart of the European project. Governments in Hungary and Poland have pursued a kind of populist politics that imply an assault on civil rights, media freedom, and the independence of the judiciary in the name of advancing a liberal democracy. While EU institutions have responded to these developments both politically and judicially, a decisive response has been hampered by the need for unanimity in the Council, in which these very governments are also represented. Fifth, from March 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic imposed particular strains on the European Union beyond the humanitarian, economic, and societal impact it had elsewhere. As with previous crises, the severity of the risks associated with the virus provoked initial reactions by societies and governments that prioritized the national over the European, leading to unilateral travel bans, border closures, and other actions that threaten the integrity of the single market, mobility within the Schengen area, and the ability of EU institutions to coordinate the response. However, following the initial shock, it quickly became accepted that the crisis required a common response and the commitment of additional tools and resources at the European level. See Box 23.3. Sixth, the conflict in Ukraine has had serious and far-reaching repercussions for the EU. Russia's illegal. The EU's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, a critical juncture for deeper integration? The COVID-19 pandemic created particular challenges for the European Union's system of governance. The initial reaction in many member states to impose travel bans and border closures threatened free mobility in the Schengen area and posed risks for the integrity of the EU's single market. Uncoordinated responses to the crisis by individual member states also raised the prospect of potentially incompatible control mechanisms, while the scarcity of medical equipment, treatments, and vaccines brought the risk of competition to obtain these supplies. The EU's response was also hampered by its limited formal competences in health policy. However, once the scale of the crisis became evident, the EU adopted a range of measures. These included a centralized approach to the procurement of medical supplies and equipment, and in particular the advance purchase by the European Commission of a large number of vaccines. The Commission also led the effort to develop interoperable software applications for contract tracing and certification of vaccination and test results. EU agencies, notably the European Medicines Agency and the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, played a crucial role. Yet the most far-reaching decision was arguably the agreement on a recovery program, Next Generation EU, that would not only be of unprecedented size, but be financed through bonds issued by the Commission. Such debt financing is not permitted within the EU's regular budget, and influential member states, not least Germany, had previously opposed such an approach. It is possible to argue that the crisis has thus spurred the EU into action, significantly strengthening its institutions and launching a novel way of obtaining funds. Major challenges remain, but by late 2021 the EU seemed not only to have responded rather effectively to the particular threats arising from the pandemic, but also to have used this opportunity to strengthen the Union's common institutions through a health union that will give the EU expanded powers in dealing with future pandemic risks. Annexation of the Crimea in 2014 and its tacit support for separatist groups attacking the integrity of the state in eastern Ukraine led the EU to impose limited, targeted sanctions on a small number of Russian decision-makers. At the same time, there was still an expectation that the EU could play a mediating role, and both German and French leaders, together with the EU's High Representative, were involved in the negotiation of successive agreements in Minsk intended to settle the conflict peacefully. The full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, constituting an unprovoked attack on a sovereign European state and involving indiscriminate shelling of civilian targets, large-scale atrocities, and other war crimes, changed the European security architecture practically overnight. The EU's response, closely coordinated with the United States and other NATO allies, consisted of the imposition of unprecedented economic sanctions on Russia, the coordination and financing of lethal aid being provided to Ukraine, and the provision of significant humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian population, including the acceptance of millions of refugees fleeing Ukraine to the west. Russia's aggression against Ukraine mattered to the European Union, not only because it occurred right on its eastern border, but also because one of the triggers of the conflict had been the historic choice made by the Ukrainian people in 2014 to oust their autocratic government when it cancelled negotiations on an association agreement with the EU. The Euromaidan protests occurring that year in Kiev constituted a clear choice by the Ukrainian population towards a Western orientation that subsequently witnessed the transition to liberal democracy and closer ties with the EU, including the eventual ratification of the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement. In other words, the Russian aggression against Ukraine was also an attack on a neighboring country's choice to collaborate deeply with the EU, a choice further underpinned by the formal submission of an accession application in the initial phase of the war, as well as to seek the security guarantees provided by membership of NATO. If one aim of the Putin regime had been to prevent a stronger NATO presence on its borders, as the alliance refused to rule out eventual Ukrainian membership in the months before the invasion, the result promised to be the opposite. NATO's forward presence was further enhanced in the Baltic states. And Poland, and new battlegroups were based in other EU countries, while two non-NATO member states of the EU-neutral Sweden and non-aligned Finland openly edged towards joining. The EU Strategic Compass for Security and Defence, adopted in March 2022 Council of the European Union 2022, emphasized that the EU is committed to defend the European security order, while the transatlantic relationship and EU-NATO cooperation are key to our overall security. The EU itself was becoming more closely involved in the operations of international security in ways that may mark a turning point in the evolution of its identity and political nature. The confluence of these crises from the mid-2010s onwards constituted a perfect storm which has given rise to the singular concept of an EU polycrisis, Zeitlin, Nicoli, and Laffin 2019, and has led to growing efforts by scholars to study more systematically the impact of crises on the integration process and the EU's response to these, e.g. Brack and Gherkin 2020, Dinnan, Nugent, and Patterson 2017, Rinnard 2019. Beyond that, it also prompted observers to engage in debates about the prospect of regional disintegration in Europe, Weber 2018. These developments have demonstrated clearly the limitations of what had been a largely elite-driven process of institutional integration, signaling the potential for centrifugal forces to undo past advances in integration. However, the EU not only survived these crises intact, but in some ways was actually energized to further expand the scope of common policies, e.g. moves towards the establishment of a banking union, a fiscal surveillance mechanism, a health union, and a European peace facility, and to strengthen EU institutions, e.g. creation of a European border and coast guard, a European defense fund, and expanded powers for the European Medicines Agency and the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control. The EU also demonstrated remarkable unity of purpose in the context of Brexit, in dealing with the threat of a trade war with the United States, and with regard to the conflict in Ukraine. Initially in response to the annexation of Crimea and subsequently in support of Ukraine against Russia's war of aggression launched in February 2022. These developments indicate a high degree of institutional resilience, even though the tensions arising from internal differences and an increasingly hostile external environment continue to challenge the European project. Christensen 2020. The Russian invasion of Ukraine and the far-reaching consequences of this war, political, humanitarian, economic, financial, geostrategic, institutional